Wouldn't be surprised to give him another shot here to complete the old Triple Crown.
They do. And he is in for the touchdown. A passing touchdown, a receiving touchdown, a rushing touchdown. LaDainian Tomlinson, the last one to do that in 05.
Oh, baby, it's time to turn the page. You know what time it is. It's Beat LA week. Beat LA, beat LA, beat LA. As something's popping here, I got my mic levels down. Something's hot. We're all good. We say good morning to everybody out there. To everybody getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning, everybody out there at work, getting ready for work. Lubman back there doing solo duty. Spadoti's out sick. Get well, Spadoti. Lubman's back there, men in the phones, men in the board, men in the music. So he's going to be a man of many traits today. Good job, Lubman, so far, getting this show ready to roll. Good morning to everybody on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Joe Shasky here, Bonte Hill. We get ready for the LA Rams and the Niners. Look, they've had their number in the regular season. In the regular season, the Niners have won 8 straight games against their SoCal rivals. That one loss, we know when it happened. We won't talk about it, but that highlight right there, Joe Davis on the call, Christian McCaffrey kind of reintroducing himself to the Bay Area. One of the more iconic games in a 49er uniform for an offensive player. A passing touchdown, a receiving touchdown, and a rushing touchdown. And that was going into the bye week where the Niners did not lose a game until they played Philadelphia.
That was such a great game last year, and it felt like it kind of ended the Rams season.
Yeah, it did.
You know,
it felt like it. Yep.
Like I don't know what ended up happening after that, but that to me signified the end of their season. They're feeling real good about themselves right now. I think they might have had the number one upset of the week.
Yes. We asked Baldy yesterday. Said, Baldy, what's the biggest? He goes, I did not see the Rams going up there to beat Seattle. Did not see that. I didn't see it. I'm watching the game, Shasky, because, you know, it's the afternoon game. Niners game's over. So we got Raiders and Broncos. We got, you know, the Eagles and Pats. And I'm watching because your boy had a little chicken on the sea chickens.
Did you have a breast or a thigh or a wing?
Well, I didn't get anything. I got nothing but bones and trash because that's what Seattle played like in the second half. 20 minutes of time possession they had. The Rams held the ball for 39 minutes. But the physicality that they played with, they look like the Rams of old. The early Rams under McVay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and well, then they were also taking deep shots down the field. Yes. Stafford, you know, for all his, I guess, recklessness that we talk about, the guy can sling it downfield.
He can.
He is a beautiful thrower of the ball.
And Tutu Atwell. And this Nakua kid, this rookie, who had 15 tackles.
I claimed him in fantasy.
Yeah, you know what? I slipped up yesterday. I fell asleep, didn't claim no waivers.
You didn't get the waivers in?
I fell asleep.
Week 1 is the most crucial week?
I know. I saw all the lists when I woke up this morning. I was like, you know what? I'll be okay. I won't jump the gun. I'll keep my waiver position. But, no, these guys at the Rams play hard. They're no-names guy. There are a lot of no-namers on this defense as well. But it all starts with number 99, Aaron Donald. And Aaron Donald looks motivated. Aaron Donald looks like a guy who doesn't plan on retiring anytime soon.
Well, I'm glad you started there because I said to Lubman when I walked in, you still fear Aaron Donald the way you did 2-3 years ago?
Probably not because the Niners have won 8 straight games, but he's still a factor. You can't sleep on him. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. He woke up in the fourth quarter of the NFC Championship game, but for the most part, the Niners, they know how to neutralize him. I don't know what it is, whether it's Brindle, whether it's Burford, whether it's Banks, whoever it is. For some reason, the Niners have been able to neutralize him, and I wonder why.
Well, I feel like if he's going to go anywhere, he's going to target that right side of the line. Burford alongside of Colton McKivitz. If we were looking for a soft spot in the offense right now, sure as heck feels like that's that particular area. And I'm not losing my mind. Like, I think everybody's kind of overrating how big of a hole it is right now. We're 1 week in. It's a salary cap sport. You're not going to be loaded with all-pro players at every position. Look around the league. Okay, Detroit has a really nice offensive line. Who else? Where you got 5 guys with name recognition. This is not the 90s with the Dallas Cowboys where you can name their entire offensive line left to right tackle.
Right.
Like,
I mean,
I don't know. I just
even
feel
the Cleveland Browns, they lost Jack Conklin in week 1. Their tackle. Dallas has a good offensive line, Shasky. I think the Eagles have a very respectable offensive line. That's the one hole we all knew about the 49ers, but this is why you have the cap space. This is why you have a position that you're in. That's why you're in the position that you're in to say, you know what? If we do need a right tackle at the deadline, if there is somebody who becomes available, we could be in play for it. But it's something we all know about. It's the one weakness on this football team. Right tackle, and how can Burford pick up this game? Because he's regressing a little bit. I don't like the way he started off Sunday.
Well, look, let's. I want to ask the fans here because, like, you can allocate your funds however you choose. That's the beauty of salary cap sport. You get equity when it comes to draft picks. What do you want to do with them? Right. You get equity in terms of, hey, it's 200. I think it's 230 right now, right? Give or take. Salary cap. How do you want to spend your money? I'm much happier spending my money on crazy good skill position players the way that they have, as opposed to spending over the top amounts of money. Like, did you want to spend $50 million on Mike McGlinchey?
No, nobody did.
I didn't.
Nobody did.
And I don't know if McKivitz is better, worse. Like, time will tell. I think you need to give him half a season.
Let him play. And isn't it good that he got T.J. Watt out of the way early?
Yeah.
I mean, T.J. Watt, first game of the season. All right, we're going to see Aaron Donald. Maybe Aaron Donald lines up outside of Colton McKivitz. That's fine. Get him away from the middle.
Exactly.
That's an advantage for the 49ers.
Exactly. You know, run right down the middle.
They were running a lot of dive plays against the Pittsburgh Steelers, and George Kittle, Juszczyk, these guys were getting their pads on the other pads, and they were making blocks up the middle of the field. They ran a lot of quick tosses up the middle of the defense. So if Aaron Donald was to line up outside, fine. But I think Colton will be fine. He will be fine. Think about how many premier. Now, the next test for him, I believe, it's going to be Kayvon Thibodeau, week 3.
Yes.
And then, of course, Micah Parsons in week 5. But this is all good for Colton McKivitz. He needs these reps. He needs to learn how it is to play against the big boys. And if he can't handle it, then that's where you send tight ends over to help a block, which I don't love necessarily because I want all these guys in a route. But they'll figure out. Shanahan will figure out how to scheme around this guy.
And the beauty of Brock Purdy is, boy, he sure seems to have, for the most part, pretty good pocket awareness. And he has pretty good feel of the pressure.
Very good
and
feel.
He's done a great job using his eyes and his legs, either sidestepping, stepping up, moving back, spinning out. He does a really good job evading the rush. You're going to give up sacks.
Yes.
Whether it's Aaron Rodgers in his prime, whether it's Tom Brady, Joe Montana, these guys are going to get sacked. To think that they're going to have a clean sheet all 17 games is completely foolish. So, I don't know. I look at the way that they've allocated their money, and not spending money on right tackle, I actually think is a good thing. Now, you obviously would like to hit on a late draft pick the way they did with Burford. Banks is a draft pick. Brendel came out of nowhere. But I would much rather have Debo and Kittle and McCaffrey and Ayuk potentially being re-signed and spending my money in those areas as opposed to spending a ton on a right tackle and maybe not having an extra playmaker.
And listen, you got a slew of draft picks next year. You can identify the right tackle in the first couple rounds next year if you really need to and groom that right tackle alongside Burford or bank some young studs because you're going to have to find a left tackle as well at some point when Trent Williams decides to hang it up, whether it's after this season, the next season. But you got to identify some tackles. So you got the draft picks for that. I think the Niners are in a great position. We saw in 2019 they lost Staley for a period of time. They lost McGlinchey for a period of time. They didn't skip a beat, really.
No.
They really didn't skip a beat. So I think they will be fine. When they didn't have Trent Williams at times, was it rough at times? Absolutely. But these defenses, they got monsters on the other side now. You look all around college football. You look all around the NFL. Defensive linemen and edge rushers are ahead of the game. They're tough to block. They're getting faster. They're getting stronger. They're getting bigger. They're getting smarter. So offensive line play, this is something we talked about for many years since we started doing shows together. Offensive line plays down all around the league. It's not going to be perfect. It's down in college. It's down in the pros. Like, watch college football. It's great as Shedeur Sanders played Saturday against Nebraska. He got sacked like 5 to 6 times.
He's running for his life.
Right. So it happens at every level.
Exactly.
So that's why you need a quarterback who can make a play at improv. And that's the one thing about Brock Purdy that I loved about Sunday is that when he did face the rush, he kept his eyes down the field.
Yeah.
He delivered the ball, and he improv. If that's Jimmy G, and I'm not trying to sit here and wreck Jimmy G, but the difference between Jimmy G and Brock Purdy is the play Brock Purdy made to Deebo Samuel. See a rush, roll it out left. Wait, I'm not going to cross the line of scrimmage. Boom, there's Deebo right there for a 12-yard gain. Jimmy couldn't do that. And that's the next phase of this offense, and that's why Shanahan loves Purdy.
I would also say red zone ball security is extremely, extremely good for Brock Purdy. It just, to me, the naked eye, and I don't have data to support it, I'm just going off the eyeballs, it sure feels like when they get into the tight areas in the red zone, not that Jimmy was an interception waiting to happen, but a lot of his worst decisions would come in the red zone.
Where he's throwing in the middle. We saw that Sunday against the Broncos. He's throwing it in the teeth of the defense at the goal line.
Just bizarre plays from him.
Brock Purdy takes care of the football.
He does.
If he needs to run it. And that's the other thing. He can scramble and go rush and score for a touchdown. He has a nose for the pylon.
Well, but I just love the way he attacks the boundaries because it feels like in the red zone, he really likes to put the ball on the outside. It's like, hey, either my receiver's going to make a play or this ball's going to go out of bounds.
No doubt.
Like, I'm good with that. I'd much rather you do that than float one across the field as you're getting hit. I mean, I'm just thinking about that Chiefs interception, for example, for Jimmy G last year, where they get into the red zone. It's a tight game.
Right before halftime.
And he just throws one up. And everyone's going, where are you going with that ball?
Brock Purdy doesn't do that. His poise is unbelievable. Brock Purdy's poise.
I still can't get over there. The ball that he caught on his back, whereas he was falling down.
Fumbling.
That was a hell of a play.
That's a hell of a play to keep the ball and keep the momentum on the Niners sideline, man. So Brock Purdy's playing well.
You know what, B? They do need to get that second back going. That's one thing that
Elijah Mitchell, I thought, ran hard.
Yeah, but I would like to see maybe, how do I put this? Maybe get McCaffrey out as a slot receiver and get Elijah on the field a little more often. Like, I think going 25 life minutes, not game minutes, in between carries, it's very difficult for anyone to kind of feel the rhythm.
Right.
You know, I'm looking at and they're not the template of using two backs, but when I watched Eckler and Kelly the other day for the Chargers, it felt like they were kind of taking turns going back and forth. I don't want it to be that dramatic.
Well, remember, Eckler got hurt, though.
That's true. I just want to see them mix in Elijah a little more because I do think he's a nice change of pace, and I think getting that second back going is important for the run game.
It is very important. I agree with you because you want to keep the carries down. I'm looking at this week against the Rams, going to be a very physical football game, and then you got the short turnaround against the New York Giants for the home opener on Thursday. So you're probably going to limit those carries to Christian McCaffrey. Here's my issue, though, and I think Shanahan sees it like this. I don't know. I'm not living in his head, but he's like, I got Christian McCaffrey on the field. It changes everything for my offense. All right? They want to go 8 in the box because of Christian McCaffrey. Well, then I got Ayuk and Debo one-on-one. And we saw Ayuk, he's going to beat one-on-one all season long. He's a problem outside. Debo Samuel's a problem outside. And then you get George Kittle. So if you do bring in Elijah, I'm not sure how much the defenses respect Elijah right now. You know what I'm saying? To loosen that box up.
Well, I just look at it.
But I do agree with you. They got to get something going here. He had 5 carries, no rhythm. They got to find a second back because I do want to limit some of the carries on McCaffrey.
You got to have the long play. You got to have the long play with McCaffrey.
I'm with you there.
Right?
But I get why he would just ride McCaffrey.
And it's early in the year. Maybe you want to build up his stamina so that he can be productive in a tighter fourth quarter game. But, man, that Thursday game looming early on in the season, I just think it's important to keep McCaffrey as fresh as possible. Because let's be real. As much as, it's important to get off to a great start in September, it's also really important to stay healthy and be ready and humming come mid-December.
You know what? I don't worry about McCaffrey getting hurt. He didn't get hurt at Stanford. He ran the ball a lot more at Stanford. I watched him play some physical football games at Stanford. This guy doesn't get squared up. He knows how to protect himself. He knows how to protect his body. Even the jump cuts inside the hole for the little 11-yard gain.
The way he squeezes himself.
He squeezes the hole. Look at the way he squeezed it on the 65-yard touchdown.
Such a great run.
I mean, God, this guy played unbelievable football, so I'm not sure how much I want McCaffrey off the football field.
True.
You know what I'm saying? Because he's such a factor. But I get the long-term play. But he takes care of his body. This is why they work out the offseason. That's why they go through training camp. They preserved him during training camp. He didn't really play in the preseason. So I'm cool with McCaffrey right there. Real quick on the Rams. When the Niners beat them last year, 31-14, and going to the bye week, and the Niners improved to 4-4. Remember, it was Operation 4-4.
Yeah.
Just get me to 500. Get the bye week.
Boy,
take a deep breath.
Felt so different.
Oh, it felt so different. But the Rams, that was the beginning of a 6-game losing streak. So to your point, it flipped their entire season the wrong way.
There we go.
The wrong way. They just came off a win against Carolina. They had a bye week to get ready for the 49ers. They had a bye.
That's pretty incredible.
They had a bye. They get beat up by the Niners. They lose at Tampa Bay. They lose to Arizona at home. They lose at New Orleans. They lose to Kansas City at Kansas City. And their team just fell apart. They got hurt. Stafford gets hurt. Cup. Everybody just starts breaking down for the LA Rams. So the Rams want this one. You can tell they're hungry. They've lost 8 straight regular season games to the 49ers. 8 straight regular season games.
I was listening to Stafford. They were playing some of his post-game sound on the NFL Network. You know, when they go around the league and stuff. And he goes, not having Cooper Kupp out there, because someone asked a question like, not having Cooper to just spread the ball around subconsciously a little more. He's like, when you have that number one target, you tend to look in that guy's direction, whether the play is there or not. And when you don't, you kind of you're just playing the way that the playbook was meant to be, as opposed to trying to force feed it to somebody. So I think they're a dangerous opponent this week. Not that there's some, insurmountable force, or I view them the way I view the Cowboys or the Phillies, the Philadelphia Eagles. But boy, I think they're very dangerous heading into this week. And the question that I have for them, defensively, what are they going to take away from the Niners?
Yeah.
What if they take away McCaffrey? Good. That opens things up in the passing game, and they have got to exploit that. If they allow McCaffrey to cook, I think you got to just force feed that. Yeah. Because the Niners could go for 220 in a game like this and running. They've done a great job running against the Rams.
Well, they've done a great job on doing that. The Rams, 24-38, Matthew Stafford, Sunday against Seattle, 334 yards. Van Jefferson dropped one wide open down the field. I remember watching that. I watched it. He dropped it. The whole sideline went like this.
I know.
But yet the Rams went back down the field and continued to drive. They got a first down, I believe, the next couple plays there. So Tutu Atwell, Puka Nacua, these two guys, man, balled out against Seattle. 119 yards each receiving. Now, their run game didn't do much, but they did. They ran the ball 40 times.
They were very committed to it.
Right. They were committed to the run game, although they only averaged 2.3 yards a carry in a run game.
I thought that they held both DK Metcalf pretty much in check.
They did.
And I thought that they held Kenneth Walker in check, guys I have in fantasy.
Yeah. Well,
they did a really good job on them.
Kenneth Walker averaged 5 yards a carry. Problem was Seattle couldn't stay on the field.
Yeah.
They couldn't stay on the field for whatever reason. And you have to give the Rams credit for that. They seem, when I was watching them against Seattle, they seem to be rejuvenated. They had a lost year coming off the Super Bowl win.
Well, a lot of young guys.
Nobody's expecting anything from them.
Yeah.
They trade Jalen Ramsey. You hear the rumors about Aaron Donald. You hear the rumors about Matthew Stafford, whether or not the Jets could be a play for him if the Rams tank. That maybe that could be a situation. But the Rams, I mean,
wow,
their dead cap on Stafford, though,
is really bad.
$106 million.
Yeah. Why do you think they were contemplating moving him in the offseason?
No, I don't think it was the offseason. I think right now, if the Rams got off to a slow start.
But there were rumors that they had contemplated in the offseason.
Well, that's the Rams.
I thought it was absurd.
That's how the Rams do business, right?
I know.
They're always flipping guys left and right. So it is Beat LA week. I wonder if Aaron Donald knows who Deebo Samuel is. Look, these games have been bloodbaths. It's a divisional game. It's a backyard brawl. It's going to be a lot of Niner fans down there at SoFi Stadium. No, I don't expect it to be an easy game.
No.
I think the spread is a little high, although the Niners could cover it. It's 8.5. I can see the Niners winning by 10 or whatnot. But the Rams are coming. They feel rejuvenated. They feel good about beating up on Seattle. They got some playmakers here. Cam Akers, you can't sleep on him.
No.
22 carries, 29 yards, but he's a playmaker, man. That Niners defense is going to have to stay buttoned up, and you got to respect the speed on the outside. Can you respect the speed on the outside? Because let's face it, Matthew Stafford's a much better quarterback than Kenny Pickett.
Oh, no, without question. And I also think that McVay's offenses are way more dynamic than anything we've seen out of Pittsburgh.
Yeah, no doubt.
As we look backwards one last time at Pittsburgh, I can't believe I fell for the banana in the tailpipe on Kenny Pickett. Because, I'm going to be real with you. I normally don't love noodle arm quarterbacks who are like overachievers. Right. I really don't. I like the high potential, big arm, big body, run around kind of guys. Like that. I'm a sucker for those guys. I freely admit it. I admit that wholeheartedly. It's why I fell in love with Josh Allen at Wyoming. I thought the guy was just spectacular. But I'm watching Kenny Pickett in college. I'm like, this guy's weak. Then he gets drafted by Pittsburgh. And because I respect the Pittsburgh franchise so much, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I watched him a little bit last year, but more in preseason to get ready for the. He is just. What does he do well?
I don't know. Because I didn't see it at Pitt either. And last year was quote-unquote a weak quarterback draft class.
I should have just held to my convictions.
I'd never been a believer. But I just thought their defense would be a lot better.
Yeah.
I thought their run game would be a lot better. I thought they would be able to get it out to the wide receivers in a quick game. A lot of long dropbacks, 5-step dropbacks against that 49ers defense. Just not a good game plan all around for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
And he's not accurate.
No, he was very inept. He missed some big plays.
Yeah.
He missed big plays to Deontay Johnson. So Pittsburgh's going to have to figure it out. Deontay Johnson's going to be out for a few weeks with a hamstring injury. Cam Hayward had groin surgery. They are already beat up. So the Pittsburgh Steelers, I am disappointed in that. But give the credit, again, the Niners defense came to play. And that's the thing. And one thing we'll talk about today, because we will talk to Flip about the Giants. Playhouse, huh? We'll talk to them a little bit later today.
Do we have to?
We got Kirk Morrison at 8:30, 5-2. He'll join us.
I'm going to give you my player that they have to watch out for.
All right.
The LA Rams. We'll get to it on the other side.
We'll get to it on the other side. I know we got a break. But also, I want to talk about this offense.
Oh, okay.
Does this offense have the capability of being the best unit on a football team? I don't know. It's early right now. Right now, the defense has a leg up.
I have a way of quantifying.
Okay. All right. Let's do that. Coming up, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
how do you prepare for a guy like Deebo Samuel, a unique player? How do you game plan for a guy like that?
Who?
Deebo Samuel.
Who's that?
The receiver.
They did a lot of good things as far as, reverses and things like that. He just made some good plays today.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
Oh, you remember that? How you like me now? How you like me now? Huh? What's up, Aaron? How you like me now?
What was the game the year prior where Deebo was hurt and then he got healthy and then they went for it on fourth down? I believe it was Deebo had a big game and
Pandemic season.
What?
Was it the pandemic season?
And
that was the year he had the Jones fracture in the offseason.
Yes.
They
but he did come back for that game.
He came back for that game. They beat the Patriots the next week. But yeah, they beat the Rams on Sunday Night Football.
Was that George Kittle fourth down play in that game?
That was in that game too. Yup.
Okay.
To make it 7-0. 4-7
God, Deebo
or 4-8.
was so fun in that game.
He was fun. And then Aaron Donald. Who? Deebo Samuels. Who's that? Come on, Aaron.
Was that a Monday nighter?
No, Sunday night.
Sunday
Night Football.
I knew it was dark.
Sunday Night Football.
And then he kind of like re-aggravated the groin near the sideline.
That was a tough year.
Yeah.
2020. Niners have won 8 straight games against the LA Rams in the regular season. And it feels like they always get a defensive touchdown in one of those games. Whether it's Fred Warner.
Oh, yeah.
Whether it's Talanoa Hufanga. Whether it's a big play by Deebo last year on Monday Night Football.
You know where it started for me? The year 2019, when that first Ram game was down in the Coliseum.
2019, and Emmanuel Mosley had that tackle Cooper Cup. We watched that game right here in the green room.
That, to me, it was kind of like the start of this whole thing, because the year prior, 2018, Todd Gurley, the Niners were wearing all-white uniforms.
The Rams had the all-yellows.
Yeah, and Todd Gurley just destroyed us.
He looked like Earl Campbell.
He
looked
looked
like Eric Dickerson. He looked amazing in that football game.
I think we've forgotten how good Todd Gurley was before his knee was shredded.
Yeah.
He was amazing.
He was.
And then Aaron Donald put on one of the greatest performances I've ever seen. He just kept ripping the ball out of everybody's hands. They got dominated in that game at home.
39-10.
Was that the – oh, my God.
39. I'll never forget the score. They looked lifeless in that football game. Lifeless. Yeah, 39-10 to drop the 1-6. Remember Garoppolo tore his ACL that year. They were in the midst of a long losing streak. They didn't snap the losing streak until they beat the Raiders on Thursday Night Football. But in that football game that you talk about, Todd Gurley here, as I pull up the box
what did he have?
that one, he
broke one off.
Well, Jared Goff was 18-24 for 202 and 2 touchdowns. Surprisingly, Todd Gurley only 15 carries, 63 yards, 2 touchdowns, 4 catches.
Just 2 touchdowns.
Hold on. 4 catches, 23 yards, and another receiving touchdown. Malcolm Brown, 13 carries, 65 yards. Robert Woods had 5 for 78 in that football game.
I mean,
Brandon Cooks balled out. C.J. Beathard, 2 interceptions.
Oh,
he was sacked 7 times in that football game.
The Jets should trade for him.
7 times C.J. Beathard sacked. Aaron Donald that day, guess how many sacks he had?
4. How many?
4.
4. That's what I thought. I thought it was
dominated.
4.
But you talk about that Coliseum game.
Because that to me, when the Niner fans took over the Coliseum, it was the start of, we're taking over stadiums.
Right. Not only that, but it was more so like, hey, there's a new competitor in NFC West.
Yes.
And we didn't know if the Niners were real yet. And they got down there, and remember L.A., they took the opening drive and they ran the ball every single play.
Right down our
Jet
throat.
sweeps down their throat. It's 7-0.
Yes.
Then the Niners had to punt. Remember, they gave up a sack.
That's
Donald
right.
lined up on the outside.
Yes.
I think Justice School maybe played left
Justin
tackle.
School.
Remember, Staley was
I do remember.
So the
I do
Niners ended up
remember.
dominating. They were wearing the red jerseys that day, and I believe they sacked Jared Goff like 7 or 8 times in that football
Yes, they
game.
did. They had a goal line stand, too, I
They had a
believe.
goal
in
line
that.
stand where Robert Saleh had his veins
Yes.
popping out, and that was the turning point. Emmanuel Mosley set the tone. Remember, I jumped up out my seat because he dipped Cooper Kupp on his neck.
I think they did the Marquise Goodwin play in the backfield where he came up like he was going to play running back and then shot back out, and they threw him that pass. We're like, oh my God, Shanahan's red zone play calling.
No, they really didn't play great offensively in that game.
That was a body bag game.
It was the defense that really showed up in that game. That was week. That was week
4 or 5?
6.
6.
So they played Pittsburgh. Remember, they had the early bye week.
Yes.
Then they came back after the bye week and played Cleveland on Monday Night Football.
That's right, the Baker Mayfield game.
Played the flag game. So they beat up on the Rams in week 6.
Matt Breida going yard on the first play.
That game, Jimmy, Oh, yeah, that was great. 80 yards.
Oh, my God. It was one of the great runs.
Through that whole use check and George Kittle. Jimmy Garoppolo, 24-33, 243 in that game.
God.
They didn't run the ball well at all. Tevin Coleman, your guy, 18 carries, 45 yards. Matt Breida, 13 carries, 36 yards. George Kittle had 8 catches for 103. But Jared Goff that day, he was only sacked 4 times.
It felt like he was under duress the whole game.
He only threw for 78 yards. Malcolm Brown only ran for 40. They were getting beat up in that game. D4, my guy D4, a sack and a half. Ronald Blair a sack. Solomon Thomas had a sack that day.
Oh, my God. That's the highlight.
That's the highlight.
That's the lone Solomon Thomas highlight. That's not jumping off sides.
That was a turning point game.
It was.
That was a huge game because you're right. All the Niner fans going down at the Coliseum. It was a measuring stick game. Like, hey, are they real?
Yes.
Are they real? The Rams at that point, they were 3-2. They were trying to get life back. They're trying to say, hey, we're still the bullies on the block in the NFC West. And the Niners went down there in those red jerseys and punked the Rams. And they flipped everything since, except the one game in 2021 in late January.
Well, and even in that game, like, they lost by a couple plays. Odell Beckham killed them in that final drive. It felt like he was wide open all the time. Cooper Kupp was outstanding. I think he beat Williams off the block on that red zone touchdown that he got. Niners had their opportunities. They just couldn't convert. I'll go back to that. As bad as the Tart drop was, that was bad. Kittle getting missed in the first quarter, that was bad. I mean, he's still running right now if he catches that ball.
Whoa.
The 4th down decision to not go for it, to me, was the game right then and there. The second they punted, I didn't care what. They pinned them. I said, you cannot give them the ball back here.
And then they dropped the pick. So
did they go to use check on 3rd down with the Trent Williams play? Was that what it was?
They got stuffed. They lost a yard on that play.
God, that sequence, that sequence is as frustrating as the Crabtree sequence in the Super Bowl.
Ask Rocco this. You could ask Rocco. Before that drive started for the LA Rams, I said, Rocco, Stafford's going to throw one more up to us. He will throw one more. I swear to God, I told Rocco that. It happened on the next play. I didn't think it was going to happen on the next play. It happened on the next play. And he drops it. Rocco and I simultaneously.
Everyone did.
Over the seat. I mean, like, not even. And then you look up at the scoreboard, and they're still short Tart like this. And I was like, oh, this game, this is bad news.
The Jumbotron stuck on Tart, and he was on the ground. And I'm looking left and right, and it's Worldwide Hef, it's my dad. And everyone's got their hands in their face, and we know they're going to do something. What was the next play? A huge penalty?
No, it was Odell Beckham Jr. for 30 yards and then a 15-yard penalty.
And then the 15-yard penalty.
And then it was like on and popping for the LA Rams. But the third play from scrimmage,
and
George Kittle. The problem with that George Kittle play, because the Niners forced a 3 and out, we knew that we had bad Jimmy that day. But the crowd, I swear to God,
Jimmy,
that game.
We were so ready.
It reminded me of a bowl game. Because it was literally 50-50 split.
Yes.
Rams fans, Niner fans. May have been more Niner fans. And everybody was standing up. And you could hear it felt like a college bowl game, I swear to God. And I'm thinking, boy, if you get this one play, and if he completes it to George Kittle, that crowd's going crazy. I believe that game is different. Hell, the Niners may blow them out.
That's the seam route. That's the seam route right there that Alex Smith actually could hit.
Yeah, he could hit that.
Like I know everyone wants to rip Alex for what he couldn't do. That will live in my mind forever. Kittle was wide up. My dad goes, got him. And he's hitting me with his left hand.
Overthrew him, overshot him. Let's go to Adam real quick in the city. Adam, what's happening? Adam, what's up?
Hey guys, good morning.
Good morning, Adam.
Just wanted to get your opinion. Obviously, McKivitz is going up against T.J. Watt, former Defensive Player of the Year. He looked unstoppable, but it is a little worrisome, at least I think, moving forward into the season. And with, I think the Bengals waived Collins, the right tackle today.
Lyle Collins,
is that a possible? Yeah, is that a possible option to look into? Or are you guys wanting to ride McKivitz a little bit longer?
Quite honestly, I would be looking. I obviously want to see what more from McKivitz. I don't want to write him off, but if you can get a veteran swing tackle to bring in, Why not? Because the second Trent Williams walked off the field for even just one play, I don't know about you, but my heart stopped.
Yeah, I mean, look, this guy was undrafted. La'el Collins, you maybe take a flyer on him. He was with the Cowboys for 6-7 years.
He was solid.
You wonder why the Cowboys gave up on him. You wonder why the Cincinnati Bengals gave up on him. Is he injured? Is he beat up? We'd have to look at him, but it doesn't hurt Adam. It really doesn't hurt.
Well,
Adam's gone okay.
I believe that they paid Jack Conklin, I think it was, and then he got hurt in that game.
In Cleveland,
so
yeah.
My ears go up, and I go, well, why would they get rid of a competent offensive lineman when they lost one?
Well, maybe he's slow to get back because last year, La'el Collins with the Bengals, he tore his left ACL and MCL in a Week 16 matchup against the Patriots. So maybe he's just not back yet. But you know what? May not be a bad move to take a flyer on him.
I mean, a guy who has playoff experience,
Right, no
I would look at it.
Yep, no doubt. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More of your phone calls, 888-957-9570. What is it about the Rams that gets on your nerves? And I got something. The Bay, we've been dominated by LA recently, and it's starting to get on my nerves. More of that coming up here on the roast.
for the first time in their history, Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Andre Iguodala will walk off a Western Conference playoff floor with a loss, a series loss. And for the first time in 29 series, the Warriors do not get a road victory in a playoff series.
No balls, 2 strikes. And Flores, did he go? He did! And the game ends! A swinging strike 3.
No.
Gabe Morales rings him up. The game is over, and the Los Angeles Dodgers are headed to the National League Championship Series.
Feeling the pressure tonight.
Stafford airs it out. Jefferson downfield. He's picked. No, dropped. Unbelievable. A drop by Jaquiski Tart, and he cannot believe it.
Oh,
Now,
boy.
back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, boy.
I hate LA.
Oh, I can't stand them. Good job, Lutman, there. As the segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Not going to lie to you, Shasky. The 8 regular season wins doesn't mean much when they don't have that one win in the NFC title game and the Rams go on to win the Super Bowl, a Super Bowl that's eluded the 49ers since 1994-95. The Warriors lose to the Lakers in 6.
Oh, no. The Warriors also lost the playing game
to the Lakers.
We sold 3 rims.
Not only that, and then, of course, the Giants losing in that best-of-5 series in 2021 to
where
the
I
LA
became
Dodgers.
a meme.
Yeah, you did become a meme. I knew Bellinger was coming through with a hit, man. I told Kenny Caraway, I was like, Bellinger was coming through, man.
I hate you.
Hey, we knew it. We talked about it all series, and Bellinger was due.
Speaking of Bellinger, like I put out a thing like Bellinger's destroying all the Giants free agents and all their outfielders in general. Everyone's like, well, who could have seen that coming? I don't know. If you listen to the morning roast, you'd know that like taking a flyer on Cody Bellinger, who was the NLCS MVP, who was also the MVP of the league one year when he hurt his shoulder and was clearly hurt and clearly on a lot of medication. Yeah, right. It was a perfect 1-year rental.
Yeah,
Sorry,
doubt.
just a brief aside.
Yeah, no doubt.
And he's having a monster year for the Cubs.
Monster year. He's going to get paid next season. He's signing a 1-year deal, right?
$200 million he's asking with Boris as his agent.
Wow. He's going to get it too.
And you know what the Giants are going to do? They're going to swing big on Ohtani and give him the $200 million and then they're going to immediately regret it.
Oh my gosh, the Giants.
Hey, B, I know we want to get into
LA's dumb. LA's had our number in the Bay.
Drives me crazy.
This is why this week is important. You know, Deion Sanders and Colorado they talked all last week. They talked last week. It's personal. This week's personal. Well, if there's any weeks that is personal for the 49ers and 49er fans, it's LA week. This week is personal.
Is it bigger than the Rams? I mean, the Seahawks, excuse me. The Rams bigger than the Seahawks?
It's close. It's close, but Seattle made a comeback last year, even though the Niners smacked them 3 times in the regular season.
It didn't
2
feel
times
like
in the regular
that in the
season,
second half.
and won in the playoff. Yeah, it was. There were closer games.
No, I know, but I'm saying like that second half of that playoff game, I thought I would have like this bravado about beating them.
Right.
Maybe it's Geno instead of Russ.
Maybe.
It just didn't.
It didn't feel the same.
It didn't resonate. Like the Dallas game resonated more with me than the Seahawks game, and I didn't.
I wonder.
It kind of surprised me, and maybe I'm alone on that.
888-957-9570. Do you hate Seattle more than the Rams now? Or did you flip to the Rams? I think there's some confliction here because they have beat the Rams 8 straight times in the regular season. They've dominated them.
Yeah, but
in the
the
last
only
4
one that
regular
matters
season.
is that NFC Championship.
Exactly. And they lost that one. But they beat up on Seattle as well. But Seattle's had more success over the last 13 years than the 49ers. Forget what I'm saying.
Yeah, no,
the Super Bowl.
I
and it's
totally
still Seattle. And it's still Seattle. Still Pete Carroll. Still stupid Lumen Field. It's their stupid pumped-in crowd noise. The Hawk, the 12s, and all that stuff. They're corny up there. Seattle fans are mad corny. The Rams, though, in L.A., it's just losing to L.A.
I know.
Because they're fair weather. They don't really care.
Wait a minute.
You know,
I got to say, the OGs wearing the straw hats, those Rams fans, you know what I'm talking about? They're pretty sweet. They're good fans.
They are.
You know which ones I'm talking about. The ones we met in the parking
lot.
lot.
They don't have a lot of fans.
No, I know.
And you know LA
but there
fans,
are some
they're
old school
fickle.
Ram fans.
But they're fickle, though. They start losing, they're not showing up. They start losing, they're not talking about them. You know, so 888-957-9570. Which team do you hate more? That's our YouTube poll question.
Yeah.
And so far, 68% says Seattle. And those 2 Seattle games do happen later in the season. But you're getting the Rams this year. And if the Rams can send a message, they can send a message to the football world. They can send a message to the 49ers. And they could say, we're back. We're back in the mix. Don't forget about us in the NFC West. We're still here, and we will still spend money or swing a big deal for anybody out there.
What's the face of Rams football when you close your eyes?
Aaron Donald.
Not McVay.
Aaron Donald.
Really?
Yeah.
See, for me, it's McVay.
McVay's
because
close.
of the hair, and he talks like this because he's always got a hoarse voice, and it's everything about him. You know, his chiseled chest looking perfect. You know, the way he tucks in his sweatshirt into his sweatpants. Like, he's got such an L.A. vibe to him.
He's got a European wife.
Does he?
Yeah.
He just had a baby, I think.
Yeah, with her. Yeah. In L.A. In L.A.
I don't know. I just McVay, man. Bonte, brief aside, 1 minute aside. Just
Yep.
I'm curious. You believe in aliens?
Why? The discovery of Mexico? You saw that?
Alien bodies, this is a headline.
Corpse. They found
Alien
corpse.
bodies with 3-fingered hands, unknown DNA, and eggs inside are presented by a UFO expert at the Mexican Congress.
Yeah, I was watching that.
With the non-human remains found in Peru said to be 1,000 years old.
Yeah. I think there's some UFOs out there. I think there's some aliens. It's just a matter of time before they come down and start watching some games with us.
There has to be extraterrestrials out there.
Something.
Somewhere.
I
don't know if they're living amongst us, but we sound crazy, but put that on the poll for the Morning Roast Twitter poll. Do you believe in aliens after this discovery in Peru?
And then in Mexico, they're breaking it down and stuff like that. What would the aliens want to watch games with us?
Well, you know who is an alien.
Would they, like, we were talking
Aaron
about,
Donald is an alien.
Right, he is an alien. But now I'm thinking about it. Now, say, we got Warriors pre and post, right?
Yeah.
And Dave Bursey, Justin Hathaway from NBC, they're like, you know, we're going out to hire somebody. We need some diversity. And it's black guy, white blonde girl, alien. It's like, we got to get ahead of this. We got to get an alien in here.
Ahead of
So
this.
it's me, Bully, and an alien.
We need the diversity, equity, inclusion company.
We hit the quarter. You know what I'm saying?
That would be hilarious.
I mean, you get the alien out there breaking down Steph Curry.
That would be hilarious.
Would they be icky? Would you dap them up?
Now I'm imagining me in traffic because Market Street shut down for Alien Pride Day.
Oh my
You know what I
gosh.
mean? And like you can't cross Market Street and it's a giant mess. I mean, come on, what are we doing
If
here?
you saw an alien in real life, how spooked would you get?
Oh, for real, I'd be totally spooked.
Would you run the other way?
Of course.
As fast as you could?
Well, first off, I would, all of you gun-toting Americans, your boy would jump onto your side.
Well, I don't know if guns going to help with aliens.
Who knows? Maybe it's water like that
I feel
movie
like
with
they
Mel
eat
Gibson.
bullets for dinner.
I mean, 3-fingered aliens with eggs. So they don't just like give natural birth. I guess they do eggs. So that means they're reptilian or something?
Yeah, I don't know. Here we go.
Ancient Aliens has been one of my favorite shows to watch. Just because I really love some of the characters in there.
I stayed away from aliens. I don't want those nightmares, man. Xfinity Mobile text line. 510. Rams got to be a bigger game. More history, I would say. Teeks from Hayward.
Yeah, I'm with you.
209. LA only cares about the Lakers and Dodgers. Football-wise, it's Raiders and USC. And we got proof of that at the Super Bowl parade where 50 people showed up for the LA Rams. The Rams are bigger because it's in LA and the NFC Championship game. So 415 says it's a bigger rivalry than Seattle. 707, the Rams rivalry is way bigger now. Seattle rivalry only sits with Pete Carroll. It kind of died off once Richard Sherman and Russ left Seattle. What else we got here? I dislike the Rams more just because they seem so cocky. Seattle definitely comes second. So 408 says just hire Sam Cassell. Dude is definitely an alien. That's
That's not fair.
That's not fair.
So it would be Willie McGee and Sam Cassell, because wasn't Willie McGee nicknamed E.T.?
Was he really?
Yeah, that's what
I
they
didn't remember
said.
that.
They used to call him
love
E.T.
Willie McGee was sick.
He was so sick. One of my favorite players ever. 51?
Yeah. Oh,
Come on.
That 93 year. He
Tore
was
up his
special.
ankle on that wall.
He was special.
He
in
was
93.
awesome with the Cardinals.
Yeah, he was. He was a Cardinal first. And that's why with Giants, I was like, wait, we got Willie McGee?
All day.
Yeah, all
Love
day long.
Willie McGee.
Let's go to Joel of San Jose. Joel of San Jose hates a different team. Doesn't necessarily hate the Rams or Seahawks.
Oh,
Joel,
okay.
who's that team that you hate?
Yo, what up? So I was born in the early 80s. In 81, when they won their first chip, blessed to be gold-blooded from birth. So my hate flows like a river. In the early days, it was the Cowboys. Then we went into the Packers, and we hated them because of Brett Favre. And then we got the catch at the stick. And then we go rolling into the greatest show on turf. And then we hate the Rams. And then Pete Carroll and Russ come in, and we hate the Seahawks. But through and through and through, no matter what, we always hate the Cowboys. And they were here last year. We whooped them. They're coming in 2 weeks. We're going to whoop them again. It's always been the Cowboys.
I hear you on that one, Joel. Cowboys hate. And now we've got 2 special playoff games.
And we get week 5?
And we get week 5 on Sunday Night Football. And this is a game, Cowboys-Niners. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves because it is Rams week. But Cowboys-Niners are always the 1 o'clock game, 1:25 game.
Of course.
Matt and Summerall. It never got the Monday night hype. It never got the Sunday night slot. Now it's on Sunday Night Football. Dust setting. October.
Oh, I can't wait.
Michael Parsons and company running out the tunnel.
Trey Lance return.
Trey Lance returning. Somehow, some way, he was being talked about on Twitter yesterday. Trey Lance is in Dallas, man. Let's move on.
Mike McCarthy, former offensive coordinator for the 49ers, who selected Alex Smith.
Yeah, think about those last 2 playoff games though, between the Niners and Dallas. Classic playoff games. Look at that, but it's Rams week. Does anybody hit the Rams? Anybody fear the Rams in week number 2? 888-957-9570, because I wonder if Aaron Donald still doesn't know who Deebo Samuel is.
How do you prepare for a guy like Deebo Samuel, a unique player? How do you game plan for a guy like that?
Who?
Deebo Samuel.
Who's that?
The receiver.
They did a lot of good things as far as, reverses and things like that. He just made some good plays today.
It's how many years has been?
That's been. We're going on. This is year 3 of that.
A part of me
that
says
happened in 2020.
A part of me says hilarious. The other part of me is like, it's really disrespectful to Deebo.
And he said it with a straight face. Aaron Donald said it with a straight face.
But that was also before Deebo had a monster All-Pro career.
You think he knows who Deebo is now?
He has to know. I mean, come on.
Has anybody asked him about Deebo since then?
I would love to hear that.
You're listening to 95.7
I would love to hear that.
FM and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget that you can also watch us every single day at our YouTube and Twitch streams. Sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Dave Fleming, 8 o'clock. Kirk Morrison, our boy, Bishop O'Dowd, former Raider, now doing Rams radio, as well as college football. He's going to be in North Carolina this Saturday. He'll join us at 8:30 to give us a preview of the L.A. Rams, things we need to look at, things we need to watch for when it comes to the Rams and 49ers down at SoFi Stadium this Sunday, 1:05 kickoff at SoFi Stadium. Also got your four downs. We got 4 downs coming
we got
up
4 downs today. We're going to run through some of the topics around college football.
Yeah.
In particular, 4 topics that I know will incite rage or unbelievable takery from Bonte Hill.
Oh, wow. Why me? Unbelievable takery.
If I was going to assemble a team of people to represent the human race when we introduce ourselves to the aliens, Aaron Donald will be a part of that.
You want him?
Absolutely.
The 8-pack?
I might have Deebo on there as well.
Deebo. You might want to
running through alien souls.
Right. Let's go to Vega, North Carolina. Vega, what's happening, Vega? Thanks for the call out there in North Carolina, man. 10 o'clock out there in the Tar Heel State. What's happening?
Hey, what's going on, man? I just want to shout y'all out, man. I listen to y'all every morning, man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I always wanted to call in, but never had the chance.
No, I appreciate it. Now's your chance, man. What you got for us?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I mean, for me, growing up as a 49ers fan, it was always the Cowboys, man. I couldn't stand them then. I can't stand them now. I once broke up with a girl one time. I found out she was a Cowboys fan. I just couldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? I felt like the Super Bowls they won them with 49ers players. They got Charles Haley. They got Kid Norton. They took Deion Sanders from us. Like, I just felt like they were always like our little brothers chasing us. It was always Michael Irvin versus Jerry Rice, and we always know who was the better receiver in that situation.
You gonna mention that publicly?
Aikman, Steve Young.
Right.
It was always the Cowboys who had the most.
Mention that publicly?
The Seahawks and the Rams, they wasn't even really irrelevant.
Can I ask you a question about the breakup with the girl? So, did you just break up and tell her, "Hey, you're a Cowboy fan. We can't do this," or how did that go?
We can't do it. We can't do it. I mean, what are we gonna do? We sitting in the living room fighting over which we gonna watch, the 49ers or the Cowboys? We're not watching the Cowboys.
Vega, how long do you guys date?
Probably about a week or two.
Hey, you cut the cord early.
Once I found out she was a Cowboys fan, it was over. You know what I'm saying? I'm like an artist, and I did songs for the 49ers and stuff. I can't sit there and watch the game with her.
Yeah, send us something on Twitter. Send us some of your music, man. We want to play.
We'll give you some love.
Well, was she at least good looking? Is that one? Do you ever consider that one the one that got away, or you're like, I made my move?
I consider me the one that got away. I'll send you guys something on Twitter. They play it on the 49ers podcast and everything like that. But I just want to say real quickly also, the narrative around the 49ers is something that I can't stand with the different analysts and everything like that. And it's been going on for a while. It's always, whenever the 49ers do what they do, it's always, well, this team didn't play this way, and this team didn't play up to their potential, and this team didn't do this, and the Steelers, they wasn't ready for this, and they lost Cam Hayward, and the Rams, they lost this, and they lost that. It's never about what the 49ers did and how they made them not be able to stand up to expectations against us. It's always that narrative. I can't stand it.
Especially, and thanks for the call, Vega. Very good first call for you. Send us your music on Twitter or whatever. Please do it. We'll play it on here. We'll show you some love. But he's right, because leading up to the Steelers week, we got the video of all the experts picking the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, you like that?
We
TikTok?
talked about, we all thought, hey, this is a tough game, 50-50 game.
Yeah.
We all did, and the Niners smoked them. Niners get credit for that. Don't come at me talking about, well, Kenny Pickett is who we thought we was. Well, you piped up Kenny Pickett in the preseason.
Yeah.
Don't hype up George Pickens and Deontay Johnson, and don't give the Niners credit for shutting them down and not giving that defense their proper respect. Don't come at me talking about, well, the Steelers defense, all they have is J.J. Watt.
I don't want to hear that.
T.J. Watt, they're a little overrated. Really? Are they? They got named players. The Niners took it to them. Shanahan had a great game plan. Brock Purdy executed the game plan. And Brandon Ayuk went out there and thrived and took that game from them. Give the Niners their credit for going to Pittsburgh on the East Coast in the first week of the season and beating their butts. They kicked their ass in week one. The Niners deserve credit for that. And I'm tired of people shortchanging the Niners for that. Vegas right about that.
No, well, look,
I'm a little fired up because seriously,
I love it.
They were there out here talking about Pittsburgh, and then the Niners strap them and score 30 in the first 28 minutes of the or 32 minutes of the football game.
Like the most loaded team on the field, and it wasn't even close.
Wasn't even close.
So we do deserve credit for that. Do they have the current longest winning streak in the NFL in the regular season?
11 games, 11-game winning streak.
I mean, you don't just win 11 in a row by accident,
right?
It's one thing, right now, Mike Yastrzemski's batting 400 in the month of September. Mm-hmm. It's all right, well, it's 2 weeks, number one, and it's the end of a lost season. All right. The Niners have won 11 in a row.
In the regular season.
Over 2 seasons now.
It's incredible.
I mean, come on, look at some of the teams that they've played.
Miami.
I mean, Pittsburgh had all offseason to game plan for the Niners.
And they went to Pittsburgh. And they took their soul.
I mean, they went up to Seattle on a short week with a guy with broken ribs and won the division.
I'm telling you. What Fred Warner did on Sunday, and I expect another big week for him against the LA Rams. I'm watching Fred Warner closely every single game. I may just have the binoculars on number 54. I can't get enough of the way he's playing linebacker. Honestly, I can't get enough. I love linebacker play. I think it's a underrated position in 49ers history. When you think about all the great middle linebackers they've had, all the great outside linebackers they have, there you go. Fred Warner right now, cleaning up gaps, cleaning up running backs. In the first half, I said, I don't know if I've ever seen him be this violent. He'll tackle you. He's got some woo hits. There was woo hits every single play from Fred Warner. Shedding blocks, smacking Warren, smacking Najee. Oh, okay, you want to pass the ball down the field? You want to try to go down the seam on me? I'm going to bat at the Hufanga. I'm going to come up with a pick six in the flat or drop it in the flat. I mean, Fred Warner right now is the best linebacker in football. And when you have the best linebacker in football to pair with the best edge rusher in football, and you got one of the best safety tandems in football, again, this defense, I think we forgot about how good this defense is and how good they've been during this 11-game win streak in the regular season.
You bring up the linebacker play, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm glad that you did. Remember when I did my all-time 49er team before the 2022 season?
I do remember that.
All right. So let me just, outside and middle linebacker. This is who I had on there. Dave Wilcox, Charles Haley, Ahmed Brooks, Keena Turner, I call him Hacksaw Reynolds.
Hacksaw Reynolds.
And then middle linebacker, Willis and Bowman, Fred Warner, Bill Romanowski, Ken Norton Jr., and Hardy Brown. I think Greenlaw, it has been 5 seasons.
Well, think about the names you didn't say.
I think he's going to get into this list.
Think about the names you didn't say. Ken Norton Jr.
I had Ken Norton Jr.
Oh, did you say that?
Yeah.
Okay. What about Gary Plummer?
Gary Plummer's not on there.
He was a very good linebacker.
I know.
Woodall was a really good linebacker for a long time.
Derek Smith,
a really good linebacker, come over from Washington.
I was going to put Chris Borland, but only played 1 season.
Yeah, only played 1 season.
But no, but my point being is, you're talking about like rich history. Listen to these names.
I know.
Like, again, Dave Wilcox, whose jersey is retired in the 49 Ring of Honor. Charles Haley, obviously he was more of an edge rusher, but I threw him on there. Ahmed Brooks, look up at the sack list all time for 49ers. Keena Turner, 58, still out there at the field. Jack Reynolds, Pat Willis, Navarro Bowman, now Fred Warner, Bill Romanowski, Ken Norton Jr., Hardy Brown. Hardy Brown, by the way, you don't know him. He's from the 50s. He's amazing.
Yeah, he is amazing. Julian Peterson.
That's a great linebacker list.
650 and 405 the Xfinity Mobile text line. Julian Peterson, what about JP? We forgot about JP.
Couldn't make my list because some of these other guys had unbelievable seasons. Like, you got to trim it off somewhere.
Think of what we're talking about. We're going to break here in a second. 49er tone and the rest of
the linebacker, the legacy of linebacker with the Niners is much richer than we give it credit for.
And so is strong safety, so is free safety, corners, all that. But Fred Warner, again, I'm bored at the house when I threw the game back on. I said, good Lord, this is a different dude. This is a different guy this season. And Baldy, talk about him being fired. I can't get enough of Fred Warner, man. I think he's going to wreck shop on Sunday. I think he's going to have a DPOY type of season. I really do. All right, what's coming up in the game? Sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein, 49er Tone. The rest of you on hold. Stay on hold. We're going to get to you. Who do you hate the most? Is it the Cowboys? Is it the Seahawks? Or is it these L.A. Lambs? The freaking Lambs who stole our Super Bowl 2 years ago. That's what happened. They stole our Super Bowl. They stole it. Highway robbery. They ain't done nothing since. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein, because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT.
You believe in aliens?
for the first time in their history, Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Andre Iguodala will walk off a Western Conference playoff floor with a loss, a series loss. And for the first time in 29 series, the Warriors do not get a road victory in a playoff series.
No balls, 2 strikes. And Flores, did he go? He did! And the game ends! A swinging strike 3.
No.
Gabe Morales rings him up. The game is over, and the Los Angeles Dodgers are headed to the National League Championship Series.
Feeling the pressure tonight.
Stafford airs it out. Jefferson downfield. He's picked. No, dropped. Unbelievable. A drop by Jaquaski Tart, and he cannot believe it.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
I want everybody to feel that pain. That pain that's been inflicted by those teams in L.A. Whether it's Giants-Dodgers 2021 in the NLDS Game 5, whether it's Warriors-Lakers last season, whether it's Warriors-Lakers playing game, I want you to feel that pain. And feel that pain this week heading into SoFi Stadium from that NFC title game in 2021. So that was a championship stolen from the 49ers. They're the better team that day. They're the better football team, but unfortunately, you got to play a 60-minute game. Can't be the best team for 50 minutes. You got to be the best team for 60 minutes. Could say the same thing about Super Bowl 54, right? Feel that pain. LA has stolen things from us over the past few years that has been ours. And it's beat LA week. It's LA week. I hate LA, all right? I'm not sure if I hate them more than the Seattle Seahawks. I'm not sure if I hate them more than the Dallas Cowboys. But I hate the LA Rams. And I hate everything about LA. So it's personal this week. Take it from Deion Sanders and Shadur Sanders and everybody in Colorado. This week is personal. Well, that's how I feel this week, Shasky. This week is personal against the Rams.
The reason why the NFC Championship game to me is a little higher than all the other ones, you know, like the Giants one happened in the division round, not in the NLCS, so you didn't have an opportunity to go straight to the World Series. It felt like they were playing with house money because, you know, I mean, no one saw that coming. And then you look at the Warriors, it's like, well, they already had the 4 championships banked in. They didn't play great ball.
Right.
By the end of that series, like, you could kind of see where this was going. It just felt different. Here's why that fourth quarter in particular sticks out for me in the NFC Championship game. Because Aaron Donald did what you haven't done. Closed out a game in the fourth quarter that way. That way. Putting an exclamation point on who was the better team that day. And that's the one thing the Niners didn't do last year, obviously, in the Philadelphia game. Yep. They clearly didn't do it in that NFC Championship game against the Rams. They sure as hell didn't do it against Patrick Mahomes in that fourth quarter. And I look at, you know, obviously what Mahomes did in that fourth quarter against them, it's going to live on forever. And what Aaron Donald did in that fourth quarter and that final drive in particular, it's just, it's hard to swallow.
That was a depressing one. I remember all the Niner fans there at SoFi Stadium. We're all hugging each other saying, we'll see you next year. But it was deflating. Walking out of that stadium, seeing Miles in SF, our boy Miles in SF. God. Out of nowhere, just like, I don't know what to do. What about the kid who jumped in our IG Live and was throwing up middle fingers because he was so irate about the loss? That was I'm telling you, Rocco and I had to pick up Charles Haley. Charles Haley was at the club level with his head down, shaking his head saying, I can't believe we blew this game. I can't believe. I'm like, Charles, it's okay, man. We don't win them all. I had to pick up Charles Haley for crying out loud.
Insane.
That's how bad that loss felt. And so that will never leave us until the Niners get back to the mountaintop and win a Super Bowl. Because the Rams stole that from us, Shasky. They really one of the more flukiest Super Bowl winners in the past 15 years. No, they were good. I thought they were done that year.
Fluky.
Oh, man.
It was the Niners and the Rams that year.
Dude, listen. I go back to that sequence that we talked about. 2nd and 1 at the 44-yard line. Elijah Mitchell on 2nd down gets stuffed for a yard. 3rd and 2. Trent Williams goes into motion to give the ball to Kyle Juszczyk and gets stuffed for no gain.
The same play they did, except with Debo instead of Juszczyk. Yeah. But Trent had the high ankle sprain.
He couldn't even move. He could barely move that day. So then it's 4th and 2. And then at the Rams 45-yard line. I'm
screaming, go for it. Go for it.
And they go take the delay game. They punt it to the Rams 15. And then the very next play,
A bomb.
Jaquaski Tart drops a pick. The very next play. One hurt. That does hurt. It hurts more than the Dodgers. You're right. I'm with you there.
It hurts
more
the
than the
most.
Lakers series, no doubt.
It hurts the most. 4th and 2. If the same thing presents itself in the playoffs this year, is there any doubt he's going for it with Brock?
He's going for it.
You want to talk about the trust difference between the two?
Right.
I think it's never more clear than that sequence you just described to me, that entire 4-play sequence. 100%, 4th and 2, they're going for it with Brock.
No doubt. No doubt. By the way, our YouTube poll question of the day, which team do you hate more, Rams or Hawks? Rams or Hawks? 70% say Seahawks. They hate the Seahawks more than the Rams right now. Let's go to 49er Tone out in the Rich. 49er Tone, what's happening,
What's up,
man?
Tone?
Who do you hate, man?
Man, what's going on, man? It's been a long time since I called, but just let y'all know that I'm an everyday listener, man. Love being a roaster.
Appreciate you, Tone.
But this Rams week, man, I'm hyped up. It's a historic rivalry. I mean, this goes back decades, right? And the Bay versus L.A., even though when they were in St. Louis, I hated the greatest show on turf teams. You know, I just hate the Rams. Seahawks, they're right there, too, because it's bitter. I know it's more current, and of course, that NFC Championship game, that will forever hurt. But we got a little payback last year in the playoffs. But my most hated team, man, has got to be the Cowboys, and I'm going to tell you why.
That's 3 now.
It's the most historical playoff rivalry in NFL history. I mean, think about it. 9 playoff games, multiple generations from the 70s to the 80s to the 90s until now. Multiple generations of 49ers fans. 6 NFC title games. The road to the Super Bowl goes through Dallas and San Francisco. It's the most historic rivalry, and I'm so happy that the NFL is back with the Niners and Cowboys going on the collision course. I mean, you got from my grandpa was that candlestick when Preston Riley fumbled in 1972. That's what made the catch so important, right? Then we got that payback in 94. Then we got the payback the last 2 years. But real quick, I'm going to say one of the most underrated rivalries who I absolutely hate, brothers, and I'm going to say 2 names, and I'm still not over it. It's Leonard Marshall and Kyle Williams.
Wow.
Okay?
Wow.
So
New York
I'm
Giants.
still not over the Kyle Williams. And my dad and the older generation, because I was a baby when we lost the championship with a 3-peat. That is still one of the most bitter losses in our entire history. And Kyle Williams, for me, that game, it still sticks with me. Have a good day, bro.
Hey, man, 49er Tone, thanks for calling, man. Appreciate you listening. That was a hell of a call. And he's on point. He's on point. The New York Giants lost in 90. Matt Barr making the 5 field goals. I remember Curtis Brown, my neighbor at 332 Waller, was wearing the hat 3-peat all day long, was wearing the hat 3-peat. And when that kick went through the uprights, I cried all day long, all night long. I couldn't get over it. I still can't get over it. I still have flashbacks of who's the little scat back they had. It wasn't Eric Metcalf. It was, who was it? Dave Meggett. Dave Meggett. I still get flashbacks to Dave Meggett catching little swing routes and little quick screens and control of the clock. I still got flashbacks of Belichick in a red starter jacket with the Giants across, shutting down the Niners. New York Giants, I do hate. That's a very underrated rivalry.
I have a card. I always talk about this card. I have a hologram card that you rotate, and it's Lawrence Taylor picking up the fumble of Roger Craig. I had to keep it because it's such a unique card.
There was so much finger pointing about that play. Roger Craig pointing at Brent Jones, Steve Young, Brent Jones pointing at fumbling, and Lawrence Taylor doing the first down sign, and that loss hurts.
I want to take you back, and I got some sound from Ronnie Lott that we're going to play here in a second. But like when you think of just closing your eyes, I do this closing your eyes game. Closing your eyes, Niners, Rams, guys who played for both teams. I got the whole list right here. It's 71 guys.
All right.
Some notable, most not. But who do you think of? Guys who suited up for both teams.
Oh, who I think of? Let's start with the Rams. Obviously, Jim Everett. Obviously, Kurt Warner.
No, I'm talking about suited up for the Niners and the Rams.
Oh, Niners and the Rams. Well, one guy comes to mind right away, and that's Kevin Green.
Kevin Green is at the top of my list.
Kevin Green's at the top of my list. Other Niners and Rams. How many Niners and Rams have been?
71 in total. More Billy Bajamas and Ray Armstrongs than you want to admit. Isaac Bruce is a name that I thought of.
And he can't stand the Niners now.
But he was a good Niner.
He was a good Niner, but he acted like he never played for the Niners.
I know. Amp Lee is another name, for example, to go way back in time. But let me give you 2 of the more notable ones for the older crowd. if you talk about the 81 Niners, there's two names that come to mind.
Mm-hmm.
Wendell Tyler, who was a running back who was very underrated.
Yep.
And then obviously Reynolds, who I was talking about earlier, Hacksaw Reynolds.
Right.
How did Hacksaw get his name? Well, he's playing fullback and linebacker for Tennessee. They lost the game. He went back to the dorm and sawed his car with a chainsaw. Hence the nickname Hacksaw Reynolds.
No doubt.
So he was a very, very good player for the Rams for a decade, and he goes to the Niners, all right? And this guy was a Pro Bowler when Pro Bowls mattered, okay? Not like now where everybody gets a Pro Bowl.
Right.
And it signified, like, because the Rams were the dominant team in the 70s. They had Deacon Jones, the fearsome foursome. Like, they were going at it. And
actually went to a Super Bowl, lost to the Pittsburgh Steelers at the Rose Bowl.
Exactly. And so this is Ronnie Lott explaining how his mindset changed once he met Hacksaw Reynolds. Play the sound, Sammy.
Sit next to him. I want to rub off on him. I want to, touch him. I want to absorb him. I want to be around him because I've known him. I've watched him. I had a chance to go see him when I was at SC. So here I am sitting next to him. Bill Wall says, I want everybody to take notes. Well, I don't have a pencil. I turned to Hacksaw. I said, Hacksaw, can I have a pencil? Please give me a pencil. Hacksaw says to me, no. I said, you got 100 pencils there. They're finally sharp. And he goes, no. And he had that look on his face, like, no, I'm not giving. No. I said, why? He goes, you won't forget your pencil next time. That was an attitude adjustment for me. If you want to play with the big boys, bring your pencils. If you want to play with the big boys and be a part of his group, you better respect the game.
He's such a psycho. He used to be in full uniform at the team breakfast on game day.
Ronnie Lott is who I think of when I think of Rams Niners.
Right.
Because of him playing for SC and how much it meant to him to face the Rams.
Think about Hacksaw Reynolds, though. The tone he used to set for the
he was
team.
nuts.
They said he was a psycho. He used to live at the facility out in Redwood City when they had the facility in Redwood City. He lived there. He would bring his pillow. He watched film all day long. He was in his uniform on game day, ready to play at 9 in the morning, full uniform. The guy was a psycho. But you see why those 49er teams won and why that helped Ronnie Lott in his years to become a leader for the 49ers defense.
And I think the reason why I wanted to play that was, number one, he was a Ram for so long and then became a 49er.
Yep.
I get the same sense of the current 49ers that I did those early 80s Niners, where it was, if you want to win, you better be serious.
Yeah.
Like, whether it's Brock Purdy, whether it's Fred Warner, whether it's Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, is there even a doubt about what the mission is this year?
Well,
is it about development?
No.
Is it about feeling good?
No. Shannon Sharp said this on First Take the other day. Thought it was very profound. He said, I played for Mike Shanahan. I've known Kyle since he was 12. Patience is not in their DNA. Hence why they move off a quarterback so quickly, right?
Yes.
But you look at that team that went into Pittsburgh, and we thought, oh, man, the noise, and there's so many distractions with the Bosa holdout and the quarterback stuff and this and that. They went out there and handled business. They were buttoned up, and that was an old-school 49ers road win where the Niners would be up by 28 at the half, and they're just eating the clock in the second half.
It felt like the old NFC West days when they would face New Orleans or Atlanta, and they'd be up 20-0 before you even ate cereal.
That was an old-school 49ers road win, and you're right. We know what the mission is. Steiny, when he walked in here yesterday, and I was like, Steiny, Super Bowl or bust. But I was kidding because I said, Steiny, it is Super Bowl or bust. That's in the back of our minds.
100%.
We're going to enjoy this ride. Like, I'm going to enjoy the Niners going down to SoFi and owning the Rams for the 9th straight time in the regular season and taking over that stadium.
Are you calling that?
I might as well. I'm here now. Listen, seriously, like, the mindset is, and it's going to be like that for the Warriors. We're going to play some Draymond Green sound a little bit later. Draymond's talking about, why can't we win 2 more championships? I love this setting now in the Bay Area. It's like New York City. It's like Boston. It's like Philly. It's like Chicago. It's like all these other big markets that get talked about. The Bay Area is about championships.
Except the Giants. They're about being the third in row to maybe get the third wild card spot as we chase and look up at 2 other teams.
Well, apparently they got Phantom injured list, and they just throw players on there just out of nowhere.
I feel like I've lost the audience bringing the G word up.
The setting for the Warriors and the Niners is championships.
I agree.
And as a fan, how can you not love that? I'm enjoying this journey knowing that at the end of the day, come January, if our team's not playing in January, we're going to ask you what the heck happened.
Well, and who's going to be held accountable?
Right.
And that's the old Eddie D way.
That was a button-up win on Sunday against Pittsburgh.
Absolutely.
So it was very impressive. Sure, the 11 penalties you want to clean up. You want to clean up McKivitz. You want to clean up Burford. But they ran the ball well. They took care of the football for the most part. Defensively, they tackled very well.
Well, I think the one thing that you'd be worried about as a Niner fan is like, okay, you have a huge win against the Steelers on the road where you pretty much dominate them in the first half, and maybe you took your foot off the gas.
Yeah.
Would you overlook the next opponent?
No.
I don't think you can in this situation. It's McVay, it's Donald, it's the LA Rams.
It's personal.
Absolutely.
This is a rivalry.
And they have the championship you don't have.
McVay has something Shanahan wants. McVay's a guy running down to the end zone, jumping into the pile in the second quarter of a football game, thinking, yeah, I got you, Niners. I got you, blah, 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 blah. This is personal. And the Niners know what time it is. And they've highlighted this September. They've highlighted this September saying we cannot afford to get out to a slow start again because we want home field advantage. Well, you know what? You have a great opportunity to improve to 2-0, and then you play the Giants with a short week. You can have a long rest week getting ready for the Arizona Cardinals sitting at 3-0. That's the goal here.
This has got a 50-50 fan feel, too, in terms of it's going to be 50% 49ers.
A lot of Niners
fans. I mean,
fans.
September in L.A.,
flights started getting gobbled up.
Did they?
Flights started skyrocketing in price.
You still got an eye for going down there?
I don't know yet. I don't know. I'm starting to get the itch because I hate L.A. I hate L.A.
See, here we go, 925.
Detroit. Go ahead.
The Rams have won championships in 2 different cities since the Niners won their last.
I know, and that ticks me off.
That hurts.
That ticks me off. Mo in Detroit. What's happening, Mo?
Hey, good morning, Bonte. Good morning, Chatsky. How are you guys?
What's up, buddy?
Oh, living the dream, man. I hate 2 things. If you give me 1 minute. I hate the entire NFC East. I hate the Dallas Cowboys. That explains itself. I hate the Eagles. And I can't stand the Giants. I still can't get over Roger Craig fumbling. You guys alluded to this earlier. And we didn't get to go to the Super Bowl. We never would have seen that Scott Norwood wide left if it wasn't for that. And we lost to Jeff Hostetler. Jesus Christ. How bad could that have been? Anyways, and then I can't, listen, living in Detroit, I appreciate you guys. I get your perspective as a longtime Niner fan. I can't stand the ESPN. I hate Ryan Clark. I can't stand them. They change their mind more than a woman changes her shoes. I appreciate your guys' perspective. They are the worst narrative in the entire business is watching ESPN to get your information. They're awful. I don't know how people even turn on the TV and watch these people.
Mo in Detroit, thanks for calling, baby. A lot of good things happen in Detroit with the Lions, huh? I want to go back to Vega for a second. He said he dumped.
We didn't get to go to the Super Bowl. If you give me 1 minute.
And that what was that?
It's all right.
What the heck was that? Vega in North Carolina said he dumped a girl because she was a Cowboy fan, and he couldn't do it.
I could not date or marry someone who was a fan of other teams. I couldn't do it.
Are there any Niner fans out there dating a Cowboy fan, a Raider fan, a Seahawk fan? I guess it's okay to date a Raider fan. I get that.
Like when you see like Giants and A's fans at the games together.
I get it. I get it though.
I guess.
I get it.
Yeah, but you gotta have common interests.
Yeah, but I get
know people of other religions.
They like the sport, you know?
Well, I know people of other religions come together, religious backgrounds come together, but a lot of times, not all the time, but a lot of times, you make a determination of how you're going to raise your children based on one of the two or whatever. And like I understand on some level, but like, no, I could not marry a Ram fan. A Cowboy fan. Like, no. Especially if they were obnoxious about it.
No. See, I could date a Raider fan. I could date a A's fan. They're both from the Bay. You know what I'm saying? It's a Bay thing, right? At the end of the day, you get it. All right, you're growing in the East Bay. You should like the East Bay teams. If I grew up in the East Bay, I would love the East Bay teams.
Yeah, but I want to enjoy the games with you.
You can. I think Bay fans enjoy the games together, but dating a Seahawk fan, a Cowboy fan, a Rams fan, a Giants fan, that's gross. That's gross. I don't know how anybody could do it. So I get Vega for saying, you know what? The hell with this relationship. I'm out. You root for the Cowboys. It's disgusting. 888-957-9570. What is it that you hated so much about the Rams? And what about this offense here? Top of the show, we're discussing the offense and the defense, and even special teams for that matter. At any point this season, do you think anybody out here watching the 49ers will say, boy, this offense is the best unit on the team? It's off, and it's hard to say that after watching that defense in week 1. That front seven is vicious. The secondary played well. But again, I haven't felt this good about the 49ers offense in a very long time. And they shut down the playbook early in the third quarter. Christian McCaffrey's running for 122. You didn't even blink.
So
you know what I'm saying?
I've been really thinking about this question that you've asked me kind of like for the last 2-3 weeks about the offense and the defense. And I mean, going around the league, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, how many elite offenses are there?
Right. In this league right now.
The Niners are one. I think they're one. I think they're one of them. I would say
Kansas City,
because of Mahomes.
Detroit could be elite.
Okay. I didn't even put them in my list, but that's fine.
Miami.
I went Cincinnati because they have the opportunity to drop 40 on anyone.
Right.
Miami absolutely is an elite offense. No question about it. All right. Philadelphia, I think, is an elite offense.
Right.
Now, maybe I'm going off of last year, and that's not going to be accurate for this year, but I think they've earned the benefit of the doubt. That's an elite offense. Who else? Dallas?
I don't know if it's elite.
Okay.
I need to see more.
Okay.
I need to see more.
All right. What about the Chargers offense?
Chargers offense is really, really good. They're just inconsistent.
Okay. So
they have a chance to be elite.
Okay. They have a chance to be elite.
Right.
Are we omitting anyone? How about Jacksonville?
Jacksonville's going to be elite.
I think by the end of the year, they'll be elite.
They will be elite.
I do too. All right. So we're at like 6-7 teams, right now. Now let's go to defense. How many elite defenses are there right now? You wake up this morning, everyone's closing their eyes saying, Dallas, the Niners, who else?
The Jets.
I think the Jets are absolutely an elite defense. Are you going to put Philly in that category?
Not yet.
Okay.
I need to see it because they've had some changes. They've had some changes in the secondary and up front. They've had some changes.
I was like, well, let's see it. What?
They are tough, though. That defense will get better and better. They shut down the Patriots for the most part.
Cleveland. I think Cleveland has the ability to be an elite defense, but we're not there yet. Kind of like Jacksonville in offense. Let's see where we're at the end of the year.
Buffalo's defense didn't look bad, although they did go against Zach Wilson, but they were hitting.
Okay, I would put them in the elite category. Year after year, they've been in a pretty close to elite.
They've been very good. They've been very good, but not many units. Not many units.
When I get back to this, the Niners are one of the few teams that has an elite offense and an elite defense. So you're asking me, could the offense be better than? How about this? I think they're the only team in the NFL this morning when we wake up where they complement each other better than anyone else in the league.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. And
nobody comes close.
Nobody comes close. And this offense is as balanced as they come. Like, I think for Shanahan, he's looking at his toys here saying, boy, I can run the ball. I can run jet sweeps all day with Debo or Christian McCaffrey and get him up the middle. I can throw the ball. And we haven't even seen the downfield passing yet. Because I do believe there's a big misnomer about Brock Purdy.
What's that?
We talk about his poise. We talk about his pocket presence. We talk about the way he gets the ball out on time, his precision. But we misremember Brock Purdy taking shots deep down the field. Hell, when he got hurt with the torn UCL, that was going to be a deep shot down the field, a corner route. That was 20 to 30 yards down the field to Brendan Ayuk, who was wide open. The Shasky Jelly, he's got him. He did. And it was going to be a dime down the field. Brock Purdy does take shots down the field. We forget the Washington game. We forget the Tampa Bay game. We forget some of these games where Brock Purdy did push the ball down the field. I think that's coming in this offense.
Okay.
Do not sleep on this offense going down the field, taking some deep shots here. I think Purdy, now, is he going to be accurate? We got to see that. That's the one missing element, right? If there's going to be a knock on Purdy, we want to see him take more downfield shots and be accurate. I think that time is coming, man. And so if this offense can hit the downfield passes, they've already got the intermediate game. They got the short passing game. They got the run game. I'm telling you, man, 30 points a game is very attainable for this offense.
What is the, not personnel flaw, right tackle, what is the flaw on offense right now? What's the area of weakness?
Other than right tackle?
No, just you watch his team, because I have a specific one. Power run game, 4th and 2, 3rd and 4, to be determined. I'm not saying it is a weakness. I need to see some more.
Every team struggles in that department now, though. I'm watching the Jets, right? Baldy brought it up yesterday. Dalvin Cook running in the wrong hole. That was a 3rd and 1.
Yes.
That's stuffed. How many teams I watch get stuffed in 3rd and short situation? Like I'm watching Josh Jacobs run against the Denver Broncos. Getting stuffed. Yeah. So that early on in the season, a lot of defenses are going to be ahead of the offenses, and they're going to stuff those short yard situations. The key, though, is Shanahan trusting Purdy to throw in those situations. For Purdy to run the play-action pass on 4th and 2 and drop it off to Kittle in the flat, That was beautiful.
It was gorgeous.
I don't know if he runs that play with Jimmy.
It felt very predictable to run it there.
Right.
Right? You're right. He probably doesn't run it with Jimmy. I cut you off there. I apologize.
No, you're good. You're good.
The Purdy thing, though, about throwing the ball downfield, you don't need to throw bombs downfield when you're super accurate on the intermediate stuff. I mean, he hit so many 10-yard passes, and then when he did have the 19-yard pass, or from the 19 to throw to Ayuk, it's about as good of a deep ball as you can throw.
Oh, man.
Back shoulder, only he's going to catch it. Guy draped all over him.
And again, the yak yardage. As Mike Tomlin said, you have space eaters.
They've been number one in yak every year for the last 5 years.
Space eaters. And so
that's crazy.
And that is crazy. And so just get the ball to the playmakers. They're going to make a play. They're going to turn a 10-yard play into a 30-yard play.
Yes.
They're going to turn. Devo has the ability that we've seen time and time again to take a 5-yard or a quick wide receiver screen, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 yards to the house. That's what you can do. But Brock Purdy can beat you deep. I really believe that. So weakness is Shanahan can do what he wants on offense because you have premier players, and it all starts with Christian McCaffrey. Well, I don't think the nation knows how good he is.
This is why I keep thinking I really think McCaffrey can be an MVP type player this year. And I know we go to quarterback a lot, but if the guy's scoring multiple touchdowns and he's averaging over 120, 140 all-purpose yards, I mean, he's going to have a 2,000-yard season, B.
Yeah, no, I believe so. But think about the units here. We got the most complete offense Shanahan has ever had. The most complete. Well, we'll see about the defense, but so far, so good.
I think that their D tackles
might be better than last year.
Better than 2019. 2019 was their best, I thought, D tackle.
Buckner, Armstead.
Yeah, and then DJ off the bench, right? Like they were very deep. Kinlaw, apparently off the bench, didn't look too bad.
Didn't look too bad.
Or in the second unit.
Right. The freak. He's really a freak, though.
But that's big. If they can get some bodies off the bench, because they're going to rotate a lot.
And Armstead is better than what he was in 2019, right?
To me, 2019, he was more outside. I think he's an inside player.
Well, he played inside a lot, too, because you had Bolson.
Yes, that's true. On the third downs.
We get to Armstead, and a lot of people are always like, he's overpaid. Now, he did just restructure his contract. But I feel like Armstead hasn't gotten the respect. We always looked down at him because we felt like his money belonged to DeForest Buckner. And we didn't really see a lot from Armstead in his first few years. And all of a sudden, he's been named captain. And a lot of people was wondering, why is he named a captain? I think we know why. Armstead is playing out of his mind.
Absolutely.
And when we talk about players that you cannot replace on this defense, Armstead might be number 3. It's Nick Bosa, Fred Warner. You pick and choose, flip a coin. But what if this defense didn't have Eric Armstead right now? He's plugging gaps in the run game. So when we talk about the wide 9, the wide 9 this and the wide 9 that, how well did Pittsburgh run the ball on Sunday?
And they didn't do anything. They had one run.
Did anybody worry about the wide 9 on Sunday?
And it was a 2-minute drill with the Niners playing back on D.
So the wide 9 held firm.
Yes.
The wide 9 was okay on Sunday. The wide 9 has been okay under Chris Kosar.
The addition of Hargrave, I think, opens
huge.
things up for Armstead. We thought Bosa. I'm thinking now, like maybe it's Armstead who's going to benefit the most from it.
But Armstead is playing some really damn good football.
He is.
And I think, you know what? It's about time we pay him some respect. Give some credit.
Isn't it surprising that he's stuck around this long and been this good? Because if you would have asked me 2018, I'd have said, never going to be good.
Right.
He'll never be a Pro Bowler. He won't deserve any contract with this team that he gets. And you look up, and it's like he's the longest tenured Niner, and I feel like he's got another 4 years left.
Yeah, not only that, he's a spokesperson for this team. He's been in the running for Walter Payton Man of the Year. He's been doing a lot in the community. But you look at his game Sunday against Pittsburgh, and it's like, boy, okay, he doesn't have the sack totals. And everybody looks at the sack numbers and the tackle numbers. But he's taking on doubles.
Well, we didn't do that with Justin Smith.
We didn't do that at all with Justin Smith. Why do we do it with Armstead? For some reason, we do it with Armstead. He's plugging gaps. He's pushing the pocket. He's bull rushing. Armstead has become a damn good D tackle in the 49er system.
He has. I think the scheme changes. They went from a 3-4 to more of a 4-3. Now it's like a 5-2. I don't even know what the hell they're running nowadays.
A lot of nickel.
Yeah, so I think the scheme had a lot to do with his ascension. I think him getting healthier, physically stronger, and I think he's gotten better at the leverage stuff because he was really high early in his career.
Playing high,
and I think playing out of position. Remember they were going to play him in that like stand-up spot?
Yeah, no.
He's not a stand-up guy. He's a hand in the dirt guy.
No, he's not that guy. Let's go to Larry in San Francisco. Larry, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
What's up, fellas?
What's up?
What's up, Larry?
Hey, what's up, guys, man? I got to tell you what I hate. It's Sam Bradford, dude. The Rams. The Rams are the Rams. I can't stand Sam Bradford. I didn't like him in Detroit. I don't like him on the Rams.
You mean Matthew Stafford? Matthew Stafford.
Bradford did play for the Rams.
Bradford did play for the Reds, but
he means Stafford.
Bradford stunk.
I mean, I'm sorry. I meant Stafford.
Yeah, I know what you meant.
but man, I hope Hargrave just smokes him, man. Sends him to retirement, man. And let me say this. Another thing I hate, man, what is up with Grant Cohn and Brock Purdy, dude? That guy just cannot say a good thing about Brock Purdy.
Why don't you say something nice about Brock Purdy? Because we all love him.
Man, dude, I'm going to tell you something, man. I'm looking at Brock Purdy. He's the best quarterback we've had since Steve Young. I mean, it's hands down, not even close. No Colin Kaepernick, no Alex Smith, no C.J. Beathard. I think he's even better than a Garcia.
Wow. Larry, I'm going to say something that's going to blow Shasky away. So watch the Pittsburgh game probably 4 times, just flying through it. Right?
4, huh?
Yeah, I stopped it, though.
Yeah,
the last couple times I stopped it once
Audio
McCaffrey
off,
had to run.
only isolating the feed.
When McCaffrey run, I was like, this game's over. This is just maintenance at this point. But Brock Purdy, in the first half, first few quarters, and then when I think about last season, he does kind of remind me of a young Tom Brady. I'm not saying he is Tom Brady. But when Tom Brady first came on the scene with the New England Patriots, the poise, the quick passes, getting it to the right spots, spreading the ball around. Go back and watch young Tom Brady when he replaced Drew Bledsoe. Now, it's sacrilegious to say that because we know who Tom Brady became. Became one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Still put Joe Montana number 1, Tom Brady number 2.
What?
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. A young Tom Brady. Not the Tom Brady from 08, 07 through the 2010s and the 15s. I'm talking about young Tom Brady. His first few seasons. Brock has a lot of similar traits to young Tom Brady. I'm not saying he is Tom Brady.
Are you talking about mentally?
I said what I said.
Mentally, pocket presence, getting the ball out to the right spot, precision, timing, command in the huddle. A young Tom Brady.
So we're talking intangibles.
All the intangibles and some of the physicals.
Okay.
And some of the physical skills.
I would say that Tom never moved around the way that Brock Purdy. I mean, seeing Minka Fitzpatrick come closing out on Brock and having him spin out, it also, just to me, and you're allowed to do whatever you want. I'm not ready to make any proclamation on who he is. He's a very unique player.
I'm not doing that, whatever. I'm not doing that
No,
whatsoever.
I know that's not what you're doing.
And I know people are going to take this like this. I'm not saying Brock Purdy is Tom Brady. I'm not saying Brock Purdy plays exactly like Tom Brady, but those pocket intangibles, being in the pocket, moving around, going through your progressions, command at the line of scrimmage, command in the huddle, getting the ball out on time, being precise. And you want to say dink and dunks with Tom Brady? Dinked and dunked all the time. I don't really care if you're getting yards. Are you getting first downs or not? Dink and dunk my way down the field. I don't care. But a young Tom Brady with being in the pocket, surveying everything, winning over his teammates the way Brock Purdy has. And you are right. Brock Purdy does move around a lot better than Tom outside of the pocket. Young Tom Brady can move a little bit, but not like Brock.
No, nowhere near.
But some of the intangibles, and I'm not comparing him. I'm not trying to link him to Tom Brady whatsoever. I'm not saying Brock is going to be Tom Brady. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying just he reminded me in the pocket on Sunday. And I was like, wow, I've seen this before. The way he moved, the way he slid in the pocket, the way he got the ball out, it reminded me of a young Tom Brady. Again, I'm not comparing them. I don't even want to do this, but that's what it reminded me of. We always compare and contrast quarterbacks to the moxie, the poise, the way he's got his team, and then running down the football field and butting heads with Brandon Ayuk saying, hell yeah, that's what you do. And then looking at Deebo Samuel slapping him. That was young Tom Brady.
Well, it was the competitive fire. I don't think it's fair to Brock. And I'm not that you're doing this, but I'm not ready to say what he is and what he isn't. I'm just going to allow this guy to play and appreciate it and acknowledge the great plays and continue to move forward with the guy. I don't want to call him Montana. I don't want to call him Garcia. I don't want to pigeonhole him. I also don't want to crown him too soon.
I'm not doing that.
I want to allow it to play out.
I'm not doing that.
I didn't say you were.
I'm just saying.
I didn't say you were.
I'm just saying. You go watch back that first half and go pop in tape of a young Tom Brady. Pop in tape of Tom Brady against the Raiders in the snow game, the Tuck Rule game. And look at the way he played.
Yeah, but he also had a dynamic arm that I think we've underrated over the years.
He does.
Tom's arm was very underrated.
It was
and
underrated.
I think that his stature as a pocket thrower is pretty unique. Now, early Tom wasn't what we saw even in 2007, 8, 9, 10.
But you could see.
He developed a lot different.
But you could see why Belichick made the move to Tom over Bledsoe.
Absolutely.
Because you saw that poise.
Yeah.
You saw that precision. You saw the timing. You saw where he got the ball away. Brock has some of those same intangibles, man. The mind, the precision, the timing.
I would say to you, Burrow has a lot of those same intangibles.
Burrow holds on to the ball a lot, too, though.
No doubt.
And Burrow takes some shots.
You're talking about command and moxie and presence and anticipation, like a lot of the great quarterbacks. And that's why I think that Brock's playing at a great level right now. A lot of the great ones have the same intangibles that you're looking at. So that's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying it's a good thing.
All right, 888-957-9570. I'm sure that'll get some people. Oh, my God.
I think his composure, to me, is the most important thing. Like, the guy is just so calm.
It's okay to...
And he has such a great command of where he wants to go.
Right.
He never seems to me...
rattled.
Well, it's not
Doesn't
rattled.
seem rattled.
Overwhelmed by the defense, overwhelmed by the scheme, panicky, afraid to make a mistake. Like, the guy just seems in full control. We say that a lot in sports. The game slows down. It truly does look like it's slowed down for him.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It reminded me of a great one. I said, I've seen this before. Oh, wait. Number 12 in New England. That's where I saw it. Early Tom. Tom.
You can understand, though, how someone might hear that and be triggered.
Well, that's why it's
Tom.
Well, I know. I know. You guys get triggered about anything.
I mean, even
Should I say Joe Montana?
Well, Montana's unfair too. Montana's unfair too. The guy's chasing ghosts.
I know, but
he's just be Brock.
He's just quarterbacking this team. But some of those traits remind me of the great ones that we've seen before. And who the heck knows where this is going with Brock Purdy?
For sure.
Who the heck knows?
But what ultimately, if he does put himself in that upper echelon, and he's continually to be because right now he's thrown his name into the hat. Right. But when you get to that echelon, you're judged by what you do in December and in January. And right now, the guy's already got 2 playoff victories under his belt.
That's what I'm saying.
He's already got 2.
And Shanahan trusted him to throw the football late in the game against Dallas and Seattle.
Well, I would say the Seattle second half might be the best half of football a quarterback has done since Kaepernick in the playoffs.
I mean,
for the Niners.
There's some people here on the YouTube saying he looks like Baby Joe. He looks like Baby Joe.
Okay.
And I'm not, you know what? Let's not be afraid. We're not.
But that also feels, to me, it feels disrespectful to the patron saint, Joe Montana.
This is what we do. We did this with Jimmy Garoppolo. We could do it with Brock Purdy.
And I didn't
do in San Francisco.
And I didn't think that was fair. It's like me saying, well, this point guard looks like the next Steph. This guy, we did that with Jordan Poole. A couple people did, not all of us. But like, you can't compare to the all-time. This guy looks like the next Bonds or Lincecum.
All I'm saying is
the truly greats are unique, they're like unicorns, and there's only one of them. You could be your own guy.
Brock Purdy's performance on Sunday was very unique, and all it did. It reminded me of a young Tom, and I said, boy, this guy's because young Tom had composure. I was like, wow, getting the ball out fast. Wow, he is the guy. He's the guy in New England. Anyway, we'll continue this conversation. Dave Fleming coming up at 8 o'clock. Kirk Morrison, 8:30. 9 o'clock hour wide open. 888-957-9570. If you want to chime in on this conversation, who do you hate the most? Rams, Cowboys, or Seahawks? It's LA week. It's Rams week. Don't put the smack down on Southern California for once. All right, let's go to the injury report. Pittsburgh Pirates made the injury report. Somewhere gurus. Shortstop O'Neal Cruz. Remember he got hurt earlier this season?
Yeah, a horrible slide at home.
Well, he's not going to play this year. He was shut down. Pirates out of contention. They don't need to play the shortstop. Get well for next season. The Pittsburgh Pirates. Boy, they fell off the map very, very fast. But O'Neal Cruz
best
shut
month
down.
ever.
O'Neal Cruz shut down for the rest of the season. Get well, young fella. We want to see you play next season in 2024 for the Pirates.
Kurt Brian Hayes is complaining about balls and strikes. Kurt Brian, you're a Wilson guy. I like you. Come on. You're playing for the Pirates.
Pirates baseball. We want to talk about it too now. Injury report brought to you by Box Workers, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What I thought Sam Lubman would do for the injury report was throw Ross Stripling on there. They just call it a phantom one. That's what Ross Stripling did. I was on the Phantom IL. They have no respect for Raha Anxiety in the Giants organization. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We'll talk to Dave Fleming. Flem, he was at Cal on Saturday, Auburn Cal. We'll get into the Giants, and then we'll get Flem out because I know we're not trying to hear about the orange and black and their fake playoff chances. Oh, my God, they're back in the playoff race. Psych.
This game is tied.
Oh, baby! It's Rams week. Wake up, folks. It's Rams week. Beat LA. Although that is a Blake Sable home run against the Cleveland Guardians. We'll sneak in some Giants talk here, and we'll get right back to the 49ers with Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast. Good morning to everybody out there on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Good morning to everybody on Xfinity Mobile text line, even the ones who are calling me a clown right now. I love you. Love you all. Call me all the names in the world. Good morning to everybody out there. I saw all the garbage trucks this morning driving up one-on-one, lined up there, coming from Recology. Shout out to all the garbage men. Our boy Fontana making it to Pittsburgh. That whole crew, Bay Rob, Buck. We had Big Boris out there tagged me the picture
like
yesterday.
27 Yankees.
Gosh.
Murderers Row.
Murderers Row out there. Niner fans were deep. Deep.
Gotham Arkham Asylum.
By the way, we haven't forgot about the Giants talk. We haven't forgot about it. But if you're looking for the best Giants talk in the Bay Area, then you know where to go. Mr. Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Joe Shasky, Sam Lubman. Boy, they've been struggling this last week trying to talk some Giants, trying to find some positivity out of them.
Hey, Yastrzemski's been batting over 400 in the month of September.
There you go. After you told him to shut the heck up, he started hitting. He heard you from Chicago. But hey, new episodes are now available wherever you listen to your podcast. Sam Lubman, Joe Shasky, the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. And, of course, we always talk to Dave Fleming every single week here on The Roast. We're doing it on a Wednesday this week. Flem, thanks for being flexible for us this week. Good morning to you. And a rough one at the yard. We thought we were going to talk to you. It was like, holy smokes, the Giants have won 6 straight. Oh, my God, or 5 straight. No, they lose last night to the Guardians. Tough loss for them, the lone home run by Blake Sable. But they do get to sweep over the Rockies. But a lot of other stuff has been going on with the Giants. Team meetings, Phantom ILs. Boy, I know you were happy to get away from the Giants on Saturday night to go cover that Auburn-Cal game, Flem. Good morning.
I don't know if that's totally true, but it hasn't been a boring week, and it hasn't been a boring year, and there is a lot going on right now, but they are playing better. I mean, even last night was a discouraging loss because a lot of the same problems cropped up, but at the same time, I think the at-bat quality has remained better. Like, they have definitely perked up offensively from all those weeks of struggle. So I took some positives out of last night. I thought Sean Manaea was great. And if you win today, you go 5-1 on the homestand. I think that's kind of what you got to do.
You know, I'm looking at this team, and at one point this year defensively, I thought, man, they're really outperforming what I expected. And then you look up, and they have their 100th error last night on a Lamont Wade play, and they lead Major League Baseball in defensive errors. What do you make of the collapse defensively?
Yeah, I mean, I collapse sounds strong to me, but I agree with your overall point. Like, the defense has definitely gotten worse as the season's gone on, and that's discouraging because I thought that was one of the number one things in the early part of the year that the Giants addressed from last year and said, we got to get better at this, and they had gotten better. I'll say this. I think it has been a back and forth all year. When they've prioritized defense, the offense has often suffered. And then when they say, okay, we're not hitting, we got to get Jock back in left, we got to, get those rookies out of there who aren't hitting and get, we just got to jam Wilmer in, where although Wilmer's done a very nice job defensively this year, but I think they've chased offense lately, and that's hurt the defense. There's also some inexplicable stuff. Why has Lamont Wade? I don't think there's a good explanation for it. Lamont was playing a great first base, and now he's really having a hard time. Last night, that was the key play of the whole game, I thought. Yeah. So I don't know how you explain that, but the defense has definitely gone in the wrong direction as the season's gone on, and maybe it's the same explanation as why the offense has. The Giants have some players who, whether it's they need to be stronger, they need to be better conditioned, whatever it is, the season has worn some of these guys down, and maybe we're seeing the effects on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, the voice of the Giants. You catch him on college football, college basketball. I'll ask him about Auburn-Cal in just a second, seeing an SEC team come all the way out in the Bay Area. It was a defensive game, no doubt about that. We'll get to that in a second, but Off the field stuff, Flem, and I don't know what you can say and what you cannot say, but just very strange to me over the last few weeks here. We've had team meetings, Farhan coming out with vote of confidence and talking about the team and messages to the team, and you get Ross Stripling talking about phantom ILs. For a veteran team like this that has a lot of older players, very strange to me how things have kind of gone awry during a tough month of August. Now, I know we're in September, and September didn't start off great, but very surprising to see this team kind of start to point fingers, have all these team meetings. Seems like a lot of noise going on with the Giants. Like the noise from the Niners has transferred to third and king with the Giants. And it's just very strange to see a team like this that has so many older players, has so much stuff going on off the field.
Yeah, part of that is just probably it's big-time sports, and you got a lot going on in any one team. Part of that is just kind of natural. It happens with most teams. You know, it's funny because when I'm around the guys, and I've been around the guys, I travel with them everywhere we go. I spend a lot of time with these guys. To me, it's a happy and close-knit group. I think the starting pitchers are the group that, you know, I mean, I don't know exactly how to articulate it, but I think some of these starters who haven't been used in the traditional roles have expressed more dissatisfaction about that as the year's gone on. And I think, you know, you can ask a lot of questions about that. Like, okay, the Giants are paying these guys a lot of money. Isn't the idea to kind of be a good teammate and do what your team asks you to do and what's best for the team? And if it's working, which it did for a lot of the year, shouldn't that be kind of the number one objective? And I think part of that is true. I think the flip side is that some of these guys would probably say, hey, you know, I signed to come here to do a specific job, and now I'm doing a different job, and that doesn't make me all that happy. So I think part of it is that. But again, I'll emphasize, like when I'm down there, I think this is still a team that's pulling for each other, that's trying hard to win every day. I don't think it's a team that's sort of thrown their hands up in the air and said, the heck with it. This group stinks. I'm not doing my best. I don't think that's happened at all.
Well, what do you make of Harrison's last couple of starts? You know, I was listening to him in the postgame. He just seems very mature beyond his years, but I know he's not exactly thrilled with the way that he's pitched, but also he's not like the sky is falling and he's overwhelmed. I don't know. I'm actually really encouraged with what I've seen from Kyle Harrison. More the demeanor off the field than the actual performance on the field, though he's been good. What do you make of Harrison thus far?
Yeah, totally agree with you. I love the demeanor. I think I told you guys that, you know, I talked to him after his first start, and he was pissed. You know, he struck out all those Phillies. You know, it was really impressive in a lot of ways. And he was just hacked off that he didn't go deeper, that he gave up the home run to Bryce Harper. So, I mean, the guy has set a high bar. He's got a lot of expectation. He expects to be great. I'm really encouraged by that part of it. He and Logan Webb have developed a close bond already. I think Logan's the perfect mentor for him, guy to help him adjust to the big leagues. I think it's very fair to wonder, like just pure performance, whether, you know, I mean, the Giants have this very specific way of developing pitchers that does not push them when they're young and in the minor leagues at all. Very protective. And the whole idea is to avoid major long-term injury problems. And the Giants really believe strongly that that's what it does. But I think the downside to it is they're pushing Kyle here late in the year. He's pitched as much this year as he ever has, and he's showing some signs of a little bit of fatigue. And so, you can learn from that. You can learn from pitching through fatigue. You can learn from trying to dig deep when maybe your stuff isn't quite as explosive. And I hope that he does, because he's still doing a good job, and I expect him to pitch really well today.
Scoreboard watching in full effect. Obviously, we're watching the Reds, we're watching the Cubs, we're watching the Diamondbacks. They'll play the Diamondbacks 2 times next week for the final time this season. Then at 7, it gets the Dodgers. And, Flem, you cover the league. You call national games. Something's amiss with the Dodgers right now. They had the situation with Julio Urias, and he's away from the team, and he should be away from the team.
Dave Roberts says he's probably never coming back. He's going to hit free agency this year.
No, that's probably the right move.
Yeah.
Walker Buehler not coming back till next season. It feels like the National League is it's the Braves and it's everybody else. Now, in the playoffs, we've seen it here in San Francisco. Anything could happen here. But it feels like the Giants can catch the Dodgers sleeping there in the last week of the season and maybe make a push at this third wild card spot because I don't know what's going on with the Dodgers right now, Flem. They look like a torn-up team.
I do agree. It's like if I were them, I'd be concerned for a team that's got so much star power and has had such a good year again. And you're right, it does keep happening, between Trevor Bauer and Julio Urias, and they have not had for a team that just wins and wins and wins and is like a machine in terms of how they operate on the field. All the other stuff has not been like that. I don't know why that is, but I think it's possible. Kind of the main point that you're making, I think, is that it's possible that those games that were looking so tough on paper, maybe there's a little bit more. Maybe there's a little bit more of an opportunity for the Giants. I hope so. I mean, I think they're going to have to not just hold their own. I've said this for the last month. Like when you have this many teams competing for one spot, you got 4 teams for one spot. You can't count on all of them. At least one of the other ones is going to play really well. Right. So that means you have to play really well if you want to get in, because not everybody is going to stumble. So, the Giants, that's why today's important. That's why this weekend is hugely important. You got to pile up as many of these wins as you can. And then you go to Arizona and play the biggest 2 games of the year. And then you got those 7 against the Dodgers. And those are going to be tough.
Look, obviously, I know you want to make the playoffs. I'm sure the team wants to make the playoffs. The fans want to make the playoffs. I understand all that. I'm just looking at September production. Mitch Haniger coming back. He's put together some good swings. I referenced Mike Yastrzemski earlier. He's been on fire. Clearly, Flores had a great year. How much of this September push here is going to bleed into the offseason thinking and affect how they construct this team next year? Because I worry that we're going to be a little too optimistic about what we're seeing in small doses here at the end. And I don't know, Flem. I sound like I don't want them to make the playoffs. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I worry that we cling to a 4-week stretch when the reality was for long stretches they weren't good.
Well, I don't think the Giants are going to be, no matter what happens here, I don't think they're going to be delusional about what their strengths and weaknesses are. I think this year has been sobering. I think when you talk to Farhan and Gabe, they had higher expectations. They really are disappointed with the way the second half has gone. And, I hope that means some changes need to be made. I'm not saying firing people, but hey, we need to reevaluate how we assess this roster. I think to me, that's a fair takeaway from the last couple months. And so I don't think whatever happens here is going to change that. To me, you push hard to make the playoffs. Number one, just because you never know. I mean, you can get in and you can lean on a couple hot pitchers, and you never know. So you make the playoffs because you take a shot. The other thing is you got young players who you're trying to develop, and the experience of playing these games is so valuable. And so you watch how the young guys handle what's going to go on over the next few weeks. To me, that's where for next year you can learn some stuff. How can we rely on Luis Matos? Can Ryan Walker be a big part of our bullpen? Can Keaton Wynn be a starting pitcher for us next year? And there are others, maybe Marco Luciano. He came back last night, played a game in Sacramento. Maybe he gets back up here for the last 10 days and faces some of those Dodgers that Vontae's talking about. And maybe Luciano looks like a guy who can be the shortstop next year. So I think that's a big part of this final push as well.
No doubt. It should be exciting here. And by the time we talk to you next week, we'll see what they can do against the Colorado Rockies in Denver. They've had ownage over the Rockies over the last few years, so that's a good sign for the Giants. Real quick, where you at this weekend? College football. You're at Cal last week. I always got to know where you at, Flem.
Yeah, we were on our game was Colorado, and which was too perfect because, it's not going to be a very good game. It's going to be a blowout game, but still, Coach Prime right now is the big story, but College Game Day's coming in. So the whole operation moved. So we're going to Oklahoma for a not very good. Shouldn't be a very competitive game. Oklahoma's always interesting, and they're a good team. Right. So you'll see me on Saturday afternoon in Tulsa, Oklahoma, for the Sooners.
Oh my gosh!
Sorry.
Oh man. Kirk Morrison is going to join us in a minute. He's going all the way out to North Carolina to cover the Tar Heels in Minnesota. But he's happy about seeing the quarterback from North Carolina. Dang, you could have sat down with prime time. Flynn would have came back to the Bay Area with some chains, some new watches, maybe some gold teeth.
Hey, I mean, I think there's still a good chance that we'll get him at some point this year. You know, we get a lot of these West Coast Saturday night games, which I love, like we had last week over in Berkeley. So I think there's a good chance we'll still get Colorado, and I want to talk some baseball with him. I mean, I know he's focused on football, but he played for the Giants. He did. And, I want to chat ball with him a little bit.
Yeah, he was definitely good, man. Deion Sanders flipping college football, man. What a fun story out there in Colorado. We'll be listening. We'll be watching some Oklahoma Tulsa because we have a disease, Flem, as you know, Shasky and I. We watch everything all day long here, but Giants, big one today with Kyle Harrison on the mound. Let's see if they can win the series against the Guardians. We'll talk to you next week to see where the Giants are at. Thanks for the time, Flem.
I think it's a really, really big game today.
Huge.
And you don't want to put that all on the kid, but I think you got to have some juice going into Denver. And you just have to win as many of these next 5. Win them all. If you go 5-0, I think they have a great chance to make the playoffs. If they go 3-2 over the next 5, I don't like their chances all that much.
No doubt. Flem, take care, man. We'll be listening.
Talk to you guys next week.
See ya.
Dave Fleming here on the roast on 95.7 The Game. A huge couple weeks for the Giants, man. No doubt about that. No doubt. Let's see it. I think it's laughable about the playoffs, no doubt. Let's see it. Let's just see it. Because if you don't make the playoffs, and after all these team meetings, Ross Stripling talk about a phantom IL. He wasn't really hurt. He's going to opt into $15 million. First of all, who the hell is Ross Stripling to be bussing out people about a phantom IL? You should be happy to be on a phantom injured list because you weren't pitching well.
Well, Ross Stripling's the guy you gave a multi-year deal to. That's on you.
Right.
Not you. I'm saying on the Giants.
Anxiety. And then Ross Stripling, he has to apologize. I shouldn't have said what I said. No, you said it for a reason. He's been popping off. Alex Wood has been popping off. Jock has showed a lack of effort in the outfield. I'm sick of some of these dudes. Go away. Just seriously. And Ross Stripling talking about I'm going to opt in for $15 million. Of course you are, because you stink. You're a batting practice pitcher at this point. Like, of course you're going to take the $15 million. But some of these guys that have been talking, I mean, gosh, you would think they're Ronald Acuna Jr. or Trey Turner or Bryce Harper. The Alex Woods of the world are throwing hissy fits in the clubhouse. Ross Stripling out here throwing people under the bus. Who the hell is Ross Stripling? Really? Some of these guys that are just talking, hey, you're not that good. You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy.
They assembled a team filled of cast-offs that no one wanted.
Again, I go back to Larry Bear. I hate to do it to you, Larry, but when you tell us, the fans, that the light bulb hasn't gone off yet on guys like Ross Stripling and Sean Manaea, and they come out here and produce this season, and they go out there and Ross Stripling and Sean Manaea, light bulb went off. The light bulb hasn't gone off for Giants fans. You talk about those two guys? And they got player options.
Well, so does Mitch.
That's after year 2.
I know. Poor Mitch. I mean, like I'm looking at Yastrzemski's numbers this year. I mean, it's just they're going to do it, right? They're going to fall trap again. Like, okay, April, bats 298. Oh, he's really good. May, 200. June, 250. July, 143. Then goes on a month-long stint because he hurts his hamstring.
Which happens every year.
And then comes back, and now he's batting 414 in September, which is going to totally salvage his season. And then they're going to look at it because he's getting fat and happy off these garbage teams.
Colorado Rockies, which
they did
last year. Remember last year, they were 81-81. Oh, well, they finished 500. Yeah, they beat up on the Rockies, and Diamondbacks weren't trying to win.
If they roll back Yastrzemski in the outfield, I will know everything I need to know about the San Francisco Giants in 2023, 2024.
You think Farhan and Kapler's jobs are
I think they're gone. I think they're gone. everybody's making these think pieces right now about, well, the 6:30 start time, there's not a lot of fans in the stadium because we need to push it back to 7:10.
No,
you don't. You know why people aren't going? Because you're boring.
Right.
Because your lineup had Wilmer Flores as the marquee player in it last night. And I love Wilmer.
I love Wilmer, too.
Wilmer's the 8th hitter for the Atlanta Braves.
No doubt.
Eddie Rosario is laughing.
Listen, if you didn't start at 6:30, if first pitch wasn't thrown at 6:30, you may have less people at the stadium.
That's what I'm saying.
People ain't coming out the house at 7 o'clock to come watch you play.
Newsflash, America.
I'd like to bump up the time to 6 o'clock.
If you were fun, we would be there.
Gosh.
Am I wrong?
No, they're not. You know how I know they're not fun? Because Anna hasn't asked me to go to a game in 4 months. She hasn't asked me, hey, babe, we got to get a night game in. Hey, babe, we got to go to a date. She hasn't asked me about the Giants in months.
It's not appointment viewing.
No, it's not. I watched it yesterday. I was like, should I just watch Hard Knocks over?
So you know what I did yesterday?
Should I watch The Shy over? Like, what do I do?
Well, at 6 p.m., I had a big TV had the Giants, and on the small iPad with the noise, I had Ahsoka. I was streaming on Disney+.
There you go.
There's a great Jedi fight scene between her and Anakin.
I was fighting the urge. I was fighting the urge to play Madden. Because I started a new franchise with the Arizona Cardinals. I moved them to Albuquerque, New Mexico. We're now called the Albuquerque Thunderbirds. I've traded Kyler. I've traded Hollywood Brown. I've traded everybody. We got a whole new squad. I got Caleb Williams, our quarterback.
You know, you can do all that in Madden now?
Yeah, you can. You know what the part that kills you? You know what the part that really pisses me off? It pisses me off. Is how many people cape up and say, they're so smart. And Farhan has to come out, I'm so smart, and we're so smart, they're so smart. Smart people don't make this many bad decisions on a roster. No. You assembled a team of IL guys who are cast-off journeymen on the final journey, the final leg of their quest in the bigs, and you expected them to miraculously bottle it up in a division, the NL, where half the teams aren't even trying.
No.
And you're dead smack in the middle. Dead smack in the middle, and you're 3 teams behind you for the 3rd wild card spot. That's not success.
Yeah. So that's what bothers me the most about this regime. And like John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, Parag Marathe, Adam Peters, Bob Myers when he was here, Joe Lacob, the whole Warriors organization. They're smart people, but they never have to brag about how smart they are.
Well, the real
it feels
smart,
like
yes, they don't.
It feels like the Giants and their whole regime and people who speak on behalf of the Giants have to go out of their way to be like, hey, we're so smart, we're so smart. This is why we're so smart. Look at us, we're so smart, we're the smartest guy in the room. No, you're not. You're not. If you're fielding a team like this, you're obviously not that smart. So this whole smartness and they're so intelligent and they know the numbers and they know, man, stop it. Stop it. When Larry Bear came out, first of all, Farhan started it off by talking about it's hard to get free agents here because of the politics and the logistics. What? Get out of here. If you're my GM and I'm the owner of the damn baseball team, get the hell out of my team. Don't tell me why you can't get a free agent. Don't be blaming the city and the politics. I don't want to hear it. That's number one. And then Larry Bear had the audacity to challenge the fans saying, the light bulb finally went off when we signed guys like Sean Manaea and Ross Stripling. I can't get over it.
Well, now it's the light bulb challenge. You had a stadium with somewhat amount of people in it, and now we flick the lights and nobody's there.
I can't get over it. And now Ross Stripling's out here talking about phantom ILs. The guy you signed, hey, the light bulb went off. And this guy's talking about, hey, I was just placed on the phantom IL. I wasn't hurt. No, your ego was bruised. You were hurting the baseball team by giving up bomb after bomb after bomb.
You signed him.
You know what? I didn't think Farhan and Kapler should go. I don't care what they do the rest of the year. Playoffs, second round, championship. Wash your hands. Move on.
No one is hiring Farhan to be their GM the second you get rid of him. That says everything you need to know. You can do better. You can do better.
The Giants actually tick me off.
Well, they can do better.
Let's move on. Because
they're selling themselves short.
Yeah, I get mad and I get a little negative when it comes to the Giants because they fooled us all.
They're smarter than you.
That's right. They told us we were dumb. And some of these people out here bought it. Let's go.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, we'll get 5-2 on here in just a second. Kirk Morrison on in just a second. We need to calm down during the break.
I think we need to get 2 minutes of uninterrupted rage from Sam Lubman regarding the Giants.
You want to do that right now before we get to Kirk Morrison?
Well, I want to be able to respond or laugh or something.
All right. We'll get Kirk Morrison on. We'll let Lubman go off. The Giants being smarter than everybody. Please. I swear to God. What a forgettable phase of Giants baseball. This regime, I told you, Farhan should have been calling Bob Myers and John Lynch on how to close deals.
Well, did you hear John Lynch called Bob Myers about Nick Bosa?
Right. Said it reinvigorated him, gave him life, picked him back up.
The whole smart thing's so funny to me. Like
so
that's
smart.
like you can't bring up Farhan's name without someone who's caping up for them. Well, they're so smart. Is like honest to God, is John Lynch smart? I'm asking you.
I think so.
I don't care because he knows football.
Right, but no.
I don't even care.
But let me ask you something.
I assume you're smart in that position.
Let me ask you this before we get to Kirk Morrison. Why are Giants fans so quick to say, "Oh man, this regime's so smart"? What makes them smart? What makes them so smart?
I don't know.
Batting Austin Slater in leadoff makes them smart.
I don't know.
Jock Peterson, $19.6 million. That makes him smart. Nobody was paying Jock $19 million.
He's 13 home runs, 249 batting average,
and a terrible left fielder,
and just completely let his body go too.
Oh my God! Shit. Lubman, are you ready?
Yeah,
ready to hear Kirk Morrison.
Yeah,
okay. Because after Kirk, I want 2 minutes of uninterrupted rage from Sam Lubman on the Giants.
Yep. Hey man, it's the Kirk Morrison. 5-2, man. We got Kirk Morrison, the pride of Bishop O'Dowd, former Raider. He's now on the Rams. He does everything. It's going to be in North Carolina on Saturday. Call it Tar Heels football games against Minnesota.
Ooh, May.
Yeah, he's going to be out there. Then he's flying back out cross country to do the Rams pregame show.
Damn, must be nice.
ESPN Radio. He'll be at SoFi Stadium.
Damn.
5-2's everywhere, and he hasn't let his body go. You see him in those suits?
Oh, trust me, I'm well aware of that.
Damn, I'm jealous.
My guy is chiseled.
Hey, Shasky, we're going to be in tuxedos later today, and our guts going to be flying out everywhere. Kirk Morrison, I'm like, damn, dude, he looks like a crime boss in Spider-Man or something, man.
I need the cummerbund to hide the belly.
5-2. Kirk Morrison, man, what's happening, my brother?
Oh, man, y'all silly this morning, man. Silly already, man. It ain't even 9 o'clock yet. Y'all already going.
Hey, man, we got coffee. We got espresso shots, and it's Rams week. We can't stand the Rams. We've been asking Niner fans, who do you hate more, the Seahawks? And a lot of people coming in with the Cowboys, some New York Giants there. But Rams week is important to us because a lot of Niner fans feel like, including yours truly, feel like the Rams got something that the Niners should have had in 2021, and that's that lone Super Bowl. The 8 straight regular season games over the Rams mean nothing because of that one game. Now, how are Rams fans and the Rams themselves taking it, Kirk, that they haven't beaten the Niners in 8 straight regular season games?
Yeah, I think that they take homage in what you mentioned, that when the game really counted, when it mattered most, they got the one that got them to a Super Bowl and won. Even though I still think that the 49ers were the better team that year. They were the better team throughout the season, and they had one bad day at SoFi Stadium, and it pushed the Rams into a Super Bowl. And that's the barometer. That's the line. That's the test for the Rams every single year. It's how do they go out and play against the 49ers. The Rams beat up on the Cardinals every year. They always play Seattle tough, and it can go back and forth. And last week, the Rams got the better of the Seattle Seahawks. But they know when it comes to this division, it's about Rams 49ers. That is the rivalry, long-standing rivalry. Just the 49ers have been better, but yet the Rams still hold the hardware.
There was a lot of chatter in the offseason on the Rams, like, maybe they move Stafford, and if they start off bad, Caleb's in the backyard. They finally got their draft picks. Cooper Kupp gets hurt. Oh, no. And they had that performance with a guy none of us had ever heard of in Nakua and Tutu Atwell making plays and Kyron Williams making plays. I was shocked by that performance. Were you?
Shasky, that's your fault for not watching BYU football. So we don't know who Puka Nakua was.
I stopped watching when Zach Wilson left.
I'm saying Puka Nakua been balling for a while, but honestly, that's where Fred Warner went to school at, man.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised at you about
I know. Andy Reid, Steve Young. I know the long legacy of the BYU Cougars.
Jim McMahon.
I mean, all of this Matthew Stafford, conversation, criticism, I don't know, but because every time someone talks about a quarterback at an elite level, Matthew Stafford's name keeps popping up, right? Like the Jets were flirting with him because everybody sees what I see on tape, right? Everybody sees that. That Matthew Stafford is an upper echelon quarterback, fellas. And last offseason, the Rams had a situation like they are rebuilding their roster. They're kind of going through what San Francisco went through, like the middle of Jimmy G, sort of trying to get into the Trey Lance situation where you're trying to get your salary cap back in order. You've got a high-priced quarterback. Well, how can we sustain this? Because if we do, we're not going to be able to pay our guys. And so they said, you know what? We're going to keep Stafford. We're going to keep Aaron Donald. We're going to keep Cooper Kupp. All these guys are making top 5 money, kind of, top 10 for Stafford. You're going to have a lot of young players, and that's what you have right now. A lot of young dudes that came and took care of business last week.
Yeah, no, they did. They held the ball for 39 minutes. Now, they ran the ball 40 times. They didn't average much on the ground. I know Cam Akers, 22 carries, 29 yards. Williams did run hard. But I was impressed with this offensive line because it felt like Matthew Stafford did not get touched last week against Seattle. And that's one of the things. Even when the Rams did win the Super Bowl, the offensive line was always the question mark, right? Outside of Whitworth, who are these guys? Well, last week I looked at this offensive line. I see Joe Noteboom still on the roster. Havenstein is still there. But I was thoroughly impressed with their pass protection for Matthew Stafford up there in Seattle. That was very impressive. Who are these guys up front protecting Stafford, Kirk?
Now, look, Alaric Jackson was a guy last year who was kind of a practice squad fringe player, but because of the Rams and all the injuries, they had to put him at left tackle. And next thing you know, he went out and balled last year, played really, really well. So he actually beat out Joe Noteboom, who was supposed to be the heir apparent to Andrew Whitworth when Whitworth retired, and Noteboom got beat out the left tackle. So what they did was they kicked him over to right guard. They drafted Steve Avila in the second round from TCU. He a dog. If you watched him at the national championship game, he was out there playing against that Georgia defensive front. He held his own. Now, the rest of the team, maybe not so much, but he held his own. And then at center, Coleman Shelton has beaten out Brian Allen. And so you have a new offensive line that last week Matthew Stafford was pretty much untouched throughout the entire game. And to your point about the run game, Bonzi, you got to understand, it's not about the yards. It's about the touches.
Yeah.
Okay? Yep. You have to touch the football, but you also have to play this game. Matt, look, Sean McVay realizes we're not about to outscore people. We're going to have to shorten this game up to your point of they had the ball for 40 minutes, man. They realized it's about possessions, and they know this week against the 49ers, I'm not trying to give Kyle Shanahan 8 to 10 possessions. How can we give him 6 to 8 possessions or less? That's what the game comes down to, the least amount of possessions for the 49ers.
Yeah, I really like that Kyron Williams from Notre Dame. I just thought he had a lot of juice. It seems like he's brought some life back to the running game. Even like I know Bonte's like, well, they didn't run it very well, but man,
they ran it 40 times.
That's what I'm saying. I'm watching that game. I'm like, this guy's making plays where there aren't any. He had a couple returns as well. I think they found something with that kid.
Yeah, it's still going to be running back by committee for the Rams. Cam Akers is not necessarily. He's proven that he's just not a bell cow type running back. He's an outside slasher. He kind of is a pace back. And then you come with Kyron Williams, and when Williams is in, I'm telling you, put your helmet on, strap up, get your mouthpiece in, because he's coming downhill, and he's running right through your face. So they have two different types of styles, but they both are effective, and they have to run the ball, regardless if it's for 2 yards, 1 yard, 3, it doesn't matter. That's what opens up the play-action pass and open up those windows. Look, a dude named Tutu and a dude named Puka went out there and had over 100 yards on the Seahawks. That's how you know the offense is effective, because the Rams are able to have other guys outside of Cooper Kupp step up and make some plays.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Kirk Morrison here on 95.7 The Game, the morning roast, the pride of Bishop O'Dowd, the pride of San Diego State, of course, a former Raider legend. Not doing everything, man. ESPN, college football, Rams pregame show on ESPN. He does it all. This defense, with the Rams. We had the clip. We were playing it all week. Geno Smith said, "Oh, my God, there's Aaron Donald."
Oh, so good.
And Aaron Donald kind of reintroduced himself to the NFL world, saying, "Hey, you remember me? I've won a couple DPOYs. Remember me, number 99? I thought he set the tone last week. They got Seattle off the football field, that offense. And this Rams defense was flying. I didn't know half the defense. I'm like, who are these guys? I'm looking up the colleges and everything. But led by Aaron Donald, they were flying around hitting last week. I think they're going to give the Niners a nice challenge this week.
They are. And look, Aaron Donald is – well, this is how I kind of characterize the Rams this year. They have three pillars, right? Three pillars. Matthew Stafford, Cooper Kupp, Aaron Donald. And you need your pillars to be superstars. You need them to be outstanding. But you also need to bring along the other guys, right? You need to bring along the other guys. If we kind of equate it to the Warriors, who are the Warriors' pillars, right? Draymond, Steph, and Clay. And it's about bringing the other guys into the culture, bringing the other guys into the standard of what it takes to get the job done. And so when those younger players start to elevate and mature and develop, that's what you saw last week. Aaron Donald is going to be Aaron Donald. But when those other young players start getting it, start figuring it out, especially how they did that late third, early fourth quarter, that's when Aaron Donald's able to step his game up a little bit more because now they're getting rushed, they're getting pushed, they're playing well, and these dudes are confident. They are very, very confident, but they know what's in front of them. They know what's they saw that film on Brandon Ayuk. They saw the film on McCaffrey. They know George Kittle ain't going nowhere. Like, this is a much different outfit this week going against the 49ers than going up against Jackson Smith and Jigba and DK Metcalf. This is a much different matchup for the Rams.
All right, so where are we putting our money? Let's go. Let's make a little bet. What are we doing? Me and Bonte versus you. What are we betting? We going golf at the O Club? Are we doing tickets to the Warriors? So see Chris Paul? Like, where are we at here?
You got the money, Shasky.
Where we at, man? Man, that's a tough one, man, because look, I watched the 49ers, and I told you, I've always been a big fan of Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. It's hard for me to not appreciate what they do as an organization. I mean, you tell me how many organizations get out of that Trey Lance fiasco, and yet they're considered the number one team in the NFL when it comes to power rankings, right? Right. And the Rams, they're not supposed to be here. They won one game. I'm trying not to overreact off of week one, but we'll learn a lot come week two.
All right.
That's what I'm figuring out. So if I have to take the Rams, then I will. I just think that the 49ers are better than the Rams.
Yeah, I'm not
the 49ers are just a carryover from last year. They are still trending into the right spot.
Here's the bet then. All right, here's the bet. All right, here's the bet. If the Rams win, I'll take you out to the O Club and we'll play around at the O Club. I win in that sense anyway. If the Niners win, I want a sleeve of Pro V1s. Not a box, just a sleeve.
Just a sleeve?
What do you think?
I could do that.
Let's go.
Oh, man.
Let's go.
Gotta take him out to the old club.
I like that.
Yeah.
No bet. Kirk, you're going to the old club to play.
Yeah, and then we'll go bother Bonte and Mully and, hang out near the gatehouse.
There we go. A sleeve of Pro Vs. I can do that.
Let's go.
You mentioned real quick before we get you off here because
those are golf balls, Bonte.
Yeah, I know. I get that. I'm a newbie.
He's into golf now.
I'm into golf. I got my Strixons. I got my full set. I got hybrids, drivers, you name it, Kirk. I just don't know how to hit them straight yet. Other than the 7-iron. The 7-iron is straight.
That's golf, Bonte.
Yeah,
I don't know how to hit anything straight.
Yeah.
Been playing for 15 years.
You brought up Lynch and Shanahan.
Yeah.
I was impressed with the way they handled that Trey Lance situation. You mentioned it there. To be able to move, to roll the dice, pick Trey Lance, whiff on the pick, not develop and say, you know what, we don't got time to wait, we're going to move on here, and still have this team set to win the Super Bowl. And they go out there to Pittsburgh and really handle their business, and we're buttoned up there. I don't think enough is said. I know a lot of Niner fans are getting on Shanahan and everything about that, but I was thoroughly impressed with the way they handled that situation, Kirk.
Man, I'm trying to tell you, people they don't understand it. They just see we gave up draft picks and it didn't work out. I've always been a student of the economics of the NFL. Basically, the 49ers traded away their future first-round picks for Trey Lance because they were hoping that, hey, with Trey Lance on our roster, we can now reset our salary cap. We can redo this team all over and be able to pay the Brandon Ayuks, the Nick Bosa, the Deebo Samuels, right? The Fred Warner, the George Kittles, the Christian McCaffrey. The Trent Williams. It goes on and on. that's what the whole pick for Trey Lance was all about. It just didn't work out. And Brock Purdy has kind of saved them a little bit. But you think about right now, you tell me a better football team in the NFL than the 49ers right now. I'm not afraid to admit that. Like, the 49ers get off the bus, and I'm like, oh, man, we got a problem. That's what they've built. That's what they've done. And, look, they took a chance on Trey Lance. It didn't work out, but they were still able to reset their salary cap, their roster, to be able to get done. I remember as soon as they traded Trey Lance, I said, oh, the Nick Bosa deal gets done in about a week. Because now they don't have to commit that fifth-year option or the fourth year. They got the Dallas Cowboys to take over that contract. Come on, man. That was a burning asset that was never going to work out in San Fran. And they were able to get Jerry Jones to feel like he got something brand new when we all knew, like, yeah, you can have that.
Hey, Kirk.
To me, it's fantastic.
Kirk, as a middle linebacker yourself, is Fred Warner the best player at his position in football?
Yes, currently. Yes. He is there. He is him, as they would say. He's got a little more time before he can reach my guy 5'2", Pat Willie, because Patrick Willis is a monster. You know what I mean? And I've had this conversation with my buddies who are 49er fans, like, is Fred Warner better than Patrick Willis? I would always say, man, before the game started, I would look at the stat sheet before the game started, and Patrick Willis had 10 tackles. But the game hadn't started yet.
True.
Like, the game hadn't even started yet. You just put him down for 10, and at the end of the day, you saw he 16 tackles, couple pass breakups, blitzing, covering. I've seen him physically take over games, and Fred Warner is definitely on that trajectory. It's just that what I saw from Patrick Willis, Fred Warner is still, he's working to get there, but he still ain't Patrick Willis.
What does a hit like that, though, do? When you see a hit, the Steelers, their fourth offensive play of the game.
God.
And I can't get over it, Kirk. I can't get over it. Fred Warner just absolutely blows up Najee Harris. And Najee Harris ain't no punk. We know him from Antioch.
Right.
He ain't no punk. And he just blows through him. Then he blows through Warren. Then later in the game, he's 20 yards downfield, deflected passes to Talanoa Hufanga. But what does a hit do like that? A hit like that do to a team, do to a sideline that early in the football game?
I mean, it sets a tone. And the tone is now set because once you get one, now everybody wants to get one. And now everybody is talking and barking. But if you're the baddest dude on your defense, right, and that's Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, those the baddest dude. When your baddest dude go out there and make a play, make a hit, man, it trembles throughout the team, not just the defense, the team. And more importantly, when you're on the road, it's the opposing fans. They see it. They feel it. And then they watching the sideline like, oh, this ain't the 49er team that we expected. And look, from that hit on, you tell me, who was the more physical team?
It wasn't even close.
Come on, man. The 49ers was more physical than the Steelers. What is this?
I know.
What about in terms of pass coverage? Because Bobby Wagner comes to mind. Luke Kuechly comes to mind. Last 10 years or so, who's the best linebacker in pass coverage? Is it Fred, or is there somebody I'm omitting?
I would say Luke Kuechly was that guy. Yeah. Watching him on tape, Luke Kuechly was, man, he diagnosed plays, and it was wild to see him literally sometimes just stand in a spot because he just knew where the ball was going before the play even started. So, look, Fred has so much athletic ability, and to me, like I said, I'm still shocked because I watched him at BYU, and this was an off-the-ball type linebacker. Dude never even played off the ball. He was on the ball, playing on the outside. So, to me, the crazy part is he's still getting better. He's still learning the position. He is still like a young cub, still trying to be the big bear. So to me, he's only going to continue to get better. And look, he'll watch a lot of Kuechly. I mean, look, I came through in an era where Derrick Brooks was on the last part of his career, and he was probably one of the best, coverage linebackers, pass coverage linebackers I had ever seen with all the interceptions that he had.
Wow, Fred Warner still getting better.
5'5".
That's scary. That's a scary thought for the rest of the league. And it's going to be a physical game on Sunday, SoFi Stadium. Fred Warner, the Niners defense against that Rams offense. That Rams defense and Aaron Donald. I'm sure he knows who Debo is now, right, Kirk? He knows who Debo is.
I think a lot of people know who Debo is.
Exactly.
Patrick Peterson knows Debo and Ayuk. Everybody going to realize that, hey, just go out there and play. Let the chips fall where they lay. It's going to be a good matchup. Look, both teams really know what this game is all about. It's an early test. I mean, honestly, I feel like this game should be in prime time, but the NFL, this is what happens. When you don't know, now you know that this could be two of the better teams in the NFC for sure.
Can't wait. 1 o'clock kickoff, SoFi Stadium, 1:05 to be exact. Kirk Morrison, the pride of Bishop O'Dowd, the pride of San Diego State, former Oakland Raider, and he does everything. Sirius XM Radio, ESPN LA. He'll be on the Rams pre-half and post-game show this coming Sunday. And he's got a cross-country flight to get to with Beth Bowens.
I know.
Minnesota,
Yeah.
North Carolina. You're doing everything, Kirk.
Have a good one, 5-2.
Don't forget, Saturday is going down. Saturday at 12:30 on ESPN. Check me out. Got Minnesota at North Carolina. So it'll be fun to get a chance to see Drake May, who could be one of those first quarterbacks called next year in the 2024 draft.
No doubt. 5-2. We always appreciate the time. We'll
Great
do it again
stuff.
soon, brother.
All right, hey, man, anytime, fellas. Enjoy, man. Now I'm going to go get my coffee.
Yeah, there we go.
And we'll get some golf soon. Don't worry. Shasky doesn't pay out bets.
I
I'll
love
make sure
playing.
the Olympic Club
What
happens.
are you talking about? I'm a
Shasky hasn't paid
Lannister.
me back in the bet. He's owed me like 5 things already.
Come on.
He doesn't pay me back. He said he just spends it on golf gear.
God, I love Morrison.
All right, Kirk.
Love it.
All right,
Love
fellas.
it.
Yep, later.
Fred Warner's still getting better. When they get off the bus, what do you say? When the Niners get off that team bus. It's just like, it got me going. It got me going, Shasky. Isn't that something? When the Niners get off the bus, we have a problem. I remember Marshall Falk when he was working for NFL Network. This is during the Harbaugh era.
Before he got canceled.
Yeah, well, we've had him on the air since he's gotten canceled. And he's done,
Isn't he also from the Magnolia Projects, like
he's
Master
from
P?
New Orleans. Yeah, he's from New Orleans. Went to San Diego State. His football life was great. But
It was really
you know
good.
What? It's no wonder. Before Marshall Falk, it's tough to get him on the air. Now it's like, I'll do anything. I'll do anything. We're not going to joke about what happened. We're not joking about that. But NFL Network, I remember during the Harbaugh era, and he was like, and they were at Niners training camp. This is when Staley and IU Potty and Anthony Davis. And he goes, you look at the Niners. You look at this team. It's like, damn, they're big. They're fast. They're physical. This is a team when they get off the bus. And he used that exact verb. He's like, when they get off the bus, it's just like, damn. That team means business. So what Kirk said, when the Niners get off the bus, and they're going to get off the bus there at SoFi Stadium in that inside tunnel. You notice the buses at SoFi, they go into the stadium.
Yes.
They drop them off. It's pretty sick.
Because it's an incredible stadium.
Right. They get off the bus. They get into that locker room. They put on some pads. They come out for pregame warm-ups. And you're like, oh, yeah, we have a problem. Because Fred Warner's barking around. The dredge are flying. Drake Greenlaw's doing this left and right. Bosa's just being Bosa, right? He's just coming off the edge. He's fired up. He's showing out the abs. Then you got Debo and IU dancing. They're doing the ice in our veins. Kittle's doing his thing. And it's like, we do have a problem. The Niners are here, and our fans are here.
I love it.
I love that.
I do.
Football's back, man.
I do.
Anthony, Benicia, what's happening, Anthony?
What's up, fellas? Hey, that interview, I was going to give some comparison about, Farhan and maybe Kyle Shanahan, but like I told Sam, but that interview has really got me really thinking about the leadership style of Fred Warner, because Fred Warner is a guy that doesn't just talk about it, he bees about it. Mm-hmm. And I like what he said, that hit on Najee Harris set the tone. And I like that he also said between Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, whichever one you want to call the leader of the defense, I don't really care because they're both awesome. But I like that he said, like, when the leader of the defense gets out there and lays a hit like that, how it kind of permeates through the whole team, and now everybody want to hit. And I love that about Fred Warner because, like, he leads with his actions, and I really think that that's a skill, and I love those kind of leaders. Yeah. You also see that in Stephen Curry. Mm-hmm. He's a leader that doesn't talk a lot, but he leads with his actions and his preparation. So I want to switch gears and kind of go to that. Like, I like that Kurt kind of like pointed that out because I love that style of leadership where it's like, I'm going to talk about it, I'm going to show you, or you can be a guy that doesn't talk a lot like a Nick Bosa, mm-hmm. but his actions show up on the field. So I know it's Wednesday, but that interview kind of got me fired up, and I know you guys are too. So let's keep it football. Let's go 49ers, man.
Yeah, Anthony, great call, man. And again, I've been talking about the hit all week because when that hit happened in real time, I got up in my living room. I was by myself on Sunday.
Did you do the Geno Smith?
No, I just got up.
Oh, my God.
No, I didn't do that. Oh, my God. I just got up and kind of stared at the TV for a second and kind of was trying to process what just happened. Because when you don't look at it from the all-22 angle, you see it from the broadcast angle, right? You're like, who the hell was that just hit him? You just heard the announcer go crazy, right? Joe Davis went nuts. Moose was like, you got to get a body on this guy. You can't let 54 roaming in, fill the gap. And then you see it from the other angle. You're like, Oh my gosh, Fred Warner means business. Look at him. And I rewinded the play in real time, and I just couldn't get over it. And that play is going to stick with me all season long because I think it was not only a tone setter for that football game on Sunday, it was a tone setter for the season. Fred Warner basically came out there and he said, look, guys, you know what I'm about this year. I'm going to dominate, and I'm going to start my own personal DPOY campaign. And I'm going to try to be the defensive player of the year. And this is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to smack Najee Harris, their second round pick out of Alabama.
No, he was a first rounder.
Was he a late first rounder?
I think he was a first rounder.
Was he a late first
20-something
rounder?
overall.
I'm going to set the tone by hitting number 22. A guy who's Steph Arm's guy, a guy who trucks people, a guy who high hurdles guys. I'm going to set the tone by hitting their best offensive weapon. And Najee, I swear to God, I didn't see him until the third quarter after that hit.
He was a first rounder.
Wow. That hit, it set the tone, man. If you're in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, you saw that hit, I would love to hear from you.
24th overall. Now, let me ask you about Fred Warner, because this is an interesting one. Remember when he got paid?
I'm so fired up about
No, I know.
Get over Fred
do you remember when he got paid and people were like, he's over pursuing, he's trying to do too much.
He admitted that he tried to do too much.
What do you have, a 5-week bad period?
But he admitted.
He's been great since day one.
He missed some tackles. He admitted that, I was trying to do too much. He's been an all-time Niner.
Yeah.
All-time legend.
I agree. I think when it's all said and done, 54 will be up in that team Ring of Honor.
Yeah, next to 52, next to 53.
Yes. I don't know if Bowman's is going to get in there.
But you know what?
He only had the 2 years, 3 years. I don't know.
But think about that, 52, 53, 54.
I know.
He set the tone for the season.
Well, and it feels like their identity is so based in him being such a unique weapon where he can do so many things, and the physicality and the closeout speed and all that. When he's not, I can't even imagine what it's like when he's not on the field.
No, I can't.
I can't even imagine.
Well,
Oren Burks, who knows?
Right.
Huge downgrade. Not to be mean, but come on.
I mean, listen, you can lose Dre Greenlaw for a couple games, and Dre Greenlaw's a really good linebacker. I don't want to lose Dre Greenlaw. But Fred Warner can overcompensate for what Dre Greenlaw brings, and he can help out that linebacker, whoever plays, whether it's Oren Burks, whether D. Winters gets caught up, Graham, who knows. But Warner, playing all three downs, having the experience at BYU of playing safety and having those cover skills and being in space, he never looks overwhelmed. The one time I seen him really get cooked up in pass coverage was Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce does that to everybody.
I mean, Travis Kelce's the best receiver / tight end.
He's one of the best tight ends to ever play.
Did you see what he's doing?
What's that? What is he doing?
You didn't hear about Travis Kelce?
No.
He's, quote unquote, hanging out on the side with Taylor Swift.
Oh, boy. Is she that hot?
That might be his best catch ever.
Is she hot?
Well, I mean, she's worth billions.
That's it. It's for the money, huh?
Well, I mean, I'm sure that there's a spiritual and emotional connection as well.
He wants to be a feature in a future song someday.
Look it up.
Well, I'm looking at Taylor Swift, and
she's okay.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I don't judge everyone by their looks.
I'm not judging everybody. Yes,
I'm all about that psychological, spiritual, emotional connection.
It's not what's on the outside.
I'm
it's
deep.
What's on the inside.
Yeah,
I get it.
I'm like, back to the hotel, in the words of Guru, because I'm in too deep.
Kelsey's not married. I know he was dating a black chick for a while. In too deep. He was dating a black chick for a while. I don't. Kelsey could do what he wants. He can do what he wants. I'm not checking out girls, Chris M. I'm not. Taylor Swift, really?
That's the rumor.
I don't know, man. Good for him.
Yeah, I guess whatever.
Do you like Taylor Swift, Sam?
Oh yeah, I'm a Swiftie.
I'm a Swiftie too. I saw how there were. You thought the Bayhive was something. Beyonce, you say something bad about Beyonce, boy.
So they're dating. That's what Mirror is saying. After the NFL star took Tinder advice. They're quietly hanging out. What's that?
Hanging out.
So is that implying that they met on Tinder? That doesn't sound right at all.
I'm just telling you all the things that I see.
Did Travis Kelce date Meg Thee Stallion? Somebody
no way.
Text line said that.
No way.
Dated Travis, man, got some game. Hope he got some game.
Now, we've got a couple of minutes here. We're going to get back into some I have 4 down territory today, which is, talking about certain things from college football that we haven't had a chance to get into in the first 2 days of the week. We're doing it every Wednesday as we also project forward.
I'm not judging Taylor Swift. I'm not going to do that.
What do you mean? Who said it? Just be careful.
Yeah.
Michelle said their fans are worse than the Bay Hive.
I know. That's what I just said.
They're worse. Like, she was at both concerts.
Yeah, they're worse.
She says they're the worst.
Yeah,
like,
I'm not getting on the Swifties.
not that they're the worst.
Cool.
They're the most devoted, was the way she
The
put it.
Swifties are okay in my book. I got no
be
hate
careful.
towards the Swifties.
Be careful. The entire Alice, radio station might come down here and fight you.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get. I don't want that smoke.
Sam Lubman, I'm going to grant you 2 uninterrupted minutes right now to get into what you got into at the break regarding the Giants. And this might be the most passion anyone has about baseball in the final month of the season across the country, but specifically when it comes to the San Francisco Giants. When you're ready, just give me a thumbs up and I'll just throw it to you.
Let me read the legal first, and then I got to tell Lubman he's doing double duty. Maybe Evan Giddings can help with this one. Apparently, we sent out the tweet with Kirk Morrison. It was a picture of Charles Davis.
No.
5'2".
No.
We can't do our boy 5'2" like that, man. We can't do our boy 5'2". Let's make sure we fix that. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. Always on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app if favorite 95.7 The Game. And don't forget, you could watch us every single day on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, as well as the Xfinity Mobile text line. Check us out there as well. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Let's get to Rolando real quick in Napa. Rolando in Napa. What is happening, Rolando? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm a big fan of your show. I love you guys, and I want to talk about Niner football, dude. I'm a huge Niner fan, and you said best that the Rams stole Super Bowl from us. Well, we stole Christian McCaffrey from your sorry ass. Because people can't remember the Rams were all in on Christian McCaffrey last year in that big trade that went down. So, you know what? You can keep your sorry ass little trophy. We got CMC. So, and I have a question for you guys. Over under this year, Niners defense, 1 or more shutouts this year. That's my. What do you guys think? What's your prediction?
So hard to shut someone out. I'm going to go under. They'll have 1.
They had 1 shutout last year. New Orleans Saints, right? 13-0.
Yeah, ugly game. Jimmy got hit way too much in that game.
Yeah, that defense was good for the Saints. They were underrated defense. Boy, shutout. It's tough to shut people out in the NFL, man. It really is. I say they shut out Arizona once. I go 2 shutouts.
Okay.
I go 2 shutouts. Just to have some fun. I'll go 2 shutouts. They're going to get close to multiple shutouts, though. Like, I can see them shutting out Arizona. I can see them maybe shutting out Washington, even though it's a road game. They'll probably get 1, maybe a field goal. Hell, they may shut out the Rams this week. Who knows? This defense is really, really good, though. Really good.
Here we go. Sam Lubman, are you ready? The floor is yours.
Lubman,
talking and the
Lubman,
note. We need help on that board.
Yeah, somebody help.
There we go. We're good.
Okay, ready?
We're good.
3, 2. I'm looking at the clock. 1. The floor is yours.
No, it's just when it comes to the Giants, my frustrations, it starts with the top. And I don't mean Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi. I mean ownership. Larry Bear, Greg Johnson, all those guys on that faceless team of board members who runs this thing. Those are the guys who set the tone with this team. And honestly, I've said this a ton over the years. I seriously doubt their commitment to winning. I seriously doubt how much Larry cares about hoisting World Series trophies. Sure, he's done it twice. I'll get to that in a second. But we all know Larry's number one thing is, we just want to have those competitive September baseball games so we can feel good going into the offseason. That's what Larry cares about. All Larry cares about is make sure the Giants are in the playoffs, in the playoff hunt here at the end of September. And so he's got his wish. And I'm really worried that he's going to look at what's going on here in September. We were in the race until the last weekend of the year, so hey, maybe I think we're that close. We're going to bring everybody back. Like, that would be the worst thing that could possibly happen with the Giants. You cannot at all look at how this season went and say, everything's good, let's run it back. Think about this, you guys. Like, think about the standard that Joe Lacob sets. It's all about winning. Think about the standard that Jed York sets. It's all about winning. When has Larry ever set that tone? When? Think back to 2010. Giants won the World Series. Pretty cool, right? That was under Papa Bowtie, Bill Newcomb. We all loved him. He cared about winning. He invested in winning. He was all about hoisting that trophy, ending that long World Series drought. It gets really angry here.
You have 30 seconds.
Go ahead, love
A year later, we're forcing Bill Newcomb out. A year after the Giants won their first World Series, we're forcing Bill Newcomb out. Imagine if the Warriors won the NBA title in 2015, right? Instead of signing Kevin Durant a year later, Peter Gruber is forcing Joe Lacob out. Imagine if that happened. Are we side-eyeing that? Yes, we are. That's Chris Cohen stuff. Okay, but when that happened to the Giants, no one cared. We give Larry a pass for this, and it's ridiculous. Oh, they won in 2012 and 14. Great. Ever since Larry took over, this organization's been in a slow descent into dismal, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of giving Larry a pass. I'm tired of giving this ownership a pass. Show me you care about winning. Show me you want to do something to hoist a trophy, because I'm sick and tired of just being like, oh, well, we do a good September. Yep, you do. No, that is not good enough.
But you
give me better Larry.
Farhan.
I don't care what I wanted in the past. Okay, fine. I was wrong about Farhan. Honestly, all of us were wrong to ever trust Larry Bear to actually want to win with this organization. That is my frustration. I'm tired of giving Larry a pass. Larry, show me I'm wrong. Show me you care about winning and do something this offseason that proves me wrong.
Nobody's mad.
I love you, Loveman.
Nobody's mad.
I love you. There's a fight at the bat rack, and a game broke out.
Nobody's mad.
Baseball talk.
Nobody's mad.
I mean, dude, he was going in on Bill Newcomb from 2010.
You're saying they forced Bill Newcomb out.
Love bow tie.
Love the bow tie. Look how
I'll be wearing one tonight. I have a theory about bow ties, too. If it's not a black tuxedo thing and you wear a bow tie, I kind of look at you like, okay, dude.
I'm not.
You know what I'm talking about. Bow tie, when it's not a requirement for the event, I look at you like, all right, dude, you're doing too much.
I think you got some new listeners now for the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Check out the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman, Joe Shasky bring you all you need to know about the Giants this season every single week. New episodes are now available wherever you listen to the podcast. I definitely will be listening to the next one, and the one after that, and the one after that, and the one after that. And if the Giants don't make the playoffs, it is appointment podcasting, folks. Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys.
It was the summer of Lub, man.
Was.
And now what is it?
Who's had a better summer?
Fall of Farhan.
The fall of Farhan. Like it's like a Roman tragedy.
Yeah.
Dude, I love this. The fall of Farhan.
So I'm trying to think who had a better summer. Sam Lubman, Stephen Curry.
Or Brock Purdy?
I was going to go Brock Purdy.
Probably Steph.
I don't know, Sam. You were getting it in.
Lubman's summer's been special.
I mean, he got Gabe Kapler flustered, what, 4 times?
Just the once.
Dang, I'm looking for that drop.
What?
Oh, man, I can't find it. It was a drop I was going to find and play it. But
if they make the playoffs in the 3rd wild card spot and get bounced in that first game, and they try to parade that around as like some organizational success.
Listen.
You think that, honest to God, like I know there's levels to it. Like I do. I recognize the levels to it. You think the Warriors, like when they got bounced by the Clippers in the first round, okay, remember that? When Mark Jackson got fired right after.
Oh, yeah.
You think they were proud of doing that?
They were angry about just going to the first round of the
Devastated.
Devastated. Mad.
If the Niners lost in the first round, people would be asking for heads on a platter.
They would be ticked off.
Yeah, they would.
Again, the setting for those two teams, they're about hanging banners, or at least trying to hang banners. I have no idea what the Giants' philosophy is. I'm lost. I am lost on their philosophy.
The young guys that we heard. The young guys that we heard so much about.
Save it on the other side. Save it on the other side.
Okay.
And at 889579570. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Here's the message for Bay Area architects and designers. If you're about to start a remodel or design project with one of your clients, I invite you to visit Golden State Window and Door Designs.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, we got some breaking news here in the NFL. Brandon Ayuk. We talked a lot about him this week. Brandon Ayuk, 8 catches, 129 yards on 8 targets. Named NFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Let's go.
Congrats to Brandon Ayuk.
Let's go.
Making an impact there. Mike Tomlin had some great words to say about Ayuk. He said, look, I know Ayuk is playing some really good football, but they have so many weapons that we put an emphasis on trying to defend Deebo Samuel and cover McCaffrey out the backfield and cover George Kittle, that Ayuk's going to go off. That's what makes them so tough. So Ayuk benefited, obviously, from the attention that McCaffrey and Deebo and Kittle garnered there. 8 catches, 129, 2 touchdowns, 8 targets. Brandon Ayuk, congratulations. NFC Offensive Player of the Week for number 11.
Gosh. I mean, on any given week, it could be Deebo, Christian McCaffrey, Kittle, Ayuk, Brock. That's pretty incredible.
It is incredible. It's pretty good.
I mean, I've dreamt about having one of those video game offenses. They truly have a video game offense.
They do.
Right?
On paper.
If you were a kid that was like, let's just say hypothetically, a Texans fan, you would want to play with the Niners.
How do you cover them on Madden?
You don't.
How do you cover them in real life?
You put it into all Madden mode and pray that the quarterback makes a bunch of mistakes?
I mean, in real life, though, this is what had me so fired up in training camp. We talked about the duo of Deebo and Ayuk. We highlighted that when we were at the Hilton Hotel. We talked about this offensive line. And I told you, Shasky, that I'm a little less worried about the offensive line coming into this season than I was last year because I think you had multiple question marks. You had question marks at right guard, left guard, center, and right tackle with Mike McGlinchey. Now the big question mark is right tackle, Colton McKivitz. And, Burford, we're going to be watching. We're going to be paying attention. Will he regress in his second year or will he improve? But this offense on paper, man, oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. They scored 30 in the first 32 minutes of the game and shut down the playbook and said, you know what, we're going to get out of here healthy. They could have dropped 40 on the Steelers.
I hope they put up 40 on the Rams this week.
Well, how sweet would that be?
I feel like if they score 30, they should win this game.
Going away.
Right? We all watched the Miami versus the Chargers game. It's like, it's a shootout. I feel like if a team tries to get in a shootout with the Niners, they'll make enough defensive plays to be able to have a 7 to 10 point lead late.
A lot of people feeling Lutman, though. Ralph from Coyote Creek. Wet. A lot of people on the text line.
Really?
Yeah.
Wet. That's said, like the highest of high praise.
Well, Wet said, Lutman's got me going here. What did Wet say? Shout out to Wet. He's trying to go golf this week, and I'm busy. He was going ham, bro. I was supercharged right behind him, ready for whatever he's ready to go in on. That's how pumped Lutman had me. That's from Wet. And Wet usually stays even killed. He's now battling with Darryl the Guru Johnson for the Frisco Ballers Fantasy Baseball Championship. It's a hell of a race. Him, Jude, Philly Zoo, you ain't winning nothing, so don't even think about it.
Hey, Jude.
My guy, Jude. Shout out to Jude.
You have no idea what that's a reference to.
No, what is it?
It's a Beatles song.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely spot on with that one. Gene in Oakland.
Can you name one Beatles song?
No, I don't care. The Beatles are overrated. Gene in Oakland, what's happening?
How can they be overrated when you don't know a song?
Hey, everybody tell me.
Come on, dog.
The higher uppers, the experts in music, like Uncle Gene. Uncle Gene would know. Uncle Gene, the Beatles overrated.
They're properly
I
rated.
know.
They're overrated, huh?
Jude, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to compare Brock Purdy to Joe Montana. I don't see it as disrespectful at all, Joe, and I told you that last year when I started to see it.
You did.
Seriously, this guy, I mean, let's break it down. You look at his quickness, you look at his field vision, the fact that he can go through his 3 options, and if nothing's there, he can improvise. His accuracy, his pocket presence, his presence in the locker room. I mean, and finally his toughness, his physical and mental toughness. And we used to call Joe Cool. Maybe we should start calling Brock the Rock. So, I mean, you look at all these attributes, and they have to remind you of Joe. Now, if we were saying, he's the next Joe, that might be disrespectful, or at least it's unkind.
That's a good point.
We've got a long way to go before we can say anything like that, and we're going to need a whole lot more help.
No doubt.
He's going to need a lot more help.
Uncle
But
Gene.
at this point, I think it's a fair thing to say, and I feel totally confident that if he gets the help he needs this year, he's the guy to take us to the Super Bowl, maybe even win it.
Hey, Uncle Gene. So I wasn't off base when I said he reminded me of a young Tom Brady. Not Tom Brady, the guy who won 7 Super Bowls, a young Tom Brady.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Uncle
That's
Gene.
a fair assessment. I don't think that Joe Montana would take umbrage at that.
Oh, real quick, Uncle Gene. Uncle Gene, real quick.
High praise.
YouTube, high praise, very high praise. But a lot of our roasters on YouTube, they care about you, Uncle Gene. They want to know how the car is.
Yeah.
How's the car after the accident?
Oh, no, the car is fine. But I could use all the good thoughts this Friday because I'm getting a procedure on my right eye. I have glaucoma. So
I'll be saying a prayer for you, buddy.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for all the good thoughts. The car's fine. Let's hope I keep my vision so I can keep watching all these games and enjoying them.
All right, there you go. Our prayers go out to you, Uncle Gene. I know you're going to get through that, and you'll be calling us probably right after surgery. That's how Uncle Gene rolls. He's a tough customer, man. He was out there to Fieldhouse Brewing Company. Did I say that right? Fieldhouse, right?
Yeah.
Fieldwork.
I wore the shirt yesterday.
Yeah, you did. I know, and I was trying to remember the name. I don't know what I did with my shirt.
That place is amazing.
It's legit.
The beer, the food. My buddy Richie brought his kids out there. They had such a great time.
I
but
like
you
the
were on the
outside
soda
setup.
diet. You didn't eat any of the pizza.
That pizza looked good.
What's cracking on the soda diet? How's that going?
Dude, it's going
you
great.
Look great.
It's going great. I need to text Lauren back, my nutritionist. I felt like I regressed a little bit after New Orleans.
Oh.
Because New Orleans, the food is so good. So now, when I left the barbershop yesterday, I was like, damn, you're square pie, guys. Slice of pizza. Not supposed to have it. But I've been on soda for 4 months. I gotta have a slice of pizza, so I cheated yesterday.
So what's cracking on your suits? Are you getting them all brought in?
Oh, yeah. Well, the suits feel good.
Yeah.
I have to take all my belts in and get a new hole punched in.
Really?
My belts don't fit no more.
Really?
My waist shrunk. Yeah.
Wow.
Can you believe that?
All because of soda.
All because of soda. SOTAweightloss.com. It's been doing us great.
Jealous.
I seen Guru walk in. Guru looks awesome.
I mean, he looks svelte. Except for the Dallas Cowboy jersey.
What about Matt Nahegan?
He looks phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Looks like he weighs 140 now.
I mean, he used to only be able to get 3 looks in. Right. Now it's like 6 or 7.
He's right to tat him.
I know.
He now could button up his cuff on his button-ups. Look at him.
Wardrobe.
Look at the pink shirt. Looks big on him.
He went from look to stare.
He looks like a late 90s, early 2000s guy with the baggy shirts down to his knees.
He does.
Man.
He looks like me going to the club. Was it High Five back in the day?
Yeah.
Got to wear my button up. All right, are you ready to do a little 4-down territory?
Mark Graves here. I do want to read this. I don't know why I want to read this.
Okay,
it has nothing to do with the show.
Yeah.
But Mark Graves, Bonte, maybe Uncle Gene can get a marijuana card for the glaucoma. Now, Uncle Gene strikes me as a guy who doesn't need a marijuana card. He just comes into the cannabis club and is like, hey, it's Uncle Gene here. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Uncle Gene. Go ahead, do what you do. Need a pre-roll? Need an edible? What do you need? So... Uncle Gene's always. It was good to see Uncle Gene out there.
Uncle Gene's in great shape.
He was in great shape. He had his grandkids out there. They were jacked up.
Hey, he knows his sports. His grandkid.
His grandkids are going to be future sports talk radio hosts.
Yeah, for sure.
I was like, stay away from me. Yeah. You're not interning for me because you're not taking my job. I need a few more bucks.
I'm trying to
paychecks.
Finish out my mortgage before I finish out my radio career.
Those kids are ready to roll.
You feel me?
It's like, dude, I got to go back. Where it breaks over.
I mean, jeez Louise.
Gene had him.
In the words of the young kids, bet.
Bet. All right, let's go. 4 downs.
4-down territory?
4 down. I'm going to go 4-down territory.
You going to give me a little music
let's
there?
Go for a little
love
music.
Love?
Let's go.
Woo!
Oh. At first, I didn't like this music, but it's growing on me.
All right, so
this means big game.
Every Wednesday, I'm going to try to do it in the 9 o'clock hour. We're going to go through 4 of the hottest college football topics that are out there because I just want to see Bonte's eyeballs explode because he loves college football. And it's not something we're going to talk about every single day, but I think it's worth, looking at here because we both are college football junkies. Let's go to first down, and I'll do it because I'm not sure if Sam's ready. First down. Heisman watch. Yeah, week 2, I'm already doing the Heisman watch. Bonte, Deion Sanders' kid at quarterback, Caleb,
Sanders.
Quinn Ewers, Michael Penix. Your thoughts? Heisman watch, is it too soon to start the look?
No, it's never too soon to start the look. And I'm hoping that we get undefeated Colorado versus undefeated USC in a few weeks. Now, Shedeur Sanders can stack the resume. Light up Colorado State.
Who?
Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, well, listen to this.
For any and all of you guys, this was your first experience playing in this Nebraska-Colorado rivalry. I know your coach had told you all week it was personal. Were you guys able to really buy into this rivalry? What did it feel like out there?
It was extremely personal. We go out there, warm up. You got the head coach for the other team trying to stand in the middle of the buff. Like, it's okay if like, some couple players do it. It's fine, Like, just enjoy the scenery, but when you got the whole team trying to disrespect it, then I'm not going for that at all. So I went in there and disrupted it. So they knew off rip, like, nah, the Buffaloes mean a lot to me. And personally, that's what I was saying pregame, and that's when I knew it was just extreme disrespect.
Now,
and that's why it was the coach said a lot of things about my pops, about the program, but now that he want to act nice, I don't respect that because you hating on another man. You shouldn't do that. So it was just all respect was gone for them in their program. Now I like playing against their DC. I like playing against them, but the respect level it ain't there because you disrespected us first.
Now Caleb Williams, we knew. Michael Penix Jr., we kind of knew.
Yeah.
Quinn Ewers, we saw last year. Shadur Sanders. 7 touchdowns, 903 passing yards. He's my Where's Waldo candidate for this year. Came out of nowhere.
I can't get enough of Shadur, so much so that the last 5 days I've had it in the cart. A Shadur Sanders number 2 Colorado jersey, and I just haven't pulled the trigger. I just haven't pulled it. I can't get enough of Shadur. I can't get enough of primetime. I can't get enough of their locker room speeches. I can't get enough of Peggy. Where's my theme music? I can't get enough of Colorado. I'm a Florida State guy, and I can't get enough of the Buffalo. So, yes, it's never too early to start the Heisman watch. Shadur Sanders deserves his name in the conversation. Hell, even his wide receiver Xavier Woods. This guy's balling. So, Shadur Sanders, yes. Give me all the Shadur Sanders. I may have to get that. If they beat Oregon, I may have to get the jersey.
Now, I don't know if you were paying attention, but we're about to go to second down. And it's all about the U.
And it's off the charts. And 7. Van Dyke wants to take a shot, and he gets it. Into the end zone is Isaiah Horton. Beautiful throw by Tyler Van Dyke.
Tyler Van Dyke and Mario Cristobal's Hurricanes? The 22nd rank, well, the new rankings are coming out. They beat Texas A&M 48-33. Is the U back?
Well,
I'm hurt, dog. Don't ask me if I'm all right. Hell no.
Well,
Is the U back?
Yeah, they're back to being the second best team in the state of Florida.
It's hurricane season.
The Sunshine State is owned by Florida State. The ACC runs through Tallahassee. So it's a cute little story right now. You beat up on overrated Jimbo Fisher and Les Miles. Or no, who's this offensive coordinator? It's our guy, Bobby Petrino.
Yeah, Bobby Petrino.
Texas A&M. Jimbo Fisher's going to be fired in a couple years, if not next year. Texas A&M is a joke. D-Day will come November 11th when Miami has to travel up north to Tallahassee, Florida. So it's a cute story right now. We need Miami. Florida State needs Miami to be good, just so we could beat them up in the ACC. Hopefully we meet up in the ACC Championship. I don't know if that's possible because I think they do the 2 divisions or whatnot, but it's a cute story for now. Good for Miami. But I'm glad that 30,000 people showed up to watch that.
To answer your question, though, Chasky, is the U back? No. Win the ACC first, make the college football playoff, then we can start having that conversation. It's a conversation we have a lot. Every time they get a big win, is the U back? It's enough of it at this point, right? Win the ACC.
All right, there you go.
College football's better when Florida State and the U are good.
It is.
It's undeniable.
It is.
We say that in other sports.
Right.
It's undeniable. When the U and Florida State are good, we are in.
Miami, come on. Catch up, baby. Catch up, Miami.
All right. If you're paying attention, you just tuned in right now. We're doing 4 down territory. 4 of my favorite college football topics that gets Bonte's head to explode. Let's go to third down.
Back to work, and it's really showing tonight.
Lewis in the pocket, launching downfield. Mitchell, touchdown, Texas. Aggression and execution, 39 yards.
Sarkisian has never won more than 9 games at any stop, USC, Washington, or Texas, in his career. He stood next to Saban, did the car wash thing where he was the offensive coordinator. Now he's at Texas. Quinn Ewers was hurt last year in the game. Obviously, Bryce marched them down and beat them. This year, Texas wins in Alabama. Bonte, is Texas back?
I don't know if Texas is back or if Bama's slipping a little bit.
We'll get to Bama in a second.
Because Texas has a way of getting your hopes up, teasing you, and they'll drop a game here and there. We'll see about Texas. But I'm more so looking at Alabama saying, wow.
Well, wait.
When was the last time you saw somebody go into Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and dominate them the way they got dominated? Bama did not look like they had any athletes on offense. Their running backs looked a step slow. They didn't look like they had breakaway wide receivers. Milroe, is he a passer? I don't think so. How can you get through the ACC playing that style of offensive football and their defense getting cooked left and right? They didn't stop Texas at all that night.
Which brings me to 4th down. Let's go straight to 4th down. 4th down. I think Saban might be done. And here's what I mean. They're going to win their 9 or 10 games. No, hear me out.
Kirby's got the juice now?
No, they're going to win their 9 or 10 games. They're Alabama. I think the NIL and I think the transfer portal has done in Nick Saban. I think the way things were operating was so fruitful for him, for Dabo Swinney. Now all these other random schools that have bigger alumni bases with deeper pockets are able to pay for some of these guys. Listen to who's in the top 10 right now. Georgia, they got a big alumni base with lots of money, and Kirby is running things. Texas, Ohio State, USC, Tennessee, Washington, Notre Dame, all backed by big corporate dollars, big, deep oil pockets. Listen to these alumni bases. They're paying for players. They are more adaptable when it comes to the transfer portal.
You don't think Alabama
has the game passed Saban by?
No, I'm not going to go there yet, but I do believe Alabama has plenty of money. They are in the SEC. They have 100,000 people at that stadium every single week. They've got plenty of deep pockets, but they're getting beat out by Kirby. Florida State came up big in the NIL program in the transfer portal this year. Hell, we're talking about Colorado. Think about their team in the transfer portal. I'm not ready to say the game is past Saban by, but Georgia has a stranglehold on that SEC.
Would you agree Krzyzewski was very slow to the one and done thing? And it really did him in basketball for a good 5-year period.
But he adapted quickly.
He did.
And don't forget, he started that too.
70-something.
But don't get me wrong. Elton Brand, William Avery, Derek going out
Corey
early.
Maggette.
Krzyzewski, he adapted. And you know what Krzyzewski did? He used Team USA to get some of these players. No doubt. Hey, why don't you come to Team USA camp as a budding high school star? Come check out our prospect. Yeah. Next thing you know, they end up at Duke, and he starts winning games again. I think I'm going to wait on Saban. I'm watching,
He's going to win his 9-10 games.
Bad. Also, you know what? One thing we don't talk about enough with Saban in Alabama is how many coordinators can you lose and still sustain success. He lost defense coordinator after defense coordinator, offense coordinator after offensive coordinator. Just lost Bill O'Brien after a one-and-done year.
Yeah.
Like, you can't keep losing offensive coordinators like that. He's got the offensive coordinator from Notre Dame, Tommy Rees.
Yeah,
I don't think he's that good.
No.
I think he's overrated. So I'm going to wait on Texas. I'm going to wait on Bama. I'm looking at Texas' schedule. They got a cupcake against Wyoming. They go to Baylor. Baylor sucks this year. Kansas, you can't sleep on them. And then the Red River shootout against Oklahoma. That is October 7th. Then they have a sneaky game at Houston. Kansas State will be tough, but it's all set up for Texas to win the Big 12 and go to the college football playoff. So we'll see.
I'm just saying, I look at that SEC, and Texas is now going to join. I don't know, man. Florida's down right now, and Alabama's still not doing things.
No.
Georgia's up, obviously big, but there are some teams that are coming. Tennessee feels like they're coming.
Well, let's not go crazy over Bama. They lost, 2 games last year?
Yeah, but that's
the season. I get it. The expectations are so high. But let's not act like they've fallen down to Florida levels.
No, but
Florida's not even ranked.
No, you're I guess what I'm saying is the days of winning back-to-back national championships,
for
I
Bama?
feel like they're over for him.
Bama?
Yeah. He had a great run. No one is disrespecting him. He's not Les Miles. I'm not here to say that he's, some one-and-done guy. He's not Ed Orgeron. He's a legend. But the days of Alabama just rolling the ball out there and scaring opponents up 40-0 before the game starts, I think those days are long done.
Yeah, maybe. Let's see how he responds next year. I don't want to write off Saban quite yet. I don't want to be that guy, but very fun. 4 downs.
You
we
like
love
that?
college football. I just love college football, man. Whenever we talk a little college football, we didn't talk about Cal Auburn.
Like 8 minutes of college football.
Auburn beats Cal. It was an ugly game. I thought Cal's going to win, but
Auburn's down big right now. They're not good.
Cal's offense is so remedial.
No, but my point about the SEC, they're Georgia is elite. All right,
but even Georgia, I don't know. We'll see about Georgia. They haven't played anybody yet.
Well, they also lost 8,000 players this year.
So let's see about Georgia.
But it does feel like the transfer portal has made things much more, because I thought it was becoming very top-heavy and very regional, and it feels much more national this year and much more parity-filled.
I don't know if there's going to be parity. I still think
Colorado?
Yeah, but they hit that transfer portal hard, and Deion's getting players. I guess.
Texas has been bad for a long time.
Are we going to get the same upsets that we gotten in recent memory?
Oklahoma was a powerhouse for 20 years.
Yeah, they're still a powerhouse. We'll see about Brennan. What I'm saying is with the NIL,
yeah, okay.
Are we going to see these upsets? Are we going to see unranked teams go into places and beat other teams?
That's
are we going to see a random I don't know, a random Nebraska who stinks right now, or Minnesota, for
Matt
example.
Rule. You want to talk about someone making so
is
much
Minnesota
money.
going to go in and upstate Penn State and Happy Valley? I feel like those days may be over. The unranked team going into a national power and beating them, I think those days are done. I think the top-heavy teams are going to be top-heavy. They're going to beat up on each other. But like the LSUs, the Oregons,
Kentucky
the Bamas,
football isn't going to sneak up on Georgia.
Yeah, and they got our boy Raymond Davis Jr. Raymond Davis, Galileo High School legend.
Yeah.
Was a sick running back, was a sick quarterback. His son now is playing in Kentucky. He got interviewed after the first game.
Really?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, no, it's very cool. SF San Francisco stand
But we don't view them as some football powerhouse.
They're not. And
they're a basketball school.
Right.
But
Are they
they're
going to
an
beat a
SEC team.
They're an SEC team. Are they going to beat the top-heavy teams in the SEC?
Vanderbilt has no chance.
See, I think those days are done.
Yeah, Vanderbilt baseball, yes. Vanderbilt football, no.
I think those days are done of seeing up all the big-time upsets. Like, all of a sudden, an unranked team goes to Clemson, South Carolina, and beats them. Like, I don't see that happening no more.
Well, I keep seeing a lot of people say that when they went through Texas this year, they really cleaned up in terms of transfers and scouting this year of their recruits, excuse me. And it sounds like this is one of their strongest teams. I mean, when you lose Bijan Robinson and you feel deeper and better,
Texas,
that's impressive.
Texas has some ballers, dude.
I mean, you got Arch Manning sitting on the bench.
Yeah,
they got a very early, mid-90s Tennessee feel to them.
And you know what? Maybe they go into the SEC with flying colors and they bring all these recruits and they say, you know what? Come play in Austin.
Well, they've got deep oil money.
They do have deep pockets.
They've got big pockets.
But they've always had big pockets.
Yeah, but now it's out front.
Yeah, but they've always had the big pockets. They've always underachieved.
True.
Always.
Well, Sarkisian's underachieved his entire career.
Right, exactly.
The guy can recruit.
That's why I want to wait on Texas. Let me see what's up with Texas
You know
first.
what also is a sneaky good program that you look up and they just produce DBs in the NFL? Washington. Every year I look at Washington and there's a couple guys that come out every single year. This kid, Michael Penix, this lefty, I'm very intrigued with him. I think he's going to be a really solid NFL player.
And outside of Tua, we don't really have any left-handed quarterbacks.
No.
I miss a good left-handed quarterback.
I do too. Boomer Esiason.
My guy
Jared Lorenzen. Kellen Moore.
Jared Lorenzen. Come on.
What? Kenny the Snake Stabler.
By the way, Jared Lorenzen, did he pass away?
Yeah.
Rest in peace,
The
Jared
hefty
Lorenzen.
lefty.
Yeah. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Rest in peace. Raymond Davis, yeah.
Patrick White.
TJ, yeah. Raymond Davis.
Tim Tebow.
Hey, Raymond Davis. So we're showing Raymond Davis at Kentucky. He's transferred from Temple to Vanderbilt to Kentucky. And he's a starting running back in Kentucky. Hopefully he could get drafted. But his father, Raymond Davis. Like, I think about Antonio Cooks, who went to Washington High. And I remember this is when Nebraska was Nebraska with Tom Osborne and Tommy Frazier. They were sending letters for Antonio Cooks. Ohio State with Eddie George and company were sending boxes for Antonio Cooks. Raymond Davis on the other side at Galileo High School was a stud. Running back, played quarterback as a sophomore, won a Turkey Day. As a running back, he was dynamic. He was elite. And his son, it's good to see his son balling, but Raymond Davis is, like, we talk about the city, and a lot of people say, well, I know that many pros come out of the city, and, you know, how many colleges. There's a lot of talent in the 90s in the city, whether it's Reardon High School, whether it's SI, whether it's Sacred Heart.
The Walls brothers.
The Walls brothers at Galileo. Eric Wright,
Dante
Reardon High
Stallworth.
School. Yeah, I mean, you had ballers out here in the city. Raymond Davis was an absolute baller.
Not Dante Stallworth. Donald Strickland.
Donald Strickland, sick, former San Francisco Seahawk.
Yeah, Derek Lavelle. And there were a lot of guys that came through.
No doubt.
There's no doubt about
Jason
it.
Hills, former San Francisco Seahawk. So a lot of guys. Raymond Davis, good to see his son
Jay
balling.
Hill was sick.
Jay Hill was sick. He gets forgotten about.
Yeah.
What is Jay Hill doing these days?
I don't know.
I haven't seen him in a while.
I don't know.
Went to Wazoo, played with the Niners. Saw him at a Bruce Mahoney game. Just kind of always been a quiet kid.
He was good.
Oh, he's sick.
God, if he would have got drafted by the Harbaugh version Niners, I think his whole career is different.
Eric, let me tell you, the best Pop Warner football player ever, though, had to be Eric Wright.
Oh,
Jimmy
first touch on varsity as like a sophomore.
Well,
he went like 95 yards, zigzagging the entire way.
By the time he
on
got
the
the
punt
Reardon,
return, it was ridiculous.
See, by the time he got the Reardon, he was old news to me. Because when he was a Seahawk in junior midgets, not junior midgets, junior peewee.
Yeah.
It's like 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds. Jimmy College, head coach of City College, San Francisco. He was on the Novato football team. They played a playoff game against the San Francisco Seahawks. We remember this play like it was yesterday. Overtime. And in overtime rules, you get 4 plays from the 10-yard line. So Seahawks are down to their lap. It was like third down. Eric Wright takes a snap. I don't know if he was playing quarterback or halfback on a specific play. Takes the ball, it goes all the way to the left. Reverses field. Reverses field again. Reverses. He was at one point at like the 30-yard line. Reverse field, scored a touchdown. By the time he got to the end zone, the entire crowd was in the end zone going bananas. And Nevada was like the number 1 seed. I'll never forget that play. I was like, Eric Wright is that dude. He would break 80-yard quick sweeps like it was nothing. Oh, let me cut back, boom, 80-yard touchdown. So by the time he got to Reardon, I was like, you guys just now knowing about Eric Wright? You know, this guy was a Pop Warner. He's by far him, Bobby Morris, TJ LeBlanc, rest in peace. One of the sickest Pop Warner players I've ever seen in my life. I was like, this guy's going to the NFL. And you know what, Eric Wright? He went to the NFL.
Yeah.
As a corner. I always thought he was a better running back.
He got the big interception in the USC National Championship game in the first
Oklahoma.
half. Yeah. God.
Mark Walker. You know Mark Walker.
Oh, yeah. Oregon.
He's a former San
Played
Francisco
basketball
Seahawk.
with him, yeah.
I ran into him.
Mark Walker, a great athlete.
Great athlete.
Oh, my God.
One of the sickest athletes ever. Mark Walker I ran into after one of the championship parades.
A great athlete.
My God.
Dunking effortlessly.
I love Mark. Mark was one of my favorite.
Lockdown defensive.
One of the great guys out there. One of the great guys. Mark Walker was sick.
Yeah, not a mean bone in his body.
No, he was his great family. Mark Walker. I love Mark Walker.
Many rides home with him after practice.
Yeah, he's a great dude. San Francisco Seahawks, man. He was sick. Wow, man, you got me going here, Shasky.
All right, so Draymond said some stuff?
Yeah, Draymond said some stuff. Because Warrior season's right around the corner.
I'm so excited. So excited.
Draymond Green, and let me get my sound sheet up because he sat down with ESPN and he said some things. This is why the setting here, and I love the setting in this market right now when it comes to pro sports. Unless you're the San Francisco Giants who are just happy just to be competitive. We don't even take you serious right now. We're going to start talking about you like the Sharks. Draymond Green, championship expectations. This is what I like to hear.
When you start talking about history, 5 championships, I think that obviously it puts us in rare, even more rare air than we are in. But it's the goal. And by the way, the goal isn't to stop at 5. The current goal is to just get to 5. You know, it puts you in a totally different conversation. I don't like to necessarily put a number on things, but I don't see why we can't get 2 more championships. Why not? I don't see anything in the way stopping that. There's great players in the NBA, I don't doubt that, but I don't see anything stopping us from getting 2 more championships, so why not?
And the goal is?
I love hearing that.
To get CP3 a ring.
No,
my goal this year is to help Chris Paul get his first championship. That's my goal. It's not to redeem anything about Draymond. My goal is that we can help Chris Paul get his first championship.
And in the words of one of my 12-year-old baseball players, Daz, I call cap on that. My goal this year, the banner that they're all going to be hitting, it's not play like a champion, win the Pacific, get to the Larry O'Brien trophy. It's to get Chris Paul a champion. I love you, Draymond. That is major cap.
No, he wants to get...
He wants to get himself his 5th.
But he wants to get CP3 1. You imagine if they got CP3 championship?
Oh, if they got it, that would be equivalent to getting 2 on their own. Getting CP3 the 1?
They make 6.
In my own personal record book, that's how that math would go.
That's guru math,
is
right?
That what it is?
It really means 2 championships for 1. There's a scoreboard, and then there's a player scoreboard. Draymond Green can't break this team apart.
We have to bring this group back together as one. Have to be a team. You can't win with a group of individuals. Never works. And so we have to make sure that we're doing the necessary things that we have to do in order to form our team again. That's what made us unbeatable. You couldn't break our team. You may break one guy, you may break 2, but you can't break this team. And that's what made us unbeatable. I think our culture, the fabric was a little off last year. We need to get our culture back.
We know why the fabric was a little off. We're not going to go there. We're not going to go there. But he also said, there's a soundbite. Hold on. There's a soundbite also where Draymond said this is the most important season of his career.
Yeah, well, that I will listen to.
Which means to me, let's talk about this with the boss man. Look. I think Draymond, this is very important. He says it's the most important season of his career. And I get why he said that.
Yeah, he
redeemed himself from last season.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. But it also means we're going to see Draymond Green go full throttle in the regular season. Does that mean March games mean something?
Well, they're not going to sit any of the stars.
Right. Yeah, well, we got that in a second. But, is Draymond Green not going to sleep through March? Draymond Green's going to wake up in October?
And get out of bed for the Kings?
Right. Well, I think he will now.
Yeah, now.
Kings puts us to the limit. As much as I joke about the Kings and Kenny Caraway, D-Lo talking about Christmas Day games, Kings made a sweat.
It would be hilarious. It would be hilarious for me to see the Warriors trot out their opening night lineup and Draymond's off the bench and CP3's the one starting. Like, I just couldn't envision that.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah. Draymond, I'm here for CP3 to get his ring. Like, no, you're not. You're here for you to get that fifth.
Oh my God!
I get what he's saying. I find it funny that he's saying it out loud. If I would have told you Draymond Green, Golden State Warrior in 2023, was gonna, this is 5 years ago, said that his goal heading into the season is not his own accolades, his own team's accolades. It's to win a ring for Chris Paul. We would all be like, "Yeah, you're insulting my intelligence."
Yeah, well, they're going to try that guy. They're going to try to give him a ring. We'll see how it works out, but this is something that
it's either going to be magical or horrific. Like, I almost feel like there's no in between.
I'm here for it.
Yeah,
Radio Bonte's here for it.
Yeah, and so
Television
Bonte.
Yeah. Television Bonte's getting beat by the Kings.
You've been wandering the desert all summer waiting for those checks from NBC.
TV Bonte is on a different hype. Radio Bonte, oh man, I'm here for the chaos. Television Bonte, I just want to say have a good year. I want everybody to have Capri Suns and fruit snacks. Hey, we all had a good time out. We all enjoyed the basketball game. The NBA.
I can't wait for the first sign of the entire internet. Look at Draymond did not high five CP3. CP3 is yelling at Draymond. Like, we are going to be like so hyper focused on CP3 and Draymond. And I'm here for all of it. I am so excited for this season.
Hey, you're right, Tyler Miller. TV Bonte is a carrot. Let's just have a good year, guys. Hey, we lost by 40, but there's some positives to find out here. I will find a positive in a 30-point loss on television. TV Bonte will find those.
No,
Radio Bonte, there's no chance.
Even if like the whole season goes awry, they're 50 games under 500, but to be like, we're going to go around the association. If you notice, Jordan Poole was 7 for 38 tonight. Looks like it's a good trade.
James Wiseman, 4 for 11, not starting with the Pistons. Well, you know what? This is why the pick didn't work out. The Warriors were ahead of the game.
Exactly.
They
He was
were
a
light years
minus
ahead
44.
of everybody. Oh, I was citing plus minuses left and right on television. No, and I don't give a damn about plus minus.
This is a big year for the Warriors.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, man.
At what point do we start talking about the extension for Clay?
Not now.
What about Wiggins? Wiggins, are you going to play a full season?
Steiny's waiting in the green room. Steiny's waiting.
Is he licking his chops?
Clay wants his max deal. Clay wants his max deal.
No, he doesn't.
No, that's what Steiny's going to say.
Oh, no.
By the way, I got to get to this real quick. SF Barry Drummer, thanks for the tag here because you reminded me here about this situation in the NBA. ESPN source, the NBA Board of Governors has voted to approve new rules strengthening resting policy rules and punishments for star players that include national television games, in-season tournament games, and sitting out multiple All-Stars together in the regular season. So basically, load management, the NBA is trying to get tough on that and get stricter on that.
There are like 17 players in the league that meet the criteria that they're talking about, spread out about over 15 teams. Do the math. You had to have been first all NBA and an All-Star in the last 3 years. So just doing the math. The only guy who meets that criteria for the Warriors right now is Steph Curry.
It's all good. It's all good.
Is Clay not a star?
I think he is. But
what about Draymond?
With the way some of you guys talk about Klay Thompson, he's not a star.
Well, he envisions himself as such.
Well,
but what I'm saying, with these rules, they would interpret it on the selling it to the audience. Oh, Steph and Clay have to play together, and Draymond has to play together, and blah, blah. Well, they weren't on the All NBA or and an All Star within the last 3 years. Draymond and Klay Thompson, so they're not on that list.
Yeah.
So I look at the Lakers. LeBron and AD are on that list, correct?
Mm-hmm.
What other team has two of those guys on the list?
Nuggets don't have it, and Jamal Murray and Jokic.
How about Tatum and Brown was the other I was thinking of. Maybe Embiid and Harden, maybe?
It's going to be very interesting to see
how do they adjudicate it is what I'm saying.
I don't know. Well, that's going to be tough to do.
It feels very toothless.
What if somebody says they're sick? Do you need a doctor's note like you're in school or something? Hey, I'm really sick. I'm sure NBA teams could forge a doctor's signature or get a doctor to sign off on something, right? I don't know.
Do people still use doctor signatures these days?
I don't know. I thought about using one on the Matt Higgin a few times. Maybe next preseason. Hey,
I have a sore throat.
Next preseason, we'll find out if Dr. No still exists. Because I ain't going to be here, folks. Not the way y'all acted. I'm kidding.
Suns with Katie and Booker. I'm getting texts from Dwayne.
Bradley Beal.
Oh,
well, I guess he's not a star under the criteria, right? Because he didn't play enough games.
Yeah, and well, that's the other thing. To win awards, you got to play 65 games.
Yeah, no doubt. TV Ponte is coming back very, very soon. Who cares? Like, you know what?
Whose images are more off? TV Bonte versus Radio Bonte, or John Morant the endorser versus John Morant the real person?
By the way, that's good. Hey, by the way, people talk about, Nick Wright going in on Brock Purdy. Who the hell cares what Nick Wright has to say? Who cares? The one thing is, I don't care what the internet says about my quarterback, Brock Purdy. We got a quarterback now, folks. We got a team that's loaded for a Super Bowl run. I don't care what the national naysayers got to say.
Can I ask you about Nick Wright?
Nick wrong?
Well, whatever. Like, I respect him. He's very smart. Hair plugs? Question mark?
Yeah, I don't know.
How about Fast Five?
Okay.
Yeah, question Fast Five. David Ching, Bonte, don't blend into the couch this season. It's going to be an important year. We got to wear dark blue suits. Maybe we get NBC to change the chairs. Maybe get some yellow chairs or something, some gold chairs. I don't know.
He be blending into the couch, bro.
TV Bonte is hella polite. Radio Bonte, they're night and day.
No,
That's
this
what
is
Chris
what I've told you. You've never seen the movie. It's Superman when he turns evil versus good Superman. And good Superman is choking out evil Superman as he's drinking shots and flicking like peanuts into broken glass.
TV Bonte is an upright citizen. What did you say? What game the Warriors lost when I came in smiling? Hey, welcome to Warriors pregame smiling.
That was when TV Bonte was Michael Corleone, all dressed up in a dapper outfit, meeting everybody. And then Radio Bonte was Scarface at the end with the say hello to my little friend.
You know what I thought about the other day as we hit this show? We had some thoughts. It was before we were flying out to we're going down to L.A. for the Rams, I think. Or no, flying out to Philly. They're like, Bonte's doing his post-game show knowing damn well his mind is on the flight right now. Hey, not even worried. Just get through the show.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man. It's going to be a fun year, man. Fun year. Oh, final thoughts, man. What a fun show. Fun show. What you got, Shasky? Final thought.
My final thought is I hate Sean McVay and the Rams.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to kick their butt in a couple of days.
Lutman, what you got?
My final thought is today, in literally minutes, like 5 minutes, Warriors insiders will have access to a pre-sale event. Before tickets go on sale to the general public. This is for the upcoming Warriors season. Tickets go on sale to the general public today at 4. Additionally, today at 12, fans will have access to an exclusive 4-game in-season tournament mini plan featuring all NBA in-season tournament games. Very excited for that, right? At Chase Center, as well as the team's opening night matchup against the Phoenix Suns and Kevin Durant on Tuesday, October 24th. As part of this inaugural in-season tournament, the Warriors will host the Minnesota Timberwolves on Tuesday, November 14th, 3 days after Miami beats Florida State, and the San Antonio Spurs on Friday, November 24th. The 4th game offered in this plan, which will take place in early December, will be determined by the Warriors group play results. For more information on Warriors tickets and this Warriors season presented by Kaiser Permanente, please visit Warriors.com.
I'm just going to, for my final thoughts, I'm going to read some messages here. Panoy Mamba, TV Bonte uses synonyms. Rocket New Era, TV Bonte, oh hey there. Radio Bonte, yo mama. TV Bonte, like I got a Tesla. Radio Bonte's got the Batmobile. These are great. Hey, final thoughts, it's Beat LA week. We're fired up. We'll be back at it tomorrow. More on the Rams and the Niners. More on Draymond Green. Fun show. That was Fast Five. Brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru.
You believe in aliens?
praying. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Stein, Matt Stein, the Guru Johnson with you. It's Wednesday, and we got a lot to talk about. And Guru, I was just doing some things yesterday, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, here's where I'm going today. Just to start, I don't know how long we'll be on this general thing because we got a lot of others. But Giants, okay, Giants. God. So the 49ers, all right, they win a great game week 1. They look great. They look like one of the best teams in the NFL, and there's absolutely no doubt that the excitement level around the 49ers is off the hook. The Golden State Warriors, and they have Super Bowl aspirations. The Golden State Warriors still have championship aspirations. Once they get started, they're going to be exciting and they're going to be interesting. But maybe you should take a victory lap.
Tell me why.
Because I think it's now been proven, or could you say it's been proven now that it's not just enough to win or be in contention for the playoffs.
You preaching, man.
You better have some players that people like. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm watching the Giants game last night, and it was like an A's game. And
Monte called it a preseason football game.
Yeah, and listen. I get it. I get it. They're 3 games over, but they still have a chance at this thing, and
they're a game and a half out.
I know. And
they'd won 4 in a row.
I know.
And Evan.
So why doesn't anybody care?
Lucas, Evan, Willard were at the game. I find that out this morning, telling their business. But Steiny, I had a tweet ready to go when they kept panning over to who wasn't there, and I told Norm, my pops, like, damn, nobody is at the game. So you cannot tell me in this. Our era of society now, Steiny, Beyonce, Jay-Z, it's about brands, it's about stars. Hey, it's nice that they're competing, but people want to go see Ohtani. People want to go, hey, little Johnny, let's go see Trout. The Giants have none of that right now, and I'm telling you, partner, I am floored that you brought this up in your yellow gold jersey that you wore courtside to the Warrior game last year. I forgot, but it was devastating to see the non-people in the seats. I just couldn't believe it. Evan was there.
Remember when the stadium itself was the draw or was
Mexico.
One of the draws? The Giants lost to Cleveland last night, but there's such a disconnect between the Giants and the Warriors and 49ers, I think, right now. I mean, it's just...
Where does this start? Up top.
Well, here's the thing. What do you do? What do you do?
What's Farhan done? Let's be real. Let's put the red on the table early.
Once in 5 years. Well, once in 4 years. This is the 5th year.
Wow.
So he'll either make the playoffs.
He's fighting for his life right now.
2 out of 5 or 1 out of 5. But here's the other thing. Let's say, and I don't think they're getting fired. Do you? Farhan and Kapler? Does it just depend on whether they make the playoffs or not?
But it's bigger than that. The fans can fire you and lose confidence and not come through the turnstiles like they're doing now. So you are right, Stein. They're probably not going to get fired, but it's bigger than that. What we do every day here at 95.7 The Game is we talk to the fans. They have a voice, and we listen. You already basically have said if it were up to the fans, what do you think they would do? Not Willard, the fans, Steiny. I think they spoke volumes last night. You got a team a game and a half out, and it was like, oh, the Niners played Sunday. The Warriors getting ready to start. That's what that felt like to me. Like, Giants, okay, game and a half out, cool. Ain't winning nothing.
Then what do you do if you get rid of them?
Well, I'm not saying you should get rid of them.
Okay.
I'm saying you need to be in a boardroom somewhere, Operation Ohtani, who's going to have an operation on his own, but by all reports. But you need to go get a big boy. Miss me with the farm. I get that part. And you got the Matoses and the Baileys. But, Steiny, that could take you so far. And if you're going to go into next year like, oh, here come the babies, here come the kids. Oh, hey, just, tomorrow's not promised. You need a big boy to mix in with that youth movement.
That's not their style. It's not their style.
What would you call their style?
Their style.
Do they have style?
Well, their style of signing a big name free agent. That hasn't been one of the things that they've been able to do. And it feels like if they're not going to have a superstar coming up through their minor league system, which they don't look to have at this point.
Otis Bird III on the YouTube chat, Steiny. Not to cut you off. Yeah. Analytics. Maybe they got paralyzed by analytics. I don't know. But something is off when you're that close and nobody's there.
Yeah. So I don't know. I was just watching the Giants last night. Not a lot of people in the stands, and just thinking about the 49ers and the Warriors and how gung-ho fans are about those two teams, and rightfully so. And here we have another team. Say what you want. They're competing for a playoff spot. And as my mom used to say, that doesn't, meaning like that doesn't even matter. They still are not having fans out at the stadium like they won. And if you can be in contention and you're not drawn, well, then I think we got some issues.
Okay.
There's no doubt about that. By the way, a lot of people commenting on the YouTube
on your jersey.
No,
your
on yours.
What about it?
That's Micah Parsons. We're in San Francisco.
Okay.
And there's a rivalry with certain teams, Philly, the Rams, Dallas.
But you know my story. I'm born and bred in the the Bay, Oakland, California. I'm a Dodger fan. You know how this was passed down. I'm not a hater.
Well,
and that's why I am accepted.
Well, what?
Yeah, that's why I am accepted. Speak on it.
But what I'm saying is every day we're going to have new people in these chats, Goo.
Yeah.
And some of them aren't aware of who you are and what you do.
Do your homework. Do your homework.
So it's a shock to some people when they see those waves atop your head.
Oh, damn.
And that shirt atop your shoulders.
I'm objective.
I said what I said.
You know what, Evan? I would like me. I didn't know. Honestly, I'm objective, man. I'm not a hater. I keep it real, and so do you.
What'd you say?
I'm objective.
No, you like, well.
Oh, I don't go in on the Niners. I want my friends and family are diehard Niner fans and Raider fans. I want them to be happy. Yeah.
You want 49er fans to be happy?
If I can't be, I'll be at the parade. It's a match made in heaven, bud. And I got to give you a shout out real quick. I came in.
You got it all covered. Nobody can get to you then. Either the Niners are going to win.
No, the problem is what type of individual would try to get to you?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I work with a guy,
There's
but
no downside.
Yeah. But I want to give you some love.
Why?
I got to be careful here. Something happened to me personally last night, and I needed an ear, and I came in and talked to you about it, and I think we bonded, and I appreciate you. And you didn't judge me.
Of course not.
Yeah.
I never.
Call being a man.
I never.
Yeah.
I never.
Evan wasn't in the room.
I'm not judgmental.
Too young.
I'm not judgmental at all. Draymond Green is in the news.
Day.
Draymond Green. He was did an interview with Om Young Masuk, and he's getting cocky.
No, I didn't take that.
Oh, please. Take a listen to Draymond Green.
You start talking about history, 5 championships. I think that obviously it puts us in rare, even more rare era than we are in. But it's the goal. And by the way, the goal isn't to stop at 5. The current goal is to just get to 5. It puts you in a totally different conversation. I don't like to necessarily put a number on things, but I don't see why we can't get 2 more championships. Why not? I don't see anything in the way stopping that. There's great players in the NBA, I don't doubt that, but I don't see anything stopping us from getting 2 more championships, so why not?
Wow.
All right. If you say so, I'll make a bet right now they don't get 2 more championships. Who you taking, me or Draymond Green? Who you betting on, me or Draymond Green?
Well, 2 is a lot.
That's right.
And we're talking health.
That's
right.
I
don't think anybody would take that bet.
Okay.
I don't even think Vegas would take it. But the chef, Steiny, because he's a big part of what they do, forget all that.
Yeah.
I just love that here we are a year later after the debacle that was the Warriors training camp in 2022. I love the fact that they feel connected. And I told you from a personal standpoint, and the listeners, I was hurt. Offended is too strong, but I'll try to fit it in there because the Warriors culture has been just that, one of the greatest cultures in sports under Steve Kerr. And last year I thought it was just a total fail because there was no manual for what went on with Dre and Poole, how to handle it, and yet they parlayed that into the conference semis. So I like the fact that there's just some fresh air with the Warriors. And if Dre wants to say they want to get Chris Paul his first, that's the type of stuff. I need some tissue, Evan. Help me out. That's what it's about. I never looked at it like that. Like they know Chris don't have a ring. Speak on it, Dre. I like that.
Okay. Do you like this?
My goal this year is to help Chris Paul get his first championship. That's my goal. It's not to redeem anything about Draymond. My goal is that we can help Chris Paul get his first championship.
Now, I didn't hear that part with the Trey. It is a little bit, dog. Just a little bit. Because you said you would have still been playing. Y'all would have had you not, did what you did with JP. But again, Steiny, if I'm Chris Paul, man, reports were when it first jumped off and you took your victory lap. Is this a match made in heaven? I still don't know. And Spears' report, we'll get to that later about him possibly starting or not. But if I'm Chris Paul, I feel good hearing Draymond Green, one of the leaders, if not the leader of this team, say that about, trying to get me a chip.
How do you feel about this one? This is the one I meant to play last time, but I hadn't heard that part about him getting a ring for Chris Paul. This is the one that I want to talk about.
We have to bring this group back together as one. Have to be a team. You can't win with a group of individuals. Never works. And so we have to make sure that we're doing the necessary things that we have to do in order to form our team again. That's what made us unbeatable. You couldn't break our team. You may break one guy, you may break two, but you can't break this team. And that's what made us unbeatable. I think our culture, the fabric was a little off last year. We need to get our culture back.
Damn. Sign me up.
For what?
We need to get our culture back.
He was the reason that the culture went away.
No doubt. And he knows you know that, and
but
we all know
that.
But Steiny,
I don't think he knows
to me,
that.
It's not about who messed up. It was messed up. The whole thing was messed up. And to hear the captain say that coming off his new deal, $4 for $1, like that is leadership. I mean,
that's not leadership. That's just talking on a podcast or an interview.
Steiny, we got to get our culture back.
That's right. So
I'm good. I'm watching.
It's up to him. Quit saying we need to get our culture back. It's up to you, Draymond.
Kaminga, too.
You messed it up last year.
Yeah, but Kaminga, too. People have personal agendas.
Player.
No, but he's a player, Steiny. He's a part of the team.
You don't hear that? You don't hear Draymond Green talking and think, how come he's not looking in the mirror at himself?
Because it's obvious that he knows he's part of that.
I don't think so.
But I think he's talking to other people that had different agendas bigger than just a punch. Steph Curry
tell me an agenda bigger than the punch.
I can't. I didn't say that, and I can't give you one.
Well,
okay, that's why JP's in the nation's capital.
The punch was the reason the season fell apart.
But the
Who
game
threw
seven,
the punch?
Yeah, no doubt. I'm not fighting you on that. But
Okay.
Game 7 speech by Steph, Steiny, was also about agendas.
How was Draymond's leadership that last Game 7? How was he as a leader? Obviously, his leadership has waned if Steph Curry was saying, don't address the team.
I totally get that.
So
and that's why he said, I just feel like you feel like he's trying to take himself off the hook when he says, we have to get our culture back.
He is.
Collectively, they have to do it, and he has to do his part. I love him saying that because that's how I feel as a fan. Like, I love that. I don't feel like he's taking
I think there's a lot of fans that would listen to that and say, you know what? Why is he saying we when it was him that really got the ball rolling in a bad direction?
Man, Ash Smoke on YouTube, Steiny, Guru almost delusional is Draymond. Hey, Evan, real quick, did you feel like Draymond was giving himself a pass on that soundbite, or I love the leadership?
I think it's classic Draymond Green.
Thank you.
It's all about Draymond, and it's all about him helping and doing and everything that requires not looking inward.
Wow.
Warrior fans, how do you feel? Because after the punch last year, I feel like a lot of people kind of soured on Draymond Green, and then you had two sides, one Draymond supporters and one side who was done with Draymond. Well, Draymond's going to be here. He's under contract for 4 more years. Let's just I want Warrior fans to listen to this and
they're asking you to play it again too.
And tell me if this sounds like accountability.
We have to bring this group back together as one. Have to be a team. You can't win with a group of individuals. Never works. And so we have to make sure that we're doing the necessary things that we have to do in order to form our team again. That's what made us unbeatable. You couldn't break our team. You may break one guy, you may break 2, but you can't break this team. And that's what made us unbeatable. I think our culture, the fabric was a little off last year. We need to get our culture back.
He didn't one time say I. Not one time did he say I in terms of I was a reason. I was one of the reasons we didn't have it together last year. I got to be better. I messed up last season.
Didn't he already do that on the podcast a few times last year, though, Steiny? And you know I criticized Dre.
No. He's doing it again. He's gaslighting. He's trying. Draymond Green is trying to say, it wasn't just me last year, and it might not have been, but he was the biggest offender of violating whatever the Warriors' culture was at that point. I don't know. I don't think he's looking in the mirror.
Wow,
888-957-9570 is the number. I don't know. I just want to see this guy play at a high level. I'm done hearing him talk.
I mean, now that's different. I can feel you on that.
You know what,
I can feel you on that.
You know what, Draymond? Those 3 quotes are meaningless. They don't really mean anything. They don't mean anything. What does mean something is last year Steph Curry addressed the team. You said, should I address the team after game 6? And Steph said, no, I'll address the team. So he's got to, he's got to look in the mirror
on this.
He's got to, well, of course,
and
it's Draymond Green.
I feel like you think he's not.
What?
Like, that's a new soundbite. He's on record as saying on different other podcasts, we would be playing had I not threw the punch.
Well, that's not an apology.
I came
either.
over the
top.
Is
that an apology? That doesn't sound like an apology.
I tell you what gave me goosebumps is the fact that he said, and he's part of the team, we have to get the culture back. That to me resonates.
How about we have to get the culture back that I broke last year because I broke the code. I punched a teammate.
Okay.
I'm sorry. You've got to acknowledge if you're going to bring up the culture and getting this team back together and the fact that it was fractured last year, anytime you address that, I think you got to take responsibility for your part in it. And I think he had the biggest part in it.
And you feel like you could never say that enough.
Exactly.
Okay.
I really do.
Because you and I and the rest of the guys at the station came hard, rightfully so, on Dre, and I'll never back down from that. I thought the punch was wrong. What I'm telling you are telling the masses, the team's telling us something else. They just rewarded this guy with 4 years for $100 million. So right. What you're saying, I feel, but there's something else to this too. This whole just him being the one that broke the culture. Because again, Steiny, I can go from that incident to other incidents when we talk about agendas from the young players. And you know who I'm talking about. So when I hear Draymond say, we have to get our culture back, I feel that.
So now the young players had agendas. We didn't say they had
we talked about it with Kuminga and with the playing time.
What we talked about was Kerr wasn't playing him. Like, we talked that Kuminga is mostly about Kerr saying he's not ready. Everybody wants to see Kuminga play more.
Oh, my gosh, Steiny, Goose, stop the favoritism towards Green. Wow.
I just think there's some people sick of him. And they take this for what it is, which is, it means nothing.
I was going to say, make a correlation with Deebo Samuel. when they lost that game in Philly, he's very boisterous and he's on the Twitter saying they would have did this or did that. Like, as a fan, don't you like hearing your guys talk? Like, Dre will never
Depends
be a mute.
What are they saying?
I thought right there Dre knows the obvious is I messed up. But if you want to hear him on the cross every time he talks to say I messed up, I get it. But we got to get the culture back. That's bigger than any team they'll play. They got to do that collectively, unified. Even the front office, because we had Dunleavy Jr. on and I talked about it. And he said it wasn't just the players, Goo. It's all of us. And I like hearing that from Dre.
Okay. I like hearing people living in reality. Tones in San Jose.
Boy.
Hey, Evan heard what I heard. Yeah. Evan, Tones in San Jose. What's going on, Tone? Push him to the other side. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. A couple more things with the Warriors. Joe Lacob talked to Tim Kawakami a couple weeks ago, and they may just extend Klay Thompson and Steve Kerr by the start of the season. That's certainly on the table. Mark Spears reporting Chris Paul likely to start. I got thoughts on that. Do you have thoughts on that? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's all sponsored by Lucky California.
Game is now at Lucky. This week, earn bonus game tickets with Chips Ahoy and select varieties for 2 for $5 when you buy 2. Play to win at Save Mart. No purchase necessary. See store for official rules. Monopoly is a trademark of Hasbro and used with permission.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
Welcome to today's matinee.
Ever since we got Xfinity, my little sister and her friends can easily stream all their favorite stuff.
We'll start with 2 episodes of Top Chef, then Chopped.
When I was a kid, we'd worry about buffering. Now they just worry about what's on the charcuterie board.
Enjoy these fine meats.
live on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
Don't let us win a championship.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Wish I could start the show over.
What happened?
I don't like the way I came out. I didn't really convey.
You talked to the boss?
What I wanted to. No, about what?
No, with this reflection this early, I didn't know.
No,
somebody pulled you to the side.
No.
Right.
You know, look. Let me. I don't. You know what? I don't want to turn this into bashing Draymond Green. I really don't. But we can talk about the culture.
Yeah.
We can talk about the
which
culture.
hurt my feelings
and
last year.
I'm dead serious. I'm not gonna here's where I'm at with Draymond Green. I'm not gonna bash him anymore. But I'm just not gonna take what he says very seriously until something positive happens. And here, I'll just start it here. Here's the Draymond Green sound that we're talking about, and tell me what you think.
We have to bring this group back together as one. Have to be a team. You can't win with a group of individuals. Never works. And so we have to make sure that we're doing the necessary things that we have to do in order to form our team again. That's what made us unbeatable. You couldn't break our team. You may break one guy, you may break two, but you can't break this team. And that's what made us unbeatable. I think our culture, the fabric was a little off last year. We need to get our culture back.
All right, I'm gonna take it in a different direction rather than about Draymond. I don't believe you just can put the culture back together. I think that's going to be really hard. I think that everything that's happened is put into the big stew, and maybe they can get their mojo back from a few years ago, but I don't think that's going to be easy. We don't know how much Draymond lost in that locker room by what he did. That's all I'm saying.
I totally agree, and it's fair. And I will be the second person to tell you, like I already have, Steiny, this is bigger than any opponent. This is bigger than the Denver Nuggets, what happened when you talk about the hit that this culture took. But Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Joe Lacob are not dummies. They have a pulse of this team, this locker room, and they wouldn't reward Draymond Green with that contract if they thought it was something that could not be rectified. You say what to that? Because they had a chance to say bye-bye.
Right. I think they had two bad choices, and they took the easier of the two bad choices. Or the ones, they had two choices, neither of which I was in love with Draymond Green. You either get rid of him for nothing, or you sign him for 4 years. I don't want to, nobody wants to get rid of, nobody wanted to let Draymond walk, but how many people wanted him to sign for 4 more years? That's all.
The most important people did. And we saw Dre with Steph and Clay at their golf event, and I know that's the Three Musketeers, but Stoney, there was it was on display, brotherhood. And I love the fact that he says, you might be able to break one, but you can't break us all. He's just giving you I understand what happened. No, I'm just
asking.
He lost his composure, and it ruined the season, if you ask me. And that person is out of here. So when you got to put the pieces back, Humpty Dumpty, a big part of that is, and I'm not blaming Jordan Poole. I still wish he was on the team. He's not here. So I think the workplace, you got a better chance at fixing that culture because those two dudes don't have to try to coincide.
Right. And now, but because you moved Jordan Poole, now maybe some members of the team, the younger members, don't like the way it came down.
I'm not mad at that, and we'll watch.
We'll see if they can get Jonathan Kuminga in the fold, because he wasn't in the fold last year. I still have questions about Kevon Looney. What do I mean? I mean, of course he's a professional, but I'm not convinced he was crazy about the way it all came down with Jordan Poole. They're both from Milwaukee. They had a good friendship.
He told us face to face. I don't know if you remember, Stoney Loon. Draymond has to win the trust back.
Yeah. Tone's in San Jose. What's up, Tone? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Big fan of the show.
Thanks.
One thing though, Sonny, I'm glad you kind of did a little bit of a 180 on Draymond, because I think there were more than, as far as the culture, he wasn't the only factor. You know what I mean? If Poole was talking the way he was talking, we all know how training camps get real heated, but there was a video that came out that made it just, way off the hook. But as far as the coach, I think with all these vets, with CP and all the vets, and another thing, Wiggins was out, so that had an impact on how the season came out. So I think that, they got enough as far as to get the culture back to where it needs to be. I think Draymond speaking on it in that way, I don't think it'll be hard to get it back.
Appreciate the call. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be hard or easy. I don't think it's going to be easy. I don't think it's going to be easy because I think they're still dealing with a lot of stuff. I mean, it's easy to Andrew Wiggins. He missed 2 months last year. Okay,
two big months.
He'll be fine this year. He'll be back to his same old self. Well, maybe he will be, but you have to ask the question, did what he do last year change the dynamic he has with his teammates? How do we know that everybody was okay with him taking 2 months off for whatever it was? We don't. Is it a big deal? I have no idea. I'm just asking the questions. And that's why I think they still have a lot of residual stuff to deal with. I mean, I think Steve Kerr and Kuminga have stuff to deal with this upcoming year.
And Steve Kerr, starting to that point, has said after the season he didn't handle the youngsters wrong. He didn't say Kuminga specifically, but I believe he was talking about him. So he's working on that. That's an area of improvement that Coach Kerr needs to display. But I'll say this about the Warriors culture. The Kevin Durant situation, they got through it, they got past it, and they won a championship without Kevin Durant. So here we go again with this situation. And as much and critical as I've been on Draymond Green, I think one of the most, no award in that, but I like hearing that because I was passionate and I still am about, I believe the Warriors' road record was specifically, you could point your finger to them not being joined at the hip, and that's why that road record was bad. So we're going to see a lot of things answered, not basketball related this year from the Warriors. And I think CP3, I don't like the fit basketball-wise, but maybe that was part of the reason they brought him here because he can help put this thing back together off the court.
Suzette is in Oakland. Hey, Suzette, how you doing?
Oh, good morning. How are you?
Hey. Doing well, thanks.
Yeah, nice to talk to you guys.
Oh.
Yeah, we're not really bashing Draymond, but I mean, as far as holding him accountable, so let's put the rat on the table.
Hey.
I think I'm not the only fan that's thinking if Draymond would have left, do you think maybe Bob Myers might still be here? I mean, because like you said, he's getting tired of babysitting him. And Draymond doesn't need a babysitter. He needs to man up and not be the we, but be the me. Because that chemistry and the house of cards, that all started way before the punch. And I lost respect for him years ago, and I didn't want him back for the chemistry. So let's see what happens. Let's put the rat on the table with Chris Paul and see how long it takes before they butt heads. Because you know what? Chris Paul is a junkyard dog, and he's not going to be bullied. So me and my husband got a bet. See how long it takes, how many games before we really say what's going to happen. I wish him all the best.
Wow.
Suzette.
Hope you, get betting chicken.
Well, Draymond wasn't talking like he's going to butt heads with Chris Paul here.
My goal this year is to help Chris Paul get his first championship. That's my goal. It's not to redeem anything about Draymond. My goal is that we can help Chris Paul get his first championship.
I must, you know what?
You're smiling.
I must be a hater because even that bothers me.
I don't know. So Draymond can't win in the Stein.
You're right. You're right.
What's he to say,
I'll
man?
I'll be honest. Yeah, he can't. Not today, anyway.
Yeah.
I love Draymond as a player,
and they love him. 4-4 hundo.
Okay. I mean,
My boy.
I might be on an island here. I might be on an island, and if I am...
Not your first time.
That's fine, but if I'm Chris Paul, I'm kind of annoyed at that. Well, we're going to help little Chrissy Paul. We're going to help little Chrissy Paul get his first ring. We're going to help him get it. He's a nice, plucky little player.
Oh, boy.
We're going to help Chris. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Goo. I can't. You're right. I'm hating on Draymond Green. And I'll stop.
I would think, today.
Evan, anything?
Yeah.
Anything there, or is that way out of line?
If he's saying that about a young player, I kind of get it, but Chris Paul's like 4 years his senior. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. It just sounds like you picked him up off the street and it's like a charity case.
But guys, those are I'm shocked.
Kind of agree.
But those are the facts. Chris Paul is ringless, and his new home is here in the Bay Area.
And Draymond made sure to make everybody realize that is the case.
Man, you guys are tough today.
Yeah, you're right.
The word is culture, and right now the 49ers got a great culture. The Golden State Warriors trying to get theirs back, and I'm going to be honest, I don't know what the San Francisco Giants culture is. That's the Warriors got 4 chips trying to get 5. That would put Stephen Curry up there with LeBron and Kobe and Tim Duncan and past LeBron. Don't tell me did not duck and watch out. They're on a mission.
Who?
The Warriors.
What about last year? They weren't they on a mission to repeat?
I'm gonna go Webster's Dictionary. When are you gonna turn the page?
When are you gonna turn the page on a title 2 years ago?
Well, this still kind of
that's irrelevant. Yeah, that's more irrelevant than what happened last year.
Turn the page.
Well, thank you.
Evan is special, dude.
Coach Franklin in Palo Alto.
Coach.
Hey, Coach.
Yo.
Hey.
I got a few things. I want to say the last lady, she just said something about accountability.
Yes.
And accountability is the biggest thing that I really want to talk about. And there's multiple forms of showing accountability. So, Guru, I got you. I understand what you mean about his accountability. Like he said, hey, man, I messed up. I messed up last year, you know what I'm saying, but I want to move on. We got to connect this year. But he never actually said it, that he messed up.
Oh, boy.
You want to hear him say the exact words. Hey, I messed up. This is what I did. He's never said those words. He has just pushed it on. He said, hey, I messed up. I'm going to go buy you this. Hey, I messed up. I'm going to go take you somewhere. But I'm never going to say, hey, I'm sorry. This is what I did. He hasn't shown any accountability. He has just shown like, hey, I was there when it messed up. But, hey, let's move on. We got to connect.
I mean, and also...
So that's just me.
No,
that's how I feel.
Appreciate it, Coach. The other thing, remember, he said was... he says so much.
Had I not thrown the punch, we would still be playing.
That's what you remember?
He fell on the sword.
Yeah, you know what I remember?
Go ahead.
Well, he said some things that maybe they would cross the line, and when you say that, anything can... He said that, too. He said that Poole said some stuff. I don't want to get back into Poole and Draymond, but... that was the big...
Let me you know what? You said something that kind of stuck with me, and I almost want to say you're not trying to be unfair, but if the Golden State Warriors rewarded, for whatever reason, Draymond Green that new contract, don't you think, like your thoughts that you're sharing with us, that they put all that through the funnel and there was a greater good, there was more good on bringing Dre back than, if you're right, it wasn't too much. They ain't feeling it like that.
No.
Like you said, they made the best of 2 bad choices. No, they could have made another choice and said we severed the relationship.
Well, the bottom line, right? Because if he walks, they're done. Let's be honest. They couldn't let Draymond Green walk for nothing. They couldn't. Because they knew they would be done at that point. So let me, Guru, what would you rather do? Not guarantee you're not winning any more championships, or keep a championship hope a little bit alive by bringing back a headache?
The latter.
Exactly.
But man, that's that's stripping that down. Like, it's almost like there's nothing. You're saying there's nothing Dre's bringing to the table.
I didn't say that. Where did you get that? I
Because
just said
you're saying the
if
Warriors,
he walks for nothing,
let me tell you,
you're no longer a championship
But you sound
team.
like the Warriors and any team in this equation are being selfish because all they're thinking about is a championship or having a better chance at it, so they would deal with something.
Right.
I think they're dealing with a brother. They're dealing with somebody that's been here since the inception of his career, Steiny, and the good outweighs the bad.
Yeah.
I really mean that.
Well, that's great.
You're
Let's
talking
see
to
if
a guy
did
that
it
criticizes
outweigh the bad last year?
No, it did not.
Okay, so
And
why
we
do you
called
think it
him on
will
the
this
carpet.
year?
Because things have happened and Jordan Poole's not here.
Things have happened throughout his career, even when Jordan Poole was not
Facts.
here.
But nothing like this.
Oh, really?
Nothing like this.
Second title? He said he cost him a title last year?
Yeah.
Okay, that's 2 titles now then he cost him. I don't believe him, by the way. I don't think he I mean, if he said I cost the Warriors a title last year, that's a nice thing to say, but I don't think they were going to win it anyway. But, I just, Draymond Green he's going to be here for 4 more years.
And again, I know the Niners won 30-7, but this is not just being sometimey. You look at what they got, their culture. Right now, it's where the Warriors were at when they were getting their rings. And I know the Niners have not gotten theirs, but Steiny, they just seem to be a perfect fit right now. And the Warriors, okay, you fell off last year in regard to the culture. We'll watch and see if you get it back, but it's so important. And that's why when you talk football or you talk about the Bay Area teams, the Niners right now they're exhibit A on what you want to be from a talent standpoint, and Trent Williams and Fred Warner telling you about Brock Purdy. Now you see John Lynch come out on the field, not for a game-clinching win in the playoffs, but just week 1 win because they're all on the same page.
They are on the same page, but it's easy to be on the same page when you don't have any adversity and there hasn't been any adversity yet. But how about that? Here's the other thing I was thinking about the Warriors. So Mark Spears is reporting that Chris Paul's probably going to start.
Oh boy!
So I got to believe Looney. So here's my question to Warrior fans. So you have the one thing I've always heard, that one thing we heard consistently last year, and you brought it up a lot, and I didn't. It's tough to have an answer for it. When I was like, boy, I don't know that they can win a title anymore. They have the best 5-man unit. They still have the best 5-man unit.
Plus minus.
Yeah. It's so important. That 5-man unit is so important that they're not even going to use it as the starting lineup anymore.
That's a phenomenal point.
So think about this.
If it goes that way.
So think about this. That's the best 5-man unit, but you don't start the game with it or finish the game with it. Like, that's an incongruity.
And the question is, why are you doing that? To appease ego?
I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't know. But we'll see. And do you take that? Let me ask you this. I'm not saying Spears. Okay. Do you believe Chris Paul will be in the starting lineup game 1 of the regular season?
I don't. And Steiny, this is no shade at CP3. It's just what the reasons you mentioned. If this is about winning another championship, and I've written down the lineups, how could you say, Kevon Looney, we need you to go to the bench so this ego can be, we can cater to this ego? Because that's what it would be. There's no way you're telling me a lineup of CP3 and you're going smaller, you had problems rebounding in the offs, is better than the one you would have if Looney were to start. I think that's getting off to a bad start.
Well, he's done it to Looney before. He shuffles Looney in and out, and Looney pretty much responds no matter what.
Yeah, but that worked when Jordan Poole was kind of in a zone, and you were going to. We don't know if this is going to work.
Well,
that's Steiny, they're going to be small. Are you going to end the game with this lineup too?
I think you have to.
Oh,
I think you have to end the game with Paul, Curry, Clay,
If you don't
Wiggins
mention
and
Looney,
Draymond.
oh my gosh.
Wiggins and Draymond. No, Looney's not a great foul shooter.
He's a damn good rebounder.
Right. But
in order to shoot the free throw, you got to get where you got to have the ball.
I'm sure if I don't think Steve, and this is where maybe he's stubborn, but I don't think Steve Kerr would tell you rebounding's a huge problem for this team. Like, I don't think he worries about their rebounding when they go small. But that's just me. But I'm being honest here. If you're in a close game with 3 minutes to go, how can you not have Chris Paul as one of your 5 guys, right? I mean, he's got to be on the floor. He doesn't turn it over. He makes foul shots. Forget about starting. We can talk about that as the season goes along. But Curry and Chris Paul have to be playing together in a close game late, I would think. I think Klay's got to be on the floor late. Wiggins,
no doubt,
and Draymond Green. I think that's got to be their closing lineup, and it's going to be up to Draymond and Wiggins to rebound and to defend bigger guys. But I think Chris Paul's got to play late in games. Here's the other thing. Let's say the Warriors win it this year, which would be unreal. They're not going to repeat. You know why?
Why would you say that? But go, why?
Because LeBron's recruiting everybody for the Olympics, and Curry's going to play in the Olympics next year, and I'll bet you Draymond plays, and I'll bet you even Klay plays. So they're going to win a title. Then they're not going to have any time off.
Well,
because then
Warrior
they're going to win the
fans
gold.
would love those problems. Let's win number 5. Well, on the other side, Stan, I got something about Kyle Shanahan I want to run by you, and I want you to let me know, you and Evan, if I'm nitpicking.
We can do that.
Yeah. Something I saw last night.
In
watching the game again in the lab.
What game?
The Niner game.
I love it.
Now you laugh. You and Evan ruined the lab for a lot of people, man. But no, seriously, I just something I saw.
So you didn't watch the Giants?
After I watched the Giants.
So when'd you go to bed?
About 12:45. I'm nocturnal. I go to bed like 1:31. What about you? Don't say you're 9.
Yeah, I went to bed early last night.
Dude. You're practicing dying. That's Norm said when you sleep a lot. Well,
here's the other thing about the Warriors. They got the league against them.
What?
They got the league against them. The league is implementing these resting rules, and their finger is pointed squarely at the Golden State Warriors. So the league is going to discourage as much as they can and fine teams as much as they can for resting players, for load management. Nobody load manages like the Warriors.
The Clippers do, but
right. Well, nobody load manages like Kawhi and Paul George.
Yeah, okay.
So, I was just thinking about that. If does that matter? That maybe the Warriors players are going to have to play more regular season games.
I love the league that's trying to do something about it. I do. Come on, man.
It's up to the players to play.
And how do you quantify a star, Steiny?
Exactly.
I asked Evan, is it points per game, all-star, or how do you do that? I don't know, but I like it. For the people that pay their hard-earned money, go to a damn game, and Embiid's in street clothes. It's getting old.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking a little Golden State Warriors. Chris Paul reportedly going to start. Here's the other thing I want to ask Warrior fans is if you find out that Kerr and Klay Thompson were both get extensions before the start of the season, are you happy about that? Do you want to see both those guys get extended? Klay Thompson and Steve Kerr. I mean, if they extend Klay Thompson, it might be the first time that I really do think that it's possible that all 3 guys could retire here. They could all be under contract for the next 3 years. Doesn't mean they couldn't be traded, but that would lead me to believe that maybe they would, the big 3 that is, would retire here. 888-957-9570. You can also get into that Draymond Green sound talking about the Warriors have to get their culture back. their culture back. Draymond's going to try to make sure of that the Warriors get their culture back. Hey, single game tickets for the Warriors, they are on sale today. Today they go on sale. So go to Warriors.com to grab your single game tickets and lock into your home for Warrior basketball all season long on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570 is the number. And Goo's got something to ask me on the other side. And I'll listen and try to answer.
Ugh, I don't have time for a cold.
Honey.
Honey?
You need DayQuil Severe Honey flavor.
DayQuil Severe Honey gives you power.
YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
What the F do you got to lose?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. And football.
Yeah, baby.
King. You had a question for me?
What? Some self-analysis I did to myself that I want you to help me psychoanalyze and tell me if I'm off basis. So I'm watching this 49er-Pittsburgh game, which we know was a blowout. But, Steiny, midway through the fourth, the Niners were up 20, and McCaffrey and Purdy were still in the game. And I'm asking you and the people out there listening, had there been an injury, what would we be talking about? I know what we'd be talking about. We'd be calling for Kyle's head. Am I nitpicking in a coach in week one letting his guys kind of play in a blowout when I can make the argument, or we can make the argument, the only reason Kyle doesn't have a Super Bowl ring is because of injuries? Why didn't he call the dogs off? Why? Maybe Darnold should have got in there. Bosa played a lot.
Well, I mean, in fairness, like Bosa didn't really play a lot because their defense was never on the field. I mean, I think they had like 38 minutes to 22. You remember the game 2 years ago against the Detroit Lions?
No, they were beating the crap out of them.
I read this in Matt Barrow's story in The Athletic.
They came back.
In 2019, the Niners were up 38-7 against Detroit. Detroit scored 23 straight points. And Shanahan had to go back to his starters. And according to Barrows, he's never done that since. So I guess after the Detroit game a couple years ago, he said, 4 years ago, he said, I'm going to make sure of every win, and if I have to be,
somebody goes.
Christian McCaffrey was getting carries midway through the fourth quarter, despite a 20-point lead. Is it so? With 6 minutes, what's midway through the third quarter? And I won't do the time exact. 7.5 minutes. You're up 20. Is the game over?
I believe so, especially when the team can get one touchdown, and they didn't get in the end zone the second half, so. You know, at that point, it's not college, so I guess it's not style points, Donnie. I just would have erred on the side of caution. That's all. That's just me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Dublin Marge goes, Guru, you coaching? That's a 4.
So we're talking about load management in basketball, but you want the stars to come out in football. Yeah,
two different sports.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with 27-7. One more drive to put it away with 5 minutes left.
Right.
No, I don't usually have a problem with that.
And I guess it's a good problem to have, right? Being up, kicking somebody's ass to where it's not a close game.
You would think.
Yeah.
You would think. Jeremy's in North Oakland. Wants to jump in here. What's up, Jeremy? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? Happy Wednesday.
Yeah.
I've soured on this whole Draymond thing now, man. I'm one of the fans, as Steiny said, that I'm out on him. I'm going to be completely tuning him out for this entire season. I mean, how can you say that we need to fix the culture when you're the reason that it was destroyed? It's the lack of self-awareness from Draymond is absolutely astounding. And if I'm a young player in that locker room, I'm like, how can I even get motivation from this guy and take in everything he's saying? It truly is remarkable. And until someone calls him out, who's bigger on the team, Kerr, Thompson, Curry, it's I don't know what's going to change. And we got him for 4 more years. So, that's all. That's all.
Appreciate the call. I think a lot of fans are like Jeremy. I think a lot of fans are the opposite of Jeremy, where they'll back Draymond Green.
Words are very important. You told me on this same program, words are your life, Goo. So had he said and put himself in that, this would have went over better, you think? Had he said, I messed up the culture, I got to help put it back together, we're all good then.
Yeah, that would have been a little better, I think. For sure.
And what's that when you boycott Draymond? What's that look like? You're going to watch the Warriors play?
Wait, what?
What's that look like when you're out? You know what I mean?
What it means is you're going to be very, very critical of Draymond Green if you're out on him. And You're going to be watching very, very closely if the bad starts outweighing the good. And I think we got close to that last year. What's going to happen in the next 4? CJ's in San Francisco. Hey, CJ, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing good. What's up, Steiny?
Hey.
What's up, Goose?
Hey.
It's so nice to hear you guys on the airway. You guys always spit in facts. That's one thing that I gotta, compliment you guys is you guys always spit in facts. Steiny, you keep it direct. You don't use no emotion. It's all facts. And Goo, you always bring up good points, and you always got me thinking twice. But the main reason for my call is regarding Steve Kerr. I think that his inability to make adjustments in game and throughout the season hurts the Warriors sometimes. In my opinion, I think Mike Brown should have taken over in 2014 because he's such a good coach. He can make adjustments. I mean, just the playoffs. In my opinion, the Kings gave the Warriors one of the toughest matchups in the playoffs because they didn't have the greatest shooters. They didn't have the greatest centers or whatnot, but they got it done. Why? Because they make in-game adjustments, they stick to the game plan, and they follow through. So my thing for Steve Kerr is I think he relies too much on Steph Curry's greatness, and that kind of takes away from his ability to draw up plays for everybody else and find a way to win when Steph Curry isn't hot or that's not working. So that's all I got, man, and just want to get you guys' take on that. Thank you.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. Appreciate the compliment. I mean, Steiny, man, Mike Brown. That's how you feel. But damn, the dude's got 4 rings.
He's not the first guy to question Kerr and his rotations and his the adjustments that he makes. 510, I agree with Guru. I would have pulled McCaffrey much earlier. Dude has an injury history. Eric in Alameda.
Just the thought I had after.
Here's what Barrows said. This is how he would answer your question. And he's talking about Christian McCaffrey, for instance, was still getting carries midway through the fourth quarter, despite a 20-point lead. Why stick with the starters? It dates back to 2021, the opener in Detroit, when the 49ers rocketed to a 38-7 lead in the third quarter, took all their marquee players out, then had to frantically send them back into the game after they'd cooled down when the Lions scored 23 points. Shanahan has never pulled his starting crew early since then. So I think that's the reason. You can disagree with it or question it, but Barrows probably is right on the money.
Yeah. Well, again, it goes back to McCaffrey and his injury history, Stoney. I know he hasn't been injured as a Niner, but that's something I think about. And, man, a game that is an apparent blowout by all counts, and you look at the score, you just kind of, put the subs in. But I'm no ball coach, but just something I thought about. Now, again, imagine what we're doing as a station and the hits Kyle are taking had somebody got hurt in that situation. They would have been like, and great story by Barrows, but F Detroit. You know what I'm saying? You got to err on the side of caution, especially with what went down. And I know sometimes you can't avoid injury. Shout out Aaron Rodgers. But, man, I think the Niners are going to have a lot of games like they had on Sunday to where the game is in the bag midway through the fourth, Donnie, or before.
707. Brock Purdy is fresh off a serious elbow injury. Christian McCaffrey is known to be injury prone. It was careless to leave them in late. Trent was also hurt late in the game, too. He's fine right now, apparently, but he was in some discomfort. I don't know how I feel about that one, to be honest. I'm not saying you guys don't have a point, but man, things can change in football.
Right.
Like, okay, let's just do a hypothetical. Nobody wants McCaffrey or Purdy to come out in the third quarter, right? They got to play 3 quarters at 27-7, right?
Well, I play the score. If it's 34-7 in the third.
It wasn't. It's 27-7.
Okay,
27-7.
And game is in the bag. Your defense is just Pittsburgh can't do. You're suffocating them.
Okay.
I didn't understand why you would still. I get there. If you're going to tell me on reps, I get that. But what do we got to gain? All we got to do is hand the ball off, run the clock, punt, and we're good.
Okay. So the Niners, they're leading 20-7 at half. They score on their first drive. 27-7.
You got it.
With what, 10 minutes left in the third?
It might be 12, right?
When do you take your guys out? Daryl the Guru Johnson, you're the coach. You're the head coach. 27-7. The game's going just like it's going. When would you take them out at the same time?
27-7, 3 minutes or 2 minutes left. The third's about to end. Start of the fourth is 27-7. And I'm being real, Steiny. You guys come out, especially Brock. McCaffrey, come on. We'll put Mitchell in there. Hey, Sam, grab your helmet. Even Williams. That's just me now.
I think that's too early.
Wow,
man. 20-point
So the
lead.
history to the players that we're talking about, you're not taking into account because it seems like you're just across the board.
No, I'm taking it into account. I just think you can lose. You can lose a 20-point lead in a quarter. Is it likely? Of course, it's not likely. But I would never. At 27-20, I would absolutely not take anybody out in the third quarter. In fact, I would be more. Okay, the fourth quarter starts. If we have the ball, let's try to put together a drive, obviously. I don't know. I don't even with 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter, 27-7?
Yeah. But you're dominating the Steeler team defensively, man.
I know, but
and Mitchell can tote the rocks, Donnie, so it ain't like you're handing to UI or Evan,
888-957-9570 is the number. Did you guys 49er fans have any kind of issue with
Dallas was up 40-0, and they had their dudes out there. I'm just like, what is there to gain? But let me tell you what there is to lose.
650 definitely taking them out 27-7 to start the fourth.
Yeah, that's where I'm at, man.
I'm not. I mean, look,
even with this Aaron Rodgers injury, which had nothing to do with time, but what you talked about yesterday, Willard did. It can be over in one play. The fortunes of a season.
I don't think a 20-point lead with 15 minutes to go means the game is over. I'd want another drive or two. Take it down inside 10. That's just me. That's me. And you know what? How about this? You want to talk about injury? What's more dangerous? Taking your starters out, letting them cool down, and then having to put them back in the game? That may be dangerous kind of too.
Yeah.
But what? Look, I'm not saying you don't have a point because you're not the first one to mention it. I just kind of want to get a feel for when people think, the game's over.
Because who brought up the point to me, Matt Steinmetz? There is no load management in the NFL. It can be over. A receiver could be blocking and get rolled up on. Had nothing to do with the play, and he's out, tear something, sprain something. So to me, there is no load management. It's just like, man, we got the game in hand, and it's a feel thing too. Pittsburgh had no chance, I believe. My defense is dominant already. I just kind of would have been like, man, let's call the dogs off, get ready for L.A. and it's playing back home.
510, a 20-point lead can be erased or cut down easily. Just because you're ahead doesn't mean you can't learn anything from that game. That's the 510. Another 510, what's the big deal? It's not baseball. Take them out for a bit, and if the other team gets within 10, put them back in. Yeah, that's what coaches hate to do, though. Will's in Marin. Hey, Will, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So, I just feel like no one ever looks out for the defensive side of the ball because, just hear me out real quick. When you take out your starters on offense, the offensive play doesn't become as good and 3 and outs occur more. Well, that's more wear and tear on your defense. And, I understand that the offense has finally caught up to the defense when I'm speaking about just the Niners as a whole, and it's very exciting, and you do want to keep those guys healthy, but it's like, why wouldn't you want to keep Fred Warner healthy? Why wouldn't you want to keep just all your studs healthy, Nick Bosa healthy? Why wouldn't you want to keep, your other defensive linemen, all the guys that play on the trenches healthy? So it's just like, I feel that when you take out, when you take out your starters, it gets a little bit sloppier. The 3 and outs come, the punts happen, more special teams are played, which have more collisions, which lead to more injury. So I think that what the Niners did was good. And here's for your answer.
Yeah.
Steiny, I think when the game is in the late 30s, so I think at about 38 to 42 to 10 is when you can start taking people out, because 30 points and above is a very big deficit.
Sure.
No matter what, but I do agree. 21 and under, it's like, dude, you got to play ball. Thanks,
Yeah, and you know what? And here's the thing, and I'm with you, Goo. It didn't look like the Pittsburgh Steelers were going to score. But
one fluke
play,
thing, all right.
one play can get you back in. I would have taken out Christian McCaffrey, but not Purdy to start the fourth quarter. Okay.
And football's a different sport. Let's just say this, unlike the NBA. Let's say Pittsburgh's got the ball. They go on a 9-minute drive, which can happen. What's the guys doing on the sideline? McCaffrey, they got the helmet off. They're sitting there waiting for them to get back on the field. So it's just not impossible, Steiny, if you did take McCaffrey out and he had to go back in. Ain't like you got to go shower and get dressed again.
No, but
NBA, you got ice packs on the knees. You're done kind of mentally. It's harder.
650 says, no way. Totally agree with Guru. Get those starters out of there. If you lose a possession, you can always bring them back in. Listen, I'm not arguing with anybody, but bringing them back in is risky too after they've cooled down. I'll take Dan in San Francisco real quick. What's up, Dan? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Matt Guru, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me. I
Sure.
just want to say I just want to say in regards to the Warriors starting CP, I mean, I like it. I think it's going to be interesting, Matt and Guru, to see Steph play off the ball, a bit more. He's obviously got a quick trigger, and he can shoot the three like we've never seen, obviously. So, and I think Chris is like, he's really like a second coach out there. He's got some point guard savant in him. I think, despite his age, he's still so sophisticated on the court. I think he's like a second coach. And he's so good facilitating. I'm going to like to see him with the high screen and rolls with Draymond and Loon, and it'll be fun to see stuff off the ball.
No doubt. It's just, and thanks for the call, Dan. Appreciate it in San Francisco. It's going to be fun to have Chris Paul on the team.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun to see how it works. It really is, whether he starts or comes off the bench. Our guy Rotz, I'll take it a step further. The Colts were up 36-14 at the end of the third quarter last year and lost the game to the Vikings.
All right.
To the Vikings. So that was
a Saturday game.
That was a 22-point lead entering the fourth. Now, that's one game. I get it. But I just think coaches, how we always say it's hard to win in the NFL. And
keep your foot on the pedal, Stein.
Exactly.
And again, we know where I think this Niners season's going to end, at least the NFC Championship game. I'm looking at the schedule. I need to have appropriate fear, but I think Kyle is going to be presented this same, if you want to call it dilemma, a lot of times this season, and we'll see if he's consistent with what he did in Pittsburgh, to where he kind of, Brock was out there, and you said Bosa wasn't out there a lot because the defense wasn't out there a lot, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, like, the time of possession was all Niners. So the defense only played 22 minutes. They were on the floor, they're on the field. So, so that's kind of that, if you know what I mean. But I do think it dates back to that 2021 opener against Detroit when they
I'll never forget that.
They took guys out at the end of the third quarter. So, and we got the Rams on
McVay,
Sunday.
is he the biggest Kyle villain? Like, he's got something. Dude, it's kind of funny.
What?
Two dudes in the NFC West, coaches, have hardware that Kyle does not have.
Right. But that's okay.
Carroll and McVay.
But that's okay. We talk about Kyle like he has a ring. So,
well, he's like McVay. He's brilliant offensively, but his coaching. I told you my checklist was, game management. But you can't argue Kyle, what he's done. And Brandon Ayuk, I don't know if you saw this, Offensive Player of the Week.
Okay.
There are a lot of studs and stars in this league. That's big. Jennifer Lee Chan, he's going to have a breakout.
415, why not a soft pull? I.e., tell McCaffrey to stay suited up and ready, but call plays for Mitchell.
Well, they always stay suited up.
So, it was only last year when the Ravens blew a 21-point lead against Miami in the fourth quarter. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I got to go in. I got to get into the fourth quarter before I start taking guys out with a 20-point lead. I mean,
even though your defense is dominant.
I mean, it's only dominant up to that point. You never know.
The
You never know. But are the Rams still the 49ers' biggest rival? They were, right? And can the biggest rival be like the Eagles now, even though they're not in the division?
They can be. But I'll tell you what, because the schedule permits it, we're going to see Dallas versus the Niners and Eagles versus the Niners.
Right.
But when they're in your divisions, Donnie, that's like we're going to tango twice. And I just can't get over if I were to present Niner fans with, would you rather be Sean McVay, where you got that Super Bowl and that parade, but other seasons you kind of just fell off, or would you like to be the runner-up like Kyle has, but you didn't get the parade?
You want to be McVay.
Yeah.
You want to win a Super Bowl.
No, that's my answer.
It's what separates McVay from Shanahan. It's why you can say McVay's a better coach. You got a ring.
Make who?
Kyle Shanahan doesn't.
That's a voice. Man, for now.
For now. Maybe. But I don't. See, here's why I don't think it's a rivalry anymore. I don't think 49er fans are taking this game.
No.
They're not looking at this game
Rams
like a
are
rivalry.
down a little bit.
Exactly. They think 49er fans think they're just, they're going to go down and beat the Rams.
Your boy Cup is not playing on IR. He would come back week 4 or 5.
Yeah.
You think it's going to be a walk in the park, right? You would think.
I don't think so. Why would you think that?
Evan, what's the receiver's name? I can't pronounce it from the Rams. He went Cooper Cup on us.
Oh, boy.
I got him
out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere. So that's who's the 49ers' biggest rival? Is it the Rams now, or is it back to the Seahawks?
By the way, it's Puka Nacua.
Okay,
and Tutu Atwell.
Wow, Puka Nacua.
Steinmetz, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you like pupusas? Be honest. What's in a pupusa?
And I don't know.
Anybody know?
I hadn't had one.
I think I like them.
Well, how can you think if you don't know what it is?
Because I think I've had them and I like them, but I'm not sure. But what's it got in it?
It's a flatbread from El Salvador or Honduras.
Ooh, so it doesn't have like onions or peppers?
That's where it originates.
Yeah. No onions and peppers.
I thought it was a drink.
No onions and peppers. I can absolutely have it for sure. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers coming off a big win. Did you have any issue with Kyle Shanahan making sure of that victory by keeping McCaffrey and Purdy in the game in the fourth quarter? Is that something that maybe troubled you a little bit? Are the Rams still the San Francisco 49ers' biggest rival? Or is it kind of back to the Seahawks because the Seahawks are supposed to be pretty good this year? Or is it a new team altogether? Could the big rival become the Philadelphia Eagles, even though they're not in the division? See, I think that's possible. I think it's possible that the Eagles may become the 49ers' biggest rival, but I'm anxious to hear what 49er fans say about that division thing, the fact that they're not in the division. Does that take a little of the gusto away? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
Welcome to today's matinee.
Ever since we got Xfinity, my little sister and her friends can easily stream all their favorite stuff.
We'll start with 2 episodes of Top Chef, then Chopped.
When I was a kid, we'd worry about buffering. Now they just worry about what's on the charcuterie board.
Enjoy these fine meats and cheeses.
These are just cut up hot dogs and spray cheese.
Indeed.
The best way to stream your favorites is on the Xfinity.
when I started. I think it was this guy over here in the red and white hat, Marcus and Rusty. I don't know if Steinmetz was in the mix at that time. He might have been moved on. It wasn't this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Bob Myers fresh off of getting Nick Bosa signed.
Oh, boy.
I mean, how many GMs do you have to be for teams?
Man.
I made it up.
No, Bobby Myers.
What did he say, Steiny? You were what?
I was moved on by then. I was moved on. I didn't move on.
The Steiner.
I was moved on.
I love it. Shout out Bob. Yeah, calling John, helping him out.
I just threw this out there. Are the Rams the 49ers' biggest rival? You got a couple. People think it's the Cowboys still.
I just have a problem when you have to assume two teams are going to be that dominant. Like the 99ers and Cowboys, where you knew they were going to meet, and that was the Super Bowl in the playoffs. But how can it not be the Rams? You got a coach that I think 37 years old. I didn't know how much older Kyle, who was 43 years old. I mean, that's your disciple. That's your. He's supposed to be a young, and he's already got his hardware at 37. And you tango twice, and the Rams knocked the Niners off at home to go get that Super Bowl victory over Cincinnati.
But what about Seattle? Like, Seattle was better than the Rams.
But what if I say they've been down for a while? It's bigger
they
than
made
just
the playoffs last year.
But before that, it's been bad. Well, Niner fans can help us.
Yeah,
Maybe Evan can put it on the poll.
Yeah, I'm just asking.
Who is the Niners' rival? It's got to be the Rams. Now, it used to be Seattle. Don't get me wrong. But Seattle ain't one diddly squat. The Rams,
I get it. Rivalry can be in its infancy. You don't think it's the Eagles right now? Because the Eagles eliminated the Niners last year, and everybody believes they may be on a collision course this year, and they're going to play in Week 12.
Well, what if I did this for the Eagles? How many times have they played each other in the playoffs the last 4 years? You know what you can't a rival, you gotta tango. Now they could tango this year. They played Dallas the last 2 years, but the Rams in your division have won a Super Bowl and you have not. And they got a hotshot coach that's 37 years old trying to get his Kyle Shanahan on in McVay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, our 49er fans would answer that. 888-957-9570. I feel like even though the Rams have won a title,
talk to me,
that the Niners just they've kind of outgrown them in a way.
And they got a Super Bowl. The Rams, like, how could you say that?
A couple years ago, for sure.
Yeah.
TJ Houshmandzadeh was talking about Kyle Shanahan, and this is from Willard and Dibbs. Of course. Talking about Kyle Shanahan. Tell me if you agree with this, Goo. TJ Houshmandzadeh.
The fact that they say that, they're crazy. They're crazy. I mean, outside of Harbaugh, what have the 49ers done? Outside of when Harbaugh was a coach, like, he's arrogant. So? If his arrogance offends you, that's a you problem. Like, this is the best way to explain it. You have your wife and you complain, you get a divorce. You get another girlfriend or wife. And then you realize your wife wasn't that bad after all. You can't go back and get her. Go ahead and get rid of Kyle Shanahan and then see what it's like. See what it's like then. What you going to complain about then? Oh, man, I wish I could get my wife. Oh, you can't get Shanahan back. He was somebody else. Shanahan is one of the best coaches, play callers, play designers in the league. And I think when you have as much success as the 49ers have had, you get you expect so much. And so when things don't go your way, he's arrogant. His play calling is not as good. He's never won the big one. Winning the big one is kind of hard. There's plenty of great coaches that haven't won it. I believe the 49ers winning it will come soon. But them fans need to look themselves in the mirror before they start criticizing Shanahan, because that man is the truth.
That's TJ Houshmandzadeh.
Man, I don't detect any lies. And I'll say this about Brandon Ayuk, who all of a sudden is, he's having a bust-out season. He's a household name. I agree with TJ in this sense. The play design and play caller, we've already given him that. But I have come down this road for situational play calling, Steiny. But what he did with Ayuk, in regard to the tough love. We had Herm Edwards on yesterday with the morning roast a couple days ago. So how can I not? That's coaching. So I don't think TJ said anything that's not true.
Well, I mean, you know,
all he's missing is a ring.
Well,
man.
the thing is I get, you know, what did he say about Kyle's arrogance? Well, if Kyle's arrogant, that's a you problem. Well, it might not be. I mean, if an arrogance doesn't just, like if Kyle's arrogance, maybe eventually it starts to rub players the wrong way if they don't keep winning like this.
Well, Harbaugh's arrogance is why he's not here, right?
Well,
telling the owner, get out of here, it's just for men.
Yeah, Shanahan
That's
doesn't
arrogance.
do that. Shanahan doesn't, like, I mean, that's the other thing. That's why Shanahan's also not going anywhere, because he knows how to manage up. Steven in San Jose. What's up, Steven? How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about this, you know, because we're talking about the rivalry as far as, you know, with Dallas and Rams. I feel like most recently, I feel like it's got to be L.A., man. I mean, like you guys said, you know, that conference championship game, it still hurts. You know, they took us out, went ahead and won that Super Bowl, man. And I feel like we could have won, you know, Cincinnati. We could have took them out and had that Super Bowl, man. And they took that from us, man.
They did.
Yeah.
They did. They won the one game you needed to win.
And Pete Carroll, I want to say long in the tooth. Obviously, he's older than Kyle, but Steiny, isn't there something with McVay? Aren't they from like the same cloth and Kyle? And the fact that the youngster beat him, but Kyle has the ownage when you talk about the regular season.
Yeah, so what? Doesn't mean anything.
No, but yeah, it does.
No, the 49ers
we beat you on Monday night a couple years ago.
Rather have?
No, I'm with you.
Okay. Well,
but you
don't sugarcoat it. Stop it, Goo. Don't sugarcoat it. What? The Rams have a ring. The 49ers don't.
And
don't
I'm the guy that says that.
Well,
that supersedes.
Thank you. Well, I don't give a rat's behind about 6 wins in the regular season that cumulatively meant nothing.
And, well, what about the state of the team currently?
How do you decide when it's all about winning a Super Bowl and when then you're going to give credit to a non-Super Bowl winning team?
Hey, Steiny, see, this is how you need your forgetting pills. We both have them. I'm the one that told you the Super Bowl supersedes, and I would rather be McVay.
Of course.
Even though I'm going through hell right now, or what we deem hell.
Just stop. You can stop there. I'd rather have McVay than Shanahan. You don't have to say no shade at Kyle.
Oh, no.
You don't have to say, even though he's a boy genius and he's a great play caller, just let it go.
No,
McVay's better than Shanahan.
No, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say I would rather have the ring and be McVay.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. I would give my right leg for a chip, Steiny. I don't know if you would. And that doesn't make you a bad person.
Wait, what are you saying?
I would give my right leg for a chip.
No, you would not.
Yeah. I'd go all in, like what the Rams did. I'd go all in. Throw it up.
So if the Cowboys win the Super Bowl this year, you'll cut off your right leg.
No,
that's what it sounds like.
No, you know what I mean. Yeah.
I'm literal. I told you.
Yeah, we know.
That's my problem.
But McVay, it's got in Dallas, they got the history. They've tangled the last 2 years in the playoffs. So from a nostalgia standpoint, I get that. But a rival to me, Matt Steinmetz, is a team you're going to see twice in your division and a team that bumped you off to go get their Super Bowl.
See?
Got to be the Rams.
Sorry. It's not 510. Shanahan owns McVay. The hell are you talking about? Yeah?
No, those regular, they don't equate to the NFC Championship.
No, they don't.
Nobody would tell you otherwise. And I think that bothers Kyle. We might see a 40 burger from the Niners.
It should. He's not the best young coach in the NFL.
Dude, he's 43 to 37.
707. Biggest rival right now has to be Seattle.
It's got to be somebody you play.
They broke Alex Smith. Guru. Okay.
One of the best NFC Championship games ever, 2014, when Sherman picked off Cap in the end zone. You like that? No, that wasn't. That was Cousins. What did he say to the reporter, Andrews?
I'm not sure.
That fool tried to. Remember, he was.
I believe the term was a sorry ass receiver.
That Crabtree is not a
Sherman.
receiver.
Oh, boy.
I thought he was pretty good. Hey, by the way, did you see that in the wake of Aaron Rodgers getting hurt, the NFL Players Association is calling for grass fields on all NFL stadiums?
Let's go. He said it was an embarrassment. And how many more stars have to go down with the turf monster? Now, Snotty, I know you're not into grass, but how long you think the NFL would take to implement that? Is that just one off season?
Easy.
Okay.
Oh, my God, yeah. I bet you they could do it in a bye week if they had to. Seriously.
I believe they have those resources.
Do we have any agronomists out there? 888-957-9570. Yeah, agronomist. Any agronomists out there? How fast could you turn a turf field into a grass field? I think you could do it in a bye week. I think you could get it done in 2 weeks. Now, you need a crew, and you need a good foreman.
Nah, but then you got to have the water and all the pipes able to take care of the grass once you get it. So that ain't going to be able to be done in a nah.
You bring in sod. You know, it's not like you have to grow the grass. You bring in sod. You ever worked with sod, Goo?
Yeah.
It's quietly heavier than you think. But it's kind of fun to roll it out there like a big rug. And it looks
Nothing
nice.
like pretty grass, man. One thing the Coliseum had going for them, the best grass in the game. Give me another.
Is there a ranking on that?
Well, in mine, they're number one. Dodgers number two.
Oh,
yeah,
dude.
You
have power rankings for grass?
Yes. PNC 4, Wrigley 3.
I wonder if the Cowboys would say we. Who's the Cowboys rival right now? Is it the Eagles?
It'd be the Eagles.
And obviously that's well,
damn, if they hook up again, you say Philly, and I'm not mad at you, but what if they don't play this year, Stoney? Then what do we got? One NFC Championship game between the two teams.
They're going to play in the regular season.
The 90s Cowboys and Niners and Dallas, that was you just could book it.
What was it, 3 out of 4 years?
Oh, my gosh. And they gave the Cowboys one of the best, Charles Haley, which I'll never understand.
628. Everyone knows McVay is not a better coach than Kyle Shanahan, so quit it. No. He got you when it counted.
Oh, man. And then went on to win the other game.
Kyle can coach the hell out of it in the regular season. But you go up, match him with McVay, and when all the chips are down.
Who's got a better Super Bowl record? One game appearance. It's your boy.
All NFL players should not work until the fields are grass. Do it now. Somebody's saying the Patriots switched their field out in a bye week.
No, we got to.
Any agronomists? Any agronomists out there?
I doubt if we have any out there.
I bet we do. Yeah. I bet we do. Also, that Jets-Bills game.
This shocked me.
Most watched game in ESPN Monday Night Football history.
That's got to be.
Why would people watch that game after Rodgers got hurt, I wonder?
Well, it's not that, Stoney. They count when you're tuned in for the game. So when he came out with the flag, you get the credit for viewing it. But that's the game.
So if you
turn after he got hurt, you already count, the numbers count.
I don't.
Well, that's the only way that could happen.
Well, what about like
Nielsen?
What about our show?
You people have meters.
Yeah, but if they change the channel, we know if they change the channel.
Yeah, but they captivate when the meter was on and how long it was on. TSL.
Right. So I'm saying, what if you started watching the game and Rodgers got hurt and you turned it off after a half hour? You're not going to get credit for the last 2.5 hours.
No, I think TV is different. I don't think it's the whole duration. It's just me.
Evan?
I can't wait to hear his. What you got?
Yeah, I think they just count total viewers. Like once you tap in, you're a viewer.
Yeah. Well, that's not it.
Probably just points to how highly anticipated the beginning of Aaron Rodgers' short career in New York was.
Big deal.
What do you think he's doing right now? If you're Aaron Rodgers, I'd be rolling a fat one, 40-ounce Hennessy. I would be so in a dark place. I'm being real. I got money. But
I think Rodgers already did a darkness retreat.
That's a 3. Snotty, what would you be? You would be. Clay told us.
You'd
be in a dark place. You can't rehab. You ain't even went under the knife yet.
No, I'd get a head start on it.
Dude, I'd be.
Saleh said he doesn't anticipate Rodgers retiring. What are you laughing at, Evan?
I hope Aaron Rodgers is watching film with Zach Wilson right now, because if not, they're in trouble.
That's what he's not doing, Evan.
Yes, George Toma. He's the
dude. He's the GOAT.
He's the turf doctor. He's the turf doctor for sure. I don't know. I mean, I guess Rodgers for the Jets is, but biggest ever. Wow,
that's wow. Yeah.
Biggest ever. By the way, just to jump back into the Warriors real quick, because this was one thing I wanted to get into.
Well, do it right.
Hold on. What were you going to ask me? I thought you had something to ask me.
I already did about the. Was I nitpicking Kyle?
Oh,
yeah.
About
an hour ago.
Oh, about the. How about this? By the way, I've got it defined what a star is.
When you smile, it's the best.
A star in the NBA is anybody who's made the All-Star team in the past 3 years. That's what they define as a star.
Okay, well, the Hornets, do they have a star? That's the first team that came to my mind.
LaMelo Ball didn't he make the All-Star team?
He got me.
Yeah.
All right, so he's the only one you can load manage then.
Well, but now you got to be careful if you load manage him.
No, but nobody else can be load managed on the same. You got to have multiple.
Yeah. Well,
dude, they may be able to knock this out.
Here's what the NBA is trying to do. They're calling it what are they calling it? PRP. No, I can't find what that is. But anyway, the NBA is trying to crack down on load management.
I love it.
And the first one is no more than one star player is unavailable for the same game. As an example, a team like the Boston Celtics, they would have to ensure that either Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum is available for each game unless both players are determined to be injured. Obviously, the Celtics would not be allowed to rest both players in the same game. While Brown missed 15 games last season and Tatum missed 8, they were both out for the same game just twice. Okay? Here's the one, though.
Well, damn. Kudos to Boston.
Here's the one kind of involves the Warriors. Teams must maintain a balance between the number of one-game absences for a star in home and road games with a preference for those absences to happen. Last season, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green all played in a home loss to the Indiana Pacers on December 5th. Then all three rested for a road loss to the Utah Jazz 2 nights later.
The Jordan Poole
under the new rules, Golden State would have been investigated and likely fined in that case. As an example, the Phoenix Suns host the Portland Trailblazers on November 21st. Also, they're putting an emphasis on national TV games. Teams must ensure that star players are available for national TV.
Love this.
And I can't stand it.
Why?
Because national TV games are just games, like every other game. As an example, the Phoenix Suns host the Portland Trailblazers on November 21st, and then they host the Warriors the following night on ESPN. Devin Booker would not be allowed to sit for the Warriors game because it's on national television.
What took so long?
They can't do this.
And now people, this is for the common folk. Hey, what are you doing after work? The Warriors are playing the Suns. Let's go watch it.
Okay.
Before you go do that, and Lord knows,
right?
2 stars from each team, sometimes 3. That will never happen, Jack.
Yes, it will.
You are guaranteed. We gonna see somebody. We gonna see a star. This is beautiful, and I'm just wondering what took so long.
I think
this is great.
I think they'll just say Devin Booker's actually really hurt. We're not playing him against the Warriors because he's actually really.
Do you think some people got deep pockets to where they'll pay the fine?
I don't know.
Well.
But
Joe Lacob ain't doing that. I love that.
Ain't doing what?
He wouldn't pay a fine, try to trick the system.
If it was for the betterment of a team, he might. Mm-hmm. I mean, he probably.
Jordan never load managed. Look at his games played. Malone, Bird, Stockton. Dude, people forget Ewing. People forget about the ancestors of the game.
You know what else they're trying to crack down on? They want to get a word or a phrase out of the jargon of the NBA.
You got to be playing.
Shutting it down. They don't like the phrase shut down.
Adam Silver,
Number 4,
Machiavelli.
Teams must refrain from any long-term shutdown or near shutdown when a star player stops participating in games or plays in a materially reduced role in circumstances affecting the integrity of the game. What does that mean, you ask? The Washington Wizards shut down Bradley Beal for the last 10 games last season with what the team called knee soreness. Under the new rule, Washington would have been investigated by the NBA for potentially violating the resting policy. Same thing for Damian Lillard, who was shut down.
Oh, boy. This is beautiful.
How do you police all this?
Well, they're trying.
Yeah. Man. Teams must ensure that healthy players resting for a game are present and visible to the fans.
Give it back to the people. Yeah, Steiny.
We'll see if how it affects the Warriors, because the Warriors have some guys.
Well, Clay, Dre, and Steph ain't missing the same game.
Put Chris Paul in there too now, and you know what? Wiggins too. I mean, Wiggins doesn't get load managed, but he's been an all-star in the last 3 years, so he's considered a star player. So they have 5-star players, the Warriors, and if they're gonna rest them, they can't do them all together.
I'm thinking about old Warrior Jordan Poole, who's not an all-star, hasn't been. They can rest him whenever they want then.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Pretty good stuff.
Look at 650, the league. Who cares if they're resting? Well, the integrity of the league is definitely
taking a hit,
being talked about right now, because
you believe that's why Van Gundy and Jackson are done? They criticize the league too much?
No.
All right.
I think ESPN.
Some say Van Gundy, that's why he's gone.
Yeah, I think ESPN is saving money. Maybe the league had something to do with it. I don't know, but I do think, they got rid of those guys as they got rid of a lot of.
Let me tell you who doesn't like this rule player, Zion. Oh man!
Why?
I mean, dude, he's missed more games than it.
Right, but he's had legitimate injury.
Overweight.
I mean,
I know that's not why he was out, but you know what I mean. He's got a big butt. Dude, he looks, he's in phenomenal shape. I don't know if you've seen him lately.
Oh, God.
You got to give credit for getting
No, I'm not giving credit in the summer. And you know what? You don't know he's in great shape.
Oh, I saw the picture. Unless it was AI.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The trainer is going to measure his body fat. Then we'll find out. Look at a picture. Oh, he looks good. Please.
Yeah, Zion.
I don't know about that. All right, San Francisco 49ers. They play the LA Rams on Sunday. And Kyle Shanahan has got this team rolling early. And it's all brought to you by Chilton Auto Body Goo. And one of the things about Chilton Auto Body, go ask for Mike Chilton.
Look at you.
I had an issue a year or two back. Called up Mike Chilton at Chilton Auto Body. Went over there. He fixed it up. So I would highly recommend
Look at my guy.
The people at Chilton Auto Body. I would also like to remind people that we're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromise. Could a team play a guy for 2 minutes and then pull him out? Yeah. I think, you know what this has written all over it? Gaming of the system. We'll be right back.
Settle down, class. Colin, you're up.
My fellow students, for today's show and tell, I present to you my phone. It's made with...
listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I love you, Warrior fans.
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I got a trivia question for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me figure it out. All right, you ready?
Hold on, you're doing it now?
I was thinking, why not?
Yeah.
We can jump into the Warriors.
I don't want to make Evan have to find the music, because when you put the music up. Oh, my. I'm ready.
What do the following three people have in common? Steve Young, Buster Posey, Brock Purdy. Da-da-da-da. They all are Bay Area Toyota pitchmen.
Wow.
You know how Posey and Steve Young did those Toyota commercials, regional commercials?
I ain't seen Brock.
Well, you're going to see him.
Brock getting endorsements.
He's the new pitchman for Toyota.
Boy. Man, wow. Yeah.
Wasn't Bochy in one of those too?
Right.
Or was that something else? Anyway.
He's a horse.
There you
Bochy
go.
having struggles down in Texas.
I tell you what, anybody else worried that Purdy's got too much off the field stuff going on?
He's getting paid beans. Yeah, good for him.
He needs to be a pitchman.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's true.
Now, I just got to give a shout out, Steiny. First NorCal Credit Union. When you do what we do publicly, when you're out and about, people take shots at you. I look up, 12:04 on a beautiful Wednesday night, hump day, day. Yeah. Enrique Rivera. What up, Guru? How you doing, brother? I'm fine. How you doing? That's what it's about, connecting. Like, that just put me in a good mood. I wish you cared.
Yeah. I kind of wish I did, too. I could then piggyback. Joe Lacob did a podcast with Tim Kawakami of The Athletic, and it's interesting. And he answered a lot of questions.
I listened to it
look,
all.
we got about a month till training camp, and we got some outstanding issues with the Warriors. Steve Kerr going to get extended. Klay Thompson going to get extended. Is Chris Paul going to start? If so, for whom? This is Joe Lacob. All right, this is on. I want to do this one first because it's about the entire payroll and where the Warriors are in terms of payroll this season and then eventually moving forward.
Well, I think the number's a little higher than that, actually.
Okay, higher than 400 then, yeah.
Yeah. That wasn't the plan. I'm not going to tell you it was the plan. It wasn't. But, again, we want to win. And right now, look, our core players are getting older. We don't know how long they're going to be able to play at this level, hopefully for a while. But I think we have to maximize that opportunity. This was, something we had an opportunity to add Chris. It was going to cost us a little more money in the short run. And I think we just decided it was something we're willing to do because we felt it was worth it.
All right, that's Joe Lacob talking about a $400+ million payroll, and
Good
they're going to
Lord.
get fined. Not fined. They're going to get penalized for that. And the goal is to get under an apron by the end of the season. But they shed, almost $100 million when they traded for Chris Paul because Jordan Poole had 4 years left on his deal. So there's the overview. Now, what about Klay Thompson? Klay Thompson's got one more year left on his deal, and then he makes $42 million. Anything going to happen with him?
We've had some very brief discussions at this point with his agent, but they're very, very early. I think we're all still adjusting to figuring out what our financial situation is, our cap situation. And they're going to, of course, from the player's side, logically have to assess what the free agent market might be because, they earn the right to be free agents if they play out their contract, and they have to look and see what options they might have. And so I think there's a little bit of that, perhaps dance going on at this point, but I fully expect that we'll have some substantial discussions soon, sometime, and we'll see if we can't put something together that allows Klay to be here for a long time, which we
clearly would like him to be.
Guru, would you extend Klay Thompson right now?
Yes, I would.
For 3 years?
Yep. And if I could get that number to 28, if I could get that to 28 per.
I think 30-ish.
I mean, Klay has to know, too. You're balling, Klay. You made the most threes in the league. I know you took the most. My partner reminds me of that. But, Steiny, if you're going to give Dre 25, what's Klay worth to you?
At least 30, I would think.
Yeah.
But.
And you want to do that before the year. And I know Evan pointed out that Draymond had an option he played on his last year, but this is different. And Steve Kerr, I have no earthly idea why the blank check has not been signed. And maybe we got a lot of Warrior news coming.
Well, how do you explain this? How do you explain that Klay Thompson, do you extend him and keep him in line with Steph and Draymond, or can you really ask him to come back in a contract year when the other two guys are signed long term?
I would call that, Steiny, I'm being honest, that would be bad business to me. I think Klay deserves more than that.
And what also could be bad business is signing an older player with an injury history to a 3-year contract extension that takes it to 2026.
Hasn't he earned that, though? Klay, what what does he mean to this organization? Like, even if you lost on that deal, wouldn't that be one? We did the right thing.
You guys, I got to tell you.
No, I'm being real.
I know, and I got to tell you, I don't want to hear any complaining in 3 or 4 years if the Warriors stink. I don't want to hear it, because that's the price of doing business. You know what I'm saying?
But you're saying they would turn into the Giants.
Yes, exactly.
With Belt, Crawford, and we were like, oh my God.
Exactly.
They've gotten old right before our eyes.
So I'm willing, like, if you're going to re-sign Draymond, you're going to bring Kerr back, you're going to re-sign Klay. I mean, just be prepared for the landing to be a lot harder as these guys get a little older. I'm not saying they shouldn't have done this. I don't know. I don't really know what they could have done that would have been better, but I'm still not crazy about where they are right now.
Well, how about this? When I think about Klay Thompson, Evan, you could chime in. If I have a 3 for my life on the line that needs to be taken at the end of the game,
no, don't do this.
He's in my top 5 of guys I want shooting the ball.
He didn't make a shot last year in the playoffs.
No, dude, he was coming off an off season where the legs were gone. He also led the league, and when Curry was out in this November, December, and him and Poole were making beautiful music together. Klay Thompson, those supposed game winners against Detroit. Steiny, your boy is still a marksman. That's all I'm saying. He's still a marksman.
Wasn't in the playoffs. He wasn't.
Now he's going.
I'm just the facts are the facts. Yeah. He was terrible in the playoffs.
I tell you, I believe the tank was on E because of what you didn't do in the prior offseason.
So he's a year older, but he's going to be stronger this year.
Steiny, I can't say Ray Allen because Ray didn't get injured, but Ray's transition, he still was able to just lift and shoot that shot. Klay is still got it. So on the front end,
stop saying that. Like you think
he had a bad series against the Lakers.
He had bad playoffs.
Oh well, damn. All right.
I mean,
but you don't think there was any residue from what he didn't do prior to the start of last season?
I don't know.
No excuses. But I'm looking at Klay like he's working.
So
look at the video.
So he still was feeling the effects of the preseason and the postseason.
The further you go, I feel the more tired you get. Because you ain't looking at any of us in the studio saying Klay can't spray.
What does spray mean?
Make the shot.
Well, he's not making them like he used to.
In the season, what was he, 30? He was, I know you, Russell Crowe,
this is what you do.
Mind.
But this is what you do.
40 career, damn near 40% in the season.
But this is what you do.
There's no slippage.
There's no slippage with Klay Thompson. Are you really going to maintain that? Come on, Goo.
Now, see, you're in jail right now.
You said it, not me.
No, I'm talking about shooting a 3 ball. I'm not talking about the whole game. Of course there's slippage. I'm talking about specifically shooting a 3.
That slipped. He had the worst playoff shooting of his entire career.
I'm not going to argue. I'm telling you why I believe he had that. Now he's got an off season where he's been playing ball.
Do we know that?
You saw the videos for like the last month.
That doesn't mean anything.
When you went to where'd you go? Yeah, yeah.
So he's playing unsupervised basketball? Do you want that?
Oh, do you really need those footnotes? He's in the lab.
You don't know. Stop it.
Oh,
you said Draymond Green was going to be in the lab. This is the kind of crap I'm sick of.
I hope you're
playing. Oh, he's in the lab. I'm not. No, because 2 years ago, everyone said, "Oh, Draymond's going to get that 3 back." No, he's not.
Well,
he's going to get you. Draymond. Did Draymond go in the lab and work on his 3 like you said he would?
No, he did.
Okay.
But I just feel like, again, I know you're judging Klay on his playoff performance. I get it. I'm judging him
on the whole year.
What was that? Okay, what was that percentage from not playoff, just regular season, Stoddy? He almost was at 40.
That's right. But he was more inconsistent shooting the ball than he's been in his career, even though he ended up at 40. He had more bad games. He had more bad shooting games and more great shooting games than games in the middle, which I'm not crazy about. Yeah. I mean, his defense is not.
I didn't say anything about that.
Well, that's half the game.
Well, his defense ain't why the Lakers beat him. You know what I mean? Collectively.
No, it was his shooting.
Yeah.
But
I feel like he's been in the lab. And when I say lab, just playing.
So you're
playing
guessing.
Basketball. No, Steiny.
Come on, Goo.
When you were gone and Styles and I were doing the show, he wasn't. They have video of Klay in New York at that little. Like, what's it take for you to say somebody's working?
Let me see him in the training camp.
Right.
Then you'll be able to tell who worked in the summer.
You still get a cookie for dressing up, going to work out. Like, I think some of these guys were. Last year, we know, Steiny, Klay didn't pick up a basketball.
That's right.
And that was because of the PTSD with the injuries.
Okay.
You can't tell me that wouldn't hurt an athlete and catch you at the most inopportune time, which were the playoffs. I'm saying he's been playing this summer.
Why did he play great? Why was he the best player in the NBA for January and February, but he didn't have it in April and May?
I believe that is attributed to the legs. He lost his legs.
Well, no, he didn't. He had his legs in January.
Yeah.
How did he get them?
He emptied the tank.
Oh.
Yeah. What did they say about your wad? Blew your wad.
Warrior fans, are you extending Klay Thompson before the start of the season and matching him up with Steph Curry and Draymond Green to be around here for another 4 years?
Smitty saying Goo is a fanboy, shaking my head, laughing.
I mean,
I'm giving Klay. Like, would you extend him? Evan, would you extend? Who wouldn't extend him? Like, he ain't done.
Well, maybe the Warriors aren't going to extend him.
You give Dre 25 for a hundo, and Klay can still shoot that 3, please.
Like, the numbers don't say he can still shoot that 3. They didn't say that.
I really want to radio wrestle you.
The postseason numbers were appalling. Okay, but no, because it's Klay. Because it's Klay, you gloss over it. But if it's Chris Paul, he fails every time he gets into the postseason.
You know I'm better than that.
415 says no extension for Klay. Another 415 says, no way on Klay.
Wow.
Well,
the boss just told us. Like, I feel like Joe on that podcast, something is imminent. And I don't think Klay knows where he's at. 30? Yeah, 30 for... Like, he's still bringing something to the table. Now, you guys can tell me, there's some things he ain't bringing to the table that he used to. Gotcha. But your boy can still let him fly.
Oh, he can let him fly. Now, that's accurate.
Boy.
That's accurate.
You're killing him on that playoff performance.
888-957-9570 is the number. Golden State Warrior fans, do you extend Klay Thompson before the start of the season? Joe Lacob basically made it clear that he'd like to. He'd like to get something done with Klay Thompson that keeps him in a Warrior uniform for the rest of his career.
And if you're Klay, Steiny, what are you looking for? Like, he ain't trying to go up. He knows they've had his back, even though I didn't fight you on this. Goo, those 2 years he missed, he was working. You're right. But there were games not played that totaled a lot, you know? So I just feel like Clay's got some perspective, Steiny, to where they ain't gonna be far apart.
So the guy who said I ain't sacrificing ass is the guy
that was pre-injury.
Yeah, it was. Clay is getting a supermax. No, he's not. Why would he get a supermax? You can't give him a
42 is a supermax line too. He getting paid right now.
Yeah.
42 M's.
You know, you asked me, Steiny, would you sign Clay
to
an extension? I don't like it. I just don't like where they are.
But you can still, we do a lot when we're married. You can still do a lot of things and you don't like it.
You know what? Honestly, I probably wouldn't extend him, to be honest.
And let him go out there.
What did Bob Myers say?
You don't got to do anything until you got to do it.
Exactly. Do they have to extend Clay? They don't have to. They don't have to. Now, I'm not saying doesn't have some peril not extending him, but they don't have to extend him, and so maybe that's why they won't extend him now.
But a guy of his stature and what he means, part of the big three, here I go, wake up out of Disneyland goo, isn't the right thing to do is get it taken care of and not have him play a season to where he possibly could get hurt again. And I'm going to be honest about those percentages and points, PPG, I wouldn't want to watch Clay perform. And again, I'm not saying this would happen, guys, maybe he's thinking about the contract. Just a thought.
I guess. 408, I mean, Steiny turning this. 408, what are you going to do with Clay on the Xfinity mobile text line? How's it hating to ask if you're going to extend Clay or not?
Because he hasn't been. Yeah.
Joe Lacob said he's trying to work with Clay and extend him. I've got people on the text line saying I wouldn't do that. What would you do, 408, instead of just criticizing the topic? I mean, it's a legitimate question. You know what? You can be a Warrior fan and not want to extend Clay. You can be a Warrior fan and want to extend Clay.
But you just heard the owner, if we were Perry Mason, that sounds like a man that wants to get something done with this player that he drafted.
Takes two. Maybe Clay wants 35 and they want to give him 28. I don't know. To me, it's going to be interesting.
When did you do it?
Do what?
Create your burner account on YouTube. Graymond Green. Thank God Goo ain't a GM. He's all emotion, no common sense. On this with Clay, I mean, I got to be honest, 90% of Warrior fans, not just from an emotional standpoint, would want Clay to get his bread before the start of the season. And I expect it to happen, along with Kerr.
I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know. Part of me doesn't think he's going to get an extension, but
they're they hit.
I kind of don't want to make the decision, to tell you the truth. Derek's in Fairfield. What's up, Derek? How you doing, man?
I'm doing fine. Thank you for taking my call. How's everything over there?
Dynamite.
I just got a question. Why is everybody complaining about extending Clay when he sucked so bad last year?
Clay or Draymond?
Draymond.
Oh.
I'll leave that there.
Yeah. I mean, it's a fair question. Draymond didn't have a bad year. That's not fair. Draymond was fine.
Well, if you consider
not
off
as
the court
impactful as he would.
Yeah, and hijack the culture, that's a bad year, Steiny. Forget the on the court, off the court, you paralyzed the team.
What are you talking about?
What the culture killed.
That was everybody. That was everybody. That wasn't Draymond.
No, but he had something to do with it.
No way on Clay.
30 years, Steiny. 30 would be a good number. People talking about a pay cut. Oh, pay cut, okay.
3 years, $90 million extension for Clay.
How do you not do it?
I don't know. How do you do it? How do you not do it? I think you have to do it. It doesn't mean you have to like it, right? But
who did we have on? It wasn't Geltside. Who just talking about how long Kerr wanted to coach. And I got this from the text line. It got me thinking. Now, if Kerr came into this season without a deal, Steiny, I would think is Kerr how long he's going to be a coach here. Like that. That's the one I'm looking like. That'll talk. The subliminals will be on fleek. If he wants to do this like he told Willard and Dibbs, then something's going to get done, and that should be easy street. But if for some reason there's not, I got to believe Kerr might not be tired. Part of being tired or something, do something else. Not coach somewhere else, but kind of hit a reset. But he said different. Like, this is what he wants to do. He wants to be here.
Well, maybe Bob Myers wanted to be here too, but he didn't like the number that Joe Lacob threw out at first. What's Monty Williams making?
Dude,
he ain't taking a hometown discount.
Well, he shouldn't have to.
No, he shouldn't. He shouldn't. But here's the other thing. Oh, you gotta get Kerr extended before the season. Why didn't you extend Myers then? You let Myers dangle the last year. He was a lame duck, and you know what? He didn't end up coming back.
Oh man!
Why would Kerr get a contract extension when Myers didn't? Essentially.
Well, maybe Lacob learned from that.
Maybe
because he told us right there. I didn't know. I'm paraphrasing. This was going on to this morning. Like, dude, he's been a free. Come on now. Yeah.
Well,
we're talking about two lifers, I believe, Stoney.
Who?
Kerr and Clay.
We'll see. We'll see. 408 says talk is cheap. Sign him and move on. We go to the ship. We're going down with the ship through the good and the bad.
Huh?
Those are the signs that the Warriors are sending out. That they're keeping this thing together.
No
and they're
doubt
going to give
about
it another run this year. And if it's successful this year, they'll keep it together moving forward.
And that's how I live my life, Stoney. If I were in charge, I believe people earn the right to get old together. And maybe we take a step back and we don't win it. You know what I mean? We're talking about 4 championships.
I'll bet you a round of golf and lunch at my restaurant that Clay gets a max deal. I'll take it, Jake.
Oh, wow. Look at you and Jake.
Jake in Danville, you're on.
Put it in the cap.
Put it in the cap. Put it in the cap.
But damn, Jake, a max?
Can't do it.
He just wants you know what?
Evan.
Hey, Jake, you could have just invited me for golf and lunch.
Yeah.
You didn't have to. Oh, you ever see the Seinfeld where the guy?
I've seen them all.
The guy makes bets that he knows he's going to lose because the stakes of the bet is he gets to take a lane out. I'll bet you a dinner that this happened. It didn't, and so then he gets to go out on a date.
Yeah.
That's kind of like, Jake in Danville's like, God, I'd like to. It'd be fun to have lunch and play some golf with Steiny. But he doesn't know me, so I'll make a terrible bet that he'll have to take, and he'll win it, but it'll be worth it for me.
That's pretty Elaine. Never got married on that show.
No, she didn't.
I would have wrote that in.
Jake in Danville, you really think he's going to get a max?
That's bad intel.
How could he get a max?
Clay may not even ask for a max.
I know. I don't even know what a max is for him at this point. But
dude, you got to get a round of golf, maybe, and some eats.
Yeah.
Pay your debts if you lose, though.
What do you mean?
Like I paid you that hundo back?
Oh.
You and Evan?
You didn't, but that's okay.
650.
I'm trying to read a text.
Oh, wow, dude.
I think Kenny Atkinson sees the writing on the wall with Steve. That's why he didn't take the Hornets job.
That bothers me, but damn. We talked to Kenny last year at the facility, Steiny.
I heard he didn't take the Charlotte job because he didn't have control over his staff. He couldn't hire. They had assistant coaches that were under contract for one more year, and they said you had to keep a couple of those assistants.
You're not really hiring a person if you take
That's Michael Jordan's organization. That's your boy.
Used to be.
Yeah. That's your boy.
He was walking in Paris or wherever.
That's
they
your
were
boy.
Bah. That's the greatest video ever. Bah.
I have no idea what video
when
you're talking
Mike Jordan
about.
was walking by himself, minding his business, fans came up on him and they just start, bah, the GOAT. And he just kept walking. Oh, boy, could you imagine? Bah.
Don't.
He's the GOAT. They said, they didn't say Michael. They just, bah. That's the greatest footage ever. You are a bad dude for people to do that.
Nice job, dude.
It's just
888-957-9570. Are you paying Klay Thompson before the start of the season? Are you extending him? And then we'll get more into Steve Kerr and this Joe Lacob sound because he addressed what's going on with Steve Kerr, who's also entering the last year of his contract. 888-957-9570. 95.7 The Game.
Things are percolating.
You'll be seeing us around soon. And when you do, I bet you'll call us BMO.
NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
Let me tell you what sounds like a derogatory term. Caucasian.
Oh, boy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm loving it, Jake. I'm loving it, Jake. We'll play Blackhawk. Woo! I'm in.
I think that was Jake's way. That was like the show in Seinfeld that he wants you to come play.
And I'll play.
Yeah.
But I got to win the bet first.
Dude, you're not playing today. It's
No.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
You've been falling off, not bad. Like,
Well,
you've been.
it gets dark earlier now.
We have
So I
not
don't
turned
have
the
the
clock
time.
back yet.
I know, but what time? When's sunset? When's sunset? I think Evan's checking it out.
7:20.
7:20.
Oh, gosh.
That means if I get there at 3,
Yeah.
it's going to be close. 4, yeah.
Just something I noticed.
Well, summer's over. Yeah, summer's over.
Yeah.
650. Here's what a Clay Max would look like. The projected cap next year is 142. Clay's first year, 35 would be.
How much? How much?
Would be $49 million.
Oh, hey, boy.
Jake.
Yeah. Come on, Jake.
Jake.
I'm going to call him Jay.
Jake.
Clay ain't even asking for that.
We don't know that. All right, can I tell you something? Now, I love you.
Oh.
But can you meet me halfway?
Always.
So when you're talking about Klay Thompson, you're talking about him, like you did 5 years ago. And like, can we at least acknowledge, like, how was Klay at the beginning of the year?
Erratic.
He's terrible.
Yeah.
Remember, he was
no
a
doubt.
gunner.
But we know why.
Why?
Because of
he's got no conscience.
No, he had no confidence. He didn't pick up a basketball.
So why wouldn't he shoot
the Barkley
less?
rhetoric, but he got into his zone. He got into a lather. And I'm just the type. I ain't no fanboy. I was criticizing Clay. You, Shatsky, and I
Don't let me in there.
Yeah, I
stand on my own.
Oh, please. But anyway, that dude got so hot. I'm talking about hot lava those 2 months when Curry was out. And then I want to say, not before the playoffs, the last 2 months of the season, he was, I just, every time he shot, I thought it was going in. And I understand the analytics of what he doesn't have, but come on, man.
What? Come on, man, what?
That dude is getting a contract before the season starts. If it were me, because of who you are, what you've done, and if I can give Draymond, even though it was a pay cut, 4 years at 25, please. This 3 for 90 is waiting on you, son. That's all. I'm not telling you he's an all-star, but I wouldn't even take that off the table.
I wouldn't take it off the table. But, he just, we'll see. Do you want Clay playing for a contract? Someone
that I don't.
See, and I get
and that's
why.
Being real.
I get why people don't. But again, like, these guys aren't porcelain dolls.
Wow.
Go out and get your contract, Clay. Play out your last year. Have a good, you know what? If Klay Thompson has a good year, better than last year, if Klay Thompson, I don't know if Klay Thompson's getting better or getting worse. He may be better next year because the injury's one more year behind him. He may be worse next year because age is starting to catch up with him. But if he's better next year than he was this year, he'll make more than 30. So maybe
he bets on himself.
Maybe he bets on himself.
And I believe, Steiny, the fact that, the way you just set it up with whatever you believe he's to be right now, I believe the basketball that he's been playing, that I believe I've seen with my own eyes, Styles and I talked about it, I believe he's going to be stronger from the outset, and that will last and give him more juice and stamina come playoff time. But
they got to make the playoffs.
What if he went ham?
They got to make the playoffs. What?
Steph ain't letting them not make the playoffs.
It's happened before.
And I'll say something else about that Kawakami podcast. This was subliminal, but I felt like when they were talking about Chris Paul, it was after, what's the date, Evan? You always have January something to where if they wanted to get off of Paul, they would say some ducats.
Okay.
Don't sleep on that.
Well, they can't save. Chris Paul's under contract for $30 million this year.
But you'd be able to do something with them if, let's just say it wasn't working out after January.
But you still got to take back a $30 million player.
Oh, no, I didn't.
What do you think they could just
cut that, and that $30 million goes to the books?
What books?
The Warriors. Savings.
But no team can accept a $30 million contract without giving something back to the Warriors.
I'm saying I thought they could cut them or waive them.
Oh. You think they're going to do that?
No, I'm just, if it got all bad, you would be able to get out of the 30 M's, right?
No, he's guaranteed 30 this year, no matter what. Next year, I think he's got a. Oh, is it a team or player option? I think it's a team option. I might be wrong, but yeah.
I had that money going back to the pot. Wow. So the 30's a 30, regardless what you.
Well, he makes $30 million this year. Like Poole was going to make 28 or 27, but he's got 4 more years left, so they got off all that back-ended money. What about Steve Kerr? Where does he fit into this situation? Joe?
We have started to talk with his people. Again, same as kind of the Clay situation, but very early. There's plenty of time. Again, Steve is just like Clay. We want Steve to be here for a long time. He's a Hall of Fame coach. We really value him. And I'm sure we'll be able to work out something that's fair to both sides.
Joe Lacob. Yeah. Chris Paul's contract is not guaranteed for next year. Not guaranteed.
Gotcha.
So he'll be most likely on the Warriors all this season, and then they'll decide what to do with him. I'd be shocked if he's here the year after this upcoming year, but who knows? The contract extensions for Clay and Steve Kerr to me are interesting. They just the tone of Kawakami's article is that looks, and even Lacob's saying the right things. I'm just not. I need to see those extensions before I believe that they're definitely going to happen. You know what I mean?
Would you have said the same thing? And I hear you about Draymond Green, because that one floored me. When he got that gives me confidence that these two are just they're coming down the chutes, Donnie. Did you see that happening the way that it happened with Draymond? Like, that was a shocker. With everything that you said to start the show and things that just were facts with Draymond, and could this be a way for Lacob to say, I'm going to sign off on 4 for 100? How could this two be any more non-complicated?
I mean,
like, these
first of all, he took a pay cut, Draymond. I'm just saying. And then secondly, I think if we remember the end of the year, remember Kerr right off if we'd lose Draymond, we're not a championship team anymore. Yeah. Like, the signs at the end of the year all pointed to they want Draymond back because they couldn't afford. You know what? The Warriors wanted Draymond back because they couldn't afford to lose him. Right? We as Warrior fans have been spoiled the last decade. I would rather watch the Big Three ride into the sunset together than win another chip. No, you wouldn't want that. If you could make a move right now and you'd have to lose one of the Big Three, but it would result in a title this year, everybody's doing that, right?
Yeah.
Actually, you said last year you might not do that.
Well, things have changed. And that 4 for $1, I wish I could kind of get in on your bet with the guy at the golf course. But what do we got? What if I tell you Clay's extension and Kerr's extension, we can bet a salad at Old Ship. They happen before first day of training camp.
Yeah, I'm not going to make that bet. You know why?
Why?
Because I don't know. I only make bets that I'm sure of. I don't lose bets. I've only lost one bet in the last 5 years.
Training camp opens on October 3rd, by the way.
Okay, the 3rd.
Oh, boy. We're inside a month.
Yeah. Man.
And what'd you say? What's the last bet I lost other than the Banyas one?
Oh, my gosh,
Thank
you're not
you.
saying that.
Thank you, Goo.
What?
The Warrior bet with the 100.
You lost. The Warriors didn't win the title.
The bet was called off.
Right.
Right.
Because I didn't lose it.
Well.
And you know what?
You didn't win it.
I called it off because I couldn't tolerate your boo-hooing every day.
And you lost the Ayuk bet.
What bet?
That he would be what he is now. Boy, I tried to come. I remember I didn't even feel like lying.
Keep trying.
I turned a new leaf.
So,
nothing to see here, Steiny. With Clay and Steve. I think I just got to end it with this. Klay Thompson knows where he is. I think he has love for the organization. The boss, obviously, Joe Lacob, wants him to be here. If he does what our guy at the golf spot thinks and he wants more, he's not dealing in reality. And I think Klay, he's been around. He knows what time it is. He knows where this team is financially. I think that 3 for $90 would suffice. And Steve Kerr, it's just whatever Evan said Monty's getting, you get $1 more. I mean, there's nothing to see here. Now, I would be nervous as a Warrior fan, which I am, in regard to what Steve wants to do with his life outside of basketball if somehow there's not a deal done at the start of the season. That would signal to your boy, okay, maybe he really needs to do what Bob did, talk to the missus and the family or whatnot.
Well, the one difference is Steve said he wants to keep coaching.
He told Willard and Dibbs that.
So if he wants to keep coaching, then Joe Lacob's got to pony up. Got to pony up big money. I mean, the other thing is listen, if you're gonna extend Clay, you may as well extend Kerr at that point too. Bottom line, because you're gonna want Kerr to coach this team as it gets older.
And they're older, Steiny, and they won a chip in 2022. You have to admit, it ain't about good, and there ain't no cobwebs on that. That was a shocker.
That's right, and that's why they're not going to be able to do it 2 years later.
Huh? Never say never. Me, you, and Evan at where were we at? At the police department across the street from the venue we watched the game at. I will never forget that day of like, this just really happened.
What's more important?
Keys our pub.
What about the Nuggets? They won it this year. They're younger than the Warriors.
Facts.
Okay.
Lost Brown, and who else they lose? I know people are going to laugh.
415. Guys, how much did Steve Kerr's reputation take a hit by failing to even medal at the recent FIBA World Cup?
I'll let you handle that one. Not one iota. Give him credit for spending time away from his family to go out there. He didn't have no Top Guns. Shout out Tom Cruise.
People are questioning him.
Oh, yeah. This Twitter's Daddy.
That's true. But Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson, we'll find out if they get extensions. Here you go. I'll play some more Joe Lacob, and you can say how much you agree with him and how great he is.
I obviously like to set goals and for myself and for our organization. I'm not going to shy away from that, and I don't think we ever should. I mean, why do this if you're not going to aim high? So, look, that's a goal for me as a leader of the organization to try to match. I don't know that that's possible, quite frankly, in the modern, in this era. It's just going to be harder and harder to do that, I think. But we've done pretty well, 6 finals in 13 years. And the key will be, over the next several years, as you pointed out, can we keep our guys who are really good but getting older healthy? Can we supplement them properly, get a few breaks here and there, and continue to hopefully try to get some more finals?
That was Joe Lacob talking about his goal of being Jerry Buss, essentially. 16 finals appearances in 33 seasons.
Damn.
So the Lakers were in the finals basically every 50% of the time over a 33-year period. That's 20 more years for the Warriors, and they're going to need another 10 finals in those 20 years.
Man.
Gosh. I don't know that, and good for Joe Lacob. I don't even know that I'd bring that up. Seriously.
I mean, man, he ain't scared.
Unbelievable. Like, that's because that goal is unbelievable.
Well, the run from 14 to now is it's been unbelievable.
Right, so imagine 2 more of those runs.
Yeah, that's just
2 more runs like they just had.
Wow. Good God.
Good luck. Whether you like it or not, CP3 is needed to be successful this year, says the 510. So he does mean something to the team, understandably not to you. Oh, I think he's talking about you.
No, I think it's you.
No, because underneath.
Somebody's telling me never use the word fleek again.
So extend cleavage. Come on, my brother. So he
your brother too.
No, he was. He's taking exception to you saying they could trade Chris Paul.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Because he says they're going to need Chris Paul. That's what the gentleman said.
And what's scary about Chris Paul, and shout out to our boy Spears, is we don't even know, Steiny, what his role is going to be.
He's going to start.
Yeah.
He's got to start.
Anybody from the Warriors said that?
Probably.
And he didn't know when Malik was a Kendra. When Kendra you coaching? He didn't know then.
I mean, I can't imagine Mark Spears writes that.
Oh, no.
So somebody in the organization probably told him that. He also said that he's going to play, Chris Paul's going to play in short spurts, like 5-minute spurts.
Well, then that's not a biggie then if he were to start and you get Loon in there.
5-6 minutes?
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. What concerns you most about the Warriors this season? Because we're about a month away from training camp. What do you
replacing Jordan Poole's production off the bench and not having that chameleon that could start for Clay, that could start for Draymond. I believe this is the season that Warrior fans are going to appreciate what Jordan Poole did. And as much as I made fun of him or wondered, I wasn't even making fun calling him Stacey Adams, why is he falling down? Steiny, you tell me, especially now, if Looney's going to be the first guy off the bench, where is that scoring coming from? Pajinski, is he going to be on the big club? I don't know. I'm just wondering. That is right now my number one concern. You don't got that guy that can slow the game down, stop it, get to the charity stripe. He's gone. And you got a guy that Phoenix said, you know what? And I know we want Devin Booker to be our point guard. We got championship aspirations, but we can do it without Chris. Here, Warriors, you can take them. Okay.
Well, remember, you got moved to Washington first, just FYI. They moved them to Washington. I'm just saying.
No, they said night to him. Phoenix did.
They did.
Yeah.
They did. What can we expect from Steph Curry, Joe?
I mean, I told Steph the last few years, I said to him, you need to be Tom Brady. What I meant by that was, Tom Brady, an incredibly long career at a high level. Like, it never happened before. And obviously, we would love for Steph to be the equivalent in basketball. I don't think anyone can predict that. Father Time certainly wins that on the basis of odds. But he is an incredibly well-conditioned athlete. And he looked great this last year. I have no doubt he's going to be great again this year. And he'll turn 36 this year. I mean, by historical standards, that's pretty up there. But who knows? I mean, maybe he can continue on like this for a number of more years yet. We just don't know. I don't know how long it's going to last. Right now, we're going to ride it.
That was Joe Lacob. Right now, we're going to ride it. See, when he says right now we're going to ride it, that's got to mean he's got to bring Clay back and Steph Curry and Steve Kerr back.
No doubt about it. That's the plane. That's the ride. They're pilots.
Nick's in Ohio. Hey, Nick, what's going on, man?
Hey, fellers.
Hey.
Back to Draymond. I think he put a pall on 3 seasons. We all know about what happened last or the year before last. Anyway, the Warriors were 10-0 a few seasons back when he got into it with Durant, and that kind of had a heavy cast on the whole season.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, the last pardon me?
Yes, I'm listening.
Anyway, I just feel like, Jesus, this guy's got to rein it in. He's got to be, pick up his or fix his act, because it's really it's destructive to the team.
Well, let me tell you this.
I just want to bring out,
caller. I just want to hear your response to this. I've been there. Steiny's where you're at, but the fact that the team rewarded him with that contract, do you think there's just a nickel of the fans think he's more destructive than he actually is because the organization is showing us otherwise?
Well, they didn't have any choice, right? I think they did it, plucked their nose and went ahead. I mean, they didn't have any choice, really.
Yeah.
So, I don't think everybody's in love with Draymond Green anymore.
Thanks, Nick. I appreciate the call.
But he's yours, Steiny. Kind of said what you said, but he's yours. They signed up for 4 more.
For better or worse. The one thing I do think's interesting is, Nick said, he's got to fix his act. I mean, really? He's not going to. Is he going to fix his act at 33 years old? When his act has gotten him this far, when his act has gotten him 4 titles, when his act has gotten him or will get him to the Hall of Fame. I just don't think he'll ever change at this point. He's got a track record of success doing it this way. And even though he's had some stumbles, as Nick pointed out, 3 times, come to think of it. Yeah, I mean.
It's exciting, Sonny. We got Niners. We got basketball upon us. Man.
Yeah, it's everything's looking up for the 49ers, and we'll see about the Golden State Warriors.
But unlike the Niners, the Warriors got 4 titles. Niners trying to quest for 1.
6.
Under Kyle.
0. They've got 0.
That's my guy.
CP3 slows the game down. JP was too streaky, and his passing wasn't up to par. Chris Paul's a solid fit. We'll see.
So in the half-court set, even if you slow it down, you think without a Jokic to throw it down to, you think the Warriors are going to be better by not running?
Have they ever had they've never had a guy they throw it down to?
Yeah, but they ran though. You know what I'm saying? Slowing it down. Wiggins standing around waiting to get to rock. I'm just I envision a lot of that. We'll see. And maybe he won't be in there as much as we think. CP3.
He better be. He's not gonna be happy if he's not playing. Like you can't. Let me tell you what you can't do is play him 18 minutes a game. That ain't enough. Yeah. You're gonna need at least 25. 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson with you, and on the other side, might get back into the San Francisco 49ers. Start talking about the Rams. Talk about the Rams on 95.7 The Game.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes, the IRS has greenlighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship and is now accessible through Tax Help USA. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. For this free information, call 800-251-1413. 800-251-1413. That's 800-251-1413.
It's your boy Guru asking for a SOTA. That's SOTAWeightLoss.com. Let me tell you again, SOTAWeightLoss.com. I'm down 26 pounds, people, and I've never been happier, and I'm still going. What I want you to do is log on and find out what your desired weight loss is and call SOTAWeightLoss.com, and then you'll get assigned a consultant, a nutritionist like I have, and she or he will walk you through this whole process, and they'll teach you how to not to have the late night snacks, the sugary drinks. And if you look at me right now, my belt buckle is feeling a little looser. You look at the great Bonte Hill, he's knocking it out to par along with our new member, our boss, Matt Nahigian. SOTAWeightLoss.com is where it's at, and they teach you mind over matter. You know, it's not a 24-hour fight. What you do is find out what fits you best. You don't have to live in the gym, but the best of all, you can do it from the convenience of your own living room. Go to SOTAWeightLoss.com now. State-of-the-art weight loss.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
Welcome to today's matinee.
Ever since we got Xfinity, my little sister and her friends can easily stream.
KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I would like me. You know, I didn't know. Honestly, I'm objective, man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steph Curry is... If he was a gang, I'd join it. That's a boy. If that ain't to the point, man, what's he going to do? MVP, Steiny. He's on a mission, man. I cannot wait.
The more you tell me about your dad, the more I think I have a lot in common with him.
Nor, you guys can be the same dude, man. He ain't about fadangling.
He has a respect for rules.
Yeah,
right?
And telemarketers, you hear them out when they call. My mom used to hang up. I'd hang up. He ain't with that. Gosh, man. I'm like, Pop, where's my real dad at? I drive in the carpool.
My buddy Dana, you know him. He's just one of the greatest conversationalists of all time. He just loves conversation. He used to always say, he used to love when the Church of Latter-day Saints guys would come and
he would
knock on the door, and he'd be like, boy, I'm so confused. Why don't you come on in, guys? And he would keep the guys in there for like 2 hours talking to them.
Yeah, hey, you never know, man.
No, I'm not going to join, but I appreciate you lending your ear for 2 hours. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. Who's the biggest rival right now for the 49ers? Is it? And I was going to say, is it still the Rams? But would a 49er fan out there say, no, it's the Seahawks? Is it the Seahawks? Is it the Rams?
What if I get you something that's not on the list and I mean it?
Okay.
Evan, you tell me what you think too. What if it's themselves? What if, because I'm looking at you and I talk about this team for the last 4 to 5 years, even under the Jimmy Garoppolo tenure, I think they should have 1 or 2 Super Bowl rings. What for this conversation exercise, we'll do 1. What if I told you it's themselves? Kyle is so brilliant, but yet when you're in certain situations, are you so brilliant that you second guess yourself? Now, I want to double back to a heated conversation, radio conversation you and I had, and how I look at life.
Oh, boy. I'm worried.
Have you thought about him throwing that challenge flag?
No.
Twice after our conversation, to where if that were to happen again, even if they lose it, Stein, he's throwing that flag. You know what I mean? Sirianni would have threw that flag. I can't believe I'm giving him a compliment. McVay would have threw that flag. Kyle was, and it was just Kyle against himself. Or upstairs was too slow. There was a delay. Kyle has some growing to do, even with all his brilliance. And that's why I'm talking about when I watched that game in the lab last night. What if Purdy, what if what if McCaffrey would have got hurt up 30-7? People would be changing and they would be lying and calling us talking about what was he doing.
Somebody's going to get hurt for the Niners.
Well,
will it be in the middle of the fourth quarter? Will it be in the first? Somebody's going to get hurt.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to miss a couple games. You would figure. I don't,
because I don't think they got a natural one. If it's not them, if you don't like themselves, I think it's got to be the Rams.
Yeah,
they won the Super Bowl while Kyle was coach, and they beat you.
Mark's in Vegas. Hey, Mark, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Just there.
I'm doing okay. I have this thing with Kirk.
Okay.
I'm not a real big basketball fan, but I see that he went to go to FIFA, and he wanted to see if he can coach young kids. Now, he has a bunch of older players on the Warriors team, but I think it was a pride kind of thing. I don't know. You tell me. You're the big basketball person. All right, thank you.
What did you
so he
know?
D3 I guess he was asking you, do you think he improved on coaching young players? Because you had Brandon Ingram questioning his minutes and how he was being used. The Kobe story, Kerr told Ant-Man, and Ant was like, yeah, but we ain't got no Kobe. So I don't know how we deem it successful or not if you just don't talk about the wins and losses. Like, Kerr didn't have to improve on that to me.
In terms of what?
All you got, the young player you need to be worried about is Kuminga. And he said as much. Like, there was nothing he could exercise over there that would help him with Kuminga, right? I just thought he overly exuded, tried to demonstrate tough love to Kuminga, and maybe he won't be as harsh on him. But there was nothing FIFA was going to do to make him get something he didn't have or possess.
Yeah, FIBA, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
It was more for the college.
Yeah, but I took it.
FIFA soccer, right?
Yeah, great game on PS5.
What game?
FIFA soccer.
What
FIFA. On the PS5?
Oh,
yeah.
Okay,
it's been going on for you. I play with Cameroon. Well, you didn't have to. I'm being honest.
That's funny.
Right. That's how I'm trying to be.
Steiny will always be the Niners. Cowboys, Packers forever, like the Dodgers versus the Giants. Reds. Okay, that's fair. Listen, as it relates to Steve Kerr and young players,
speak on it.
I think it would be fair to ask that if you were going to come off the big three or one or two of them, then yes, I think it's a fair question to say, do you want Steve Kerr coaching a team that everybody acknowledges is in transition? I could see somebody saying, yeah, I'd rather not have Steve Kerr coach that kind of team. But
that's not the case. He's built what he's coaching right now. And those players were young, relatively young babies. Steve Kerr he didn't just get here, Steiny, so I kind of rebuke that. I don't like how he dealt with the youngsters, even Moody, but he's shown us
what? He's shown us he can coach Hall of Famers. I'm just saying, you can say out of hand if let's say just hypothetically the Warriors don't make the playoffs this upcoming. They're 41-41. They got banged up a little bit, and now Joe Lacob says, you know what? Now it's time to break this team up. I'm going to try to trade some guys. So he trades Draymond and he trades Klay Thompson. Gets a couple young guys. Curry's okay with it. Can you say for sure you want Steve Kerr to coach that team? I'd be open to maybe him not coaching a team if the big boys aren't on it.
Well, that's why I wanted to double back. When he got here, was Curry a Hall of Fame? See, that's what there was still some growth.
To the second round of the playoffs.
Yeah, they did, and they lost to the Clippers in Game 7.
But wait,
under Mark Jackson,
right? But you can't compare when Kerr got here, coaching Curry, Klay, and Draymond, to coaching Kuminga, Moody, and Poole. Like those guys were really established by then. But I hear what you're saying. I'm wondering if. If when they eventually transition off the big three, I'll bet you Steve Kerr. I don't know. Yeah. Will Steve Kerr be in charge of the rebuild from a coaching point of view?
And does he want to be? And that's why this extension, if it doesn't happen, makes you think and focus on it for a while. Like what hit Bobby Brown, his prerogative, Steiny. What does he want to do? Maybe he wants to ride out with the big three.
Kerr. Yeah. Then give him a contract extension for 3 or 4 years and run this thing back as long as you can and see if you can make a title run this year. And if you do, then try to make one next year. And you keep it together until you don't think this team can win anymore. And then you gotta start the transition. But man, do you want Steve Kerr to be the guy who leads that transition when a lot of what we talked about this past year was he's tough on rookies or he's tough on young players. He doesn't hand out minutes. Well, he might have to hand out minutes after, Curry's gone and Klay's gone.
I don't even want to think of that era, man.
Why not?
Let's stop.
It's exciting.
After Curry, Klay, and Dre? Please, who?
Why are you afraid of the unknown?
No, it's like I'm watching a good movie and you're telling me just fast forward it to the end.
Okay, there's been great sequels.
But we're not ready for people.
Many say Rocky 2 was better than Rocky 1. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's different.
What do you mean?
Because
you just said it was a movie.
No, but you still had Rocky. Right, you're talking about the finale. I don't like season finale. I've cried. Jefferson's and all in the. I don't like that. I don't like those. And hearing you talk about it like that,
it's coming to an end.
It's not. We got years. Curry's playing till he's 40.
They're going to go real fast.
He may play longer than that.
Who?
Curry. Dude, he don't got a lot of cargo, like Nas.
He may be playing at 40, but I'll bet you he's not averaging 28 a game at 40.
Okay,
how about that?
Somebody driving addition.
Somebody will bet me on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody want to bet me? When Steph Curry will not average 30 points when he turns 40 years old. Anybody want to bet?
I still might take.
I know. There are some who still
think
might.
We'll see him this year.
Steph?
Yeah, on the show. That's when I need you to get in there.
You mean for an interview?
Yeah, it's kind of been a staple last couple of years. I'm jinxing it.
What does he really say?
And Evans got the too short photo where too shorts on the wall. I remember that. I'm all over.
Yeah, you are. I can't.
Last time we were at the facility, they had the picture of 50 years of hip hop, a young Too Short. And Evan, while we were set up there talking to the chef and others, he's got it like it's his avatar on one of his things where it's Too Short. Evan is pretty smooth, man. Short dog.
I mean,
the boss is probably like, what is Guru talking about?
He's used to it, probably.
By the way, boys, update from 49ers practice. Linebacker Dre Greenlaw, hurt with a groin, will not practice. Still sore due to some wear and tear. That's per Cam Inman.
All right. That's the only injury
but that's
of significance, right? No. Did Dre Greenlaw play week 1? He did. Okay. So he didn't get out of there without an injury. He'll play. It's Wednesday. Yeah. He'll play.
Sneaky big game this Sunday? Because I'm like, they're going to win by 40. I thought Seattle would beat the Rams by 30. You never know. But we'll see how the Niners do encore.
We were talking about rivals and whether the Rams are one or not. And I get it. They are. But there is absolutely no doubt that the juice is not there. The juice is not there because nobody thinks the Rams are going to be good.
They're not holding up their end of the bargain right now.
But you could say if they win Sunday, they are. If the Rams win, nobody's even giving the Rams a chance.
Well, Cooper Kupp's not playing.
Okay.
Well, they're already it's not a mini rebuild, but it feels like it. I mean, that's how far they've fallen, Steiny.
They made the playoffs last year with a younger team. They could be better. And I get it that I'm talking about Seattle too, but
who
knows about the Rams?
Well, again, that was a shocking win week 1, but that's different. You're playing arguably a top 3 team in the NFL now with San Francisco 49ers.
So you expect the Niners to roll?
I'm going to save that for Thursday or Friday. Our predictions.
I may make a prediction now.
Rams did shut out the Seahawks in the second half, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't allow, I think, more than 2 yards per play in the second half.
Wow.
And Geno Smith, oh my God.
And by the way,
that was embarrassing.
I didn't see the all 22 yet. I'm waiting on that. Film from the NFL. But Matt Stafford,
we got busy.
According to Evan, he had himself a game. Might have been the best quarterback performance in week 1.
Nobody's talking about.
Exactly.
Well, this one will be different.
The Rams being bad doesn't mean the rivalry isn't there. Huh? Really? Okay. The Dodgers have beat the crap out of okay. It's still a rivalry, but we're losing juice.
We're front running too, Stoney. When Bonte and the gang Shasky were in LA at SoFi for the NFC Championship game, that was we kind of thought we were going to see more of that. So we can't. It ain't all the way dead when you say there's no juice. I'm thinking dude, we're just a couple years removed from that.
I know but it feels like the Rams have just fallen off.
Well, that they have.
So that affects the rivalry. But and we'll talk more about the Rams, but it sure feels like this one's already being chalked up as a win.
Wow, man. I go back to the Jim Everett, Henry Ellard, the old Rams, Steiny, remember them?
I do remember them. And the 49ers owned those teams. Didn't the 49ers beat the Rams 18 straight games?
They owned them. Montana. 18 John Taylor owned the Rams. All those long runs damn near felt like it was against the Rams.
Exactly. We were talking earlier about the 30-7 win over the Pittsburgh Steelers and whether or not he left his players in too long. So, honestly, it seems to me like there were three of all the good of as great as that win was.
All right.
Opening week. And keep in mind the 49ers were 2-4 under Shanahan in openers. So it was probably the best start to a season in the Shanahan era. So we know that they put it all together.
All right.
But what would you say the three big issues are? The
McKivitz at right tackle.
McKivitz?
We got to see if that grows.
Okay. I guess the penalties, although I think that's a game-to-game thing.
But I didn't start watching that game. You say 11, that's a lot. I was like, didn't feel like it. And I'm having a problem with a third.
The third would be maybe Kyle left his players in too long. Because that seems to have come up a little bit. 650 said Tua had the best week one performance, Steiny. Mm-hmm.
Well, he didn't get Offensive Player of the Year. That went to Ayuk. Player of the Week.
Right.
That was for the NFC.
Oh, yeah. NFC. Ayuk in the NFC. Excuse me. Tua in the AFC.
Oh, so Tua did win it.
I'd imagine.
Player of the Week.
Yeah.
Did he have?
Tyreek Hill? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Come on, these no-name wide receivers for the Rams, they won't be making plays against the Niner defense, just tells me Seattle's defense is bad. Well,
yeah, 201 it's 90.
Tua and Brandon Ayuk.
Yep. Damn. Great stuff for Ayuk.
How many yards did McCaffrey have on the ground? Like 150 plus?
Although, 150.
Although Brandon Ayuk scored 2 touchdowns. So we'll give him
and great blocks.
We'll give him that. And he had a great block. He's
a complete.
He had a complete game.
I'm eager to see who balls out. Will it be Brandon? We talked about ball distribution. Like, will Kittle? Not that they had bad games. Debo had 5 catches. Like, will it rotate, Steiny? And I know you can't go into a football game.
It will.
Yeah,
it will.
Aaron Donald's coming now.
It will. Like I expect.
AD.
Debo Samuel. No, I expect Kittle will be. Would Kittle have 3 catches for like 19 yards?
Mm-hmm.
I bet you Kittle
big
gets
fourth down conversion.
Gets used more. Yes, he did have that fourth down.
I want to see some more Brock Purdy demonstrations. He is getting cocky in a good way. And they get the first down and he does the stuff. He's got some personality to him.
He does. Yeah. He absolutely does. And he's also now, apparently that personality has gotten him the Toyota pitchman job.
Look at you counting his chicken. That's good.
No, I know exactly.
This dude may be on his way to 8 pitch. I mean, they're coming. You keep balling like this.
So those Toyota commercials, they had Steve Young. Those regional commercials we're talking about? Steve Young, Buster Posey.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy. Those are 2 Hall of Famers. Maybe Toyota knows something. I think Toyota has projected.
They know he's undefeated when he starts in regular season football.
Yeah, Toyota's projected that Brock Purdy may go to the Hall of Fame. That's why they're getting ahead of it. Just like Nike did with Jordan. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you went to see Air. Or Reebok. Yeah, you did. You said you went to see Air.
But isn't it on regular TV too?
Well, yeah, but back then it wasn't. You had the experience.
I can't remember if I went to the theater or I watched it at home. I
think you went to the theater. You and Susan.
Well, that was Indiana Jones, which was one of the worst movies I've seen in the last 3 years.
Good Lord.
That was terrible.
Equalizer 3 for me. Didn't say, oh, boy.
Was it? Wait, that Equalizer 3?
Yeah.
When did you see that?
It was a while back.
Is that the last movie you've seen?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't go see Indiana Jones in the one with the stopwatch or what's it called, the compass.
Yeah,
the timepiece.
Is there anything worse than when your spouse falls asleep in a movie and then you got to nudge them when they're snoring and you're embarrassed, and then she says, "I'm not asleep." You're asleep. I heard you snore. People are hearing you snore.
That usually happens at home more than in a theater.
Like. Why'd you even come? Why'd you even come if you're going to fall asleep? You could have did that at home.
Although
we got IMAX tickets. You know how much they're running right now?
Although this is the show that popularized.
Well,
so we know how it's done. Aaron Donald knows Debo now. Remember when Aaron Donald said Debo?
Great stuff, boy.
Who's Debo Samuel?
That was great stuff.
That was interesting. Absolutely.
But he did get the NFC Championship game. I hate that for Kyle. Like, that was the team that beat you. You had ownage of them. Still do technically, but people would trade it. Hey, you can have all those regular season wins. I'm going to get the one to go to the Super Bowl and beat Burrow. Man.
49ers, baby. It's all locking in for him this year. You can tell, right? You can tell.
Well,
the only thing that can stop the 49ers are injuries. Without injuries, they're going to the playoffs. They got 11 wins.
If I could sign my name on that, I'm gonna give you my John Hancock on some signature, some form. I think that's what we're staring at. Or what about your Eagles? They got to bounce back too. Hey, and Evan, I was gonna tell Evan this. You and Evan. I'm sleepy. I'm quietly excited about the Pittsburgh game against Cleveland Monday night to see if it was just maybe the Niners, just choking them out. Like, what if we see the Steelers look like gangbusters? It's just going to be, maybe it was just the Niners.
Well, it's a week-to-week league.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. It is a week-to-week league. By the way, the one thing that I said yesterday, I'll stand on this, is
when'd you start using that one?
I'll stand on it because I'm of the belief that Brock Purdy's been terrific so far. Do we need to see more from him? Yes, I think so. But that doesn't mean if he has a bad game. Like, if he has a bad game,
it's just
I still think this is who he is.
Yeah. Come on now.
Until he stops being it.
That would be totally unfair.
What?
If one game to supersede what he's put together and the two playoff wins.
I guarantee you somebody will do it.
Well, then they're laying in the weeds then.
I think somebody will absolutely. If
would be kind of weak.
Purdy's first game where he struggles, if he ever does.
He hasn't.
If he ever struggles, then people are going to kill him. And then what has to happen is he's got to have a bounce back game right away. Right away. But I'm with you. I'm to the point. Like, we talk about sample size. Like, here's where I'm at. 8 games isn't a big sample size, or 9 or 10, whatever it is. It's not a big sample size. I'd like to see more. But the sample size, to me, is actually big enough. It's a big enough sample size to start saying, you know what? If this is who he is, and it looks like he is, and it looks like we got something here.
Yeah.
So he's put together 8, 10 really good games. If he has a bad game. 2 of those are
playoff games. I keep having to throw him in there, Steiny.
How good was he against Dallas, though?
He didn't mess up.
I know he didn't mess up.
And he didn't throw a touchdown.
But
he was.
I'll be honest with you. Okay, I'll be honest with you.
That's the one that impressed me the most, and I've watched the game 50 times.
See, I think if the 49ers get into a game like that again with Dallas or the Eagles, I think they're going to need Purdy to do more.
Wow.
This year.
And he threw a could have been interception to Diggs, who dropped it, Steiny. But we don't live life on woulda, coulda, shoulda. I mean, he won that game.
Well, no.
He won that Dallas game.
Sometimes you do.
Well, yeah, but we don't do it. It's not a standard. I can't say you threw an interception because you almost threw one. I'd be a hater.
But you can say the Warriors, in your mind, won 5 championships in a row.
You keep going to that.
So
yeah. It's actually 6. But yeah.
It was 6.
3-1.
How many titles do the Warriors have?
6.
6.
Yeah. Think about it.
No, no.
Up 3-1. Phil Handy and the Cavs arguing. 3-1. Toronto had no chance if Clay doesn't get hurt.
Yeah. That's
2 parades I had by myself.
Now, this is one, Evan, where I want to fight him. He says, I want to fight you.
Yeah, radio fight.
I want to fight you after that.
Yeah.
But
it's not like they missed the playoffs, and I'm saying give them a ring.
Well, they did miss the playoffs.
No.
With Steph Curry the year that
right. And
they couldn't get out of the play-in game.
I didn't cite that as an example.
Well, no, but you said with Curry, they're going to always make the playoffs. No. But the fact is they went 2 years in a row with Curry and didn't make the playoffs.
Lost to Memphis and in the play-in.
So, but I think Steph's going to have a great year. Question is, are the Warriors? All right, on the other side, more sports talk. Don't forget, it's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
At Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, we know how hard it is to care for loved ones. Come and check out the 5-star facility named one of the top skilled nursing facilities by U.S. News and World Report. Visit us at lifegen.net or call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
Settle down, class. Colin, you're up.
My fellow students, for today's show and tell, I present to you...
I want winners.
Hypotheticals.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you. Willard and Dibbs on their way. Did I tell you, I know what you wanted to ask me all about the other day, and we didn't get into it. Pickleball.
Oh, that was it, man.
That's what it was.
And when did you buy the equipment? Because the game bothers me. It's really tennis. What are we doing? But, hey, I get it. It's taking off. LeBron, it's on ESPN, but it's really tennis. We're stealing from tennis, pickleball.
Okay, what about ping pong?
That's
Didn't that
table
steal
tennis.
from tennis?
That's table tennis.
What about squash? Didn't they use a racket?
What is that?
Squash?
That's vegetable.
It's when you hit the ball off the wall and you play two guys.
That's racquetball.
You've never... There's different rackets they use. Help me, listeners. Help me. Come on now.
Pickleball, you're ready to hoop if you're doing that, though.
No, not the same.
You're on concrete, Steiny.
Yeah, but you don't have to run as fast. Run as far.
How'd you do?
It's fun.
How you keep score? What do they go up to?
11.
Oh, so it's like, wow, who?
Scoring.
Talk to me.
Yeah, you gotta learn how to keep score. Takes a little while, but it's fine. Bobby's in Los Altos. What's up, Bobby? How you doing?
Oh, hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call. Let me get this chicken wing out of my mouth.
Oh,
hey,
Bobby.
So here's the thing. Last week, I believe it was last week, Steinmetz.
Yeah.
You and I believe Dims tried to say that if Purdy got hurt,
yes,
then you don't expect the fortunes of the 49ers to change at all. As if Purdy and his backup, Darnold, are some sort of plug and play. At some point in this season, and I'm guessing before week 4, you're going to eventually say that Purdy is a difference maker. And if he does unfortunately get hurt, the fortunes of the 49ers will change. I don't like you making him some sort of commodity. The kid seems to be very special in the way that he processes information, and I just want him to get a little more respect than he's getting.
Bobby?
So I don't know what week it is.
Bobby?
Over and under is by week 4. Yes, sir?
I think you misinterpreted what I was after, and here's what I was after. That because Kyle Shanahan is not only the coach, he's the personnel guy. And this is his 7th year. And it's Super Bowl or bust. All I said was if Purdy gets hurt, then my expectation, I still want him to and expect him to make a run at the Super Bowl. I do. And even knowing Darnold's a backup. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he was eating. Yeah, but
I could see how. Well, you can't do that because Purdy's better than Darnold. I understand all. I'm not saying it's plug and play. I'm not saying
they got
that.
a system intact, Steiny, that's special, and I believe it would be so special it could touch Sam Darnold. Do I want that? No. Do I understand Brock can get rid of the rock and read defenses better than the average? Yes, sir. But still, if that day were to come, I believe we would see the best version of Sam Darnold, like we saw Jimmy Garoppolo and like we saw Brock, like we're seeing with Brock.
Well, okay, I'll ask you this: if Brock Purdy gets hurt, what happens to Super Bowl or bust?
It's still Super Bowl or bust.
That's all I'm saying.
And last year is Exhibit A on that. They got to Brock Purdy, and they still got to the NFC Championship game and got robbed of that one.
But what if I were to say, look, Brock Purdy, what happened with Brock Purdy is a once in a lifetime thing. When a third string quarterback comes in and he's a star.
But we won't know it until we're presented with that again.
You really think it's going to happen 2 years in a row?
No. I would bet Yeah, but Steiny, we can't live like that until we have to deal with it or see it. But I'm telling you, the byproduct of Jimmy getting hurt last year and Trey is the Niners look like they got a star quarterback. How about that? This is no flash in the pan. He didn't have to return the slippers.
I'd say franchise quarterback before star quarterback. But that's just me.
Who did he get the endorsement with?
Toyota.
Yes, Toyota.
But it's regional. It's just a regional.
You got to start somewhere.
It's just a regional.
You got to start
commercial.
somewhere.
You won't see that during a live NFL broadcast.
I got to be honest, Stein. I know this is a short segment.
Yeah.
What makes you got to learn to score if it's up to 11? Pickleball.
Because you don't rotate the serves like you do in tennis.
Oh.
You can only score when you serve.
Gotcha.
You can't score when you don't serve. And you serve, you usually play doubles, and that means I'll serve and my partner serves. And then it switches over after they win points. So you have to say like 2-0-1.
Oh, wow.
It means we're winning 2-0.
First serve.
And the 1 means it's the first serve.
Wow.
2-0-2 would be you're winning 2-0, and it's my serve, which is the second serve.
Now, can I go to my local tennis court and be able to play pickleball, or do now you have to have the lines or whatnot? How does that work?
They're building a lot of pickleball courts and putting lines in it. You can't play on a tennis court unless it's been transformed into a pickleball court. But, yes, it's like pickup basketball.
You think this could come to local high schools? Like pickleball?
I think so. For sure.
Damn.
I think it.
Where do you play pickleball?
I mean, there's going to be a pro league. Yeah, it's fun. I think it's fun. And, yeah, it's a kind of thing where, you go to the playground. There's 4 courts. You take your racket up there. And it's just like pickup basketball. You wait for the game to be over. You play the winner. And
were you sweating, Steiny?
Little bit. Depends how long you play. Little. It depends how long you play.
Yeah.
But
Rick, somebody said ask Rick Barry. He's a champion.
He is.
Jimbo on YouTube.
He'll tell you.
How about seeing his son out there, Scooter?
Yeah.
That was great. Said he listened to us, Nani, but I'm sure he said that to every show.
I'm sure he did.
Is that what you were going to rebuttal?
No. I was going to say I love Scooter, but I think sometimes people do have a tendency to say they listen even if they don't. Just to be nice. Because I think most people are nice and they're good-natured.
Well, he was out
and
there.
They want the best.
Yeah.
So
he had to be listening.
Is this true? Women's high school flag football? They have flag football for women in high school?
I hadn't heard of that.
I mean, either.
Have you played flag before? Great. I love it, man.
Dude. In 1986, my fraternity won the fraternity flag football league.
You're in a frat?
Franklin and Marshall. I was.
What do you mean you were?
I was.
Once you pledge, it's lag time.
I haven't seen any of this in 6 decades.
I was.
No, I
was a gang member. Dude, you're in it or you're not.
I haven't given money. I don't give money.
What was the name of it?
Chi-Fi.
I think I'm jealous.
Why?
My brother was a Mega Phi Psi.
Yeah, I didn't. I mean,
you got to go to college.
Once you're out of it.
Oh,
you don't want to be a high school Harry.
No, Steiny. My brother, he had got judges. Everywhere they worked, they took care of each other.
Did he get the thing?
Yeah, he got the cue, the brand.
He got branded?
Oh, boy. Right. Hey. And don't ever touch his lamp or any paraphernalia. I got hit in the chest, almost cracked my sternum.
What's a lamp? What do you mean his lamp?
He had like the Q lamp that they, and you can't touch it. I had on his shirt one day downstairs in his house.
I wouldn't touch any man who's got that thing on.
Dude, you got to meet my brother.
He's tougher than me. Well, all right, on the other side, Willard and Dibbs. Mm-hmm.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions.
San Francisco.
I would like me. I didn't know. Honestly, I'm objective, man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Just because I went to a small school doesn't mean that the fraternity can't be a national fraternity.
Which one was it?
Chi Phi.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many chapters nationwide?
Look at Will.
I have no idea.
5?
Chi Phi.
I have no idea.
When you're in Phi Delta Theta and you're one of the big boys, you look down on the Chi Phis. It's cute. It's quaint.
Yeah.
It's adorable.
Look, I went to a
One of the
college,
big
a
boys.
small college.
D3.
Every aspect of the social component was done by the fraternities and the sorority. Yeah, you almost had to play.
My school, too.
Yeah.
I went to a commuter school, a big school, Cal State Northridge.
Okay, look at
Which,
the Dirtbags.
Incorrect.
Oh, that's Long Beach.
That's Long Beach.
I get those two mixed up.
Dang it.
Explain that.
I mean,
wow.
Yeah, that's tough. That's
The
a tough break.
Matadors.
Look at my two guys
The
throwing
Matadors.
haymakers.
Completely different county.
We looked down on the Dirtbags. Actually, we went to Long Beach. We went to Long Beach and we walked out with wins, is what happened, including baseball in the late '80s and the early '90s.
That was so far back.
Before the
Long Beach State wasn't
Dirtbags
good
were
yet.
even anything, back when Long Beach was just Cal State Long Beach.
Back to the Niners.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank
let
you.
me start if I may start.
Oh, sure,
This is
yeah.
gonna shock
I didn't know we
you.
hadn't started yet.
So yesterday, somehow I got game tape of the crossover we do every day.
Okay.
And I'm telling you, I was
Man.
with my father. He pointed
Shout out
out
Norm.
how much I'm stepping on you guys, and we listened to it. I was embarrassed. So nothing will be wrong moving forward, but I'm going to be out a little more because I have stepped on you three. And I want to ask an honest question to all three of you. Had you guys talked about it? Because I couldn't, Dave, you can't get a word out with me. But I'm excited and I'm stepping over all three of you. So I'm going to step back now.
I really resisted the urge to interrupt you right there, because that's probably what should have happened. No. Have we talked about it? I can't speak for these two.
No, you can't.
I've never even thought. I've never even thought of it. I've never even thought of it. I'm pretty sure what they mean right there is they talked about me stepping on them.
No.
Yeah. No,
I mean, what we've talked about
that's what this is.
Well, the crossover is Mark and Guru and Steiny and I shooting nonverbal glances at each other.
Oh, now that hurt.
Okay, if you're going to fire, I'm going to fire back.
Fire!
I'm out of this.
You're out of this one the same way you're out of most of them. Because you check out. You check out.
I fatigue late.
You put your bag on your shoulder and you stand up.
But that's
and
only
you start moving things around. You're over there packing
Maybe
up
I'm
like you're leaving for
overcompensating for
vacation.
him.
Mark, why? Why am I doing that?
Because you want to go.
No, because we have a minute between shows, and I can't pack up.
Oh no, I appreciate that. I don't care.
Don't
Like,
you get it?
Yeah, it's all good.
Like, there's nothing more satisfying for me than to pack up and remember this microphone, whatever they're called,
It's a
cover,
and get out of your way in 12 seconds.
You are quick.
I try to
You
be.
have a quick release. You're like Jimmy Garoppolo.
But it was
Quick
embarrassing,
release.
though. I was just like, Dibs, every time you're about to fire.
Oh, good.
But I'm excited. Will, that's all, man. I wait on you guys.
Just keep being you. Keep being you.
Well, with some tweaks.
Everything's great.
Yeah, I mean,
Everything's great. Just keep being you.
You're Kemba Walker. I mean, 8 of 27, but you got your 25.
I love Norm.
And that guy, I can't say. Who did you compare him on the Warriors? You kept saying Kemba Walker. He's Kemba Walker. Not
Jordan
the-
Poole.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole. And honestly,
Stop it. That's so harsh.
Some people think that this is slander. Oh, that's slander. Kobe Bryant's last year in the league was the single worst offensive year in the history of the association.
He earned that, though.
Look it up. Look it up.
You're right. He
Dibs,
earned
it's Kobe. It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
The facts.
Willard.
Yeah.
He earned that.
Sure he did.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, he earned tricking off a season.
Yeah.
For all of his teammates.
You guys, boy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he should have changed his name to Jack Bryant because all he did that year was jack it up. Wow. So and that's fine.
It was kind of embarrassing.
He earned
really.
it. No, and they were terrible anyway. But just in terms of like bad offensive years, and we all want to talk about the metrics and the statistics. That was a bad year. That's all.
Came back from a torn Achilles, where a lot of guys would. We'll see what Aaron Rodgers does, but he earned that. He's the Mamba.
So the Aaron Rodgers equivalent next year would be 871 pass attempts, 51%
I wonder
accuracy.
if he's coming back. I don't know. I'm eager to see. Willard, I had a tweet. This for you. A tweet last night. I still watch the Giant games. This is right on the table. We talked about it.
Why wouldn't you?
I don't know why. After Norm told me I talked too much, I said, take a play off and wait till tomorrow. Save it for the show. There was nobody at the Giants game. They're a game and a half back. I come in today, say it to Steiny, find out you, Evan, and Lucas were all in the house. I mean, a picture's worth 1,000 words. What's going on?
It's not good. I can tell you this. Lovely Christy bought us 4 tickets for her daughter and her friend as well, and we're down the left field line. She likes to sit down there, like, kind of foul ball territory, left field line, like where Alex Dickerson used to huck balls at cutouts. And
Dick hucking balls.
Right. So thank you. So we were there, and it starts to fill in, and there's some boisterous people sitting right in front of us. I don't care. It's a ball game, but
how are they boisterous?
Just very loud. Just
belligerent and idiots?
No, the game's just getting
started. Were they in Astro gear? Because
we're radio people. I'm not bothered by loud voices.
Sure.
Right? It's almost my house. We're not Italian, but it sounds that way. Okay? Christy and her family, not necessarily big fans of the
noise.
Right. Which is funny why she's with me. But anyway. So she's like, well, we move back a row. We could move forward a row. Then we look to the right. We could go closer to home plate. The whole damn section's empty.
Man.
The whole section.
And you're between third base and the foul pole, right?
So between Wilmer
and a half back.
Between Wilmer and Mitch, about 20 rows up. And so we just hopped over to the next section and not only never got asked to move, nobody ever showed up anywhere.
Wow.
But here's the bigger thing. The bigger thing is the people who are there, the vibe is just like, we're just hanging out.
That's a 3.
We're getting some popcorn.
Yeah, man.
Like, it does not. And I kept telling everybody around, I'm like, the Marlins lost. The D-backs lost. I go, this is
still there.
Right? Blake Sable hits that home run. I'm like, this is a big 4 innings. And everyone's like, yeah. You got ice cream?
Wow.
Could you get some cookies?
Really?
Do you think it's kind of official that it's not just enough for the Giants to win?
Oh, yeah.
They have to.
Do you mean like for changes to happen?
No, I mean for more people to come to the ballpark. They gotta have a star, is what I'm saying.
I don't even know if they need a star. I think that somewhere in, but they need better players. It's not. They just need better players. I don't know if maybe we've gone too far. We've fixated in the other direction. The Ohtani Derby. They need a star. No, they need better players.
So there's one man whose job is to do that. Yeah. Would you say he's not done a good job?
This year, yeah. Their plan didn't work this year. For sure.
Do you think they're in danger, either of them?
I don't. Damn it. Not this year. I think the people who are saying that want it to be true. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, what if you did? Where do you go?
Yeah, exactly.
So
exactly. I will say it is uncomfortable, and I know it's just the pitchers who are signed to be starters, and they're chirping. But there's one thing. I think there's 2 ways to look at this. You can be bummed if you look at Alex Wood for example. It's like, dude, your ERA is like 6. What are you chirping about? But it's not about that. Stripling is talking about communication. Stripling is like, I was told this, and then this happened. That is not good leadership. I don't care what your decision is. I don't care if you want to start him, bench him, phantom IL.
You're saying for Cap
if you're telling your players one thing and doing another, that is the definition of poor leadership. And that's the accusation that's on the table.
Boy. What do you say?
I mean, does anyone disagree with that? Like,
no.
The manager can make the decision.
I would say you're believing Stripling over, not that Gabe's having a hissy fit with them back and forth, but are we going to believe Stripling Like, could there be something else to it? Could Gabe be like, listen, or if it did go down that way, you're right, but I'm wondering, ain't too many else in that line outside of Wood.
You've heard Alex Wood, and we had Sean Mania on our very show, and Mania was not, that out front about his maybe distaste for what was going on.
He didn't know his role.
He was a little bit like, I'm in the bull, I pitch whenever they tell me to pitch kind of thing, and he started the whole time, and then now he's kind of not, and so I think if you're 90 and 55, you're not saying anything, but when you're a 500 club, it's easy to chime in.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Go ahead, Goo.
No, I'm passing the rock.
No. We need you to score.
Willard, can you clarify the Stafford over Purdy, or did you say something different?
What do you mean?
We put our social put up that you would take Stafford over Purdy.
No, the opposite.
That was me.
The opposite.
Yeah, that was me.
The opposite.
I'll have to check our social on that. But
and again, to put out the topic,
I didn't hit
that was
play.
Well,
yeah. But go ahead. I saw the caption, and I thought Willard had said it.
No. And I actually think the caption was out there. You might just be switching the names, or who knows? Maybe social did. But no, I Purdy over Stafford for me. For me, the discussion was about forget resume and who's established in the league. Just go through the quarterbacks right now and tell me how many quarterbacks you say.
And I listen to you guys
before you get to Purdy, as far as who you would take to be the Niner quarterback. For me, I got to him 8th.
Right.
Dibs, what'd you get to him? 12th?
Yeah.
And I thought the window to me is 8 to 13. It was your boy, Micah Parsons, said he's a top 15 QB, and we all went, ooh. Called him a top 15 QB, and then I stopped and thought about it, and I went, actually, you're kind of crazy if you don't. Because the names you'd have to start taking over him to put him out of the 15, you got to start taking names like Daniel Jones. You got to start taking names like Derek Carr, Jared Goff, Kenny Pickett, Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't see how you do that. I don't see how you do that with what this kid's achieved.
And, like I said, it's, he's played 8-10 games. If, this is who he is, it doesn't mean he's not going to have a bad game here and there. But, let's talk about the bad games for a sec, if and when he has one. Think about this, as bad as some people think Jimmy Garoppolo played, he was never terrible. He never had, I think he had 1 3-interception game.
Well, the Tennessee Thursday night when his finger was bad.
I guarantee, Purdy's not going to have a 3-interception game.
Well, you can't say that.
I don't think he will.
He could. Yeah, I hear what you... Do you mean with Jimmy he was never bad for a stretch or never bad for a game?
I mean,
that game against
kind of
Denver
for a
last
stretch
year was absolutely gross. And I agree with you. Tennessee,
he threw the game away.
He blew the game. So there were games. I'll agree with you. There was never a 5-week stretch of poor play.
I thought he was considered a worse quarterback by some than he actually was.
Jimmy?
He's a middle-of-the-pack quarterback.
Of course.
Yeah. So, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, but Brock, this is completely elevated from Jimmy. Don't you think?
Just look at the points they're scoring.
This is totally elevated from Jimmy. And
it is.
Yeah.
How many games did Garoppolo have with McCaffrey last year?
3 or 4, I think. If you count Miami, I think it's 3.
I want to say the Kansas City game was he only played a little bit.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and then
I got you. Give me 5 seconds, and I'll tell you how many he had. The Kansas City game was so that was partial McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Then he had full McCaffrey in LA.
Sure.
Against the Rams. Then he had full McCaffrey at home to the Chargers.
Yeah.
At home to Arizona.
Oh.
At home to New Orleans.
So 4.
And then the first quarter of the Miami game.
Yeah, so basically 4 and change.
And those Chargers and the New Orleans games were not good offensive games.
Wow.
They were not. They beat the Saints 13-0.
Yeah, that was a weird game.
It was. Doubt. Saints have a good defense.
Yeah, they do.
Brock Purdy's better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
No doubt.
Yeah,
for sure. Which is why I had Brock ahead of Jimmy Garoppolo in my quarterback rankings, which we'll do every day. And they've changed since yesterday, guys, as you should know. Well, this whole thing is such nonsense. And there's a Bleacher Report tweet that came out, and we got Brock Purdy now. He's up to number 24. He's up from 32 to 24.
Nice.
All of these power rankings, and all due respect, Guru, I heard you guys earlier on Monday, and your power rankings. To me, power rankings in the NFL and quarterback rankings and all the rest of it, I hate them because in football, they have a thing called the standings. And that, to me, is what the real power rankings are. So, like Kansas City, they're 0-1. Why? I have them as the fourth best team in football. Who cares? They're 0-1. Right. If the playoffs start today, they're not in the playoffs. Yeah. So, for me, power rankings is best served for high school and college, because in college it actually matters. And Mark made a good point earlier. Might have been in the green room or our show meeting about, like, where it was yesterday on the show, where you start in your preseason rankings actually matters in terms of what bowl game you eventually play in. It actually matters where you're ranked. In the NFL, none of this nonsense matters at all.
But if we came into this NFL season about that, and you're right, with the high school and the college, I can say nothing but you're right. We would come in and probably 90% of the world, 99% of the world would have Kansas City a top 2 team.
Sure.
But if we're 6 weeks into this new NFL season and Kansas City's 0-6, if I did my power rankings, I think it would be fair for me to say I got Kansas City at the bottom, and you would have to be, if you go resume, Guru, you're tripping, but if I go just off of the 6 weeks, it would be valid.
But if they won 11 in a row, and then they got into the wild card and they won the Super Bowl, then would you slowly move them up your power rankings?
No doubt.
Well, you're right that it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, but the results.
We grew up, if you grew up here, right, you grew up in a pro sports town. This is a pro sports town. And so that's part of it. But whenever people ask me, college or pro, for me, it's 1,000% pro. Not that I don't love college football, but
we don't. I sent a tweet the other night.
Well, no, we don't talk about it a lot on these airwaves. It doesn't mean individually some of us don't love college football. I'll be knee deep in it all day Saturday.
Yeah.
But bottom line is that for me is the difference. The difference is that the NFL is a meritocracy, largely not only in training camp, but it also is in the standings. You win, you win. You lose, you lose. Nobody gets into a boardroom at the end of the game and decides who gets to go to the Super Bowl.
Right.
College football, for me, will never meet the NFL until it fixes that.
Okay.
100% of your outcome must be on the field, or you're not fully a true sport. You're
I ain't mad at you.
You're opinion-based. I don't even understand that. Like, that's...
Yeah.
Right? And
shout out gymnastics and figure skating.
The reason this came up, though, was the word that we've coined, draftism. Brock Purdy suffers from draftism. There's a guy with Bleacher Report, we're trying to get him on today, who's got his...
Are you going to stick it to him?
He's ducking us.
Absolutely. QB power rankings. Okay? Brock Purdy is 23rd, which is already ludicrous. But if you want to go dive deep, people will say, well, why is he 23rd? Well, we haven't seen enough. Well, he's got Jordan Love at 19.
Wow, but you spectacular.
What are we doing?
No, I got it.
You are suffering from draftism. Jordan Love, first-round pick. Brock Purdy, seventh-round pick. Other than that, give me one thing that you can say
and
to put Jordan Love ahead.
Jordan Love's got a better winning percentage.
I mean,
cooler last name too.
And unlike for Daniel Dimes, I would have raised Daniel Dimes and put Purdy above Daniel Dimes
easily.
Hey, he had a great season, but I know what are you bringing to the table, and your boy has it upstairs, Brock Purdy. So Derek Carr. Okay, what do you have? The resume, but man, it looks like your boy Brock is trending to get past Carr. Where Carr was at.
This cat's got Ryan Tannehill at 13.
He's good.
And
Lord.
Brock Purdy's at 23.
Yeah.
Well,
Tannehill struggled.
Yeah. I mean, mightily. You got Hopkins at your disposal.
I always, when I ask that question, I'd say, I always think you got to take the quarterback right now. Like right now, you got to take the quarterback. So you get Purdy, you're taking Aaron Rodgers or Brock Purdy. Well, you're taking Brock Purdy.
Right now you
are.
Yeah.
Aaron's unavailable.
But, who's at a better, it's Rodgers going to the Hall of Fame. And you would take Rodgers 15 out of 17 years, There you go. That's all.
This dude's off to a hot start, man.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna Right, but I got
sweatshirts on.
Well, he wore that when he was courtside last year.
I got to go take care of some business.
Ooh,
make sure everything's on the up and up. I don't know what you're going to do, but I got to hit it. But as Kendrick Perkins says, carry on.
Okay, we will.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I tell you what, I have a hard time. The more we talk about this, I have a hard time. And look, some guys' power rankings, great. And we'd love to have him on, not because we're trying to attack him or anything.
No, we're going to bury him.
Well, that's fine. I would love to have an honest, I'd love to ask some questions, right? And that would be one of them. If the only thing you can hang against Brock Purdy is his sample size, then what are we doing with Jordan Love 4 spots ahead?
Right.
That's question number one, right? What are we doing with that? If you're going to put Geno Smith 10th and Brock Purdy 23rd, what are we doing? Because if you like the larger sample size, I'd argue that Geno Smith's sample size is that more often than not in this league, he stinks.
Yeah, but last year he was better.
Yes, but last week he was awful.
Sure.
So I don't know. I just want to know criteria. That's all.
Right.
But the one thing I struggle with as we talk about Brock and the Niners, and TJ Hushmanzada was on with us yesterday, and my gosh, if you missed him, we have 2 things to play for you that if you're a Niner fan, you have got to hear. You have got to hear, and we have got to discuss. Xfinity Mobile text line. Our phone lines are always open and welcoming for you. We love it when you call in and interact. 888-957-9570. And, of course, everything is always going on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The chat is underway. We're off and running. Let's do it. And we'll get to the TJ stuff here in just a second. The one thing that continually trips me up is the idea that quarterbacking in the NFL can be good for reasons other than being a good quarterback. In other words, it can be coaching, it can be teammates, and if you've got really good stuff there, you too can become a really good quarterback in the NFL. I've racked my brain thinking for a comp. I've racked my brain, not for somebody who won 1 Super Bowl by throwing out patterns with an elite defense. I want somebody who over a long period of time was a very good quarterback, but he wasn't actually a good quarterback. He simply had good teammates and a good coach.
Yeah.
Who is it?
Eli Manning.
Ooh.
Eli Manning is the answer. Eli Manning, you already put him in the Hall of Fame, and the reason is because he won 2 Super Bowls.
Right.
And if you look at Eli Manning's career in terms of numbers and overall efficiency, his winning percentage for his career, 500. He won 117. He lost 117. He was over 67% passing 0 times in his career.
Correct.
He was a 60% passer for his career. He threw 244 interceptions. He led the league 3 times. He was not, in my opinion, an elite quarterback, but he has a great last name, and he won 2 Super Bowls, and so many people think that puts you in the Hall of Fame.
Well,
Eli Manning is the answer to your question.
Well, except for does it, because I guess
Jim Plunkett's a better quarterback than Eli Manning, and he's not in the Hall of
Fame. But you're presupposing that I think Eli Manning's an elite quarterback.
Well, you already said that he's going to the Hall of Fame.
And as you know, what's my opinion of the Hall of Fame?
You hate the Hall of Fame.
I don't care.
You hate all the Halls of Fame.
Everybody gets to go in. All of you.
And I guess the Hall of Fame argument is not the end-all, be-all in this conversation, because I do believe the reason why he will go in the Hall of Fame is because of his last name. And Phillip Rivers, who was a better quarterback than Eli Manning, I don't think that he was never the best quarterback in football, in his conference, or most times not even in his own division. But he played a long time, and he's got great numbers. And so, you're going in too. Eli Manning is the answer to your question. Well, if Eli Manning didn't win 2 Super Bowls, He would be just another guy.
I guess like it's an interesting name to bring up, but I don't view him as an elite quarterback. When I say he's going to the Hall of Fame, I'm just giving you the facts. He's going to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, I know.
He won 2 Super Bowls.
Sure.
Yeah. But
4-time Pro Bowler.
And he's good. He's a good quarterback.
He was fine.
He's good. He's a good quarterback.
He was good because he got to keep his job for a long time and he won 2 Super Bowls.
Well, if you win and you keep your job, that's good.
If you want to look at his numbers based on everything we talk about in terms of who's good and who's not good, 60% completion percentage is not good.
Okay.
And 244 picks in 234 games, that's a pick a game. That's Sam Darnold.
But what's interesting...
Eli Manning is Sam Darnold.
Okay,
there,
great.
I said it.
But I'm going to go back to the question now.
Right.
The question is, when was somebody really good based on coaching and teammates? Your argument is...
Eli Manning.
No, your argument is he's not good.
No, the only reason why he's as good...
That eliminates him from the conversation.
The reason why he's as good as he was because of exactly what you said.
Not what I'm asking.
No, that's the answer because he's considered good based on teammates
No, he's
and coaching.
not. No, he's considered
He's
good
going to
because...
the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, they won 2 Super Bowls.
Right.
That's it.
Because of coaching and defense.
But you're saying he's not good.
He's not.
Great. Then he's eliminated.
Opinion.
He's eliminated from my question.
Everybody else thinks that he's good.
No,
You think he's good?
He's good.
Right.
He's good. Yeah.
Based on coaching and defense.
But he's eliminated from my conversation because if you're going to use numbers, which you just did for your argument, then we have to use Brock's numbers. I would like
which are
someone
way better.
Right. So give me someone who has Brock's numbers who isn't actually good. He simply had good teammates and a good coach. Because that is what we're being told Brock Purdy is.
Right.
He's actually not good. He is a concoction. He is fake news. He is a creation of our imagination because of his surroundings. He is the best house on the block, but it's actually the slums. It's all like he's only high priced because of what's going on around him. That's different. That's different. And that's what I am like completely focused on dispelling. Take a listen now. TJ Houshmandzadeh, NFL wide receiver, very good analyst now. Brandon Ayuk's personal wide receiver coach. We love talking to TJ. He was on with us yesterday. Here we go. One of 2 things you've got to hear if you missed it yesterday. This is what he said about Brock Purdy.
Because he doesn't pass the eye test, he's not 6'3", doesn't have a cannon arm, he's not unathletic, but he's not extremely athletic. Those guys will always get overlooked. And this is what I hate. They'll always say for Brock Purdy, he's an overachiever. Nah, he's not an overachiever. You just evaluated him wrong. That's all that is. They'll always call him an overachiever. He's not an overachiever. He was just evaluated wrong. And so I believe you would have to see Brock play, in essence, a full season. So let's see what he can do with 17 games. I'm going to just take a guess and say in 17 games, he's probably going to go 14-3, 13-4, because I don't count the Eagles game in the play. He got hurt, although he started the game, and that's a loss on his ledger. I don't really count that, but Brock Purdy looks like he's the goods. And the 49ers, you got a guy on the second year of his deal, you can really just load up and make the team better around him because he's making minimum.
I love it. He's been misevaluated, and he continues to suffer from draftism, and it is absolutely my belief that it is going to be this way for a while. And what I mean by that is he's going to continue to rise in the minds of many, but it's always going to remain a little bit below what it should because of where he came from. And as TJ just said, because he was misevaluated, and the only way you can shake this, because Brady went through it too, and I have no idea what Brock's career is going to look like as far as an arc. The only way you can shake this is to not win once. You got to win multiple times. You have to do it for a long time. You have to be there every year in the conversation. You don't have to win it every time, but you got to win a bunch. If you
he's got to win one first.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No, my point is he's going to suffer from draftism until there are multiple rings on his fingers. I don't know if there ever will be. I don't know if he's ever going to get one.
I think he suffers from draftism until he gets paid. And once he gets that contract, I don't think that anybody's going to worry about where he was drafted. Like Kirk Cousins, we don't talk about where he was drafted. He's been paid. And the other quarterbacks around the league, where they were drafted, we don't talk about it as much anymore because they've been paid. Like Pat Mahomes, we don't dwell on where he was drafted. We all know that 9 teams or 10 teams passed up on Patrick Mahomes, including Kyle Shanahan. And we know that here because we're one of the teams that passed up on Patrick Mahomes. But
he's won a couple bowls.
Right.
So that
Burrow hasn't.
Nobody's thinking about
Cousins
drafts.
hasn't.
Right.
And Deshaun Watson hasn't.
But we don't look at those guys the same.
Right.
We don't look
But
at
I
Kirk
don't think
Cousins
that
as a
when-
great quarterback.
No, but we look at him as a guy who's been paid, and he got a massive deal.
Great.
And so
did Daniel Jones.
Right, but we don't think about where they were drafted because now they've been paid. And once Brock Purdy gets that check, and I do agree with what TJ said in terms of, right now they can load up all around Brock Purdy because he's on that rookie deal, and that's part of the conversation. Right now, Brock Purdy is going to play with more talent than he ever will once he gets that check.
That's an interesting way to come at it in terms of like getting paid. I don't. My mind doesn't go there at all. Daniel Jones got paid. Derek Carr's been paid.
Sure.
I think anybody who would take those 2 players over Brock Purdy right now is crazy.
No, my point is we don't talk about where those guys were drafted anymore. And I know Brock is unique because he was Mr. Irrelevant.
But we do a little bit. Everybody you just mentioned was a first, second, or third rounder. All of them.
Right.
They're all first, second, or third rounders.
Yeah, but we don't talk about it anymore because they've been paid. And Brock Purdy will forever be a part of his story because it's very unique that he was Mr. Irrelevant, and Mr. Irrelevant has never thrown a pass in the league, let alone won a playoff game. And I get that. So it's always going to be a part of his deal. But in 2 or 3 years, when he gets that $50 million deal to be the Niners QB, it's going to be less about draft time.
Yeah, I respectfully disagree. I don't think it has anything to do with money. These guys, just about every single person we're talking about, drafted in round 1, round 2, or round 3. And right now, for instance, just as an example, but I do think that this spreads to a lot of people, this power ranking situation from Bleacher Report, every single name you just brought up, they're all ahead of Brock Purdy.
Right.
And I don't understand how one person, give me one rational sentence on any of these guys that has Jordan Love or Daniel Jones or Kenny Pickett ahead of Brock Purdy. Give me one rational, if you were him, can you even, and I'm not saying it's not your opinion, I know it's not, but give me a guess as to what this human being would say as to why, other than draftism, that you would put any of these guys ahead of Brock Purdy.
Well, the reason would be because you discount what Brock does because of the talent around him and the system.
And
that's why.
And that's what I'm trying to access, and
I'm just telling you that from afar, that would be the opinion. If you don't watch Brock Purdy and you look at Debo and Brandon and George and Trent and Kyle and the other Kyle and all the Kyles and Christian and all the rest of them, you would think, well, I mean, Brock Purdy, of course, Mr. Irrelevant. Who couldn't do that in San Fran?
Misevaluated.
San Fran on purpose.
Yeah. Well done.
Thank you.
Misevaluated.
Yeah?
To me, look, it's not like I was sitting here. Kruger is the one. I'll give credit to Kruger. He was the one who said it first. I didn't know a damn thing about Brock Purdy. So this isn't an I was right, but this is, in my opinion, a lot of other people failing to use the 3 most powerful words in the English language when put together. I was wrong. That's the only reason that we can still talk about this guy this way. Listen to Kyle Shanahan. He was asked if Brock Purdy was able to jump into his system. This is another one I love. Well, he played 4 years of college. Is that why he's good, Kyle? Because he played so many college football games?
I don't know. It's how do you play quarterback at a high level? Where does that come from? Sometimes experience, sometimes because you're just good at it, but he's playing at a high level because he's good at quarterback.
Yeah, he's good. I don't know. Why is it so hard for people to say?
Well,
I don't get it.
And Kyle's not discounting 4 years of college. He's just not. He's saying,
not?
No, he's saying, I don't know if it might be that. It might be he's just good at what he does. He's not saying that 4 years of college has nothing to do with it.
Let's hear it again.
Play it again.
Oh, I don't know. It's how you play quarterback at a high level. Where does that come from? Sometimes experience, sometimes because you're just good at it, but he's playing at a high level because he's good at quarterback.
He's playing at a high level because he's good.
Sometimes experience is what he says.
No,
and
but-
the experience of playing 56 games at D1, that is experience and that matters.
Yeah, I don't translate that way at all. But
How do you translate that when he says sometimes experience?
Okay, one more time. Asked if is he successful because he's played so much?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
How do you play quarterback at a high level? Where does that come from? Sometimes experience, sometimes because you're just good at it, but he's playing at a high level because he's good at quarterback.
And then he circles
Yeah.
it. Yeah, sometimes it's this, sometimes it's that. My opinion is he's good because he's good. Like
Right. That's Kyle in a nutshell.
That's what he said.
Sure.
Those are his words.
Yeah.
Do you know how many
Yeah.
players in this league have played 4 years of college and then got to the
Right.
NFL and stunk butt?
Do you know how many
my
haven't
God.
played 4 years in college and have come on and played great? A lot.
Yeah.
Josh Allen would be one.
Oh.
And it took him some time to get the experience in his first year and a half or 2 years.
Josh Allen played a lot of college
He
football.
played 2 years.
Yeah.
He didn't play 4.
Okay. And I know he didn't play at a big time university.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I've never heard that. That's a thing because of who he was being compared to. He was being compared
Yeah.
to Trey Lance for so long.
Sure.
I
Sure.
don't like many quarterbacks when they come into the league. They have played a lot of big time college football.
Right.
Right? Why?
Deshaun Watson,
Let's talk
Trevor
about
Lawrence.
Why is Justin Fields not succeeding? What's the problem? He played big time college football and a lot of it.
Yeah,
A lot of it.
He didn't play
2 different
NFL
big-time-
style. He did not play.
He didn't?
In an NFL style drop back in the pocket sort of system.
Two different huge universities. Massive game every single weekend.
Yeah.
He should be able to walk in.
Dominating college kids with athleticism.
He
And
should-
you come
he
to the NFL and you try and do the same thing, and it's a little bit tougher.
He should be able to play amazing right away.
Yeah.
But he's not.
Yeah, because it's different when you play that style of football.
I don't, I'm not here to disparage any other quarterback. What I'm trying to figure out is why on earth this guy can play so well, and we hear each week all of the reasons why it doesn't actually count. It's not credit. It's, well, McCaffrey's there, and Kyle Shanahan's amazing, and good teammates. 4 years of college. Remember, there was that. 4 years of I don't know. You tell me. When do we get to the point where we just go, Brock's really good? He's really good. And I think there are a lot of 49er fans who are already there. But I loved what TJ said yesterday, because to me, that's what has taken place here. And I think a good portion of the NFL world has not arrived there yet. Brock Purdy was completely misevaluated. And when you play at this level and you play this well, whether it's 8-game stretch, 10-game stretch, whatever, I don't know, man. That's my take. I think it means you're a really good quarterback.
No, he's really good. I mean, he's probably the best ever. I'm just kidding. Mark, I'm just kidding. He's really good. But I think to look at what he did in college and think that experience doesn't count, I think is a little bit short-sighted. And yes, Kyle's right. He's good at quarterbacking because he's a good quarterback. And it's so simplistic, but Kyle's right. You can't be a quarterback in the NFL and do as well as he has unless you're good at playing quarterback.
888-957-9570. We told you there were 2 things that you needed to hear from TJ Houshmandzadeh. We haven't gotten to the other one yet. And that one was his response to the fact, I don't know if he knew this, by the way, his response to the fact that there is ruffled feathers. Is that a fair way to say it amongst the fan base?
Yes.
Surrounding Kyle Shanahan. It seemed to almost catch him by surprise. You want to hear his response? We'll have that for you coming up next. Your phone calls as well on Willard and Dibs.
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, YouTube team is in full effect, and we talk about it a lot on this show, on this station. We love our YouTube family. That's where you can watch the show. You can check it all out, what it looks like, and you head over to youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live, like, subscribe, all of the 95.7 The Game content on YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and the chat is underway. Also, about 45 minutes away, Peter King. Peter King all dialed in with the 49ers as usual, and we look forward to chatting a little bit with Peter and what TJ Hushmanzada had to say that we got yesterday, which we'll play for you in a second. I think will be an interesting conversation to have with Peter. Peter shared, and I don't know how many of you saw this, and I don't know if you did either, Dibs, but did you read the is it Football Morning in America?
Yes.
On Monday? Did you see there's a couple things that he shared about Kyle Rudolph, who
your guy.
Well, we did one show together.
Exactly.
We did one show together, and we're going to do more. Yeah, he's now my partner on Sunday nights on Fox Sports Radio. So Kyle, a couple interesting stories that are like Brock adjacent. One of them is not Brock at all. It's just Tom Brady. I guess Kyle was with the Tampa Bay Bucks last year. A lot of people don't know that because it's the end of his career. He didn't put up a lot of numbers. But he had the locker next to Tom Brady all year long and said he was really, really impressed by the fact that you would just watch teammates leave gear at Tom's locker. They had the locker next to Tom wide open, and Kyle was next to that. So there'd be a whole locker of stuff that people would just leave so that Tom could sign for people's kids and cousins and nephews and stepdads. Wow. Right? And Tom would sit there at the end of every day and sign every single thing. So like a lesson in professionalism as well. Kyle was inactive when the Bucks came here last year, Brock Purdy's first start. And so he said, I was not only on the sideline, I didn't have to be in meetings or looking at iPads. I was just staring at the game. And he goes, to watch what that kid did, knowing that it was his first start, and he's head-to-head, if you will, with the GOAT. He said it was obvious to him right away, something different. Something different is going on with this kid.
Yeah, and that's got to be just an incredible season for Kyle Rudolph, and I look forward to hearing you guys and having you pick more stories from him from that season. And I was reading through the Peter King piece before, and he talked about how all those pieces of memorabilia got put at the locker, and Tom would sign each and every one of it and spend, hours signing pieces for everyone and treating the janitor the same way he treated the owner, and just basically being an absolute great dude and putting his arm around Kyle Rudolph and picking him up, even though he played like a game or a game and a half. He caught one touchdown pass, and that was it for Rudolph for the year and for his career. And Tom Brady, the veteran, the old sage, would put his arm around Kyle and, pick him up in the midst of everything, a divorce and one last year and all that,
I'm trying to remember, and I should know this after talking to him last week. Did he catch Tom's last touchdown throw?
I think that's right.
Is that right? I feel like I read that.
Yeah, his 649th and final touchdown pass, and the final one, the only one from Kyle Rudolph, in the 50th of his career.
Was that in the last game of the year? And they made the playoffs last year as well, but remember they got blown out by Dallas.
Yeah.
So I think they're talking about regular season, right? Was it the game again? I'm pulling up the Atlanta beats Tampa 30-17, and there it is, one catch for 8 yards.
Nice.
Tom Brady's last touchdown throw went to Kyle Rudolph. He said it just like sort of hit him later. He's like, oh crap. I better get, you know what I mean? Don't do what Hayden Hurst did this week.
Throw it in the stands.
Hawk the ball into the stands. Whoops.
Yeah, wow.
Larry in the city here with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Larry, thank you for calling. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. What's up, Larry? What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Hey, listen to this, man. Listen. All this talk about, now that's true about what level of football you can play at before you get to the big leagues in the NFL. The kid for the Indianapolis Colts, he only had 13 starts in college. And look where he is today. Now we go to Lance, who went to a Division II school in North Dakota, only played 19 starts, but look at the difference. the point I'm making is where you come from in that college level. You understand what I'm saying? That's like trying to say, let's get this high school kid and see if he play in a Division I college. He's not going to make that because he needs the time and the training. All I'm saying is we don't know how these quarterbacks are going to pan out when they get to level 1 or level 2 or whatever the case may be. But the bottom line is, when Purdy stepped in there, even me seen that, when he first came into the league against Tampa Bay, this kid played like, wow. The first thing I thought to me, what came across my mind, he reminded me so much of a young Joe Montana. And like I told you guys before, we knew nothing on Montana no more than that big game he had against in the Sun Bowl. But that game against the New Orleans Saints, where we were down 28-0, Montana comebacks and winning, that's when everything took off. With that, I'm out.
I love it, Larry. And with
Thank
that,
you, Larry.
I'm out.
Here's what I'm getting at on this. Here's what I'm getting at. 4 years of college. Does that matter? Well, I guess. Some guys have 4 years of college and stink.
Sure.
Some guys have 4 years of college and play well. Some guys have very little college and stink. And some guys have very little college and play well. Here's what I'm not getting at the idea that doesn't help Brock. I'm getting at the idea of it feels to me, and now we're at 10 games, 9 games, whatever. Every time Brock plays well, we've got to pile up all of these reasons that aren't he's good. We've got to, why do we need to explain, 4 years of college?
Sure.
Well, Christian McCaffrey. Well, good play caller. Well, Trent Williams. Well, Debo and Brandon. Well, this, well, that. When do we get to, dude is a baller?
I think with every successive start in every successive game, you start to look more and more at Brock, and you start to look at him being a good player. And Kyle's already there, and his teammates, for the most part, are already there. It's the fans who aren't yet at that point. So, fans who don't really believe in Brock Purdy are going to look at the system and the talent around him and the offensive line and the opponent and all the rest of it, the dink and dunk or whatever you want to look at and say, Brock, you haven't done it yet on the biggest stage. And some fans, short of the Super Bowl, will never give him credit. And that's just what some fans are going to do. Well, I think with each week, each successive good game, and the win over Pittsburgh was a good game, wasn't an amazing game. It was certainly a good, solid game. He made maybe 2 or 3 mistakes, and none of them really cost you. You still won very comfortably going away. You were rock solid. You were good, Brock. You had a great game. Now you do it again and again and again and again and again. All those reasons why people want to look at and say, it's because of A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. All those things will start to wash away.
Yeah. Look, they all take time. I understand that. By no stretch, and I know. I cringe, too, when we go, you know what? He reminds me of
Joe Montana.
He's a cross between Joe Montana and Tom Brady.
Right.
I think he's a cross between the two greatest, most accomplished quarterbacks who've ever lived. I think that's who he is. Look, I cringe, too, just because I don't want that label hung around his neck. I don't think that's good for him. I don't think it's good for the organization or the fan base or any of that. I guess I would just put it this way. That slow build that you're talking about, I don't know. For me, it's going too slow. It's going too slow.
Yeah, well, you're already there. You and Kyle and all his teammates and a select few others, you're already there. Brock Purdy is good. End of analysis. Now, is he top 3? Is he the best all time? Is he top 22 in the league right now? Whatever. That's all nonsense. You've reached the point where you think that Brock Purdy is a good quarterback, period, end of discussion.
Well, and
that's
no.
fine.
But no, it's never end of discussion.
No, I know, but I didn't mean it like that.
Right.
But you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, of course I do.
You don't have any doubts that Brock Purdy is a good quarterback.
No, I'm with TJ Hushmanzada. He's misevaluated. Misevaluation sensation.
Yeah, it's a buck by everybody,
in all caps with a big old neon sign. Misevaluated. Forget Mr. Irrelevant. Mr. Misevaluated.
Nice.
That's who Brock Purdy is. That's where I am. I don't know, and at this point, I don't really care what the whole landscape is. I'm not trying to place him anywhere historically. I thought we had a really good conversation yesterday in terms of where he sits to the fan base right now, how many QBs would you take before you get to Brock? I thought that was interesting. I really did. This historical nonsense. Why would we even go there? He's played 9 or 10 football games.
Yeah.
So my mind's not there at all. I don't necessarily understand looking at this football team, watching a quarterback play at a high level. And by the way, I think you and I have a different opinion. It sounds like a little bit on how well he played last week. I thought he was fantastic. And people will go, oh, but he didn't throw for 300 yards. Right, because they were up by 3 scores early in the second half. Why would you keep hucking the ball over the yard? Do you think Brock Purdy could have thrown for 300 yards last week if needed?
If they were down, sure.
Yeah.
To me, yardage is not a measurement of efficiency a lot of times. It's like Tua. He threw for what, 440?
466.
Because they had to, and they still lost the game.
Right.
So
they won.
Oh, no, they won. Herbert threw for...
Well, he was less. They tried to run the ball down the throat. But anyway, go ahead. I get what you're saying.
I just think that when you look at, especially Kyle Shanahan and his offense, he is interested in winning the football game. And if Brock is going to go, 18 of 29, or if he's going to go 20 of 30 for 212 and 2 touchdowns and no picks, that's great. That's what you want Brock to do.
466.
Tua. Nice, yeah. I think it was, wow.
28 of 45 for 466, 3 touchdowns and a pick. Tyreek Hill had 11 catches for 215 yards.
215, yeah.
And 2 scores.
In a loss for me. Thank you.
That's why you thought it was a loss.
That's why I thought
you drafted Tyreek Hill and still lost.
Almost had a 50 burger. But
Evan beat you?
Yeah.
Who did he have? Nobody went
Christian
off last
McCaffrey.
week. Okay, you had Christian.
McCaffrey was the big problem.
Who else? Nobody went off last week.
He nickel-dimed me pretty well.
You should, if
and
you
I
had
had a
Tyreek.
0 from Dallas Goedert, and Lamar Jackson only had 8. Pretty quiet day for quarterbacks.
That's it.
And, Lamar is kind of my big guy on my team. So, anyway, I don't think that Kyle would love to have Brock Purdy throw for 440 in a win if need be, but I think Kyle wants his quarterback to do what he did this week, which is be effective, be efficient, move the ball, control the ball, and just snuff out the opponent.
Yeah. Here's the other, we've been promising this, the other thing that TJ Hushmanzada said. So we were interested in this. I don't know, and what's your sense on this, Dibs? We talk about the Niners fan base traveling to such a degree. Okay, so it's a national brand. Do you get the sense that the rest of the country understands the dynamic between the fan base and Kyle Shanahan?
Probably not. No. And you could say that about most fan bases in terms of the dynamic between the quarterback and the head coach. I'm sure Kansas City, it's pretty clear. The fan base loves the quarterback and they love the head coach.
Well, but even they were just in Pittsburgh. Don't you think if you were in the stands and you're talking to Steelers fans, what do you think of Mike Tomlin? Right? Winner. Love him.
Yeah.
I think.
Love him less now than you did 10 years ago, but you love him.
I guess.
My gut would be that Pittsburgh Steelers fans are starting to get a little bit tired of not winning the whole thing. It's been a while now. And if you're Pittsburgh and you've won 6 and the Niners have 5, there's 11 between the two. If you're a Pittsburgh fan and you're coming off of last year where, hey, darn it, 9-8, we avoided a losing season and he's never lost. I do think you're starting to get a little bit fatigued over looking up at Cincinnati and Baltimore and heck, now Cleveland.
You go to a Baltimore Ravens game. Hey, Joe fan, not the actual Joe fan. Hey, Bob fan, what do you think of John Harbaugh? What do you think?
I'm sure they love him, and they're looking at Lamar and they're thinking, all right, Lamar, you got paid. It's time to do it. It's time to do what Joe did. Not Joe fan, Joe Flacco.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that Baltimore fan is getting impatient, but I do think that they look at Lamar and they think, all right, Lamar, you got your money. Now let's bring us a Lombardi.
Maybe I'm bringing up the wrong coaches, too, because I'll grant you, we just came up with 2 examples who've both won Super Bowls.
Sure.
And Kyle Shanahan has not. All right, let's go to Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Buffalo.
Oh, God.
What do you think of Sean McDermott? Coach McDermott.
Run him out. He's got to go.
For real.
For real?
What do you think?
I think that Buffalo fan, especially maybe it's because recency bias and the Monday night meltdown, but my God, Buffalo fan is not happy.
But are they directing it at Sean McDermott?
I think they're looking at Josh Allen and Sean McDermott.
Okay.
I think they're looking at the whole situation and they're saying, how do we have a top 3, top 4, top 5 quarterback and a nasty defense and an unbelievable home field advantage, and yet we can't even get to the Super Bowl, let alone win it. So this year, I think in Buffalo is a little bit of a swing year because they've been good and they haven't gotten it done now in back-to-back years.
So we sort of threw it to TJ, and because he had said some things about Kyle Shanahan that were glowing. So we kind of followed up and we're like, hey, I don't know if you know this, but there's Niner fans around here like it's Super Bowl or bust, and you're arrogant, and we're sick of this like offensive boy genius kind of a thing. All of that dynamic that we understand because we hear it. So it was like, hey, TJ, what would you say to those 49ers fans? Take a listen to this response.
The fact that they say that, they're crazy. They're crazy. I mean, outside of Harbaugh, what have the 49ers done? Outside of when Harbaugh was a coach, like, he's arrogant. So, if his arrogance offends you, that's a you problem. Like, this is the best way to explain it. You have your wife and you complain, you get a divorce, you get another girlfriend or wife, and then you realize your wife wasn't that bad after all. You can't go back and get her. Go ahead and get rid of Kyle Shanahan and then see what it's like. See what it's like then. What you going to complain about then? Oh, man, I wish I could get my wife. Oh, you can't get Shanahan back. He was somebody else. Shanahan is one of the best coaches, play callers, play designers in the league. And I think when you have as much success as the 49ers have had, you get you expect so much. And so when things don't go your way, he's arrogant. His play calling is not as good. He's never won the big one. Winning the big one is kind of hard. There's plenty of great coaches that haven't won it. I believe the 49ers winning it will come soon. But them fans need to look themselves in the mirror before they start criticizing Shanahan because that man is the truth.
Because that man is the truth. So there it is. From here to forward.
Yeah.
I will no longer refer to him as Kyle Shanahan. The 49ers are coached by the truth.
Yeah, he is the truth. And I think that fans are always going to be critical of the head coach and of the quarterback when you don't win. And what TJ said is spot on. Winning the big one is really hard. And I believe 34 coaches have ever won the big one in 57 Super Bowls, which tells you that it is really hard. And we ran through the list of guys who are currently coaching who have won. I think the number is 6 or 7. And of all those guys who have won, who are still coaching, there aren't that many who are poised to win another one this year. Andy is. And outside of Andy, I don't know if any of the other former Super Bowl winners are poised. Like Pete in Seattle's not. Bill in New England's not. The aforementioned Tomlin is probably not. And, you start going down the list of guys. Sean Payton in Denver is certainly not.
Yeah.
So it's hard to do. And it doesn't mean that if Kyle doesn't do it this year that he's not the truth. I agree with TJ. He's the truth. And if he thinks that Brock Purdy is the guy, then I'm riding with Kyle.
Yeah, I want to enjoy this so much. I think the 49ers have a good coach. I think, as we said on Monday, coming out of the victory, my biggest vibe from the game, if you will, is to say, hey, fan base, like you got your guy. You got your guy. And as I said that day, there's no better feeling for an NFL fan base than we got our guy. There's something, and maybe this is, look, we're San Francisco. This is a big place. And the 49ers organization has done a lot of Super Bowl winning through the years, although not in the last 25.
Yeah.
Right? Not in the last couple of decades. I get that. But it's a very successful franchise. We have high-level hopes for our head coach and for our quarterback. So I totally get it. But, man, there's a cynicism that runs through this whole thing that I sort of wish we didn't have. You look around the country, and normally, if you are, and I think this is football sometimes more than other sports, Football is like, everybody's getting to gather the food around and you're high-fiving friends, and it's so much emotion. Normally, if you've got a coach that gets you a lot of wins and a quarterback that gets you a lot of touchdowns, man, those people get put on this pedestal. Like, those are our people, and the fan base wants to protect them. Josh Allen hasn't won crap.
Right.
And I bet you could not walk into that city and say anything to diminish Josh Allen.
Well, you could today. And maybe yesterday.
I bet they wouldn't hear it. Yeah. I bet they'd be like, we are not here for that. That's our guy.
After one game, you're probably right, but that was one bad opener as a Buffalo fan.
It really was.
Aaron Rodgers needs to get helped off the field after 4 snaps, and you can't beat your in-state rival. That's bad. And you're supposed to be this Super Bowl highfalutin. You got the best quarterback this side of Patrick Mahomes, and you lose to the Jets in that fashion. Oh, boy. And Josh Allen was ordinary.
Yeah, but I don't know.
And you know how fans are. Fans turn in a hurry. I'm not saying they've turned completely against him, but if you're ever going to talk trash about Josh Allen in Buffalo, yesterday and today would be those days.
You think Buffalo's sports radio?
They're going in on McDermott
you think
for
the
sure.
calls were all lined up? People were shots fired at Josh Allen?
McDermott more than Allen, yes.
You think?
Absolutely.
What did McDermott do wrong?
You lost to the Jets, Mark, and you lost to Zach Wilson.
Yeah?
You lost to Zach Wilson on Monday Night Football. You're supposed to be this top-of-the-line AFC threat, and you can't even beat the Cougar Hunter, Zach Wilson, on Monday Night Football. You were a North American disaster.
See, I mean, I'm looking at our YouTube feed right now. John Michael Weisberg says Allen is 52-25. Guy's won a ton.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's his record this year?
0-1.
John Michael Weisberg.
Yeah, but then D-Lou the Boss, also a faithful listener, got 82 turnovers since 2018. That's not good. Damon Chang, what's up? Bills are getting found out. So it goes back and forth. I bet they got a snuggie around that guy. That's what I bet. More on this coming up. 888-957-9570. Do we take Kyle Shanahan for granted? We'll take your calls on that. 888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Peter King in 20 minutes on Willard and Dibs.
I want the truth!
First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Do you consider staying healthy in the NFL a skill?
Yes. It's not 100% skill. There is some luck involved. Aaron Rodgers and his injury was bad luck. I don't believe that was a case of him being stupid. I don't believe that it was 100% the turf. I think it was an old player in a situation where he took a bad step on a bad field under pressure and he got hurt. That to me was football. It was one part old guy, one part football, and one part bad surface.
I ask you because, especially on Monday, you brought up one thing that made you uncomfortable, and I think I'm with you with regard to Brock Purdy. As I said it on Monday, I wish he would realize he's got one less second than he thinks he has, because my only question left for Brock Purdy, and this is me, and I get it. Many of you out there, you can still say, oh, small sample size, Steve, and I want to see more, and can he throw the deep ball? And you can have all your questions that you want. I only have one left. Can you stay upright? Can you hang in there? Can you complete a season? Can you make the decisions necessary to at least tilt the percentages in your favor? You can't avoid injury in the NFL. But for instance, he broke his ribs against the Bucs last year. Well, he didn't miss any time. So he got hurt, but he didn't miss any time. He battled through it. They won football games. All good. My question for Brock Purdy is, can you stay in the game? I'm out of other questions. If he stays in the game, I think he's going to have a great career. I don't know how great, but I think he is going to be a very high-level player, provided that he can stay healthy.
Right. It doesn't seem like he's going to show any regression in terms of what he does well. The things that he does well are mostly between the ears, in my opinion. His ability to dissect plays and make right decisions and then deliver the ball, that's what he does well. And I think sometimes because he is so good at seeing what's going on and deciphering plays that he holds the ball a long time, thinking if I could just wait one more second, then this receiver is going to be open in this spot and I can deliver the ball there. It's a little bit of arrogance, but you need that from your quarterback. You need a quarterback who's got that moxie and that self-confidence and that feeling that he can deliver a ball into any spot at any time, but it does leave you open to maybe taking some hits.
Let's go out to the phones. Peter King's going to join us here in 10 minutes. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibbs. Glad you're with us. Dollar Bill in the city. Hey, Bill, what are you doing? Thanks for calling.
Hey, I'm heading down to your neck of the woods there, Mark. I'm heading down to an institution that's closing for a client meeting at the fish market.
The fish market?
Yeah, the fish market's closing after all these years. And, down in right along Foster City. That's where you're from.
Yeah, wait a minute. Gosh, why is everything closing? Don't answer that, I know. I already know the answer, but man, golly. I didn't know that. All right, Dollar Bill, say hi to, my stomping grounds.
Get there before next Wednesday if you want to enjoy it one last time. Anyway, the reason why I was calling, you asked a question about, do the 49er fans take Shanahan for granted?
Yeah.
And I would argue 49er fans take everybody for granted. I think that they look for, if on a beautiful sunny day when there's no cloud in the sky, you guys are gonna complain about the sunburn you're gonna potentially get. So the guy's done nothing but win. He wins through injury. He just wins. And and as far as Brock goes, he answered all of my questions at 2 minutes to go in the second quarter on Sunday when Mika Fitzpatrick was coming at him from behind. He had eyes in the back of his head, he rolled back around and hit Debo for a first down. To me, I don't think you guys have anything to worry about.
Hey, Dollar Bill, can we ask you, since you're saying you guys and Niner fans, who are you a fan of? What's your team?
I am a long-suffering Jets fan.
Aha.
Man, condolences.
Good Lord.
It's not easy being green, boys.
Do you believe in curses, Dollar Bill?
You know, I believe that it gives me a new, as a Jets fan, it actually gives me gratitude for all the other good things I have in my life, that I only have to worry about being a Jets fan for 3 hours a week. You know?
I like your approach, Dollar Bill, and enjoy the fish market. Thank you for calling, man. There goes Dollar Bill. I don't know if I want to paint with that broad of a brush. Are 49er fans lacking gratitude in general about all kinds of things? Do they dismiss the good and only focus on the bad? I've never thought about it that way, but I am one, so maybe I don't know.
Yeah, and I think a lot of fans are like you, appreciating the win and Victory Monday and all the rest of it, but a certain amount of fans are always going to look at every little thing. And, Colton McKivitz, he had a bad game. You rolled Pittsburgh 30-7, and the kickoff coverage was shaky. That's going to come back to bite us. Yeah, you rolled over Pittsburgh.
That's DNA, though, right? I mean,
right. But I think that's what Dollar Bill's talking about.
If that was your main takeaway, sure,
right,
I'd agree. But you didn't get the sense on Monday that that's where the fan base was, right? I feel like the fan base is jacked, man.
Yeah.
I feel like the fan base is super pumped and excited about the way this looks.
Should be, but there are some fans who still are waiting for the other shoe to drop on Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
And that's where, you have fans thinking that maybe it's the system or maybe it's, the schedule or all the rest of it. Let's see him win and this is kind of what we did last year. Let's see him win a game from behind. Well, he did that. Let's see him win a road game. Let's see him win a playoff game. And we went through all of the let's see him ... and I think he checked all those boxes.
Okay, you just said he's checked all the boxes. I was going to ask you, can you think of anything, even if you don't think it? What could someone say right now? Let's see him fill in the blank.
Make it to the Super Bowl. I guess that'd be the only one. Honestly.
Right. You can't do that in September.
Let's see him win a road playoff game. Well, he won in Dallas. And, let's see.
No, that was here.
I thought he won a road playoff game last year.
No, those were both at Levi's.
Both at home. Never mind. Then let's see him win a road playoff game. Okay. There you go.
All right. That's okay. No, that's fair.
No, but again, that won't be until January.
Well, hopefully no.
At the earliest.
Hopefully not at all.
Happens, right?
I hope for the 1 seed.
Yeah.
I think that's a rational thought right now. Joe in San Francisco with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Joe. Thanks for calling. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm just listening to you here. And, yes, I don't believe toughness is a skill, but I think toughness is a talent. And I disagree, slightly different interpretation, but I totally disagree with your longstanding and no such thing as injury prone. Think of it, does every human have the shoulder to be able to throw a rotator cuff to throw the ball 90 miles an hour like Lincecum? Does everybody have the ability to run 4.4? No. Is everybody able to, who is 6'2", dunk like some people do? No, there's physical talents. Part of the talents is certain bone densities and tendons and ligaments, and I think some people are tougher. I don't like that term, but using general terms, tougher than others. But I don't think that applies to Brock. That was a freaky deaky type of a thing.
Right.
The split moment second when his arms extended, he gets smacked. So I think he is. He's going to continue to surprise some people, and I don't think he's going to be injury. We cannot conclude he's injury prone from that freaky incident. What do you think?
Yeah, Joe, thank you for calling. I don't disagree with a lot of what you're saying. I know I have said many times, and I want to complete the full sentence. When I say there's no such thing as injury prone, I've said there's no such thing as injury prone in the NFL. And the reason I'm saying that is not because what you're saying doesn't exist. I guess I want to make sure it sounds everybody's injury prone when it comes to the NFL. In theory, I guess I have to somewhat agree, Joe, with what Joe's saying. Are there predispositions based on prior injuries?
Sure.
Are some people tougher than others? I'd have to say yes, because I know people who are tougher than me. I know that.
Do some players put themselves in harm's way more often than other players at the same position?
Yes.
And I think that is where I get concerned about Brock Purdy. He's young, and he's full of that confidence, and he wants to stand in there and make every play. And I look at older quarterbacks who have more of an ability or more of a forethought to get down, to get out, to avoid unnecessary hits.
It's interesting. I hear a lot of people compare him to Russell Wilson, and he's someone who I thought over the years did a really good job of avoiding the hits.
Yep.
Yeah, that's interesting. All right, look, Peter King, Football Morning in America, NBC, one of the biggest dang names out there, and super dialed in, has been for years with the likes of Kyle Shanahan, the 49er organization. Peter King is going to join us coming up next. We got all kinds of inside questions for Peter, and you're going to hear them all spill out here in just moments. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Stay with us. Peter King joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Settle down, class.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, that's right. It's that time. It is that time. And we've been looking forward to this. We've been looking forward to this all week where we can really dive deep on all things 49ers, round the league as well. It's Willard and Dibs. We're taking your calls, and we'll continue to shortly at 888-957-9570. But right now, it is the great Peter King, Football Morning in America, NBC, all across NFL platforms. Peter, thank you for doing it as always. How are you?
Everything's going great. How about you guys? How's it going?
Hey, fantastic. Yeah, I got a happy fan base after that opener on Sunday for sure. And I know you had a conversation with Brandon Ayuk after the game. I always love in sports when things have big expectations and then those are met. And Brandon is expected to have a really big year, and to have that in week one, man, it speaks volumes. What did he have to say after the game, and where do you think this is going this year?
Well, I would argue that this is the best game that Brandon Ayuk ever played in the NFL, and it's because I think one of the things the 49ers have done is that they have made their offensive player. Look, I'm sure it's the same on the defensive side of the ball. But one of the things I asked Brandon Ayuk about was, and look, I mean, he had a one touchdown catch early in the game when the guy in coverage for Pittsburgh stumbled. And so, that's good, but it's not going to go on the Brandon Ayuk career highlight film. However, his second touchdown, where he is battling a guy who will be discussed for the Hall of Fame one day, Patrick Peterson, where he, first of all, physically played in an equal basis, and maybe even better than equal basis, with a very good physical corner, Patrick Peterson, and won. And, had the presence of mind to be able to catch the ball and all that. But I maintain the best play he made all day was the block on DeMonte KZ on Christian McCaffrey's 65-yard touchdown run in the second half. Because if you watch that play, you understand really what the San Francisco 49ers offensive philosophy is. And after the game, that's exactly what Brandon Ayuk told me. He goes, because I said to him, what's it going to be like in your meeting room this week when people see that block that you made, because he destroyed KZ. And he said, well, people will be excited, but he goes, that's just what's expected of us. We, for us on our team, we are told essentially that we need to block as well as catch the ball. And we've got to be as dedicated to both things. And so to me, I think what that says is that Kyle Shanahan has set a tone and set a tenor in when you play offense for the 49ers, that you got to be able to do both. And I think, look, it's been well documented that Kyle Shanahan had a little bit of come to Jesus conversation in the, before this year, obviously, or late last year, whenever it was, with Deebo Samuel, about him getting a little bit heavy and him not being, as in shape as he should. And so I think one of the things that you have to be able to do in the NFL, absolutely have to be able to do, is you have to be able to have tough conversations with your players. I think Kyle Shanahan can do it. And I want to mention one other thing. I think that in some ways, John Lynch, Adam Peters, and the scouting staff deserve a little bit of credit for the offensive philosophy that the 49ers have right now, the very physically imposing offensive philosophy. Because Lynch told me in training camp that when they first got there, they were big on speed. as that was the way the NFL was going. They wanted their receivers to be really fast and able to separate. They were big on separators. And after a couple of years, when they saw that the game was going to as much physicality as speed at the wide receiver position, that they changed. They took a little bit of a left turn, and that is why Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, who has gotten more physical, I would maintain, in his time in San Francisco. That is why they right now have two physical, particularly Deebo, two very physical wide receivers who can impact the game. And look, speed's important, obviously. Everybody can see what Tyreek Hill does to a football game. But I think one of the things that Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, Adam Peters, that this personnel staff and coaching staff have done is said, hey, listen, we might not have 4-3-3 guys, but we've got fast guys who can also knock you on your rear end. And that was a huge benefit in the game in Pittsburgh on Sunday.
Are you surprised, Peter, that more teams don't try to emulate what they're doing, not only with the receivers, the physicality, but the 21 personnel and a tight end who can block and who can also receive, and just generally doing things the way Kyle does with a high IQ quarterback and receivers who, when they get the ball, can be huge in the yak game?
Well, that's really an interesting question, and I think that some teams are doing that. Some teams want the physical receivers. There's a reason why Howie Roseman traded a 1 for A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown is more physical than the average receiver. And I also think there's a receiver. There's a reason why, for instance, if you looked at another team that I think looks at what Kyle Shanahan does, nods to him and says, you're doing it the right way, I'd look at Arthur Smith in Atlanta. Arthur Smith basically now has 3 big wide receivers / tight ends right now. 3. And if you look at Kyle Pitts right now, if you look at Cordero Patterson right now, if you look at Jonnu Smith right now, and even you look at Drake London, who is a physical, competitive catcher of the ball on deep throws. And look, you're probably not necessarily going to see the benefit to all that in Atlanta because, Desmond Ridder is not, this is a crazy thing to say because Desmond Ridder was a much higher draft pick. Desmond Ridder's not Brock Purdy. He doesn't have the real quick decision-making. He doesn't have the ability right now, anyway, to see the whole field the way that Brock Purdy does. But I do think that some teams are whether it's starting to emulate Kyle Shanahan or feel like that they look at the 49ers and say, that's a really smart way to play. I think some teams are doing that right now.
Peter King with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Okay, let's build on that, even though I know it was just an aside. Desmond Ridder is not Brock Purdy. So TJ Hushmanzada comes on our show yesterday, Peter, and says, look, Brock Purdy was misevaluated. All of these power rankings and, we've got to see more. We've got to see this. We've got to see that. TJ says flat out he was misevaluated. I'd love to know your thoughts and sort of where you are on what we can officially say right now about Brock Purdy.
All right, so listen, Brock Purdy has played more than 3 quarters, and there's a reason why I term it this way. But Brock Purdy has played more than 3 quarters in 9 NFL games. Okay, so I'm not sitting here saying Brock Purdy is going to be one of the all-time greats because we just don't know that. But the early results on Brock Purdy are extremely encouraging. Okay? And I would maintain this, that I think all quarterbacks, let's talk about what Brock Purdy was on the weekend of the 2022 NFL draft. Okay? Here you have a guy who started 47 football games in a Power 5 conference. Here you have a guy who 5 times played in front of crowds of 80,000 or greater, who played in Norman, Oklahoma, who played in Austin, Texas, and who basically played a big-time college football schedule and played it for 4 years, all right? That's one thing. I'll tell you the second thing. Before Brock Purdy's last home game in Ames, Iowa, at Iowa State, when they were going to honor all of the seniors, and this sounds crazy, but basically in the locker room before the game, Matt Campbell, the coach of Iowa State, wrote what I would best describe as an ode to Brock Purdy, and he read it to the team, and he put a copy of it on the stool of every player. And his point was he wanted everyone to understand that Brock Purdy had singularly taken a mid to low level Power 5 team, and as Matt Campbell told me much later, that he elevated us to be a top 25 team consistently and a tough game for everybody in college football. So when you just say that T.J. Houshmandzadeh said that he was misevaluated, I don't mean to say no duh, but no duh. Of course he was misevaluated. And one of the reasons that he was is that everybody underestimates what it means to take your lumps in big-time college football and to come out the other side ready to go. So, look, I agree. He was terribly misevaluated, should have gone much higher. And if you look and see a lot of the players in college football who don't have nearly the experience, but because they have these so-called special tools, they're going to get drafted a lot higher than Brock Purdy. And look, I understand when you look at a guy who's 6 feet tall or whatever he is, we seem to be able to do funny things with heights and weights before the draft. But I've stood with Brock Purdy, and I'll tell you, he's probably a smidge smaller than I am, and I'm 5'11". But whatever he is, people missed out on him. And I think the NFL should use the Brock Purdy story as a way to reevaluate why do we always draft in the top 5? Why do we always draft guys from big-time programs who had great help all around them? And why do we say that Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota, Sam Darnold, and look, no diss to Sam Darnold, I think he's a good football player. But why do we always take the guys who are big and tall and maybe fast, but why don't we look at guys who are of moderate physical skills, but who just play great and who lift their teams?
And maybe he's the tipping point for a change. And, Peter, I didn't realize you were 5'11", and I'm picturing you curled up in that airport seat at gate A54. Fascinating story. I don't want to give it away for anybody who needs to read, Peter, and we all do. Football Morning in America. Man, what a night you had. Losing a notebook, sleeping in an airport seat. We've all been there. But, Peter, I don't want to dwell on airport nightmares, but what about the Niner win in Pittsburgh struck you as the most impressive part?
I mean, a couple of things. Number one, I think everybody loves the physicality of the San Francisco defense. How can you not? This game, in my opinion, told the National Football League that the offense of the San Francisco 49ers is a physical menace. And that's why I think, we were talking some NBC people and me on Tuesday about the most impressive team and what team comes out of week one as number one. and I said the 49ers. With all due respect to the Cowboys, and look, the Cowboys, I can't say anything bad about them. The only thing that I can say about them is I don't know any team that made the playoffs one year and looked worse in a first game the next year than the New York Giants. That was startling how bad the Giants look. So I don't know who the Giants are. I don't think they're that bad, but we'll see. I know the Steelers are not bad. They're not a bad team, and they will be back because Mike Tomlin, that's who he is as a coach. The Steelers are going to be okay, somewhere between okay and good, and a playoff contender. But I just think what the 49ers showed in Game 1 is an absolutely physical side to their defense that if you didn't know it before this point, you certainly know it now.
All right, so they're clearly one of, if not the Super Bowl favorite. I know we're very early to talk about that, but Peter, wanted to get your thoughts on what happened also Monday night in New York, because one of the teams that was a top 10 Super Bowl favorite, to me, that dream is now dead to a degree, but I wonder what your takeaway is from what happened with Aaron Rodgers and the Jets.
When I was a kid, there was a show on television called ABC Wide World of Sports.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm 66 years old. I guarantee you 90% of your listeners have never heard of this show.
The Thrill of Victory.
It was a show way back in the day, in the 60s, early 70s, that, look, television didn't exist for sports in those days. But every weekend, I would look forward to ABC Wide World of Sports because it would take us all over the world, and I would see things that I would never see. Ski jumping, surfing championships, track and field, everything. And as the show came on the air, it talked about, in very dramatic form, a guy named Jim McKay, one of the all-time great broadcasters, talked about the human drama of athletic competition. And I thought of that Monday night, watching, as everybody did, absolutely in stunned disbelief. But when Aaron Rodgers went down, and then you started to hear the word filtering out and all that, you hear it, and you start to hear that, and it starts to get processed. And I just thought, that's the human drama of athletic competition. If everybody says, and everybody I think recognizes and understands, that sports is the ultimate reality show. I don't know about you guys, but I think that is a very accurate and apt assessment of what sports is. Because, look, you have these, quite frankly, these idiots out there who say, oh, well, the outcome is preordained, and the refs are on the take, and all this stuff. And the NFL determines, they want Mahomes to win. They want Brady to win, a few years ago. And so, I mean, I can just tell you, you people are full of crap. That's just, and so this moment on the fourth snap of his career as a New York Jet, which isn't over, by the way, I firmly believe, but on the fourth snap of his career where he tears his Achilles and he's gone for the year and he's crushed. And even though the Jets, in an incredibly unlikely way, won this game, the Jets fans are crushed. I can tell you, I live in Brooklyn. I gotta stop listening to the radio. It's endless. People just crying about, oh my God, the Jets, they're cursed, blah, blah, blah. But I guess my only point would be, if we want something to be real, and if we want something to be, legitimate, honest drama, that you don't know the outcome about what's going to happen. Well, what happened Monday night, once in a generation maybe, as tragic as it is in a sporting sense, that has to happen, because that just reinforces the reality of the NFL as the ultimate reality show in American sports.
I just want to thank you for Jim McKay, and I'm seeing that the ski jumper tumbling over the jump right now. Peter, I'm not quite 56. I'm 55, but man, thank you for bringing me back to my youth when that's all we had, Peter, was that show.
Yeah.
Thank
you know, the other thing that we didn't have, and look, I mean, I'm probably a different viewer, a different experiencer of sports today than I was when I first got into this business. But after I see the 948th replay of Leonard Floyd tackling Aaron Rodgers for a sack and ruining his year, that's enough for me, 948 times. Right. I don't need to see it 1,050 more times. So, like, I understand that there's all of this programming that treats the NFL as a deity and all that, and I get it because I know I work for NBC. NBC is in business with the NFL, and obviously it's a very, very big deal to lose Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
But after a while, you can't watch it anymore.
Yeah.
You know, you've just had enough. But I do think that, you know, in all kidding aside, that as sad as it is, as horrible as it is, that you know, this is a part of the NFL and it's a part of the life of sports, of any sport, that you have to know that you are living on the edge, that you're always on the precipice of something really bad happening or something really great happening.
Well said. Peter King joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Peter, at the risk of getting my second no-duh of this conversation, I think you're aware of this. You're close to Kyle Shanahan. It was a wacky offseason, and it's led to a lot of fans questioning different aspects of the regime and the decision-making process. Trey Lance, I know you get it. What would you say to a 49er fan about where Kyle Shanahan sits in sort of the pecking order of NFL coaches?
He's fantastic. He's absolutely fantastic. Look, I don't do this often, but last year after the Miami game, I was in Levi's Stadium after the Miami game, or at the Miami game last year. I don't go to a lot of games anymore, but I loved that game. You know, a red-hot Dolphins team at a team that was really starting to get it together, and Jimmy Garoppolo playing very well and all this. And so I was at the game. I couldn't wait to see it. And when Garoppolo got hurt, I just thought, well, okay, that's the end of the Niners. But we watched the game, and we all saw the dawn of the Brock Purdy era, and that guy is good. And I remember I had a conversation with Kyle after the game. We talked about a bunch of things, and that night, and believe me, I very rarely do this, but I texted him, and I said, man, you're a damn good coach. To have Brock Purdy ready, and a lot of that is inside Brock Purdy, I get it. But I was so impressed with the fact that the world had just fallen in. I'm not saying that it's like to a Jets fan, you know, when Aaron Rodgers gets hurt, but that was a absolute debacle. You lose Trey Lance early, and now in early December you lose Jimmy Garoppolo, and you got to go with the last pick in the draft. Give me a break. It's terrible. But anyway, my only point that I'm making is that I think Kyle Shanahan knows how to make chicken salad out of chicken feathers or chicken something.
Yeah.
And look, that doesn't mean I agree with everything that he does. I totally, absolutely disagree and still do with the trade of Trey Lance. And I wrote in my column that, look, you expended way too many resources to throw this guy away. And I don't care what anybody with the 49ers says, oh, boy, we got a fourth round pick. Look, that's going to be like the 130th pick in the draft. Who cares? And in my opinion, I don't think you throw out Trey Lance so quickly at this point. However, in balance, Kyle Shanahan, in 4 out of the 6 years he's coached the Niners, has needed to use 3 quarterbacks. And for a coach to have needed 3 quarterbacks in 4 of his 6 years, now starting his 7th, to be 10 games over 500, including playoff games, is one hell of an accomplishment. So I'm bullish on Shanahan. I'd want him to coach my team, and I think he does a hell of a job.
Remarkable breakdown, and Brock Purdy might be the ultimate closer, the ultimate saver in any franchise's history, knowing what they invested in Trey Lance just to get him. What do you think the Jets do, Peter? Real quick, I mean, do they ride with Wilson, or do they look to bring in a vet? What do they do to try to fix this? You got boots on the ground in New York. People must be freaking out.
Well, people are freaking out, but look, Robert Saleh is doing exactly what he has to do. He is telling everybody, look, this is our guy. Zach Wilson's our guy. There's no way deep down inside he can feel that. I mean, we've all watched Zach Wilson play, and I like Zach Wilson. He's a heck of a good person, good kid, all that, but I think we all have seen Zach Wilson, and we all are very, very dubious that he might be able to come in here and play as well as everybody on this team has kind of said that he would play. And I guess what I would say is I think there are players in the NFL right now, like multiple players in the NFL right now, who would be an upgrade over Tim Boyle, who's there right now, their backup quarterback. But the problem is, as you guys know, is that, you can't just say, well, this guy's better, let's bring him in. It isn't like plugging in a second baseman if the Giants needed a second baseman. Anybody can go play second base, for any team in the NFL. But this is just a little bit different. And that's why, to me, I think what the Jets need to do is they need to investigate everybody. They need to investigate all options. And so I mean, if I am Joe Douglas, the GM of the Jets, I would call Chris Ballard, the general manager of the Indianapolis Colts, and offer something decent for Gardner Minshew. And everybody's going to say, oh, my God, Gardner Minshew, he's just a guy, everything. But you've got to play with somebody at quarterback. And there's a chance that Zach Wilson, within 3 or 4 weeks, is going to show all the problems that he has shown, like the interception he threw to Matt Milano the other night with no Jets receiver within 5 yards. It was horrible. So at some point, you may have to play a guy, and either you're going to play Tim Boyle or you're going to get somebody in there. The reason I think Gardner Minshew is a good candidate is that he can run around. And the Jets' offensive line, I think, is going to be trouble this year. So that's who I'd go get. And they're going to go get somebody. I don't have much of an idea who it's going to be.
Peter, that makes all kinds of sense. Hey, thank you for the conversation, Peter. Tons of great stuff in there. Really, really thank you.
Hey, no problem, guys. We'll talk next week.
Okay,
Awesome.
Indeed we will. Peter King, Football Morning in America, NBC. And one thing we did not hear him say, just real quick, I know you had some fun at my expense with my Zach Wilson take yesterday.
Yeah.
I did not hear Peter at any point in there say, hey, let's just stick with Zach Wilson. Everything will be great. Got a good defense. Got some receivers.
Peter with a great answer, which
Stick
is
with Zach.
Saleh said everything that he had to say.
Exactly.
And then they should go get Gardner Minshew.
He's not good.
Nah.
He's not good.
He's not good enough.
He's not as good as Gardner Minshew.
I mean, right?
He's not as good as Gardner Minshew.
The shoe is legit.
And the
shoe walked off an entire organization. The shoe led, I guess that would be Jacksonville, down the field to beat the Raiders in their final game at the Coliseum. I was there, and the amount of booze and garbage that was showered upon the field that day, thanks to the shoe, Gardner Minshew, who led them down the field, walking an entire organization out of town.
Gardner held on to the 1 seed for the Eagles last year when Jalen was hurt.
Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah, he can play a little bit. He's not a franchise QB, but he can play a little bit.
We talked about Jimmy G being a placeholder plus Gardner Minshew might just be a placeholder. I don't know if he's a placeholder plus.
I agree with that call.
You could plug him in for X number of games, and you could feel like if you have a good team, that you could still possibly be a good team.
Therefore, all you need to know is Gardner Minshew's better than Zach Wilson.
Yeah, I got him higher in my power rankings, Mark.
Where do you have him?
I got the shoe at like 30th, and I got Zach Wilson at 34.
I like us putting the in front of everybody's names today. We got the shoe.
I always do. Well, he's always been the shoe.
We got the truth.
Yeah.
We got the dibbers.
Always.
Who else? We got the quarterback.
Yes.
His name's Brock Purdy.
If you're not reading Football Morning in America, which is Peter King's column, you're missing out. And he ends it always with what he calls the adieu haiku. And I share this with you, Mark, because you're going to love it. And a haiku is 5 syllables, 7 syllables, 5 syllables.
I remember when they talked about that in Wayne's World.
Yes.
Yeah.
This
Garth,
is Peter King's
that was a haiku.
weekly haiku.
Okay.
Go figure the Rams. Admit it, you've never heard of Puka Nacua. Peter King's haiku.
I hadn't heard of Puka Nacua
until Sunday night. Right. I just was,
So I got to kind of admit, it might have even been Monday morning.
Going through the Peter King, the Puka Nacua mentioned at the tail end. He's got a good 9/11 story, and yes, he did get stranded in an airport, and we can all relate to that. Any of us who've had to actually sleep in one of those airport seats, or do you just lie down on the filthy carpet? You got choices to make when you know you're going to be there for a stretch.
I don't know if I've ever been so delayed that I went to sleep at the airport.
Oh, okay. I've had a couple of those situations.
My traveling sleep was back when I was on the bus leagues with the Boise Hawks.
Sure.
And people would lay down on the floor of the bus.
Yeah. Wow.
Where you walk. And then I got the nickname Grandma because I could sleep sitting up. I just sat there like I was knitting something. And I was just like...
Out. Gone.
They hated me because I don't need. I can sleep anywhere. You want to put me on the ground? You want to put me straight up? Put me on the roof?
Doesn't matter.
Out.
If you're tired, you can go.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's how I know if a movie, if an interview, content, if it's good, if I'm awake at the end of it, it's amazeballs.
Yeah, and Peter was great. A lot of praise for the Niners. He's got them as really the team to beat in the NFC. And
well, by the way, I agree with his take there at the end, which I thought was an interesting one. I know, who was most, as if it matters, but who was most impressive of the week? It's not the Cowboys, it's the Niners. It's absolutely the Niners. The Cowboys were very impressive. I feel like Peter, this takes nothing away, but the Giants were a paper tiger. That's not that good of a football team. They were all dinged up. Name a receiver on the Giants. Go ahead.
Plaxico Burress.
Exactly. Okay?
Scoreboard.
Saquon is basically their only offensive weapon. It's not that good of a football team. There were circumstances that led to that getting wild, which was a blocked field goal for a touchdown, followed by a bobbled pick six. And the next thing you know, it's 16-0 when Dak doesn't even have a first down yet. And the game got out of control. Does Dallas get credit for those things? Sure they do. But if you want to talk about who looked like a complete team, good God, Niners.
Yeah.
What was the weakness? Colton McKivitz. You didn't like their kickoff return because guys got to the 30 instead of the 20. I mean... You got to
It's better coming from you.
You need a search party to find the problem.
I mean, those are problems. They're not major problems.
I mean, they're problems like people have here on the coast in California.
And somebody earlier said...
My housekeeper charges too much and my new carpet is not the right color.
It's too sunny. I'm getting sunburned.
Right.
That's what a caller said earlier, which I thought was hilarious.
The people who are redoing our third house say they need an extra week. Oh, for crying out loud.
Yeah,
you don't
that's
have
your complaint.
problems. You got no problems, Niner fans.
Yeah, after 1 week, you're right.
And I know it's super uncomfortable for everyone who yelled all summer about Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, and that arrogant, snooty Kyle. You have no problems. None. I don't know if they're going to win. You got no problems.
Yeah, and favored by 5.5 over the Rams, and
Ooh, keep going, brother.
It's moved up.
Oh,
I think it
big
opened at 5.5, and
I thought it was bigger than that. I didn't see what it opened at. I know that it's bigger than that now.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan's got one big concern based on his comments today, and it's a real one. And man, it's going to be fun to watch it happen. Watch it play out on Sunday.
Oh wow! Are you? Did you just uncork an unbelievable tease?
Oh, we can leave it there because it's a real problem, and it's something that even you, Mark Willard, Captain Sunshine, Captain Horseshoe, oh, look what I found, Puka Nakua. Even you are going to have to acknowledge that this is a real problem going into Sunday.
All right, so we'll have that
I'm keeping
next.
it real.
By the way, I can no longer say Puka Nakua's name without singing it. Puka Nakua. Yeah, that's now his name, so don't say it, sing it. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. See how many fingers I'm holding up?
Looks like 8.
That's your spread this weekend.
Oh, man.
On the road.
Yeah.
On the road. 8.
Spread's going down after I unfurl my nugget coming up next. It'll go down to 7.5 after I'm done talking. I'm going to keep it real.
I disagree.
We'll see.
I disagree.
Not 7.
No, you literally. What are you talking about? What did he say?
Stay tuned. I'll let you know. I'll let you know. When you uncover everything pregame.
My mind is racing. Drake Greenlaw didn't practice.
Uh-oh. Time to panic.
I thought they told us no injuries, but Drake Greenlaw didn't practice.
Might have been a Veteran Day.
Facing the Rams. Puka Nakua.
Uh-oh.
Who's guarding Puka this weekend?
There it is. Spoil the tease.
Is it Diamador versus Puka? Or do you just go ahead and put Mooney on him right away? Got to take that guy out of the game. No Cup or Coop? And or Tutu Atwell? I will say this for the Rams. Okay?
Puka and Tutu?
Yeah, quick aside. Has there ever been a better set of names for a starting receiver core? Puka and Tutu.
Tutu out wide left, Puka to the right.
Amazing. We got to get, and we will, JB Long, voice of the Rams, we got to get him on to talk about setting the stage for a play, right? Stafford, under center. Cam Akers behind. Puka and Tutu both set out wide to the right.
Boo Boo and Nunu. The two setbacks.
Do they do yoga together? Looney
Gaga and Goo Goo.
Yeah, Puka and Tutu do yoga.
They're like kids' pet names.
It's unreal.
Puka, Tutu, dinner. I think I'm bounding in from outside.
It's unbelievable. All right, all kinds of good stuff coming up. Dibs will pay off an unbelievable tease. We will let you hear again what TJ Hushmanzada said yesterday that stuck with us. And oh, by the way, the NBA comes up with a brand new rule, and the trickle down of it is massive. That's all coming up on Willard and Dibs.
You people are full of crap.
Is joint pain, soreness, and achiness getting in the way of your best life? Football legend Emmitt Smith refuses to back down to pain. That's why he's a huge advocate for QC Kinetics and their natural approach to getting you relief. Look.
HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Quick aside, and maybe we'll circle back to it in a little bit, because the first thing we're going to need to do is pay off Dibs' unbelievable tease.
Okay.
But every time over the last couple of weeks, when you're ready to write the Giants off, J.D. Davis homers. I've noticed this now. Same thing. I put the white flag on Twitter, I think it was last Friday night. When were they down 4-0 against the Rockies? Friday night? Saturday night?
I think it was Friday, yeah.
One of those, whatever. They're down 4-0 early, and you're like, for crying out loud. I mean, this is... And then they hit 3 consecutive homers, one of them by J.D. Davis, and the ball game was tied 4-4, and the Giants went on to sweep the Rockies, and now they have taken 2 out of 3 from the Cleveland Guardians after being down 5-1. Because of a 3-run homer by J.D. Davis that sent this thing into extra innings. The Giants win it in the 10th, and we potentially still have action.
Yep.
And Giants fans are mixed in their reaction to it, which we can get to. I understand the dynamic out there, which is that if the Giants make the playoffs, is that going to make the regime go, cool, we're awesome, let's run it back again next year? People are like, no.
Yeah.
And I think the answer to that is no, but you feel that everywhere right now. Like they're in the race, but playoff fever is not here.
Yeah, you don't have the fever. And you were there last night, and that was a good indicator of a game where you should feel the fever, because you've got, as you sit now, you've got 16 games left to go. Going into last night, you had 18 games left to go, and you are in the race, and it's September, and it's a winnable game, and you've got, the kind of team that you can get excited for. And even today's a little tougher because it is a day game and school's back in session and all that, but you had the new phenom on the hill, and yet pretty quiet crowd, pretty flaccid environment up until the end when J.D. Davis ties the game and you go on to win it late.
And but not a good outing for the young phenom at all. Guardians put 4 on the board in the very first inning off Kyle Harrison, and they were able to rally back and win it. Both Diamondbacks and Marlins play coming up this hour. So scoreboard watching time. Giants, if the Diamondbacks lose, Giants are only a half game out of that final wild card spot. Cubs have already lost today, but they're a little further away. So anyway, more on that in a second. What is this you say, Dan Dibley? This spread changing factoid from the 49ers against the Rams this week.
It's Kyle Shanahan trying to keep it real and just trying to put a little bit of cold water on everybody. He was asked about this being a divisional opponent and somebody they know really well, and looking at the Rams roster, is there a lot of unfamiliarity there with them being so young? And he says, well, we have a history with the coaching staffs and stuff and the players and whatnot. But once you turn on the tape and you try to see it, you don't know some of these guys, but you definitely know 99. And he's talking about Aaron Donald. And you know the quarterback. And you watch the schemes and nothing's really different. So the fact that he was talking about 99 just kind of served as a cold reminder for what that guy can do to a football game. And, the Niners' offensive line, through one game, they were fine. We all talk about Colton McKivitz, but the interior 3, they're going to have a lot to deal with when it comes to 99. Aaron Donald, one of the best in the game, and he's the kind of player who can single-handedly change the course of any football game.
Perception or reality? 49ers have really held Aaron Donald in check the last 2 years.
I'd have to look at the stats, but it feels like a reality. But in the NFC Championship game, and I guess that was more than 2 years ago. Are you drawing the line outside of that game?
That was 2 years ago.
Not last year, but the year before.
Yeah, it was the year before.
Felt like he had a big impact in that game.
It felt like he did in that fourth quarter when Jimmy couldn't even get a pass off.
Right.
But outside of that, when Aaron Donald is getting a whole lot of pub coming into the game, I think there have been some matchups, times where the Niners have had injuries on the offensive line, there was the famous Brunskill game against Aaron Donald where you're like, well, this is just going to go horribly. And you never heard Aaron's name the entire game. So I don't know if the Niners have some sort of a game plan for him that tends to work. Look, he is truly, truly one of the all-time greats. So it's not like you can just stop him because I don't think the Niners have some sort of kryptonite by any stretch. But they have held their own. That's number one. And number two, I do think one thing Kyle Shanahan is really good at is setting up an offense so that it not neutralizes, but it goes away from the other team's strength. We all watched TJ Watt, and we're like, wow, he had a great game. And what did it mean? Nothing. Oh, he's a game wrecker. Well, he didn't wreck that one.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing that he could do individually. He had, 3 sacks in the game.
But that's what a quote-unquote game wrecker does. Like, yeah, you might get home for a sack, 2, 3, whatnot, but at no point was it slowing the 49er offense down. That's all. Like, it doesn't matter. If you're still getting first downs, who cares? I mean, you don't want Brock to get hurt.
Sure.
But I don't know. I'm not terribly worried about this one.
Well, I'm not worried about it either in terms of the overall team versus team and, the fact that it's in L.A., ho-hum, of all the road games they're going to have this year, and I think they have 9, right? This year they have 8 home and 9 road is, I think, the way the schedule breaks down.
I'll look it up.
And this one would probably rate as one of the 2 or 3 easiest games in terms of road spot. The Arizona road game would be easier. The Ram road spot, I'd say, would be the second easiest.
Well, I don't know if the Rams are any good or not. I go year by year. I know what we think they're going to be, and I know they're missing Cooper Kupp. I also know they went and just won by double digits up against the 12th man. Ooh, super scary.
Right.
And they have Stafford back. When Stafford left last year, the 49ers were in a spot where it was like, dude, here's another scary game against the Rams, and they better win it. And they did, and then they went on that streak. Stafford left, and the Rams were left for dead. Stafford's back. They're not, I don't think they're good / great, but the Rams are not a pushover. They're not a joke. We saw that last week, right? So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it is, I don't know how you can call this a road game other than the fact that it's not at Levi's.
Right.
This is going to be an overwhelmingly red crowd on Sunday.
Even with the Rams coming off a Super Bowl a couple years ago, you think it'll be more than 50-50 Niners?
Absolutely.
It'll be a takeover.
Without a shadow of a doubt in my mind.
I mean, you've worked down there, and I guess I've asked people from L.A. if the Super Bowl changed the amount of fanhood in the city, and the answer is, are the Rams still here?
Yeah, no, it's not. It's just
Do the Rams play in St. Louis? If you ranked L.A. teams and franchises, you would go Lakers 1, Dodgers 2.
For sure.
And then you get to USC football 3, LA Galaxy 4, Cal State Northridge men's volleyball 5.
The other soccer team has kind of overtaken
the
LA Galaxy.
True.
But yeah, probably it fits and starts a little bit, but USC football's 3rd for sure.
UCLA basketball?
I don't know about that.
Now we're starting to split hairs, but I think those 3 are the big 3.
No doubt. And the Rams are somewhere probably, in the top 6, depending on how you want to play it.
Yeah.
The Chargers are in the top 30. They're in the top 30.
Yeah. Clippers probably ahead of the Chargers.
The Chargers come in right behind Mater Dei. So
good little program.
It's unbelievable. The Chargers, Matt, our boss, Matt Nahigian, I saw him post something on Twitter over the weekend where he was just watching on TV the Chargers-Dolphins game.
I had a look.
Well, he's like, look at this. Look at this.
Thank you.
And it was Tyreek Hill touchdown, and he goes, listen to the way this sounds. Crowd's going crazy. And that's the Dolphins. It's not like the Dolphins have some pulsating Southern California fan base.
Right.
The Dolphins? The Chargers, man. It's why, when we talked to Cheryl Bosa the other day and she was talking about being there, I always go to which one of my sons are at home. And I didn't say it to her because I didn't want to be a smart aleck, but I'm like, so in other words, you never go to see Joey Bosa play because he didn't have any home games.
Yeah.
None.
I wonder if she stays in L.A. to watch Nick because the Chargers are in Tennessee. So even though it's not a home game, I wonder if the Bosas might just stay in L.A. for a little bit of a extra stay to see Nick play and then bebop on up here for the Thursday night.
Maybe, especially because it is only 4 days later, and she told us she was coming to the Giants game. I don't know. But, yeah, look, I think that we are immediately in a spot. It's an interesting sort of gambling discussion. We're in a spot where spreads get out of whack fast after week 1 because we are reacting to one football game. So now the Niners are amazing, but the Rams aren't because we expected them to be not. So we're going to ignore what we saw them do, and we're only going to focus on what the Niners did because the Niners did something that didn't surprise us, and the Rams did, I don't know, man, 8 points on the road in an NFL game, in a Division I at that. I'd stay the hell away. I'm not saying the Niners aren't going to win this 31-7. They might. They very, very well might. But that is a whole lot of road points against a team that blew somebody out on the road just a few days ago. That's a crazy spread, man.
It's a big number. It's the second biggest number I see up on the big board. The only one larger is your Buffalo Bills, given 8.5 at home against the Raiders.
Oh, poor Jimmy.
And that's a bounce back. Buffalo looking for a big bounce back in that spot. Thursday night, Eagles by 7 at home against Minnesota. And Monday night, a couple of games, Mark? What the hell?
This one is weird. It's not just a couple games. They keep going, we got a Monday night doubleheader. No, you don't. They're at the same time. They're an hour apart from one another. What is that?
I don't like it.
Well, and I know they've been doing the Monday night doubleheader thing on week 1.
Yeah.
And they didn't this time. I get it. Let's clear out Jets-Bills. Let's make it all about Aaron Rodgers, the 9/11 celebration. There's a lot going on there, so I totally understand. But if you're going to push it to the next week, give us a doubleheader. You got both games in the Eastern time zone. One's at 4:15 our time. One's at 5:15 our time. I don't even know how to consume that.
Well,
what channel are they on?
Good
I don't
point.
even know.
I think you watch the first hour of Saints and Panthers, and then you go ahead and say bye-bye to that one, thinking that it's probably not going to be as compelling as Browns at Steelers.
So Saints and Panthers are going to be on ESPN and ESPN2, and then Browns and Steelers is on ABC.
Okay.
And ESPN Plus.
All right. I wonder which one the Manning cast gets. If there is a Manning cast this
Browns
week.
Steelers.
Okay.
I mean, that's the 5:15 start on ABC.
But the Manning cast is usually on ESPN2, so...
Yeah. Maybe they split up the Mannings and cast them both.
Yeah.
I don't know. Or maybe they do have both games on at once.
Maybe it's me being an old guy and being in the minority, but I'm not a huge Manning cast guy. If I am going to watch a game, I just want to watch the game.
Well, I'm with you, but
I don't need these two chuckleheads running material.
Well, I like the Manning cast, but I like to watch it later. I like to hear about it. Give me the clips when it got interesting. Did you see Peyton talking about Zach Wilson? See, after the fact, I thought that was really interesting. Might have even helped shape my point yesterday morning.
Oh, look at you, stealing from Peyton.
No, but let's just say Peyton, not a fan of Zach Wilson.
Well, that's not a hot take.
No.
No one's a fan of Zach Wilson.
He can't play.
He struggled. I'm not going to die on a Zach Wilson hill.
Okay.
In case you want to reprise yesterday's discussion. I'm not willing to die on that hill.
No, I don't need to
and they're,
I don't need to reprise on
the
that.
sooner they can replace him, the better off they're going to be.
So, Peter was talking about call the Colts and see about Gardner Minshew. I guess the Colts not really worried about the playoffs this year? Maybe that's the case. They're rebuilding a little bit, but why would any AFC team want to help the Jets? Why would you want to help them get good again?
Right.
Because you could. With that defense, you don't need much to at least be a problem. I'm not saying that they can go win the Super Bowl.
But if you're the Colts, you can't possibly fancy yourself as a Super Bowl contender. So why not pick up a second-round pick and a conditional fourth?
Well, I would
or
say
whatever you can get for the shoe.
Maybe you don't fancy yourself as a Super Bowl contender, but if you do fancy yourself as a team and you want to send a right message to your locker room, you've got a quarterback who is a rookie who has already been talked to after one game for taking too many hits, and he already has one injury, even though he'll probably play through it. And then week 2, you're going to trade your backup quarterback? I don't like that message to the locker room one bit.
You got Sam Ehlinger as your QB3.
Yeah.
Give Sammy a shot. Let Sammy throw it around a little piece.
Come on.
Who knows?
Come on. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app, wherever you find your favorite podcast. We love the hang on Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Keep the calls coming, 888-957-9570. Xfinity Mobile text line available as well. Dibs, what about this? I know we wanted to talk about this a little bit. The NBA's Board of Governors has officially approved the new rules for load management. If you're just hopping out of work today and getting in the car, you haven't seen this yet, it's pretty interesting. Here's the rule as best we can describe it. You cannot sit more than one star in any given NBA game. And I bet I know your question. Hey, Willie and Dibby, what constitutes a star? Well, we'll tell you. A star is anybody who has either been All-NBA or on the All-Star team over the last 3 years, the previous 3 seasons. What's sort of quirky and interesting about this for the Warriors is that means Klay Thompson is not a star.
There are 49 players who are considered stars in the National Basketball Association, as I get my Tim Roy Sharp here as we get closer to the season.
It's been a minute since we'd heard that.
And we go around the association. The Warriors are one of only, and I'm scanning quickly, I believe one of only 2 teams who have 4 stars. Do you know who the other team is, Mark?
Oh, gosh.
Grandy, if you would, please.
That's actually a really good question. One of 2 teams who have 4 stars.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
The Warriors have Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Chris Paul, and Andrew Wiggins.
Right.
There's only one other team that has 4 players who count as stars in the association.
Oh, so you have to have made an all-star team or be all-NBA.
I don't think you're going to get it, so I'm going to give you one guess so we can keep it moving.
No, we can keep it moving.
Oh, yeah,
hang on. I do have a feeling. Hold on.
That tonight's going to be a good night?
I think. Hang on. I'm going to go with the Clippers.
I'm afraid not. The Clippers have Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. The answer is the Minnesota Timberwolves. Mike Conley, Anthony Edwards, Rudy Gobert, and Karl Anthony Towns.
Mike Conley?
This is according to CBS Sports.com.
How did Mike Conley end up on this list? He's on the All-Star team?
Might have been one of those, we need a guard, we need to stop, we need to pass. Mike Conley. Yeah.
Oh, wow. All right.
Yeah.
Good for them.
According to this,
he's way better than Klay Thompson.
Jarrett Allen, Chris Paul, Mike Conley, Nikola Vucevic, and Ben Simmons are all stars.
Okay.
Again, this whole criteria of you can't sit 2 stars at once is arbitrary and it's flimsy, in my opinion. It's not going to work.
Well, I think we all see the way that this is still open to be manipulated. I think we all get that. I've seen all the jokes already. Draymond Green can just go get 2 technicals in the first possession. Right?
What are the odds of that?
Go get tossed out. Or, what does this mean? Can you really thumb your nose at this rule and go play 1 minute and then go sit? Oh, coach's decision. But I do also think that kind of stuff, if it's obvious, don't you think that's going to up the... I mean, if you thumb your nose at it, that's going to up the negative PR.
Yes.
And that's not what players and teams are looking to do.
Correct.
Even though, because you can still load manage, you just don't do it all at once.
Right.
You can still come up with a plan.
If I'm a coach of a team that is veteran laden and I'm looking at 4 games in 3 games and 4 nights. The Warriors have a couple of brutal stretches. I looked at the schedule, and they have a couple of stretches that scream load management. And if I'm trying to rest my guys, I'm either going to take the fine or I'm going to dance around this flimsy rule. Mike Conley, all-star in 2020-2021 with the Utah Jazz. So that's the third year backward. So he counts as a star. But if I've got CP3, Draymond, Clay, and Steph, and I'll pull up the schedule in a minute or later in the show and break down where they're going to load manage people, I'm not worried about some fine. They're going to do it anyway. And Joe Lacob will pony up the $100,000 in the interest of getting them fresh.
I wonder. You're suggesting that the teams, the players, are just going to openly thumb their nose at the NBA Board of Governors.
Yes.
But why? What's the motivation to do that? You can still sit out.
Right.
They're not motivated to do it all at once. The reason I think coaches did that, what we're really talking about here is not player rest. We're talking about the entertainment aspect of this, and we're talking about the notion that teams felt it would be better to just lessen our roster like 5 times during the year, as opposed to spreading that out. Even though you're not lessening the roster as much, you're still lessening the roster like 20 times if you've got 4 different stars that you need to try to rest. You see what I'm saying there? I mean, I don't know if that the motivation to do that is enough to thumb your nose at the league.
I think you're not doing it like, F you, Adam Silver. You're doing it in the interest of getting your guys to be as fresh and good as possible. At Minnesota on a Sunday, at Miami on a Tuesday, then at Orlando the next night on Wednesday, then at Charlotte on a Friday, at San Antonio on a Sunday, at Dallas on the following Tuesday, at Houston on the following Thursday. You're talking about a 7-game road trip that is covering 11 days. 7 games in 11 days, and you'd rather sit them all at once, against San Antonio, March 31st. Sorry, Victor. Yeah. And you're not going to piecemeal it, because when you piecemeal it, it hurts your chances of losing multiple games as opposed to just going Tankosaurus and losing just 1 game.
Yeah, but so what do you think it looks like then? What are you suggesting they make that look like? Send everybody out there for 1 minute?
Starting at guard, Brandon Podjemski.
Yeah, but then that's load management. You've got to send the guys out there.
Sure. I think it's you don't want Draymond to get into tech trouble and get the 2 techs, but remember when Klay Thompson had his return game?
Yeah.
And Draymond was injured, and Draymond sashayed out on the floor and committed a touch foul and then went to the bench? That's what you're looking at. You're looking at 9 seconds of Draymond, Steph Curry. And by the way, if you have a real injury, you can't be fined.
Well, so that's what I think it looks like.
Steph Curry is out today with hurt feelings.
Right. That's what I think it looks like. This is a manipulation with regard to... No, don't. All right, fine. It's a manipulation sensation. This is a manipulation that is going to be that's going to be based on announced injuries, much rather than
you're right.
Let's send them out there and then send them to the bench. I mean, that's even worse. That's a worse look.
No, that's not a thumb
for the fee.
That's a middle finger.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I mean, the fans would rightfully boo like crazy if we saw stuff like that. I think.
Chris Paul is out tonight. He has a sick goldfish.
Well, that's actually fine. I think Warrior fans would love to see. Maybe they could load manage Chris just on opening night so I can get that dinner from
You're
Styles.
In trouble.
It looks that way. I'm an underdog. I'm an 8-point underdog. No question. Presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Hey, Skills, stay right where you are. We love when you call. More lines open at 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls on this next. Plus, I think there's a complete hidden message here that's very, very important, not just for the Warriors, for the Giants and the 49ers as well. In fact, if I were in the Giants' executive offices, I'd be terrified of this new NBA rule, and we'll tell you why coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Here's a message for Bay Area architects and designers. If you're about to start a remodel or design project with one of your clients, I invite you to visit Golden State Windows.
I like that. I like that a lot. That's
like that?
That's insider information.
Yeah.
But it's comfortable information, and to let you all know what we're talking about. And this, I think, this went out into the news a couple of weeks ago, and it was right before Bonte did the whole, like, maybe Buster will be the manager of the Giants someday. But yeah, Buster Posey is here. And
he's him.
He is.
And he's here.
Got the family back in the Bay Area.
Yeah, don't say where, because I don't want people flocking my neighborhood. It's already a madhouse.
Now you just did.
Well, nobody knows where I live.
Everybody knows where you live. You talk about it all the time.
I talk about the exact where.
Not like the address.
No, because it's a pretty nice little house. But yeah, he's a foot. That's all I'm going to say.
He is much more than a foot. He's 2 legs. He's 2 arms. But he is.
He's in the squat.
Well, he's around, and in a way, I do think that is a perfect precursor to what I wanted to say about this NBA load management rule that's approved by the NBA Board of Governors. We'll get to your calls here in just a sec. 888-957-9570. But how many times have we heard this, especially in recent years? Farhan and Gabe do not care what the fans think. They are doing their thing. And Kyle Shanahan and stuff. He does not care what the fans think. He does not care that you think that Trey Lance deserves a shot. He doesn't care. And so we sit here as fans and media, and I hear it all the time. Steiny, in fact, Steiny and Goo, I think a couple of times this week, you've heard him say, like, all this talk about Brock Purdy, it's sort of irrelevant now. It doesn't matter what all the conversation is. He's the guy. They're going with it. He's doing really well. Just sit back and relax. So we are inundated with this idea that what the fans think doesn't matter. So I ask you, Dibs, why did the NBA just make this change?
Because they are embarrassed by the optics, and they didn't do this because of the fans. And I think it's very Pollyannish of you to think that, and it's adorbs. They did it because the networks. The networks are pissed.
Okay.
The networks are sick and tired of having these da-da-da-da-da-da-da, as my NBA on NBC, John Tesh, having these high-profile, big-time network games starting at guard. Brendan Podjemski. It's a cheap shot. I've taken it twice, and I'm sorry, Brandon.
Tell you what,
but you get the bit.
Yeah, you hate young players.
I do.
You do.
Me and Steve Kerr.
You hate young players.
Yeah, Steve, are you still there?
No, but
I think, honestly, Mark, this is because the networks. It's not because the fans.
But all you just did to me is what husbands and wives do to one another all the time. All you just did was create another roadblock. Why are the networks upset, Dibs?
Are you living at my house?
Well, you talk a lot about it. You said it's a big, pretty house.
It's nice little house.
Yeah.
It's just did the front yard. Cost me an arm and a leg.
I know. Yeah, I've been there. It's a big front yard.
Dude, it's huge. It's ridiculous.
Huge.
Way too big. I'd like to give some of it away.
All right,
Why did they do it? Because of money. It wasn't because, and this is my favorite.
But what leads to the money, Dibs?
Little Susie Scrimpton saved.
Not that.
She saved all 47 cents for just $94. She can sit in the nosebleeds and see Steph Curry.
All right, Sally.
Thank you.
I appreciate you stopping by. It's been a minute.
Yeah. I need the music. I gotta show that to Grandy.
In my opinion, you are creating a long road to the exact same answer.
Which is, it's about the fans.
It's about the fans.
Because the fans aren't watching the networks, and the networks are losing the money. So the networks go to the league and they say, hey, Skeletor, how about you fix this? Because we're sick and tired of our big featured game not featuring our big featured players.
I've always thought that Adam Silver looks a little bit more like Beaker than he does like Skeletor. That's just my thing.
But he doesn't have that little tuft of hair.
He doesn't, but if you put that up there, it's a dead ringer. He doesn't have a hood like Skeletor either.
True.
There's differences.
Yeah.
Beaker's also on the brain because the lovely Christy yesterday tried to reference Beaker and called him Beeper, which is one of my favorites.
So cute. That's so cute.
She's like, Beeper? I'm like, his name's not Beeper. It's Beaker. She goes, beep, 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 beep. He's Beeper. I'm like, anyway.
I was much more of an animal fan because I had the orange, the unkempt orange hair.
Yes, Animal was amazing.
Yeah.
How could you not love Animal?
Kick-ass drummer. Down to rock at any time.
All right, anyway. So
back to the Muppets.
This is what I'm talking about. The NBA just made a rule via the networks, via the ratings.
Yeah.
The bottom line is they moved because you all got ticked. Okay? What the fans think matters. All right. So what's that got to do with the San Francisco Giants? Well, let me say it again. What the fans think.
Oh, I thought you were going a different direction. What the fans think.
What the fans think matters. Tidy little comeback you had today there, Giants. Nice 5 out of 6 win streak. Good homestand, 5-1. And I'm in. You know I'm in. I was there last night.
You saw the only loss.
I got the only L on my damn forehead for crying out loud. I'm sorry about that.
And the city connects, too.
Seriously, what the hell?
It's rare.
Down is up and up is down. Anyway, even with 2 outs in the ninth last night, I'm like, something's going to happen. It's the city connects.
Yeah.
You can't be losing on a Tuesday. Anyway, point being is the Giants might well make the playoffs this year. They may well make the playoffs. And I'll be in, and I'll be excited, and something may happen. They may go on a run. Kyle Harrison may start throwing bullets again, and who knows? I don't know exactly how this is going to go, but the bottom line is this. What the fans think matters, and the Giants are looking squarely at the NBA making major rules changes because they don't like the product that is being presented to the fans. And this goes to exactly what I was saying about the Giants 2 weeks ago. You might win, you might make the playoffs, but the bottom line is, take it from somebody who sat in left field last night and could move around to any section that I wanted to sit down and find a seat. The buzz is not there. The playoff chase is not there. These fans have spoken because attendance is up everywhere, but not here. You have got to listen to what the fans think because the fans aren't digging the product. So there is a philosophical shift, if you will, or a functional shift that has to happen next year no matter how this ends.
Yeah.
You can make the playoffs and I mean, maybe not if you win the World Series. That's almost problematic. But you can make noise in the playoffs. But you got to adjust. Because the fans are speaking, and you watch the NBA, just listen to them.
Well, and you watched baseball listen to them. And I thought you were going to throw that in. And I think you're spot on in terms of the premise. Because what did baseball itself do? Attendance was going down. Games were too long. Baseball is so boring. Well, baseball's not anymore exciting per se, but the exciting moments happen more frequently because the games are shorter. I wouldn't say that baseball now is any more exciting, but you're getting the same level of excitement in 2 hours and 38 as opposed to 3 hours and 10. So if you're watching a game, and I know you watch a ton and so do I, you have to actually watch the game now as opposed to you're watching, there's a runner on base, and you know you've got 60 seconds to be on your phone, and maybe, you fill out a check or you pay a couple bills, knowing that the next pitch isn't coming for quite some time.
Fill out a check?
There's a throw over to first, and I pay some bills the old-fashioned way.
I love the young people.
I like to control the payments.
Lord, really?
Occasionally, you slap a stamp on that envelope and you send it away.
I'm not going to say I don't do it too, but it was just a funny reference.
Yeah, just kind of what else do you do? I go on my phone and play dominoes with Guru. And
you Venmo someone?
Sure.
Right?
Zelle? Yeah, I do all that. But the point is, when you're watching baseball now, you have to actually watch baseball because it's pitch at one after the other. And so baseball made the adjustment to respond to its fans that your game is too long and your game is too boring. To your point about the Giants, I wonder if they wind up 83-79 as the third wild card, if Farhan doesn't just say, my plan worked again, I'm going to continue to Rule 5 and pre-arb you into submission. I don't need stars. We're a playoff team.
I don't think that they will. That's the good news. I think that the Giants are looking at a number of things. Disappointment with some of their players here in the second half of the season is one of them. But the bigger issue, as I said a couple of weeks ago, is attendance. It's attendance. You can be good. You can win. By the way, they're going to need to win more than 83 to get to the playoffs. That's only 8 more wins. They're going to need more than that. But anyway, if they win 85, if they win 86, this team ends up in the playoffs. Even if they make some noise, absolutely have to make some changes. And I don't believe it's as simple as you need a star, you need 2 stars. You just need more good players. Transfer this over to the San Francisco 49ers and look at what they're doing. The 49ers are sitting here having not won a championship. The Giants have won 3 rings since the 49ers. But the positivity all points toward the 49ers. And we can sit here and confidently, I don't know if they're going to win the bowl this year. I don't know if everybody's going to stay healthy this year. It's not about one star. In fact, maybe he's becoming one, but I would argue at the most star-laden position in all of sports, the 49ers do not offer someone who is actually supposed to be a star, although maybe he's becoming one.
Let's say he's a star. Let's say that Brock Purdy is a star.
Okay.
And I think that the way you could use it as a bar is how many jerseys of his do you see? And I know he's the quarterback, so that's almost unfair.
Some.
The Niners have probably 8 stars. If you want to talk about McCaffrey and Debo and Ayuk and
Bosa.
Kittle and Purdy and Bosa and Warner, and you know what? You might even be able to throw in Hufanga as a guy that people latch on to as a young star in this league. But you can easily rip off a cool 7. And most of them have the same thing in common, Mark. Drafted here, paid here. And I know that Trent Williams was not, but did I forget somebody?
No, I'm looking at this. This is interesting. It's a year old.
Because you smirked, and when you smirk, it's usually because I messed up.
No, not at all. Not at all.
It's either a Grandy buzzer
you don't
or
mess
a
up.
smirk.
What are you talking about?
I'm at a decent show.
1 year ago.
Sorry.
Year plus.
Okay.
Late July last year. Top 50 NFL jersey sales. 4 49ers were on the list. Go ahead, Dips.
Last year, late July.
Late July.
So before this upcoming season, or we're going?
Yes.
We're going 14 months ago or 2 months ago?
Prior to Soldier Field and the Storm.
Oh, okay.
4 49ers cracked the top 50.
Last year.
Who are those 49ers?
Trey Lance would be one.
That is correct. Number 19.
Okay. George Kittle would be on the list.
Number 13.
That's my guru. This is pre-McCaffrey, so he's not. Although you might loophole me and say, "Oh, he's on the list." I'm not going to.
I don't laugh like that at all.
I
do not. Anyway.
Debo.
Number 23.
Okay, and Nick Bosa.
Number 32.
Okay.
You nailed it.
All right.
You nailed it. See, I told you you're having a good show.
Was McCaffrey on there?
I don't know, because the article is just the 49ers.
Sorry.
Yeah, those are the 4 49ers on the list.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I think, to your point, if we were to stretch this over to Oracle Park, and if I was to ask you, and I think I've asked you this before, whose jersey are you getting? Right now, you're getting little Jude a jersey that he's going to be able to wear for a couple of years. I know he's rapidly growing and he'll grow out of it, but we're talking about Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison. You're going to be hard-pressed to figure out a position player that, Dad, I really want a Haniger.
He loves Yaz. Great. He
and
loves
he's
Yaz.
pre-arb, too, so he's going to be here. Or whatever he is.
Both of them are.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am looking at last month's or preseason this year jersey sales, and I'm just looking at top 10 in the NFL. There is only one 49er on the list, and it is indeed Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Yeah, number 10 in the entire NFL as of this year's preseason.
Yeah. So in terms of your Giants take, and I love it, and you're spot on, they need to come up with players who... Now, if they're not going to be drafted here and kept here, I know that's a big ask, and they might have a couple of those guys coming up. And, Bailey has looked terrific, and he might be a guy who people latch on to, and Matos, and we'll see about the rest. But you got to bring in some players that people are going to say, I can't wait to go see that guy play baseball.
Listen, I want the Giants, I want all the teams to be just like AM, PM, Too much good stuff. Okay, I don't need one. I don't need one star. I don't like. Ohtani or bust. It's not even that. It's not this one. I've sort of adjusted this because we've talked a lot about it. It's not this one guy who you all want to go get a jersey for. No, I want an amazing team that has a bunch of good players on it. The Warriors are loaded with good players. They've got 4 All-Stars, and Klay Thompson, apparently, according to the new rules. That actually means they have 5 stars. And other people who we're really interested in, like Kevon Looney, like Jonathan Kuminga, and so on and so forth. Same thing with the 49ers. Do they have stars? Well, obviously they do, but I don't even look at it that way. It's not like they've got somebody who's just got a big yapper who's like a big name. It's not that. They have really good players. And that's what the 49ers are doing that really helps the fans. I don't even know if the 49ers will be great this year. I think they will, but I know for sure that they're going to be entertaining and they're going to be interesting. And the fan base is locked the heck in already 1 week in. So
can we just be the Braves? Is that asking so much?
It is, right?
But they have a nice mix of homegrown and guys that were brought in. I know that they're unbelievable.
I'd argue that they only have one, what you would really call star. And Matt Olson has 51 homers, and I would just call him like really great player. But I don't know if he's a star. Matt Olson.
Yeah.
Baseball sense he is, but he's not like walk down the street. Holy hell, hun, that's Matt Olson.
Right.
They got Ronald Acuna.
Yeah.
Star.
Yes.
Absolute star. But their 8th hitter has 19 homers.
Right.
You know what I mean? That lineup just never takes a second off. And so is that asking too much? Yes.
Yeah, it is.
But can you have half of it? Can you have a third of it? Can you have a little bit of that in your lineup? That's what you're looking for.
They've got, I think, 5, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 5 guys with more home runs than the Giants' top home run hitter. 5.
That's insane.
5 guys. Not the burger.
No.
5 guys. And that's Olson, Albies, Riley, Acuna Jr., and Marcelo Zuna with a sneaky 34.
Yeah, 34 homers.
Just,
You just tucked him in somewhere in the lineup. Yeah, Marcelo Zuna. What does Rosario have? Do you have their whole lineup in front of you?
Yeah, he's only got 21.
Oh, he's only got 21.
Which is the same, I think, as Flores. Wilmer's got 21.
No, he got 22.
Okay.
22.
And then you've got Arcia with 17, Michael Harris Jr. with 16.
There you go. That's what I mean.
Sean Murphy only 20.
Like the crappy hitters on that team are like, I got 18 bombs.
And the other piece is Acuna Jr. and Olson have played in every game. All 145, Mark.
How many times did they get pinch hit for in the 7th?
Oh, boy. It's too soon.
Sorry. Let's go to Skills and Vallejo with Willie and Dibby. Hey, Skills, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, Willie? What's up, Dibs? Good to be on with you. I am currently thinking up a lie to tell these neighborhood kids to keep coming around trying to hang out at my house.
Nice.
Come up with anything yet?
Nothing that sounds believable. I'm still working on it. It's only been like 10 minutes, so in an hour I'll have something good. I don't want to hurt their feelings, but something's got to change.
Hey, man, I hear you. What do you got, Skills?
I want to comment on the NBA and the load management issue. Before I do that, I just want to say they got to close this one loophole that they're going to have with Victor, guys like Victor Wembanyama, however you say his name, draft picks who come into the league. They're going to be good to go to be load managed into the All-Star break unless they close that loophole up. Not that he'll need it, but they'll still try to give it to him. But moving on, I'm not quite old enough to be a full-on get-off-my-lawn type guy, but I'm closer probably to that than I'm not. So when I see athletes making $40-something million every year who can't even be bothered to play 3/4 of the time, it doesn't really sit well with me. One of my favorite players is John Havlicek, who, even though he retired before I was born, that guy was like, he was Energizer Bunny. He never sat out. He played all these heavy minutes, and I'm sure he wasn't making $1 million a year like these guys make after like a game or so. You got to just get out there. And when Popovich that first time, you guys remember when Popovich that first time against Miami when he sat Duncan and everybody and got in trouble for it, got the Spurs fined. That brought attention to load management, and it helped me really appreciate for the first time as a sports fan that what it means to be reliable and dependable and for your teammates to be able to count on you to go out there even when you're hurt, not feeling your best. Guys like Kevon Looney, remember when he tore his shoulder up in the 2019 finals and he went out there and played anyway, even though it was killing him? And I don't think he's barely missed a game since. So just to finish up my call, for every one of the Loonies, I mean, like, there's guys like Zion. I mean, that guy will miss a game for any reason, it seems like these days. But it's 2023. I don't care what anybody says, Willard and Dibbs. It's 2023. And these athletes have available the best treatment available. They need to be out there, start dressing them if they're healthy. If they need rest, play them 10 minutes, then sit them down, regardless of their scoring averages going down or whatever. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Skills.
Thanks, Skills.
I wonder where you sit on this, Dibbs, because I'm somewhere in between on this conversation. I know it's very easy to say, hey, we've been watching the game for a long time, and it didn't used to be this way. Well, right. Like, things update, and right, like your first phone had a flip thing going on, and now it doesn't. So I get that they have found that this helps health. Yes. They're not doing it for nothing. They're not doing it to tick you off. But I also understand why this rule was changed. And I think it goes to what Skills is talking about, and that's kind of what I wanted to point out. This whole idea that nobody cares what the fans think. Well, at a certain level, yeah, they do. They may not care what you think about a trade that they're trying to pull off.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you are the consumer at the end of this, and there was finally enough smoke. They made a change.
Right. And if the consumer stops consuming at the same level that they have been consuming, and that's where TV ratings come into this, then the networks go to the league and they say, look, we've got to do something about this because we can't have this big marquee spot and not have our marquee guys. I understand if someone's injured, but you can't load manage your entire team and prevent us from seeing them. Skills makes a good point about go out there and play. Last year, only 10 players played in every game. Mikal Bridges played in 83. So special nod to Mikal Bridges for playing in 83 in an 82-game season. Pascal Siakam led the league in minutes per game at 37.4.
Wow.
That was your leader in MPG, minutes per game. So to expect guys to go out there and play more than 35 minutes, it just doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah. All right, we'll keep taking your calls, 888-957-9570. If you missed any of the key portions of Peter King, we've got that coming up in the 5 o'clock hour as well. By the way, you mentioned Buster Posey, who you know off the field, and Buster didn't always love to do this stuff, but for the right place, he would absolutely do it, and I'm sure you're all familiar with the Toyota commercials that he used to do. He was a pitch man for Northern California Toyota dealers. Steve Young was too. Guess what? There's a new person to the party. Northern California Toyota dealers.
New person
There's a new
to the
pitch,
party?
There's a new pitch man.
It's a pitch party?
It's a pitch party. You know who it is?
Who's the president of this pitch party?
Brock Purdy.
It's a Purdy pitch party?
It's a Purdy party. And I'd like to say to Northern California Toyota dealers, good job believing in Brock. Good job seeing that this is a good player who's not going anywhere because you're not signing him up to pitch your cars if he's going somewhere. But he's not because he's good. There you have it.
Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Buster Posey.
Yeah.
Steve Young.
Good little players.
Brock Purdy.
Man.
They're all the exact same.
Yep.
There you have it.
Who's the best of the three? I mean,
Purdy.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
It's a good question, but it's a stupid question. All right, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Trevor Noah is bringing his new off-the-record tour to San Francisco.
Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
The best of Peter King is coming up here in just about 5 or 6 minutes. One of the top NFL voices out there. And I'll tell you what, this will come up. If you missed TJ Hushmanzada on the air with us yesterday, this about Brock Purdy.
Because he doesn't pass the eye test, he's not 6'3", doesn't have a cannon arm, he's not unathletic, but he's not extremely athletic. Those guys will always get overlooked. And this is what I hate. They'll always say for Brock Purdy, he's an overachiever. Nah, he's not an overachiever. You just evaluated him wrong. That's all that is. They'll always call him an overachiever. He's not an overachiever. He was just evaluated wrong. And so I believe you would have to see Brock play, in essence, a full season. So let's see what he can do with 17 games. I'm going to just take a guess and say in 17 games, he's probably going to go 14-3, 13-4, because I don't count the Eagles game in the play. He got hurt, although he started the game, and that's a loss on his ledger. I don't really count that, but Brock Purdy looks like he's the goods. In the 49ers, you got a guy on the second year of his deal. You can really just load up and make the team better around him because he's making minimum.
Brother, he snickered when he said what he thinks Brock Purdy's going to do if he's able to get a 17-game schedule in.
Yeah, 14-3.
Or 13-4.
Man.
You know, one of those.
Garden variety, 13-4.
Well, I mean, there's a thought. Against whom and where would the 49ers not be favored right now?
Yeah, I would say in Philadelphia.
I think you're right. I think it'd be less than a field goal.
Yeah, and
let's see what the Eagles look like. Again, this is not favored, and underdog is not rational. Like in this moment, people feel like, oh, we got one look at both these teams this year. Niners looked better than the Eagles did.
Right, but you're playing on the road, tough place to play.
Okay.
And you do benefit from coming off a little bit of a longer week because you play on Thanksgiving, and that game is 10 days later. So you do benefit from having a little additional rest.
No doubt, but you're talking about when they're actually on the schedule. I mean like if the game were this weekend. Against whom and where would the... And I'm not
at Kansas City.
At Kansas City?
Underdogs.
Yep. Barely.
Yeah, I think it'd be probably a field goal or less. It's a field goal for your home field advantage. So you're assuming that they're a coin toss. So they'd be 3-point underdogs at Arrowhead, I would say, is a fair number.
So you think at KC, at Philly, anywhere else?
That might be the end of the list. I think.
At Buffalo?
I was thinking about that, but man, based on what happened to Buffalo in their opener, they might be 1-point dogs, but not much more than that.
It's incredible. So
I thought you were actually looking at the schedule, and as I'm looking at the schedule, the only game that I thought was a scheduled L, you remember I said the Bengal game when they come here, Niners off a short week, playing on Monday night and then turning around and playing Sunday, but that game after 1 week and short sample size, and we all like to overreact after 1 week, but that's a layup now.
Well, I think the Burrow thing, this just from me to you as somebody who actually has Joe Burrow in our 95-7 league, I'm going to give it a few weeks.
You're not going to start him this week?
Probably not.
Did you start him last week?
Yep.
Well, no quarterback really went off other than Tua and Herbert.
Yeah. I'll probably play golf in that game against Seattle rather than Burrow, who's playing Baltimore this weekend. He needs a little time.
Yeah.
He's calf injuries, I think, have a tendency to linger. They were in a weather game. That didn't help either. I think he'll be fine, but I think it might take a minute. He'll probably be healthy by the time he gets here to Levi Stadium. But you
got Spadoni this week.
Oh, do I?
Yep.
I love to take down a Raider fan. That's perfect.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
You know who I have?
No, who do you have?
Lucas Alexander.
Commish.
I got the commish.
You got the commish.
Yeah.
You know what else I got? Puka Nacua.
Yeah, you do.
I do. I got a little Puka Nacua. That's who the Niners are going to be playing this weekend. And let's get Peter King on in. Best of the conversation with Peter King with regard to everything that is and has unfolded for the San Francisco 49ers. Football night in America, football morning, I should say, in America, NBC, all of it with Peter King, one of the top voices in the NFL. So we love having Peter in. Brandon Ayuk had a great week one performance. In fact, he's been named NFC Offensive Player of the Week. And Peter caught up with him after the game, and we began our conversation with Peter by asking what he grabbed from that conversation with Ayuk.
Well, I would argue that this is the best game that Brandon Ayuk ever played in the NFL. And it's because I think one of the things the 49ers have done is that they have made their offensive player. Look, I'm sure it's the same on the defensive side of the ball. But one of the things I asked Brandon Ayuk about was, and look, I mean, he had a one touchdown catch early in the game when the guy in coverage for Pittsburgh stumbled. And so, that's good, but it's not going to go on the Brandon Ayuk career highlight film. However, his second touchdown, where he is battling a guy who will be discussed for the Hall of Fame one day, Patrick Peterson, where he, first of all, physically played in an equal basis, and maybe even better than equal basis, with a very good physical corner, Patrick Peterson, and won. And, had the presence of mind to be able to catch the ball and all that. But I maintain the best play he made all day was the block on DeMonte KZ on Christian McCaffrey's 65-yard touchdown run in the second half. Because if you watch that play, you understand really what the San Francisco 49ers offensive philosophy is. And after the game, that's exactly what Brandon Ayuk told me. He goes, because I said to him, what's it going to be like in your meeting room this week when people see that block that you made, because he destroyed KZ. And he said, well, people will be excited, but he goes, that's just what's expected of us. We, for us on our team, we are told essentially that we need to block as well as catch the ball. And we've got to be as dedicated to both things. And so to me, I think what that says is that Kyle Shanahan has set a tone and set a tenor in when you play offense for the 49ers, that you got to be able to do both. And I think, look, it's been well documented that Kyle Shanahan had a little bit of come to Jesus conversation in the, before this year, obviously, or late last year, whenever it was, with Deebo Samuel, about him getting a little bit heavy and him not being, as in shape as he should. And so I think one of the things that you have to be able to do in the NFL, absolutely have to be able to do, is you have to be able to have tough conversations with your players. I think Kyle Shanahan can do it. And I want to mention one other thing. I think that in some ways, John Lynch, Adam Peters, and the scouting staff deserve a little bit of credit for the offensive philosophy that the 49ers have right now, the very physically imposing offensive philosophy. Because Lynch told me in training camp that when they first got there, they were big on speed, as that was the way the NFL was going. They wanted their receivers to be really fast and able to separate. They were big on separators. And after a couple of years, when they saw that the game was going to as much physicality as speed at the wide receiver position, that they changed. They took a little bit of a left turn, and that is why Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, who has gotten more physical, I would maintain, in his time in San Francisco. That is why they right now have two physical, particularly Deebo, two very physical wide receivers who can impact the game. And look, speed's important, obviously. Everybody can see what Tyreek Hill does to a football game. But I think one of the things that Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, Adam Peters, that this personnel staff and coaching staff have done is said, hey, listen, we might not have 4-3-3 guys, but we've got fast guys who can also knock you on your rear end. And that was a huge benefit in the game in Pittsburgh on Sunday.
Are you surprised, Peter, that more teams don't try to emulate what they're doing, not only with the receivers, the physicality, but the 21 personnel and a tight end who can block and who can also receive, and just generally doing things the way Kyle does with a high IQ quarterback and receivers who, when they get the ball, can be huge in the yak game?
Well, that's really an interesting question, and I think that some teams are doing that. Some teams want the physical receivers. There's a reason why Howie Roseman traded a 1 for A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown is more physical than the average receiver. And I also think there's a receiver. There's a reason why, for instance, if you looked at another team that I think looks at what Kyle Shanahan does, nods to him and says, you're doing it the right way, I'd look at Arthur Smith in Atlanta. Arthur Smith basically now has 3 big wide receivers / tight ends right now. 3. And if you look at Kyle Pitts right now, if you look at Cordero Patterson right now, if you look at Jonnu Smith right now, and even you look at Drake London, who is a physical, competitive catcher of the ball on deep throws. And look, you're probably not necessarily going to see the benefit to all that in Atlanta because, Desmond Ridder is not, this is a crazy thing to say because Desmond Ridder was a much higher draft pick. Desmond Ridder's not Brock Purdy. He doesn't have the real quick decision-making. He doesn't have the ability right now, anyway, to see the whole field the way that Brock Purdy does. But I do think that some teams are whether it's starting to emulate Kyle Shanahan or feel like that they look at the 49ers and say, that's a really smart way to play. I think some teams are doing that right now.
Peter King with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Okay, let's build on that, even though I know it was just an aside. Desmond Ridder is not Brock Purdy. So TJ Hushmanzada comes on our show yesterday, Peter, and says, look, Brock Purdy was misevaluated. All of these power rankings and, we've got to see more. We've got to see this. We've got to see that. TJ says flat out he was misevaluated. I'd love to know your thoughts and sort of where you are on what we can officially say right now about Brock Purdy.
All right, so listen, Brock Purdy has played more than 3 quarters, and there's a reason why I term it this way. But Brock Purdy has played more than 3 quarters in 9 NFL games. Okay, so I'm not sitting here saying Brock Purdy is going to be one of the all-time greats because we just don't know that. But the early results on Brock Purdy are extremely encouraging. Okay? And I would maintain this, that I think all quarterbacks, let's talk about what Brock Purdy was on the weekend of the 2022 NFL Draft. Okay? Here you have a guy who started 47 football games in a Power 5 conference. Here you have a guy who 5 times played in front of crowds of 80,000 or greater, who played in Norman, Oklahoma, who played in Austin, Texas, and who basically played a big-time college football schedule and played it for 4 years, all right? That's one thing. I'll tell you the second thing. Before Brock Purdy's last home game in Ames, Iowa, at Iowa State, when they were going to honor all of the seniors, and this sounds crazy, but basically in the locker room before the game, Matt Campbell, the coach of Iowa State, wrote what I would best describe as an ode to Brock Purdy, and he read it to the team, and he put a copy of it on the stool of every player. And his point was he wanted everyone to understand that Brock Purdy had singularly taken a mid to low level Power 5 team, and as Matt Campbell told me much later, that he elevated us to be a top 25 team consistently and a tough game for everybody in college football. So when you just say that T.J. Houshmandzadeh said that he was misevaluated, I don't mean to say no duh, but no duh. Of course he was misevaluated. And one of the reasons that he was is that everybody underestimates what it means to take your lumps in big-time college football and to come out the other side ready to go. So, look, I agree. He was terribly misevaluated, should have gone much higher. And as you look and see a lot of the players in college football who don't have nearly the experience, but because they have these so-called special tools, they're going to get drafted a lot higher than Brock Purdy. And look, I understand when you look at a guy who's 6 feet tall or whatever he is, we seem to be able to do funny things with heights and weights before the draft. But I've stood with Brock Purdy, and I'll tell you, he's probably a smidge smaller than I am, and I'm 5'11". But whatever he is, people missed out on him. And I think the NFL should use the Brock Purdy story as a way to reevaluate why do we always draft in the top 5? Why do we always draft guys from big-time programs who had great help all around them? And why do we say that Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota, Sam Darnold, and look, no diss to Sam Darnold, I think he's a good football player. But why do we always take the guys who are big and tall and maybe fast, but why don't we look at guys who are of moderate physical skills, but who just play great and who lift their teams?
And maybe he's the tipping point for a change. And, Peter, I didn't realize you were 5'11", and I'm picturing you curled up in that airport seat at gate A54. Fascinating story. I don't want to give it away for anybody who needs to read, Peter, and we all do. Football Morning in America. Man, what a night you had. Losing a notebook, sleeping in an airport seat. We've all been there. But, Peter, I don't want to dwell on airport nightmares, but what about the Niner win in Pittsburgh struck you as the most impressive part?
I mean, a couple of things. Number one, I think everybody loves the physicality of the San Francisco defense. How can you not? This game, in my opinion, told the National Football League that the offense of the San Francisco 49ers is a physical menace. And that's why I think, like, we were talking, some NBC people and me on Tuesday, about the most impressive team and what team comes out of week one as number one. And I said, the 49ers. With all due respect to the Cowboys. And look, the Cowboys, I can't say anything bad about them. The only thing that I can say about them is I don't know any team that made the playoffs one year and looked worse in a first game the next year than the New York Giants. That was startling startling how bad the Giants look. So I don't know who the Giants are. I don't think they're that bad, but we'll see. I know the Steelers are not bad. They're not a bad team, and they will be back because Mike Tomlin, that's who he is as a coach. The Steelers are going to be okay, somewhere between okay and good, and a playoff contender. But I just think what the 49ers showed in Game 1 is an absolutely physical side to their defense that if you didn't know it before this point, you certainly know it now.
Well said. Peter King joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Peter, at the risk of getting my second no-duh of this conversation, I think you're aware of this. You're close to Kyle Shanahan. It was a wacky offseason, and it's led to a lot of fans questioning different aspects of the regime and the decision-making process. Trey Lance, I know you get it. What would you say to a 49er fan about where Kyle Shanahan sits in sort of the pecking order of NFL coaches?
He's fantastic. He's absolutely fantastic. Look, I don't do this often, but last year after the Miami game, I was in Levi's Stadium after the Miami game, or at the Miami game last year. I don't go to a lot of games anymore, but I loved that game. You know, a red-hot Dolphins team at a team that was really starting to get it together, and Jimmy Garoppolo playing very well and all this. And so I was at the game. I couldn't wait to see it. And when Garoppolo got hurt, I just thought, well, okay, that's the end of the Niners. But we watched the game, and we all saw the dawn of the Brock Purdy era, and that guy is good. And I remember I had a conversation with Kyle after the game. We talked about a bunch of things, and that night, and believe me, I very rarely do this, but I texted him, and I said, man, you're a damn good coach. To have Brock Purdy ready, and a lot of that is inside Brock Purdy, I get it. But I was so impressed with the fact that the world had just fallen in. I'm not saying that it's like to a Jets fan, you know, when Aaron Rodgers gets hurt, but that was a absolute debacle. You lose Trey Lance early, and now in early December you lose Jimmy Garoppolo, and you got to go with the last pick in the draft. Give me a break. It's terrible. But anyway, my only point that I'm making is that I think Kyle Shanahan knows how to make chicken salad out of chicken feathers or chicken something.
Yeah.
And look, that doesn't mean I agree with everything that he does. I totally, absolutely disagree and still do with the trade of Trey Lance. And I wrote in my column that, look, you expended way too many resources to throw this guy away. And I don't care what anybody with the 49ers says, oh, boy, we got a fourth round pick. Look, that's going to be like the 130th pick in the draft. Who cares? And in my opinion, I don't think you throw out Trey Lance so quickly at this point. However, in balance, Kyle Shanahan, in 4 out of the 6 years he's coached the Niners, has needed to use 3 quarterbacks. And for a coach to have needed 3 quarterbacks in 4 of his 6 years, now starting his 7th, to be 10 games over 500, including playoff games, is one hell of an accomplishment. So I'm bullish on Shanahan. I'd want him to coach my team, and I think he does a hell of a job.
Peter King, football morning in America, football night in America, NBC, just football in America. Peter King with some real interesting stuff. He insinuated in there that, and maybe we overdo this when we find a diamond in the rough. Brock Purdy is that, right? He's a diamond in the rough.
Yeah.
He insinuated, though, that Brock Purdy may change the way teams go about drafting their quarterback.
Absolutely. And this is something that you and I have talked about, and I'm going to get my daily S2 cognition shout out in there because he ranks and rates very highly on that testing ground, which does more than just 40 time and cone drill and pro day and hand size. Remember Alex Smith, and he had small hands.
Oh gosh,
and so I mean, we did a whole summer on a quarterback and small hands and all the rest of it. But Brock Purdy and what he does, now that you see it in real time and you see it in real games, what he does, you say can't be quantified, but it actually can be quantified. So now, will GMs and player evaluators, will they start to look at things that really matter, like moxie and know-how and experience? And I do think that his experience at Iowa State helped him dramatically. He threw 1,400 passes, so he was able to, figure out what works and what doesn't.
Can we circle back to that? Because the way that sort of sounded the first time we had that conversation.
We blew up at each other.
Well,
it got ugly.
It was terrible. And no,
I'm surprised we made it back from that.
I don't want to insinuate that doesn't matter.
Right.
Here's what I mean. The 4 years of college thing seems to be used by some, not necessarily you, Dan.
Whew. All right, got that out there.
It seems to be used by some as a mechanism to say that we are not sure if Brock's a good player. It is. It's on the list.
That's weird, because I actually use it as a mechanism to show that Brock is a good player, which is funny that you say that, because I look at what he did at Iowa State, and I've gone through now every snap 4 different times.
I'm sure, Larry.
Such a lie.
Sorry, Dan.
I mean, we all do that in the business, but he threw a lot of passes at high-level college, and so I look at that, and then now I look at what he's doing at high-level NFL, the highest of the high levels, and it's like, okay, I get where this actually might be lasting. This might actually be real.
I literally said here earlier on the show that no matter what you do in life, I'm a big believer in reps. Okay, so how could I then say it's irrelevant that Brock played 4 years in college? That's not the point. My point is that you will hear people use that, wow, the 49er offense has got a lot of good players, it's got a great coach, played 4 years of college, so that's how you get to walk into the league and play really well right away. No. Lots of people played a lot of games in college, even higher level than Iowa State. A lot of people played at some big-time freaking universities. 2 of the other quarterbacks in the Trey Lance draft went to Ohio State and Alabama.
How's that working out for you?
And nobody's impressed by either of them. So what I don't like is when we diminish the accomplishment. And the idea that somebody who, by the way, never had a training camp where he was being given reps, never had an offense built for him, gets thrown into the middle of a playoff chase in the middle of a season, and immediately, with all those circumstances, plays really well, has yet to lose a game that he's finished, has shown all kinds of different quarterback skills on the field, and somehow the reaction is, well, got a good coach, he's got McCaffrey, he's a college player, therefore it all makes sense. He's actually not convinced me yet. That's where I'm going. That's what I don't understand. In my opinion, there is no comp for playing great quarterback at the NFL level. There is no comp for doing that if actually the reasons are good coach, good teammates, and lots of time in college. It can be disproven all over the place. Tons of players have a lot of college experience and take forever, if not ever at all, to get good in the NFL. And then there are others, like here's an interesting one, and I know it's not a great example because he didn't end up being great, but Carson Wentz popped out of the exact same school and
as Trey Lance,
it was incredible. In fact, got worse. He was incredible.
Right. And he's the example of a guy who might get worse, as we discuss, like, hey, can Brock Purdy, he has to get better, doesn't he? Well, Carson Wentz got worse.
Yeah, he doesn't have to. Yeah.
Odds are he gets better, and that's just the nature of it. And I actually use his college as a way to prove, as I'm trying to convince myself how real this is, because I'm not quite where you are and where many are, and I'm going to put Kyle Shanahan in your camp because Kyle's convinced, and you're convinced, and I'm getting closer to being convinced that Brock Purdy is him. And it's not just because of his NorCal Toyota sponsorship, although that helps. I'm going to give it to him.
Doesn't hurt.
It doesn't hurt at all. But you look at his college numbers, and he threw more than 1,400 passes over the course of 4 seasons and 48 games. He wasn't like Mitchell Trubisky, where one great year at North Carolina, and then here you go. He threw a lot of passes. He completed almost 1,000 balls in college, and he was accurate, and he was efficient. And his coach said that he elevated his team to places they had never been. So all those things are leading me to believe that even with a short sample, this might be more real than I'm willing to say.
Okay. I want to ask you something about what you just said. You said you're not quite convinced yet. And what I guess I want to ask is, of what? Fill in that blank.
That he is the Niners quarterback for the next 10 years.
Okay, because you joked that he's him, and I know you were kidding.
Right. I'm using the phraseology of him being him. He is him. Kyle thinks that he's him.
Well,
and many people believe that he is their franchise quarterback for years to come. And the only reason why he won't be, potentially, would be injury at this point.
I guess my thought is that's not even where my brain goes. Like, is Brock Purdy the quarterback for the next 10 years? I just want to say that he's good. Can we
can start there, yeah.
Do you believe that?
Oh, yes.
You
I
do.
believe that he's good.
So you're convinced that he's good.
He's good.
Okay. And
he's better than fine, which is how we started our 2 years so far run. He's fine. He's not fine. He's good.
Like, it's not even that what fine or good. You hear a lot of people just say, well, too soon. Too soon to label. And I'm like, it's not too soon to label. This isn't 10 years. It's not Super Bowl quarterback. It's not he's Tom Brady. It's not he's great. He's going to be this, that. Like, it's not too soon to just be like, he's good. And as TJ said, misevaluated. Like, I'm at least there. I've at least arrived at that. And by the way, I fully am aware that we are, to a degree, we're speaking to what is probably a vocal minority. I think most 49er fans are really excited about this guy. So it's not as if the whole fan base is running around in the streets going, well, I'm just not sure yet. No. I believe that a week from tomorrow night, we are all going to be walking to our cars together at about 8:45 at night, high-fiving and going, damn, they're 3-0, and we are rocking this league. It is my firm belief, and most 49er fans are going to be either inebriated or excited or both. So I think that everybody is in. They're convinced. They're excited. But there are questions out there and a number of observers who just don't want to give him that yet.
Right.
And while I guess I understand about small samples, for me, the reason sometimes I sound passionate about this, I really don't like that in life when we try to rob people's accomplishments from them. Oh, cool, you beat them. Well, beat them. Okay, you could do it in the day. Why don't you do it in the night? Okay, you do it from ahead. Can you do it on the road? Totally. When you do it in December, can you do it in January? He did all of it.
Yeah.
And he got to the end of like 9 games with, as you said, green checks next to everything. And people go, I'd like to see more.
Road playoff game, still an empty box.
Okay. And you will. You'll see more because he's going to start again this week.
Shout out Richard, and you'll see more.
You'll see more.
Which is nice.
Yeah.
And I do think that it's human nature on a lot of these things where something happens that's unexpected. And you could say Casey Schmidt is a good example. He flashed. And when Casey Schmidt comes up and he flashes, you're in one of two camps. Either, yes, he's the guy, I'm all in, or, well, I mean, come on, let's just wait. And once you declare where you are, sometimes it's hard to, like you said earlier, the 3 most difficult words in the English language are I was wrong, or I am wrong, or I am sorry. They're all in the same vein. And when it comes to this, and that's where the Trey Lance discussion comes down and it becomes so emotional, is you either team Trey or team, I don't really think so. Yeah. And so when it all comes to a head and he's gone, the people who were like, in my belief of, I don't know if he's that good, the human nature is to say, see, I told you so. And with Brock Purdy, if you weren't a believer early, the more he does this, the more it's hard for some people, I think, to come over to the other side.
Carson Wentz is an interesting one, isn't he? I mean, I'm looking at it right now because I guess that would be an example of the fear.
he was good.
He was going to win the MVP.
Then he was amazing, and then he got hurt.
And now he can't get a job. Like, we are only, and he's 30 now. That was when he was 25.
He's 30?
5 years ago. Yeah, It's been a while, dude.
Dude.
Right? There was Indy, there was Washington, there was sitting on a couch. That's all happened.
Wow.
Since Philadelphia. But let's go back to his age 25 season. Second year, okay? Second year removed from North Dakota State, which we were told apparently doesn't count as college, but okay. Second year removed from North Dakota State, and Carson Wentz has 13 starts and goes 11-2. But let's dive deep. How good actually was he? Yes, he was 11-2. He won all of those games. 33 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. That is a really, really good percentage.
Yeah.
Do you know what's interesting, though? His completion percentage was 60.
6-0?
It's not very good.
No.
And in fact, it is the lowest of his entire career, save his final year in Philly, which was when he got exiled after playing 12 games for them. But his completion percentage was not great. His rating was awesome. The team was obviously great. They won the Super Bowl, 33 touchdowns, 7 picks, 11-2. He showed the ability to run. Remember, he was rushing the ball a whole lot. I don't know. I'd love to sort of like dive deep. Was he actually destined to be great? You know, because the answer was no. That's the only fear you can have left is Brock turns into Carson Wentz.
Well, if you look at Carson in college, 64% completion percentage at the FCS level, not great. And you look at him in the NFL, and it did go down. Brock Purdy, 67.7% at the FBS level, and he's come into the pros, and his percentage has been just about the same.
Big difference between Carson and Brock that we can talk about coming up next. Time for your calls as well. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
At Bank of America, we learn what matters most by asking our customers.
You people are full of crap.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I wonder who he was talking to. Who was Peter King talking to?
Jeez, I don't know, but you got Peter to almost swear.
You
I assume
people
that
are
was
full
you.
of crap.
Yeah.
Was he talking to us, Grandy? Who was he talking to? Peter King. Joining us today here on Willard and Dibs. And, gosh, tomorrow's the best day of the week. So excited. Gonna start moving toward the weekend. Don't shake your head. You got to do your picks tomorrow. Right? Got to get everybody get your picks in.
Yeah.
Eagles and Vikings tomorrow night.
You got your eye on a survivor pick this week? I assume you survived week 1.
I did. I had the Washington Commanders.
I think got a little bit sticky late.
Little, a little tight.
Yeah.
A little nerve-wracking.
Are you going to fade Arizona all year? Just going to fade the Cards?
Not this week. Let's see. If, the hard thing is going to be not taking the 49ers next week against the Giants. See if I can find someone else. And then you've got the 49ers playing Arizona in week 4, which is going to be a 2-foot putt. But as you know in Survivor, don't look too far ahead because you may not even get there.
Right.
I think I might take the Eagles tomorrow night. in the Survivor pool.
Hosting Kirk Cousins and the Vikings?
I mean, it's not just a prime time game. It's literally on prime. How the hell is Kirk Cousins going to win that?
True.
No chance.
Yeah. That's a good reminder that it's actually on prime, which I don't know if we have that here in studio. So what are we going to do between 5:20 and the end of the show?
Pull it up on our laptops.
Great. There's one for the audience.
What?
Hey, we're going to take your calls here for the final 40 minutes.
How's it different than what we do?
Hey, Gene in Oakland, go ahead. You at the dog park? Tell us about it.
You and I won't be looking at the sides of our heads for those 20. It'll be awesome.
Hey, guys, this is Gene. I'm at the dog park.
Then Dibs and I look at each other and go, do you want to say it? You want to say it? Well, okay. How's your dog?
Totally.
Right? And then,
back to football.
Yeah, back to watching the game. Now, come on. We're always listening.
Locked in on every word.
Locked in and loaded. I don't know how we can quantify this. We are not necessarily, we're not there. We're not on the team. But you know what's interesting about Carson Wentz and the Colts? So he went 9-8. In his year with the Indianapolis Colts. He also had 27 touchdowns against 7 interceptions. So I'd like to ask, why'd they move on from him?
Probably locker room concerns, leadership issues. That's the word I've gotten.
Yeah.
From deep inside of the great state, the Hoosier state of Indiana.
I think this is one aspect that we don't talk about with Brock Purdy, and maybe we should, because isn't this important? Isn't the leadership quality? Isn't it important? Isn't the way that you sort of gather a locker room when you are the face of the team, isn't that important? Carson Wentz is a talented guy, but he's gone from the Eagles to the Colts to the Commanders to the couch. Why? Why is somebody that talented? Why is somebody who was third in the MVP voting 5 years ago sitting there to the point where the New York Football Jets are a Super Bowl roster potentially sitting in front of them, and they're like, yeah, we'll go with Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
We'll go with him. We'll go with that guy over there.
Or maybe Gardner Minshew is a guy who's at least come up. Peter King mentioned him as a possible fill-in there, but not Carson Wentz. You wouldn't have to trade for Carson Wentz. All you'd have to do would be pick up the phone and call him and say, Carson, come to the Big Apple. We need a quarterback. I was in need of a thrower. But they're not calling him.
Don't you get the sense that the 49er roster, whether the evidence be the story from Trent Williams and Fred Warner in training camp last year, whether it be the fact that they voted him a captain at age 23 out of the 7th round, whatever it is, don't you get the sense Brandon Ayuk putting the word him on Brock Purdy's back and putting him on Instagram after last week? Like, this team is not just all in on Brock. We know that. Kyle Shanahan's the coach. He is all in. Brock Purdy is the starting quarterback. But don't you get the sense that they just respond? Like, the players love this dude.
Yeah.
They love playing for this dude. I think he's going to make Brandon a ton of money. The 49ers have always had a good vibe around them, I think, under Kyle Shanahan. But you watch, I know teammates are always saying nice things about each other, but, like, this is different. And that should be on the list of things, the characteristics that we've been pointing out about the 49er quarterback.
It's high on the list if you ask any of the players, and you mentioned the anecdote before where Fred Warner and Trent Williams
it was Trent.
talking about, oh my God, I can't wait to see what this guy can do in an actual game situation. And once you've seen it and you see the poise and you see the maturity, and forget the actual playing of the game, but being able to go in the huddle and command the huddle and go in the locker room and command that level of respect, and not demand it, but to get that level of respect. And, you've heard the stories about Brock Purdy coming in there once he became the starter last year and kind of not acting like he's the guy, but acting like he belongs. And then when you have a third string quarterback, last pick in the draft, rookie, come into that locker room and you're now the dude, it would be acceptable or even expected to watch a guy maybe tinkle down his leg. But when he doesn't do that, when he actually has the opposite reaction, that's when he gets the nickname Big Chalk Brock.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of still, it's okay. Yeah, we're kind of still getting to know him, right? Were you surprised at that scramble and then the slow-mo replay of Brock standing up and kind of wiping his hands across his face and giving the first down marker, but then also, like, the grin? I was like, oh, what's inside you?
Yeah.
Where'd that come from? It was kind of a bleep-eating grin.
Yes, it was.
Right?
And I'm not surprised because of what he's already done and the vote of confidence that Kyle's given him. And you're the starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers, and they took a possible understudy in whom they invested massive capital, and they sent him out of town, basically telling you, you're the dude. And yeah, Sam Darnold is your insurance policy. Here's your Geico. But you're the dude. So how could he not have that level of confidence?
I mean, I think to achieve what any of these guys have achieved, you have to have what's probably a ridiculous, totally out of whack sense of confidence. You have to, but certain demeanors look different than others. To watch George Kittle play football and be like, I think this guy is having fun and is comfortable in his own skin is obvious. Brock Purdy, not so much. Part of it, I still focus on draftism. I think it's a big case of draftism.
Yeah.
But there's also some painting with a broad brush based on judging a book by its cover. You look at Brock and small, and he looks very shucks. He looks very unassuming. And you're like, how can somebody who looks and talks like that take this kind of a job on his shoulders? I can't imagine the fishbowl of being somebody's starting quarterback. You know what I mean? You watched the Netflix deal, quarterbacks, didn't you? I didn't get through the whole thing. I only got like 2-3 episodes in, but you firmly get a sense of that. What these guys carry on their shoulders for the entire organization. It is a huge weight. And I'll be honest, when you look at Brock walk into the room, you're like, no, he can't carry that on his shoulders. But I think he can. I think he can.
Well, and he has, and he had better be able to carry that on his shoulders because he's the guy. And if you need to go to Sam Darnold, hopefully he can do what Brock Purdy has done in his short stint because this team needs a quarterback, and they are primed to be winners. Just one Purdy factoid as we get ready to dip out. He's the third Purdy to ever play professional football following Pid Purdy and Mike Purdy. So he's not the OG Purdy in professional football.
Are those spelled the same?
Yes.
They are?
Pid Purdy played in 1926. Mike Purdy played a little bit before that, 1920.
Are they related?
I'll have to Google it.
Someone told me once upon a time.
Pid Purdy out of Beatrice, New England.
Okay.
Or Nebraska.
Yeah, that's his great-grandpa. Yeah.
Get out of here, dude.
That's his pawpaw.
Pid Purdy. Rest in peace.
Well, yes, indeed. I was told this once, like, if you've got the same last name, like probably somewhere along the road, go way into the Wayback Machine on the family tree, there's probably a connection. There's probably something somewhere along the road.
I'm going to ask him
maybe
post-game here Thursday night when we have a home game.
Perfect.
What's your relation to Pid Purdy, Brock?
Week from tomorrow, man. Mm-hmm. Week from tomorrow, home opener. All right. Hey, everybody. YouTube, the callers, the texters, Xfinity Mobile text line, YouTube and Twitch, First NorCal Credit Union. Thank you so much for the interaction today. Shall we do it again tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the best day of the week, so I think we will.